Hey, and good afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Greg Majeski back with you here in the North Georgia Majesco Studios, ready to start our long shift. Although I don't think I ever really stopped. We're going to be kind of breaking down everything. It's kind of like you're invited to a prize fight, and you're waiting for the two fighters to kind of duke it out. You know, it's like, well, where is it? Yeah, still waiting, and we know it's supposed to be tonight, but everybody psychologically they hear ice storm warnings, like, where is it? When's it coming? When's it going to get here? Again, it's going to be tonight. Okay, so I mean, for the most part, what's probably going to end up happening for especially a lot of folks in northeast Georgia tonight, especially where the hardest areas are going to be, you're going to go to bed, power's on, and you wake up in the middle of the night freezing your butt off because it's cold and the heat's gone out and the power's gone. So probably that's what you're looking like here for tonight. So we're going to be tracking things as we're going today. Again, we're just getting this thing started, folks. It's just getting going, all right? So we got a lot to go through here. The main culprit here is back here. Again, you see the low spinning here. That is our big boss, and it's still got a long way to go before you. So we got a couple of waves of precipitation that's coming out. This is the water vapor imagery here. See the darker green, that's your higher moisture content. You see that back over toward Mississippi coming into Alabama, and all that deep moisture back in here. That's going to be starting to spread in across Georgia here eventually, all right? And as it's doing so, it's going to be spreading some moisture in their area, and it's going to be cooling down the temperatures because at the same time we got that going on, we've got our wedge skidding in place right now. So we've got high pressure. This is our surface map here. Here's our high pressure. It's in a perfect, almost textbook wedge position there. What's a wedge? Well, it's colder air, drier air that comes down the eastern side of the Appalachian Mountains, funnels down this way. Now you got low pressure down here in the Gulf, so it kind of acts as a magnet. Flow always flows from high to low. That's how that works. So you got a 1041 high up there into Maryland and Pennsylvania. That's in a good position right there. And that moisture is going to overrun into that cold air, and it's going to cause evaporational cooling and take us right down to our freezing point. And we'll get going. Now, one thing I've noticed here, I know typically when you get this kind of wedge and stuff, you think, oh, where I'm at a higher elevation, I should be okay. I've been seeing that from the Weather Service official forecasts for some of the higher places you would think would be too high, wouldn't have a problem with some of this. They're not really going that way yet. Might be because of the depth of the cold air. One thing, I was picking on the GFS yesterday, but I think it's pretty much lining up pretty well here on where the snow line is here. Pretty decently here so far. Nashville's been stuck in the snow all day today. And if you're watching the European, it looked like they were going to be stuck in the kind of the mixed part of it. Now, before we kind of get rolling into everything here with everybody here on the channel, we are simulcasting. We are doing this on YouTube, and we're doing it on Facebook. All right, so if you're obviously on the YouTube side, make sure you subscribe. If you're on the Facebook side and you prefer to go over to the YouTube side, make sure you subscribe over there too. So, and on the main Facebook page, make sure you're a follower. Now, for those who don't know anything about doing social media coverage and doing wall-to-wall coverage, you got to feed the algorithms on both entities, the YouTube and Facebook. Typically, when it comes to this kind of coverage, you'll get 6-7 minutes of people watching, and then they'll dump out, and they'll come back later, and they'll come out. And the way the algorithms know that there's any interest there at all is based off y'all's interaction. So both on YouTube and on Facebook, you got to comment, you got to give me some likes and stuff like that. And obviously subscribing and following. You do those three things, you keep the beast happy, and then they allow other people to come into the broadcast. So this is part of me, we're growing, but we're not quite up to y'all. We're not quite big enough to be self-sufficient like some of the bigger YouTube channels, for example, like the Ryan Halls of the world. We're not quite there yet. So anyway, all right, so let's get into everything that's going on here. Let's talk about the watches and warnings again. We got the whole North Georgia in here, but even though you got all North Georgia into the warning area here, let me get my proper tool here. Not everybody's going to see the same. Now, I know it's been a long time since we've had a ice storm warning in our area. It's been a hot minute there. Thank you, Lisa. Welcome aboard. And you know that the folks here in the western areas, like Dalton, down to Rome, and the western areas, you're probably not going to see much. I just posted the National Weather Service Outlook, okay? You can go over there and take a look at the western zones, glazing at best, but the further east, closer to that wedge you get, the more substantial ice you're going to see. So, but Again, it doesn't take much to get bridges and overpasses, especially the fact that ground temperatures are awfully cold. They're chilly. Road temperatures are cold. It's not going to take much to get any icing and stuff. That's why the entire North Georgia area is under that ice storm warning. The severe part of this is going to be across these northeastern zones, you know, coming out of these areas in here, up against those mountains, and you guys know the drill, and coming in there. The question is how strong is this wedge going to be as it moves on in here? How far east and south is it going to get, you know? So it's something that we'll be tracking here for tonight. So those guys over in the west, glazing, maybe flirting with an eighth of an inch. The further east you go into central Georgia, into the eastern zones, you're creeping up to half inch and above. Anything above a half inch, you're looking at a lot of power disruptions. Quarter inch to half inch, you'll get a little bit. But anything once you get above a half inch, it doesn't really matter. So that's why, you know, I probably should have been saying this earlier whenever I was posting the outlooks as far as ice outlook, that the models are kicking out, you know, really high totals. It was kind of irrelevant because anything, again, above a half inch was going to be disruptive, and I think that's what we're going to be seeing here for tonight. All right, so right now, let's go over here to the radar. This is where a lot of the heavier rains are currently sitting back over Mississippi right now, as it's standing right now. So we've got that's the real main range. That's going to come in later tonight. Okay, again, the model date on this, I'm going to show you that here in a second, is going to go, you know, here for later on. There's a couple of rounds of rain. We got this initial one coming out. It's going to lingering light rain for a little while as the temperatures drop off. Then we got another more substantial rain coming in for tomorrow, and also some thunderstorms. There's actually severe, believe it or not, there's actually, welcome aboard, Maryland. That's over on YouTube. Looking over here at, let me get that up here real quick. Look here over here. I want to show you this real quick. Let me turn that off real quick and turn that off. Okay. You look at this. You got South Metro Atlanta actually is under the marginal risk for severe weather. I thought that was very telling that that was showing up there, showing a marginal risk there. I had mentioned yesterday that I thought it wouldn't. They only had like a marginal risk there yesterday. I said it wouldn't surprise me if they upgraded to a slight, which they did, because we're gonna have a pretty good squall line. So there could be some isolated tornadoes down in that area. And again, South Metro, just kind of flirting up there in Georgia. I still think, even as that front comes through, even up toward, you know, North Georgia, would not shock me in the least if you, because of the convective nature of that line and the northern edge of it, you hear a little thunder. Would not blow my mind at all if that indeed happens. So you're probably going to hear a little thunder with some of that rain as it comes through. But the thing is, now, once this thing goes on through, you're going to be dealing with temperatures are going to drop off rapidly. They're going to be dropping off like a rock. All right. So as it does that, what that's going to mean is that means we're going to be dealing with, you know, obviously icing is going to be a major concern with that. All right. So what I'm going to do here is I'm pulling up the latest 18Z run. I think it just finished up here. That's the 19Z. Yep. Let's go pull up the 18Z run here. And we're going to look at the data here. And let me pull over to that model run. Let's see this, that one, there's that one. All right. So we're going to be flirting. We're going to be watching a lot of the high resolution models. We'll be flirting. We'll be using the NAM 3 kilometer. We'll be bouncing around a little bit here, kind of watching this. So again, the time clock, that's your friend. Watch that little time camp right up there. See that with that up there? That's your timestamp. Watch that as we kind of watch and see what goes on with this thing. So as you can see here, the main thrust of the precipitation doesn't get into the state until about 9 o'clock. So we got a few hours this comes on. And as it does so, it quickly changes over to that freezing rain in that area. All right. And notice on this model, a lot of the western zones are staying rain. And again, that would not shock me the least at all either. But this thing comes on through, and there's a line of thunderstorms coming along with this tomorrow afternoon as this race is on through. And then even a little snow. Look at that, a little bit of snow flurries with cold air advection behind this thing. I've noticed that in the last couple of runs there, showing a little bit of snow there coming across North Georgia toward tomorrow morning. Nothing accumulating, mind you, just some flurries as it's pretty cold. So let me go in a little bit closer here. And I want to switch back into that model, so bear with me for a second. I decided I'm just going to go back and forth between these and not punch up a bunch of dang pages. It just gets a little confusing. So let's go ahead and go check this one out. I'm going to switch over to the HRR, and we're going to look at the state view here. All right, so I got it in real close so you can kind of see a little bit better here. All right. So let's look at the 18Z run here again. Watch that timestamp there, and you see how things are kind of going. So this is definitely a what I would call a classic wedge setup here. Now, like I've mentioned 1,000 times before, and I know you guys have seen that, heard this, is that sometimes these models tend to underestimate the strength of the wedge, and what that means is this could potentially go a little bit further south. All right, all depends on the strength of the cold air wedge that comes in here. All right, so that stays in there. It capers off the showers. Then you got that squall line coming in here. Look at this. It's holding on to freezing temperatures up here as some very heavy precipitation comes in here around 3 o'clock. Okay, so this is thunderstorms. And like I said, it would not shock me to have freezing rain and thunder. Would not shock me at least going into tomorrow afternoon. And then this goes on by. And then the cold weather, obviously there's some flurries coming in behind there. All right. So that is what the latest, that's a radar estimate of what it will look like as it's blowing on through. Now, let's go take a look at the winter precipitation part of this. Let's go talk about the freezing rain. I'm going to take it out for the whole duration here. Again, nothing for this evening. We're looking all right here. It doesn't really start until we get into the evening, till about 10, 11 o'clock at night. It starts to kind of get accumulating in there. And then it accelerates as we head toward dawn. So quarter inch is not bad. If that holds on, if that's true, that means maybe power disruptions don't happen until early in the morning hours. But it does get to its zenith here. Look how it creeps up very fast as we head toward 9 o'clock in the morning. Half inch I already got a half. At that point, you're looking at half inch of icing here near Gainesville, back over toward Winder. You already got close to a half inch down here in Gwinnett County too, coming into Fulton County. So again, that gets pretty heavy, and then it really turns on as we head toward 2, 3 o'clock with that heavier precipitation. Look at that, almost an inch, inch and a half, inch and a quarter. Again, if the wedge stays on as strong as advertised, that's what that will mean. So again, there are going to be a lot of counties up here, and I mentioned it on my posting earlier because it's very similar to what we saw at 12Z, where the power grid is going to be just completely devastated for numerous counties across northeast Georgia. Question is, how disruptive does it get down into the metro Atlanta area? Again, you don't sit northwest side, west side, not seeing anything there. Again, Weather Service is always going to be on the side of caution. Even if it's just a slim chance for a little bit of ice, they're going to cover their bases. They're going to make sure that they can't sit there and take, well, the Weather Service didn't say anything. They didn't have an ice storm warning up. They're going to be precautionary, especially when it comes to winter weather and some of the variables and the uncertainties that could become at play when we're dealing with a cold air advection event like this one. All right. So that's what we're looking at here right now. Let me go back to the other map. So as this thing goes on by, and then we got to watch as this goes on by, it's going to get so cold behind this. It really is. We're going to have there are going to be some very gusty winds coming out of the north. And so even if the power gets knocked out, it's going to stay cold. So if any of you guys, especially the northeast areas, just make sure you guys doing everything you can to stay warm and wait until they can get the power crews can get in there to restore services. I guess I should go back to the state view. Actually, let's go back to state view. Let's go back to state here. Let's switch over to, let's take a look over here toward the temperatures here. And we're going to watch the wedge build on in here. Sticking it down. Well, anytime you get 29 degrees or below and it's precipitating like we're expecting at 5 o'clock, yeah, you're going to have pretty good rod spread icing going on there. All right. So here comes the warmer air. Look at that. You can see why we got the thunderstorms down here because you got temperatures punching up in here. Let me go back to that view here so we can kind of see the warm air. Look, it's the mid 70s, upper 70s down in South Georgia. Very sharp dividing line right there as it comes on through. So I just kind of pushing this out so you can kind of see here. So this goes on by, and then the cold air kind of comes on in. So by the time we get to the colder air here, going toward tomorrow morning, going into Monday morning, you got temperatures dropping into the 20s here. Now I think this is a little conservative. I think it's going to be colder than that. I think it's being underestimating the Arctic air that's coming behind it. Just looking at what the temperatures are doing out there currently in the front. So if you go look at here at the temperatures, they're in the teens. Look at this, 17. I mean, just very, very cold, bitter air coming in here. very rapidly. So I think that's a little underdone. But we can still track its proximity as it kind of moves through there, through North Georgia. And then during the day, it don't do much. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you're still in the 20s and 30s. I mean, just very, very brutally cold here all across this way. Somebody's asking the question, is there any chance of the storm weakening? No, because it hasn't really gotten cranking yet. That's the thing. If it was weakening, if there was any indication of weakening, we wouldn't be seeing that. We would darn sure wouldn't be seeing severe weather threat there along the Gulf Coast if this storm was weakening. So the low again is still hanging back. We're just getting started on this, folks. It really is just getting started. That's our main energy back here. Our main boy is right back here, and it's got a long way to go, but it's going to be moving pretty good. So by this time tomorrow, it should be, in Alabama and getting ready to come on through. So jet stream's catching its things, and we're going to haul it right on by very, very quickly and going on through. I don't believe I do not know if the entire state is under a state of emergency. I think part of what's going on there, I think that in Georgia, I think it's the statewide, because they can move assets from different parts of the state to respond to what's going on in the area. So when there's a state of emergency, it is the entire state, not just for a specific location, so that assets throughout the state can be utilized to attack whatever that natural disaster or whatever the issue is, whether it be a hurricane or a winter storm or something like that. So it is a statewide declaration. Now they can, I know, like, for example, for hurricanes, they will do specific counties because certain counties are there. But for a winter storm event like this, I believe it's a statewide one. But somebody can cue in on the chat and correct me if I'm wrong on that. But at this point, I don't think it really matters. But anyway, let's go back over here to, we got to talk about our cameras and stuff. I got Twitter up here. Let me get that showing. I do have Twitter up here available. We're going to watch it closely. Let me get back over here. And I thought I had added. I guess I did. Guess I didn't add it here. I forgot I closed all that down. So we're going to be watching Twitter here tonight and kind of see what's going on with stuff. So like we'll say southern snows. So what I'm going to do is I want to go check on Twitter here throughout the night, just kind of see what's kind of showing as far as pictures and stuff. This is a couple hours ago. Not sure where the Southern Hills is, but that's pretty nice shot there. Now, the one thing that's very bad, I really hate this. So we're going to go out here on social media and try to find pictures and stuff, but then you got to question whether it's legitimate or not because of the fact that you got AI out there. And God knows you get these idiots that will generate these false AI issues and put them out on Twitter, making you think it is legit, and it's not. So I'm like, oh, God, guys, please give me a break. All right. So anyhow, I digress. We do have numerous cameras that are up. I did notice this: the Sky Valley camera and the Blairsville camera are both down. Now I don't know. I think they may have deliberately taken those cameras down to prevent them from getting iced up or damaged. I'm suspecting that may have happened in those two locations. That the owners of those cameras said, you know what, I'm taking it down. I don't want to watch it and stuff, so I may have lost those two cameras. Brasstown Ball's sitting at 32 degrees right now on their sensor up there. Lake Chatuge, that's a beautiful shot there. Look. Make sure that's on recycle real quick. Yeah, I got to keep it on refresh. One thing I got to do with these things is I got to make sure I keep it on refresh. That's 41 there, so that the image will update when I go to it. Hold on one second. Just asking my lovely bride to bring me something to drink so I can keep my vocal cords lubricated so I don't cough on y'all. That'd be kind of rude of me, wouldn't you? Anyway, there's, like I said, Sky Valley's down. Here's Lake Lanier. We'll watch Lake Lanier. We got Dalton. Got the train depot up there. Little camera up there to watch and see if there's any problems up there. We got Athens. Great there. Hey, Morris. Molly, thank you. I'll take one of both. Thank you. My wife brings me both. She says one beer, one Mr. Pibb. So we'll start with the Mr. Pibb right now. Little early to start on the adult beverages, but we'll watch it. Anyway, so we got that. We got Dahlonega down there. There's the sky there. And one thing I'll be watching is the cloud deck. I'll be watching those tonight, kind of watching to see what's going on with that. And of course, I've got the cameras at Fox 5, which apparently are down right now. I guess they're getting overloaded. I think a lot of people are kind of getting on the system there a little bit, but I'll keep checking on that. Now, one thing I do want to point out what we're going to be doing here for tonight. We're going to be watching this site very religiously as long as we can, okay? And why is this important? This is the road conditions. This is where we kind of see how the ground temperatures are doing and that kind of thing. So this is a great shot to be able going here. Like we'll go up here to 85, up 85 here. So right now the looks like the road temperature is sitting at about 39 degrees, which is pretty good. The air temperature at 39. Road temperature sitting, I'm sorry, it's higher. It's sitting at 47. Obviously, during the day, the road warms up, obviously, because it absorbs radiation from the sun. Even if it's cloudy, it'll still absorb it. But once that sun goes down, that's going to start dropping. Notice the dew point here. The dew point here is fairly low. Okay, that's important to watch. That's the dry air. I was watching this earlier when it was coming into the area. So we got some very dry air in there, and I'm gonna have to get this pin fixed over here. It's not set. So let me fix this real quick. Bear with me while I get this. I want to make sure I can draw on this. So let me go back up to, I'll tell you what, go up here, not that one. Let's see here. Yeah, this should work fine. Hold on a second. Transfer. This is doing it on the fly. Now the road temperatures here. And transition and paste, and there it goes. Now that should work fine. There we go. All right. So what we're going to be watching is this. See how dry the air is down here, and this is the air temperature up here. So eventually, when it starts precipitating, these two are going to start coming together. We call it the wet bulb when they get 100% saturated. So at 39 degrees up there, and once it starts to precipitate, the dew point will come up, and the temperature will come down, and they'll eventually meet. And when they do, that's a relative humidity of 100%. There you go. You got your little weather lesson of the day. So, but we'll be watching these temperatures here tonight, especially once the precipitation starts to move in, to not only track the temperatures, but also track what the ground temperatures are doing for potential freezing and stuff like that. So very important to watch that. We'll also be looking at the DOT cams right now. I've kind of got 85 corridor kind of pulled up here, and we'll watch the cameras and see how things are looking out there as conditions go downhill for tonight. So let me close this down. Don't need that right now. And let me go back over here. Again, I appreciate you guys checking us out. Very important as we get this going along. I'm also going to be doing my little plugs for my 3 advertisers. I don't have that many right now, but I got 3, and they pay money to get sponsored out. So this first hour is going to be from our guys at our tax service guys. So very, very, those are great guys. They're also my Weather on the Go sponsor as well. So they're definitely a good asset to have here. We'd like to welcome them on board here. And what I'll do is I'll probably post these businesses stuff on there. Circle Y Pipelines out of Dawsonville. They signed up like a 6-month contract with me, and I love those guys. So if anybody out there's got a construction property and you got a pipeline issue or something to do with that, you call those guys. Circle Y Pipelines. It's a locally owned family business there in Dawsonville. Contact those guys, and they'll take care of you. All right, so we'll be doing those plugs here throughout the whole broadcast. Again, I appreciate you guys helping out. I noticed some of you guys have been giving us some star requests and stuff like that, and on Facebook, and I do appreciate that. Just like that. And what's really cool about the stars program is that Facebook actually meets part of it too. I get a little money from Facebook for all the star donations you guys do. So if you guys do that, again, my thank you. And if I miss anybody, I apologize. I try to get everybody on there. YouTube side, I just got it switched over to the new account because I had a national page called Weather Nerds, and you'll see the little logo still spinning in the corner. Never really found my audience there, but the audience here has taken off. I've literally added about 3,000 subscribers here, all the way from North Georgia here on the YouTube channel in the last week. So we finally found our audience, I think, who will watch on a regular basis. So that's a very good thing to have there. All right. Now let's go back over here. I'm going to go look at Radar Omega here. I'm going to switch over to the Georgia site just to show nothing much going on here. It's pretty quiet. I mean, I can look here across the. Here's where most of the rain is up here. You can tell you see how fuzzy that was looking up here. That's all snow. That's all snow up here near Nashville, little Mex. Let's go. You can take a look up here. There's Nashville. Too bad we weren't getting that here, right? I know a lot of you guys would love to have the snow here. Hey, thank you. Georgia General just joined us. Thank you for subscribing. But, yeah, still snowing up there in the Nashville area. And Kim Pontiff just joined us. But it is 18 degrees there. It is very cold. Snow and cold. That's a very dry snow, too. At 18 degrees... Man, that's a very low water content, but with it being that cold, you can get a lot. Your ratio as far as the depth of the snow can go up quite a bit. So instead of like being a regular like 10 inches, it'd be like 12, 13, or 4. It'd be higher because of the water content. So it's an interesting little premise there. That's all the snow up that way, and we can look at a couple of these cameras here. Kind of a wintry mix there. Hey, Griffin, good to see you. And one good thing we're going to have tonight, by the way, you notice all these cameras here. This is Radar Omega. They're actually based out of Dawsonville. They're actually a Georgia company that makes this radar. And they've got numerous cameras here across North Georgia. So like up you go, Raven County here, it's 37 degrees up there. So we'll be able to pull up these cameras and take a look at them as well here during the broadcast. If you are interested in their app, their weather app, it is a paid service. It's pretty good. I like it. If you're a real weather enthusiast, it's a good thing to have. Not too bad. But when the precipitation moves in here, we will check out these cameras to not only look at the temperatures, but also kind of see what's going on, see if any kind of icing is going on yet. But obviously, we got nothing in the immediate area yet. It makes you wonder, so, dude, why'd you start at 3 o'clock? I don't know, because that's when I was doing my updates before. So maybe I should have made it 6, but that's all right. We're okay. And like I said, you guys can come and go, but before you do the like thing. Got to do the like thing. I don't care if you're on YouTube or on Facebook. Make sure that you do the like thing. Give me a comment in there, and make sure you do the whole subscribe and follow thing. So feed the beast, which y'all are doing great on YouTube, by the way, because that count keeps going up. One thing I'm really ticked off with Facebook. I wish they would put the counter on Facebook on there. There's no way to look. I mean, I can look it up on my phone. I could do that, but there's no way to get like a live stream to see how your counter's doing. So, it is what it is. That's one thing. If I was going to make a change, that would be the one thing I'd ask for sure. Go back over here to YouTube. Yeah, I wanted to know. Hey, oh, by the way, did you guys notice? I don't know if some of y'all were watching my broadcast yesterday. I posted this and I told y'all the GFS yesterday. You know what? Maybe I should show that now. I think I should show that. I think that's a good idea. Let me do that. I'm gonna do that. I can go back and show this to everybody because it's not gonna happen, but like it's kind of funny. So I'm gonna show this to y'all. Hold on. Let me pull this up because I found this interesting. Let me go back over here to the right one here. Hold on a second. Get back over to the right website. All right, here's this one. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the GFS, and I'm going to go to the 12. Let's see if I go back. Will it go back far enough? Oh no, it doesn't go back far enough. Oh, I waited too long. Let's see if the 18Z had it there. I think the 18Z did have it there. Well, it did have it there, sort of. Well, anyway, that's where it was kind of showing. But the previous run to that, and I don't think it goes back that far. I wonder if the tropical one will do it. I don't know, but it was basically showing this huge winter storm over us, and it would literally give you an idea. It had Rome with 30 inches of snow. It had 2 feet of snow over Atlanta. I was like, "There's no way in heck that was going to happen." So, I mean, I know what was going on with it, but no, we're not getting that. That did not happen. So, as far as the long range is concerned, let me switch over to that if you want to see that. As far as what's coming on after this, this is the latest 12Z run here. We stay cold all week. We got a little disturbance. See that little thing out in the Gulf? See that thing going by? That's what was steering up that low. It gets buried. The high pressure to the north is so big, it's so massive, just forcing it right down the Gulf, and it's not going to get spun up into a low and become a problem. So you kind of see this here, and it stays cold. I mean, you see this little rain event coming in on the 5th and 6th, but very dry. Very cold, dry weather, which kind of stinks because we do need the rain. I mean, we're going to get some rain with this event, but the last significant rain before this one was almost 2 weeks ago. So again, going 2 weeks between rain events when our lake levels continue to fall, not a good thing. And I got a funny, I mean, La Nina's dying, and that's a good thing. La Nina's getting out of here. But boy, if we don't start getting some regular rain here on a regular basis as we get into spring, we're going to have some serious drought problems going into you remember the water restrictions back in 2007? That's what has me a little concerned, but the lakes are a little low. But we definitely stay cold, and nothing on the horizon after this one goes by. Once this goes on by here, and this is the European run there, we're done. Okay, so we get a collective catch our breath, give the power crews a chance to put power back on. Hey, maybe we'll get lucky and won't be as bad, but yeah, I highly doubt that. Let's go take a look at this. One thing we do need to look at real quick. Let me look at I'll go back to the map service here. This is Weather Bell. Let's go take a look at the temperatures here. I'll pull up that region. Hold on. And we're going to be looking at the dew point. All right. Now, one thing I've been watching here this afternoon, and it's been steadily going down, are these dew points here. Look at this. There. See that? Hey, Bethany, good to see you. You see how dry this area is? It's 8, 9, 13. Those dry areas just coming into this area. So as that drier air comes in, and then you got this moisture, obviously you get the moisture back over here, Mississippi and Alabama, it's racing in from the east. So as that runs over that drier air, that gives us that evaporational cooling. It cools down that temperature below 32 degrees. So all the wet bulbs, which is when the humidity is at 100%, when it gets down to the saturation point, is down mostly in the 26, 27, 28 degree range, which is optimal for icing. And that'll be the big thing there. You're making me hungry.
Honey, this
is that good?
my
Homemade, whatever that is.
What do you call it?
Hamburger helper. Your own, it's homemade hamburger helper there. So, like I said, we'll be doing this a long time, so we got to keep. It's a new wife said new recipe for y'all. So maybe I'll get her to put it up. Maybe I can share it on the Facebook page later. Put it out there. Yeah, I see somebody over YouTube say they were wishing it was going to be snow. So, yeah, Catoosa County, you guys up in Northwest Georgia, I really don't think it's going to be that bad. I really don't. I really do. Now, one other thing I do want to show you here. I got this up for a reason. There's no reason why I had this up, and I didn't pull it up. So let me go show you this. This is one other thing we're going to be watching here for tonight. So let me pull up that feature. You notice I got the map's all blue right now. This is for power outages right now. So right now it's 41,000 without power there in Louisiana. So the icing hasn't really kind of kicked in yet. That was supposed to kick in big time going in forward tonight. So Arkansas has got about 6,000 without power. Mississippi a little over 1,000. How about Tennessee's good. Alabama looks good. Obviously, Georgia's looking good. So we're looking good. All right. So we'll be monitoring the power outages out here. 8,000 out in New Mexico right now. We'll be monitoring this map here throughout the night to see how the power outages are going once the icing really kicks going. So welcome, Michelle C. 1067. Good to see you there on YouTube. That's the Streamlabs software I use. It doesn't do it for all of them, which I never quite figured out. But for anybody new YouTube subscribers, it'll do that. It doesn't do it for Facebook, but it does it for YouTube. So I do appreciate you guys coming on. We've actually added here on the page Oops, I did that again. I was doing this yesterday. Doggone it. I did this the other day with this. Now I got to fix this again. Oh, I was doing a live coverage the other day and I kept closing this thing out because I keep Xing it when I don't have to do that. So I was like, you dummy. All right, get that lined up there. There we go. So anyway, lost my train of thought. Anyway, I was going to tell you about what we're trying to do here. So the big thing we're trying to do right now is we're trying to grow the channel. As you know, I'm not David Chanley. I'm not Mr. Glenn Burns. Those guys been in the market for years. They have instant brand name recognition, all that to go with it. So if one of those guys decided to do what I'm attempting to do, they could go up to any big car dealership, any big company that's got a ton of advertising money and say, hey, I want to do this. And they will slap a check right in their hand. They could go run and do this right away. Not a problem. So since I don't have that brand recognition yet and then name recognition, I got to build it first. So what we're doing right now, this is all man-made, all handmade by me using available software and all that stuff, all the maps, all the stuff. It's not what I would call professional level, not the stuff I do when I fill in at Fox 5. Fox 5 over there, and I can do graphics in a matter of minutes. It's real easy. But here it's very time consuming to do everything I'm trying to do. So we're trying to get it to 100,000 followers. I'm spending some money on advertising and stuff right now today. I took advantage of this winter event to advertise. We're coming up on 58,000 on Facebook. But the goal was to get to 100,000 on Facebook and have some really good stats. Hey, welcome aboard, Lynn Hill. Thank you. And to be able to go to a big company here in the metro area of North Georgia and say, hey, there's this great audience in North Georgia that is dying for you guys to show them attention. So, to be honest with you, traditional TV's dying. It's all going digital. That's where it's going. So I've already got my vendors. I've already got my weather vendor. I've got my set vendor. I've got my camera vendor. I got them all lined up, all ready to go. I know how much everything costs, everything ready to go. And so, one thing about being a retired military like I am, I have retirement. I have a little small business on the side I do other little stuff with. And I can put 100% of the earnings of this endeavor all back into the product. And one good thing about a new business is that, as far as Uncle Sam is concerned, if you spend it all on the business, your tax is zero. So every dime I earn, I have to buy it back, with the equipment, all the stuff, because operationally to do what I'm trying to do, you got to be clearing about $4,000 a month just to cover everything. Which it's a lot of money, yes, but it's not really. I mean, you look at how much it costs in the TV traditional sense, it's really peanuts in comparison. So, but once the channel is operational, you guys will have an app on your phone. It'll be North Georgia Metro Weather. It'll be streaming app. It'll have forecasts for everybody across the area. Eventually, maybe we get a camera network in to some places that don't have cameras, and you'll have not just like right now. I just do 1 7-day forecast for Gainesville. Now I can probably have 3 or 4. Maybe put one for Rome, one for Northeast Georgia, one for Gainesville. Kind of spread it out a little bit. I can't do for every city, obviously, but just kind of pick 4 big ones and maybe rotate them a little bit, because the process with a weather computer makes it a lot faster, so a lot easier. So that's what we're hoping to do and get going. We'll see where we are next year at this time. Who knows? Next year, if we got a winter event, it'll be a whole lot different. Okay. Now, one thing I do want to say is the weather app feature. I will be signing my contract with the weather vendor called Barron Services. They're out of Huntsville, and I'll be signing that contract here pretty soon, next week. And we're going to hope to get that weather app feature going from us by 1 March. So it'll be on your app store. I know Android causes a little bit longer process on that, but it'll be on the App Store for Apple and on Android, and it'll be free, and you guys can get that. And then I'll have to go out and try to find me a sponsor to help pay for the data fees on it. I think I make enough on Facebook to help with that. So, but hopefully I can find a good advertiser to sponsor that weather app and cover the data fees. It shouldn't be that expensive. I should be able to pull that off. So anyway, it is coming up on 3:40 this afternoon. Again, I want to welcome everybody here on board for our live coverage here of this winter event. You might be asking yourself, what's going on? Where's this ice? Hey, Atlin, good to see you there. Welcome aboard there on YouTube. This is going to be a nighttime event. I've been all over this since about Tuesday, and I know the weather apps have gone kind of crazy where there was, I mean, the European last weekend when I was filling at Fox was kicking out very high, unusually high totals of ice totals. European was staying like 2 inches for like 3 days in a row. Then it kind of backed off. And then the GFS jumped on board and was doing some crazy things with it. And so it was going with this high ice content. We haven't had a real good ice storm. I mean, a good one really since about 2000. We've had some minor ones here and there, but not real good ones. Not ones that are going to be causing crippling power problems and things like that. Remember that was the Super Bowl year. Y'all remember that? The Super Bowl year? That's what we had that going on there. So again, let me get this. I want to get this off the way. Boop. Thank you for the stars, whoever that was. I appreciate it. At least I hear the alert tones for that. Does help a little bit. So anyway, let's talk back. I know we got people coming in and out of here as always. So what I want to show you is go back to the model. Let me see if the new model run is in here. So stand by for a second while I go over and check this out. I want to see if the 19Z is finished. It is. It only goes about 18 hours, but we can watch it. So let's take a look at the latest data on here. And hold on one second. This one just finished up. All right. So this is again 6 o'clock. You notice by 6 o'clock we got stuff coming in across northwest Georgia. See that? So we got stuff coming in there, and it looks like to me as we go into 8 o'clock that the precipitation field starts to expand. So it starts to come in as we head toward 8 o'clock. And then as it precipitates, because of that drier wedge, you're going to see more and more of that pink, that freezing rain coming in here as we go into the early morning hours. So like I said, for a lot of you guys, you're probably going to go to bed. Your power, especially if you're in the northeast Georgia section where it's anticipated to be the heaviest, you're going to go to bed. Power's fine, it's on, but then you wake up in the morning and your power's off because of what's going on with it. So right now, this is again this model hourly goes out 18 hours. Every 6 hours, it goes out 48 hours. So the next big long run we'll have will be the 0Z run, which is still about 4 hours away. So, but we can check this hour by hour to see how it changes. So on this particular run, let me pull up the winter run here. Go freezing rain here. All right. So this only takes us up until 8 o'clock in the morning. And one thing that has changed from the 18Z that I could see is that's pretty significant. That's 0.87, 0.66, even almost a half inch down toward Atlanta. That will knock out a lot of power before the sun comes up. So showing some heavier precipitation in there. Definitely going to see it back over Mississippi. Look at this, 0.8, 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, half inch. I mean, it's got some pretty heavy icing back behind this thing as well. So again, that's our threshold. That's what we're looking at. So that's the latest model run on here. We'll check it hour to hour as we get going along here a little bit. I'm gonna have to take a bite of this food, man. This stuff smells too doggone good. Oh. Not bad. I hope y'all don't think I'm rude if I eat a little bit. It's gonna be a long night. Unlike other channels that might have like 2 or 3 meteorologists, and eventually I hope to have that, by the way. When I get this thing going, we have something like this, I will have freelancers. I'll bring them on board. I'll put them up there. I'll dial in. We'll do a bunch of stuff. But for right now, it's me, myself, and I. That's what we got going on here. So anyway, let's see here. Oh, Tyler the Truth. That is, for those who don't know on YouTube, Tyler is a longtime watcher of mine. He was over on our Weather Nerds YouTube channel, and he helped a lot trying to promote and get people to subscribe to the channel. So he would always tell people to do that. So he's kind of like my unofficial cheerleader. So good to see you, Tyler. So anyway, it's kind of interesting, but you know, I had been working on the YouTube channel here for a little while when I was doing the Weather Nerds one, and it was I just never could find my audience. I think I kind of missed the boat because you had 2 big channels out there, Ryan Hall, which I'm sure some of y'all on YouTube probably know, and Max Velocity, this kid back in Texas who was, I don't know when he finished school. He just graduated just last year. And these two channels basically became these huge behemoths that whenever you tried to do a YouTube, you got no action. You were pretty much done. So I never really found my audience over there. And as far as Georgia was concerned, I've been posting on there since about March, and steadily, and just putting it out. It was grabbing a few every month. It really wasn't getting a whole lot to where. And then I was trying some new thumbnails, using some new stuff to kind of help promote the channel a little bit. And this week it just took off. It found its audience, and it's a lot of folks all over North Georgia. I didn't know I was going to be able to find that audience because YouTube's different than Facebook. Facebook, you can actually advertise for a specific area. It'll let you do that, where YouTube does not. So I've not been advertising on YouTube. It just found its audience on its own. And what I like about it is that these are people who will come back and watch, and they will come back and get their stuff. They're in North Georgia. They're interested. They're all in places that feel that Metro Atlanta TV stations have pretty much ignored them over the years. So maybe I found a good audience there, and it'll grow. One thing's for sure, the YouTube channel it's now officially can be monetized. I got to wait like 2 weeks before I can do it, but that'll generate some income as well. So the more people we add to the channel, the better, on both platforms, really, for that matter. Oh, here's another thing. I bet y'all didn't know this. And I'll slow down a little bit. I know I better pace myself because, I've only got to do this another, 9, 10, 11 hours. Well, I can't go past 12. 12 hours is the max because Facebook shuts you down at 12 hours. No, I'm sorry, 10 hours. YouTube, yeah, Facebook's 10 hours and YouTube is 12. Well, you can start it back up, but it'll shut you down at that point. Is that the demographic breakdown between Facebook and YouTube are exact polar opposites. On Facebook, it is predominantly female. Roughly, my ratio is right now about 67% female and 33% male. I haven't looked at YouTube's, but if my other channel was any indication, it's the exact opposite. It's 67%, 68% men and 32% female. Now, you might ask yourself, well, why is that? I hate to be stereotypical here, and I'm a guy. I do this. I've got my smart TV. I got my YouTube thing going, right? So I've got this right here, and I watch YouTube. And just like what did men do before YouTube came around? We would sit in front of our TV. Hey, welcome about Craft. We'd sit in front of our TV, and we would sit there and we're surfing. We're watching stuff. If there was ever a social media platform that was built for a guy, it was YouTube. And I think that's why I think that the ratios are like they are. One thing I need to figure out is how to get I've got an Instagram kind of sort of in it, but I haven't really got to get that going. I've got an idea of what I want to start doing with Instagram a little bit to kind of get a little more of a different audience in there. My little shorts that you guys see me do I need to put those more on Instagram, not on Facebook. So, you're trying to figure this thing out. TikTok, I still ain't cracked that nut. That's probably another thing I need to look at. Try to do. Boy, you guys are doing great over there on YouTube, man. I love to see all those things going up there. Facebook's going on its own. I already know it's going good because I'm spending a lot of money. I've earned it. Facebook gave it to me, so I'm gonna give it right back to them. The interesting thing about Facebook or advertising when you got a weather event going on is that you get a good ratio. Like right now, I'm averaging like 7 cents, which is 7 cents per follower, which is really excellent. So anyway, let's go back in here. Let's check some of this stuff going on here in Alabama. Gonna kind of move here a little bit, get a little more weather talk here going for you guys a little bit. I got some really good heavy rains. I was talking about cold rain, 46 degrees in Baton Rouge, cold rain going down through here. You see the wintry mix here across northern Louisiana, 30 degrees. And again, this is round one. They're not done yet. Adriana, good to see ya. They're not. This is the initial round. There's more stuff coming, so they're not through with this yet. But some very cold temperatures here. You see northern Mississippi in the 20s with this pink, this all freezing rain in here, and then it switches over to snow. And I tell you, trying to forecast. I got some most of our National Weather Network, which is what I'm part of here. When we get our 24-hour channel going, the main hub is really out of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. That's the Tennessee Weather Authority guys there. And you got him there. There's a guy in West Tennessee. He's got coverage there. And then we got Mike, my buddy Mike. He's in East Tennessee. And then there's one guy in South Tennessee. There's literally 4 digital platforms in Tennessee alone. There's one kid. and I'm not kidding. This kid, I think he's right out of college. I think he just graduated. He's like 22, 23, came up with the whole thing. And he went into a big dealership, wherever it hangs out in Tennessee. I don't exactly know the city. And they gave him a big fat check. And he's up and operating, doing the whole thing that I'm hoping to do. And I tell you, when I heard that at the weather, I thought maybe mommy and daddy had a lot of money and they just gave him some money to open this channel, because it's not cheap to do. And no, he just sat there, put together a package, the whole thing, went over there, boom, got it. He got somebody to believe in what he was doing, and bammo, he's up and doing the whole thing with everything there. Thank you for the stars there, appreciate it. Thank you. So I figured I could do the same thing. But I was going back to what I was saying. These forecasters trying to figure out where this rain snow line in Tennessee was going to go. Oh boy, just a nightmare to try to figure out. Nashville's been getting dumped on pretty good here. We'll go back and check the cameras there in a second. East Tennessee. I forecast here across Chattanooga. Oh, and by the way, for you guys on Facebook, if you live up in Northwest Georgia, I'm talking up there toward Dalton, up toward, Lafayette, and getting down toward Somerville and all that area up in here. I do a different weather product for the Talking Live broadcast channel. It's a digital platform up in Northwest Georgia, but I do post those forecasts, which is Northwest Georgia specific and Eastern Tennessee specific, on the YouTube channel. Okay, you'll see it because when the logo comes up, it's a little different than my regular North Georgia ones, because it'll say Talking Live broadcast channel, and it's specific for your area. So if you want to go ahead and follow, subscribe on YouTube. I do not put it on my Facebook platform, because he puts it on his. I'm not going to directly compete against his platform for a service I provide for them. So that's why it's not on the Facebook page, but it is on my YouTube. I can't have it on my YouTube. So you can check that out over there. All right. So anyway, look at some of this precipitation we're getting up here across North Georgia. We did have reports with the stuff we had this morning. A weak little precipitation. We had a little bit of snow, a little bit of sleet mixed in, a little rain thrown in there for the little initial stuff that came on in here. But starting to see the stuff starting to pick up here just a little bit. Nothing too heavy just yet, but it's 29 degrees in Chattanooga right now. So if it's precipitating, you're probably getting a little bit of light freezing rain. I know we had a little bit of that earlier. I saw some pictures on one of the media stations showing that. Now, the other thing we're going to be watching here, guys, obviously you see the temperatures out here. You see the temperatures 41, and I'll kind of highlight a couple of these real quick. As you can kind of see these out here, it's like 43 over in LJ right there. There's Blairsville at 41. You got 42 down here in Canton. You got 41 in Gainesville. Looking at Commerce sitting at 38. So those are the actual temperatures. Now, what we're going to be watching between the two of these, I'm going to turn this off, is you got to look at the dew points. All right. Now, the dew points here, they continue to fall. The wedge is really building in now. I haven't looked at this in a while. You see these dew points dropping into the teens? Yeah, that's some very dry air coming in here. So that is the actual wedge. You see it's down to 20s down here in Atlanta, but 14, that air is very dry. So what that means is when this precipitation moves in initially, we're going to get probably a little bit of virga going on initially. So what's virga? Well, fancy word, basically, it is a precipitation that's falling and it's evaporating before it hits the ground. The atmosphere's got to get saturated. All right, so what we're going to be watching here is we're watching those dew points to come up as the temperatures start to fall. And then we also got to do a couple things here with the live shot. So let me go back over to Radar Omega here. I'll pull up a camera to see a sky here for a second. So I'm going to shut that down. And we'll go back here in across North Georgia. And let's see if we get over here in Bartow County here, Cherokee. Let's see if we see. Nope, that one's not coming up. All right. Sometimes you get a little slow. We'll find one here. There we go. We'll be watching the sky conditions. What we're going to be watching is the cloud deck lower. Okay, so as it starts to precipitate outside, the cloud deck will get lower and lower, and again, it's warmer aloft. Now, the guys up in the mountains, especially if you have some elevation, you may run out. The warmer air may intrude over you, and it's only the valleys that kind of get the icing. That happens a lot. I did find it interesting, like such as, for example, when I was checking out what the Weather Service put out for their forecast there, because I was trying to compare it to what the numerical was doing. They still have them with some freezing rain in there for a little while. So that, again, that's because of the Arctic nature of the air there. And look at that, I didn't close it. Yes, that's good for me. I did not do that. And I like that a lot. Anyway, I'm just kind of looking here at both the chats here. I will look at the chats here as from time to time because, so I can answer questions and stuff like that. But I can't do it all the time. I'm gonna miss some of y'all. So just bear. Oh yeah, my wife said she can answer some questions too online. Stars party opportunity has ended. Oh, that's what that is. I was wondering what that is. That's something that Algram does. Dawsonville, George, in the clear? No. Hey, Delonica, good to see you. Delonica just joined the house. I'm on YouTube. No, Dawsonville, you are not in the clear. That'll be coming in later tonight. Like I said, let me show this to y'all again. I'm going to pull up the map. Here's your map of Georgia. I tell you what, let me turn the power lines off here. I'm going to turn the power thing off real quick. Let me get that real quick. Oops. I'll turn the power port off real quick. I don't want that on. Turn that off. There we go. Just regular map here. All right. Well, here's the map of Georgia. Now, we got topography, we got geography, we got mountains that deal with. We got cold air that's very heavy down to the surface, and it's going to be channeled or funneled. That's why we call it a wedge. Coming through there. Hey, Mr. Honeybee, good to see you. That's going to be coming on down here. So let me grab the little tool here. All right, so it's going to bounce up against these mountains. Teresa Moore, welcome aboard. And it's going to funnel in through here and in these zones. Again, that's where the cold air, the drier air is coming into. So the mountains are going to be a bit of a barrier. It's going to funnel it right down in toward Atlanta and over toward Gainesville. And then we don't know how far south this will kind of get in here. But these are the zones that are the hot zones. That's where that's going to be. So Dawsonville, obviously, you're in there. Dawsonville just being south of Dahlonega there. You're in that zone. So what may happen initially for some of you guys out here in the West, there might be an opportunity for some glazing. If the dew point's low enough and the precipitation gets the wet bulb or that temperature down near the freezing mark, which is what is forecast, by the way, you might have an opportunity for a little bit of light glazing or stuff. But I don't think anything will be too widespread or too serious. Now, Gainesville, for example, is what I would call the if anybody's watched winter weather here across North Georgia for the time, that is the wedge capital of Georgia for all intents and purposes. You always seem to have the coldest temperatures there when we got a cold air wedge coming in there, and so that is. In fact, I think I was only forecasting 33 for a high in Gainesville tomorrow because of that. I was going a little below guidance on that for tomorrow. So, But yeah, that's where it's going to be. The traditional Northeast zones. I mean, I know some of you guys out here in the West are wondering, well, if we're not going to get that much, why do we have the warning up? Well, that's because, like I said, there might be a small window there because the air is so dry, and the precipitation coming in here this evening, where we get down to freezing or just a little bit below, that you might cause some icing briefly on bridges, overpasses, and stuff like that to cause problems. Therefore, you can't. You don't want to have an ice storm, this version of an ice storm warning, and this one be completely different, because that would kind of confuse people, So I know it's something they've talked about over the years, but now just leave it as one thing and just know that there's different levels. If you go to the Weather Service site and you read each one of there's actually I think 3 different ice storm warnings that have been issued. Then they all have a little bit different text with them. So that's how that's the way they get specific. Okay, this one will see maybe glazing to a 1/4 inch. This region over here will see a 1/4 to a 1/2 inch. This region might get close to an inch. They're a little bit different for each region. And right now, the Northeast zones are the target zones for this area. So that's what we're kind of looking at right now. That's what we're going to be dealing with for the rest of the night, and we're going to be following it very closely, and we'll get it going. I didn't post something earlier. I'll have to do this on the fly when I'm here. So because I got to make sure I take care of some folks here. But anyway, we're getting ready to start. It's the 4 o'clock hour. Hey, that's the first hour down. And I want to say thank you to all of you folks out there who are watching our coverage. That's 1 hour down, and God knows how long we can go, at least till 1 o'clock, at least to 1 a.m. And again, appreciate you helping us out. Make sure you give us a follow on Facebook if you're watching over there. On YouTube, you guys are doing great over there. Keep doing the subscribing thing. Leave a comment. Give me a thumbs up on both YouTube and on Facebook. Feed the beast. Keep the algorithm happy so that when you go away and come back later to check the coverage, see what's going on, the algorithm will invite other people back in here. You got to keep that going. So anyway, I do want to say that this next hour, this 4 o'clock hour, is brought to us by one of my other advertisers here. This is Peach State Diesel and Gas out of Cleveland. All right. He's an auto repair shop there in Cleveland, Georgia. If you got an auto repair that needs to get done, if you live in that area, you just mention Majestic Weather and you're going to get a 10% discount. There you go. See, that's how they can tell if the advertising is working. They give you a little discount, a little incentive there. So if you got an automotive repair need, again, it's Peach State Diesel and Gas. And okay, you can check with them out there and they will take care of you there. In fact, what I will do right now is I'm going to take their Facebook link and I'm going to put it in the chat so I can say I did my little promo for the day. There you go. All right. So it's something I get used to. That's so weird, you know. I'm definitely not a salesperson, so we'll figure this out as we go along. So anyway, let's get back over here. Let's go back over here to the pages. It's 4 o'clock, and we got turnover and all that kind of thing going on here. This is where we're currently sitting right now. Let me pull this map back out here. It's going back over here to our composite radar here. And let me get the temperatures back on here. I was showing dew point earlier, so let's get this switch back over to temperatures. So this is what we're currently seeing. Stanley, good to see you, Stanley. Welcome aboard. We're watching the rain field really starting to quickly fill in across Mississippi and Alabama. We are getting a few stuff. Hello, Rip Rogers. We are getting a little bit of rain there coming across northwest Georgia at this time, and this is steadily going to increase as we go through the evening hours. Now, the temperatures, as you can see out there right now, are above freezing. We're not bad. It's 41 degrees up there in Blairsville right now. LJ checking in at 43. Rome's checking in at 45. But you notice the temperatures back here are sitting in the 20s. And we got that very cold, they got that dry air, that cold dry air coming in from the wedge, coming in from the east. The dew points there across northeast Georgia are down into the teens. So once this precipitation moves into those areas, we're going to cool that column of air down, and we're going to bring that precipitation right down to the deck. And when we get and the ground temperatures, by the way, are still pretty chilly. They're in the 30s. We remember we've been cold for a couple weeks now. We've had a lot of lows well down into the 20s. So that warm spell, do y'all remember that? Y'all remember that, right? That first 10 days in January that was like ungodly warm, or that Christmas from Bahamas that we had that 70-degree temperatures in December. This is unreal. It seems like ancient history now. But we've been very cold here for a while. So as this precipitation moves on in, we're going to cool it down, and it's going to allow the things to freeze on contact. That's the thing. And I think the big thing, one of the problems we've had with this is that a lot of people don't really understand that they see their weather app, they see it say, oh, it's just rain. Or the temperature, the high temperature is 40-something degrees. What's going on? How are we going to do that? Oh, hey, we just hit 3,500. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, YouTube. But you got to understand, we're talking about a window. We're talking about nighttime, okay? We're talking about temperatures going down in the 20s and right around 30 degrees across a lot of North Georgia. And freezing rain is rain, okay? It's just rain that when it hits the ground or hits the surface, it turns into ice. That's what freezing rain is, okay? So, I was hoping, well, hey, man, if it was snow, we wouldn't have the power line issues. If we had the sleet, ground would be icy, so get out, but we wouldn't have the power line issues. But freezing rain, yep, we're going to have the power line issues. That's the big thing to take with that. Now, because of that, here's the big thing. Look at what happens here. 1/4 inch ice. That's all it takes. and you're going to get some problems. You might get some occasional breakdowns. You start getting to 50, and you're going to start getting some power outages there. Anything between 50 and 1 inch, yeah, you're going to bring down a lot of trees, a lot of power lines, a lot of problems there. So when we keep looking back and seeing what the models are putting out as far as amounts of freezing rain, that's why it's a problem. At half inch, that's it. On a stretch of power lines, it's 500 pounds. Okay, that's a lot of weight there on those lines. So again, the weight of that water is just going to weigh those lines down. You're going to get trees that are going to go, and there's still a chance. I don't going toward tomorrow morning, the winds are going to come up a little bit too. So you start getting ice on trees. You bring in some wind, and we're going to knock those trees down into power lines and stuff, and then you're looking at some disruptions. Okay, and the problem we have with this storm, the biggest problem, is how big it is. It's freaking huge. I mean, you look here. I'm going to pull up this is the southeast view. Let me go back out to the national view. If you haven't been paying attention, I hope you have. But if you look at the national view on this, I mean, it is absolutely huge, just big. And of course, I'm going to move this over a little bit. I'll move it back, but it is a very, very big area. So I'm going to pull this back out so you can see the whole thing. Yeah, what you got, wife? So look how much of the country. Yes, dear.
Okay. I signed up for this random revival for tomorrow night at 6 in Peachtree Corners. And he's like, God has canceled this storm. So if it is clear from here to Peachtree Corners, you know why, and I'm going to that.
So we'll see if that revival gets a lot of church. I know that, for example, our church has already canceled their services. A lot of church services are going to be canceled. But going back to my point here on the size, we're talking from Maine all the way to New Hampshire. Look at all those winter storm warnings out there. Tremendous amount out there. Plus that purple area, which is that ice storm warnings out there. Just a humongous storm. What's interesting about this is, again, we're not talking about a low pressure system that is like storm of the century type stuff. What makes this a kind of a unique event into itself is that you literally had this gigantic, cold, humongous polar air mass that's basically running into a mild air mass to the south. And where they're meeting up and it's lifting up, it's called a baroclinic zone. It's basically, I say that the air masses are paying bumper cars. The problem is that the cold air mass is heavier, it's denser, it's down to the surface, and it's lifting the lighter one up. You guys know snow miser and heat miser. Well, I think they may have done them wrong, because the heat miser guy looks like he's the heavier guy, and the snow miser guy's the real thin one. They should have been swapped as far as their size. If you wanted to go with what the air masses should look like, that's it. But these two guys, snow miser and heat miser, and I probably should have brought them in my show. They're battling it out. And they're battling it out over a very big area. And that's why we even got severe weather. I mean, the thing is, when this thing goes through tomorrow, we're going to have about a 50-degree temperature swing in our own state. We're you're talking about just tremendous. We're going to have temperatures up here in the 30s, and down here in the southeast Georgia, it might be getting close to 80 degrees. So just really, really, really bad stuff. But like I said, we got a long way to go because we got to watch that low. It's on the move. It's going. It's definitely moving. You can see it right there. There's our low. And you got all this moisture coming up over the top of this, that's pulling up across the Pacific and running it right over that cold air. And again, cold air cannot hold the moisture like warm air can. Warm air can hold a whole lot more moisture than cold air can. So what does it do? It dumps it. And that's what we're getting, this humongous, huge rain field that's covering a big part of the country and causing all this headache for everybody to have to deal with. I mean, it's the teens. I mean, it's 15 degrees in Little Rock. I mean, it's 49 at Birmingham. Hey, Bush Shane, good to see you there. Yarborough, good to have you on board. But I mean, it is very cold. It's single digits down here. All this moisture, again, the reason why the snow totals expected out of the storm are going to be so high is because it's so doggone cold. Because the snow ratio, when it's that cold, is a lot higher. So instead of being, 10 inches, it might be 14. It depends on the temperature and the depth of the snow that falls in that specific area. So it's not a great snow, to be honest with you. Usually it's a very dry snow, very powdery, not a lot of moisture content with it because the air it's so dry. It's Arctic air and doesn't really get it. So it's not like, let me put it this way. I've been in conditions like this. If anybody's lived up north, you guys know that if you get that dry snow, you can't even get it to make a snowball. It just kind of falls apart and goes around there. Whereas you get a snow in the south, like down here, like they had this, last weekend, you can make a snowball real easy because the moisture content's higher. So anyway, yeah, I see that you said, is that Pauline saying that she's still at 40 degrees? Again, don't worry so much about the temperature. We're going to be watching tonight. We're watching dew points, man. That's what we're going to be watching. We're going to be watching this thing. Let me see if this thing's updated here real quick. Yes, it has. Good deal. And actually, let me see if I can get the state of Georgia. Okay, well, let me go state. Yeah, I think it will. Let me pull up the state of Georgia here. There we go. All right, so let me go back over here to the model data real quick so I can show this. What we're going to be watching here is the dew points. Okay, that's the map. You'll notice here across, these have been falling here for the last all afternoon here. You notice you see the teens kind of coming through here. You see it's 33 over here, so the air's more moist over here on the western side of the state. Obviously, we got some precipitation moving out of there, but these dew points that are sitting here in the teens across South Carolina, they're going to move in here across North Georgia and continue to move. So as the moisture is moving in over this way, so we're going to be watching these dew points and check out their wet bulbs. When the wet bulb is basically when the relative humidity is 100%. That tells you when it's precipitating because the temperature is higher than the dew point. And so when you get to that 100% relative humidity, that's when the air is completely saturated. So we got those dew points. You're going to notice it as we go through tonight. We'll be doing it. We're going to keep checking it. I guarantee you're going to see those dew points. Like right now, Gainesville's at 19. You're probably going to see it drop and fall as the wedge builds in here to the area. That's why the icing concerns are so high because of the way we're setting this up. Because this is textbook. It really is. I mean, I hate to be of course, I'm the weather geek here. I'm the true weather nerd, to say the least. But again, here's that high pressure right up here. It is right in perfect prime location. We got it's a 1041 high on top of that. It's some very, very cold, dry air coming down the eastern half of the Appalachians there. And it's going to do its job as it's running toward this area of low pressure down here in the Gulf. So as this low continues to track this way and we wait for the main surge to come this way, it's going to be that gradient's going to allow that to cool that column of air down and cool the temperatures there in northeast Georgia. Again, we're going to have a couple of rounds of rain. I think we're going to see a situation where we get one round of rain here coming in for tonight. We get a little bit of a break, and then we get another round of rain to come at us going into tomorrow. So I appreciate the star donations. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much, guys. And you subscribers over there on YouTube, y'all are tearing it up. Y'all are tearing it up over there. I don't know what my stats are showing over there. Let's look and see what we got. Oh, we got a good audience there. We got 276 folks watching over there on the YouTube channel. And over here on Facebook, we got 180. So that's pretty good. Good going, job. Good going, guys. I appreciate that. So anyway, Diane Farley, you're one of our normals there. Thank you for the star donation. Jim Nance, thank you as well. Again, just know that your donation, I do not keep any of it. It goes right back to the channel, all of it. And in fact, I wouldn't have this great operational monitor that I have now. I had two 28-inch monitors. Oh, God, that was so hard. That was so hard to try to do severe weather coverage and stuff with those two monitors. I really needed three. So what I got was a 49-inch stretch monitor here that I used from earnings, and bought that and put that in here. And now I got all this space to move around and do stuff with. It's very, very nice. And then I got a monitor over here. I got the one behind me. I bought a hard drive. I got a stream deck, which I got to figure out how to use in here to kind of push things up. Once I get a little bit further down the road, that'll be better for us there. So anyway, all right. So we're coming up on 4:15. Again, I appreciate you guys checking us out. Let's see what we're doing here on our stats here so far. We've got 560 thumbs ups over on Facebook. And we got 48 shares, so thank you, Facebook, for tearing it up. How are we doing on YouTube? What's YouTube doing over here? Let's take a look at that. We have got over here, I got to pull this thing out so I can see it. Sorry about that. Looks like, oh, why is it not showing me the, that's kind of weird. Usually it shows me the, what the pullout is on there. Oh, well, I was going to have a little competition between YouTube and Facebook, but I can't do it if I can't look at the Facebook stats. That's terrible. Oh, well. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into this, what we got going on right now. Let's go back over to Radar Omega here. We're going to look at some of the conditions out there across where the winter weather is kind of hitting. All right, so looks like we get some rain getting close up here near the Chattanooga area. This is the University of Tennessee. Is 30 degrees there. So the skies, again, cloud deck looks a little high there, but they're working their way down. So, and again, if it's precipitating there at 30 degrees, I know they had a little bit of snow there earlier, but rain there. Let's go over here toward Winchester. We got a couple of other cameras here in southern Tennessee. 28 degrees there, and that's just freezing rain. Yeah, that's just a little freezing rain going through there. No snow in that area. Oh, dadgummit, I did it again. Oh, I wonder how many. All right, let's see how many bets on how many times I close that out. God bless. Oh God, he's just old and senile. I don't know what to tell you. I'm talking about me. Well, it's when you open up a window, you're used to Xing out stuff. That's what I got to do. When I take an image full, I just need to just punch back on it. So that's on me. So it's 28 degrees there. So let's go up here to the north, see if that's still rain there. It's 26 degrees. Start to see a little icing there in the trees a little bit. That's on a lake right there. So still freezing rain in that part of Tennessee. Let's go ahead and load up a little bit north here. Let's see. We'll go get closer. It's 26 degrees here. That camera is iced up. You can't see it. That's terrible. Let's go over toward Leesburg. Hey, welcome aboard, John. Oh, now there we got some snow. Yeah, we got some snow and ice there. Oh, those roads look bad. That's terrible. Yikes. Yeah, that wouldn't be dry. Yeah, you definitely need a truck for that. Absolutely need a truck for that. Let's go up here. We got a lot of cameras up here in Tennessee. We can look and see how things are going up here. That camera is iced up. Can't see that one either. How about Cookeville? 21 degrees. A little windy there. Look at these roads. Wow, these are going to be a mess. Here's another problem that I see with the proximity of what's going on with the stuff up in Tennessee. With all this icing and snowing and everything that's going on up there. The cold temperatures this week might be a problem, forecast-wise. It might be a bit of a problem. So if I show you real quick, where did I put that thing? Hold on a minute. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. Okay. Here's the 7-day forecast here. Well, I think I got the 7-day forecast. Did it not come through? Guess it didn't. I'll have to re-render that sucker. Well, anyway, the forecast for Monday and Tuesday is going to be a little bit of a pain in the neck. And the reason why it's going to be a pain in the neck is because of the cold, the icing that we're waiting to see happens, and what's going on to our north as far as snow and ice and everything else like that. With these repeated cold shots that keep coming down, the air is not going to modify as much. And what happens traditionally with this, what I've seen in the past, is that the models miss what the temperatures are going to be for that area because of the cold nature of the cold air coming over that pack and not modifying. Now, the American GFS does a pretty decent job. If they know there's a good sleet and snowpack on the ground, it'll jump the temperatures down to below freezing and stuff. So that's probably the one little wild card as far as our forecast is concerned this week, is how much snow and ice gets on the ground, not only in our own area as far as ice, but snow to our north, and then how greatly does that impact the cold air that's coming down. Like I said, we got a couple of cold shots that are still coming down this coming up week. And I'll tell you, as cold as it is where this snowpack's going to be going on the ground, it ain't going to be melting anytime soon. That's for sure. It's going to be there for a little bit. And some parts of where this is going to be quite a bit of snow. So in fact, let's go over to the, as you can tell, I'm kind of making this up as I go along. That's what happens when you're doing long duration coverage. Let's go over to the model data here. Let me pull this up real quick before I jump over to it. I'm going to pull up the European. I'm going to pull up the. I'm going to do the GFS because I think it's got a better better picture on that where the current winter weather is falling. So, I mean, that's a little bit too far north, but anyway. So let me show you this. So we're getting a lot of snow on the ground here across up here across Tennessee, Kentucky. Again, that whole pink zone right there is a foot of snow. Earlier in the week, we thought we was going to. The GFS was trying to sneak it into Georgia, and then it had it right here on the state line. It basically moved completely north because of that low pressure system, and just too much mixing of the air to be a snow column there. But because the snow is going to be on the ground here, and it's not going to be melting, that air mass as it blows over that snow deck is not going to modify. So it's going to be very cold. Again, we got very cold northern winds that are going to be coming here. The wind chills on going into Monday morning are going to be quite brutal. I mean, absolutely just very bad. And gotta look at this real quick. This is Tuesday morning. These are air temperatures, by the way. This is the GFS. Look at that. These all below zero at 10 o'clock at night on Monday. These are below zero temperatures because of all that snow and ice that's supposed to be on the ground. See how that we're 11 and 16 here. So going into Monday morning. Let me go do Monday morning first. So you see all the cold air up there. We got below zero temperatures here across Missouri into Illinois and here at Arkansas, and then you factor in the fact that we're gonna have some gusty winds. There is a cold weather alert up here. You're looking at single digit wind chills here. Up across here. Some of the high resolution models were actually showing below zero. Look at all the below zero wind chills here, all the way down here to Louisiana and Texas. So very, very cold. All right. Now, Tuesday morning, the wind should die. There should be no it'll be close because the high pressure will be right on top of us. So going to the actual air temperature here on Tuesday morning, I'll just go back to us. Go back to Tuesday here. And about 7 o'clock. So it's showing 7 in Gainesville over near Athens, probably because of the icing is going to be the most intense over here. 14, 20, 16, 12, 10. Again, you got some below zeros always still dotting this because of all the ice and snow on the ground. So again, you get my point. You know, I'm just saying that it's going to be difficult. We know it's going to be cold, very cold the whole doggone week. But forecasting those lows might be a little problematic. I've been going a little bit below guidance on some things because of what I'm anticipating with this as far as from a forecasting perspective. Let's go back over the weather tab here. All righty then. Let's go ahead and get this going here. Going back over here to the chats here real quick. Just kind of see how y'all are doing out there. Oh, get back over here. There we go. All righty. All right. Where's my stream at? Oh, there it is. Make sure it stays up there. How does it look for Talking Rock? Everybody wants to talk. Hey, Talking. I tell you, you guys are like right in the middle of the state. It's like, how far east does that wedge get? You know, how's that going to get going? I'm going to show you the new freezing rain look out here in just a second. But again, I don't expect a lot of Northwest Georgia to get a whole lot out of this. So let me go back while I'm talking here, and I can get this set up to where I need it to go. I'm going to go back to the high resolution here. I don't know why when I hit that, it goes, you have to reset the doggone thing. I hate that. So let's go here to winter weather. And let's go to the freezing rain here. Let's see. This is this the 19 or is this the 20Z? This might be 20Z. Let's take a look here. That is 20Z. All right. This is almost done. Got 1 more hour to go. All right. That's good. We'll go ahead and show that. That's good. All right. So this goes out 18 hours. Let's go back over to this one here. Oh, this one. There we go. Close that out. Here we go. Here's our freezing rain. Watching that timestamp there. So it looks like the freezing rain really starts across northeast Georgia going in about 8 o'clock or so, 9 o'clock. And there it's get going. And boy, I mean, over near Talking Rock, just for us all want to go, so it's showing like 0.69 and 0.61. And this is 8 o'clock in the morning. This only goes out. This one's got 1 more hour to update here. But again, the conditions as we go through the overnight period are really going to deteriorate there across North Georgia. Becoming very problematic. But that's the last one. Let me see if it's sometimes you can hit this thing. It'll got one more to go. Thank you for the stars, whoever that was. Thank you. I appreciate it. Nope, still got one more to go. It's like it's got 17 of 18 hours in. That's close enough. But as we go to what was that? I'm not even sure where that's at. I have to look. So again, here's the representation of the radar. I'm backing this up again. This is the new run, just came in, hot off the presses. So you can see that rain picking up across northwest Georgia at 6. And then looks like around 7, 8 o'clock, we start getting that icing to kind of kick in across North Georgia. I did see Brasstown Bald was at 32 degrees earlier, so that doesn't surprise me there. But boy, that really picks up intensity there where the precipitation gets heavier. You can tell it's getting heavier because you see the purple, which is lighter, starts to darken up. So when it starts to darken up, that tells you that the precipitation is getting heavier as it's coming into time. And it's doing that as we get toward, getting toward area. Oh, Hiawassee. Oh, yeah. Again, Hiawassee, it all depends on where you guys get protected by the mountains a little bit there. In fact, there's a warm surge comes up out of that area. So Hiawassee is like right on the friggin' fringe there. The further west you go in the northwest section, the easier it'll be for you there. All right. Thank you for the subscriber. I totally missed who that was. My apologies. But that's where we're currently sitting right now. And then we got that line of storms that are going to come through here. Again, that's not, for those of you, if those who didn't know, we actually have a severe component with this storm too. Yeah, we got severe weather. That's coming to Eaton South Metro. Might actually get a marginal severe thunderstorm in there going in tomorrow afternoon, say 2, 3 o'clock once the line starts to move on through at that time. Decatur, Georgia's in the house. Yeah, Decatur, you guys, again, down toward the city, if this thing follows what the traditional wedge does, I mean, it's going to get icy there too. I remember I had a college professor, and he used to tell us, he goes, never underestimate the power of a wedge. He'd always tell us that because you get burned on a forecast more times than a one. So we'll see what goes on with this. I'm not sure who that was calling me, but sorry about that. I'm eating my dinner at the same time I'm doing this. Crossville, Tennessee. You guys are up there in the mountains, aren't you? It's up there, up on the Cumberland. Hey, we've got Toccoa in the house. Good to see you, Toccoa. The Toccoa, you guys need to batten down. Toccoa's probably going to get it hit pretty good. That's where the heaviest stuff is showing up that way. And hey, Mark Gilder, thank you there for the stars. I appreciate that. Hey, Dalton. Hey, JoJo, you don't have to worry about so much there. Again, I will try to answer these sporadically. I can't get everybody. I'm sorry. If I did, I would be just answering questions. So I'm going to keep going back and forth and checking every now and then. But you guys over on the west, okay? We'll go back to that warning map here, and I'm going to switch over to Georgia. I'll go back to southeast here. And go back to southeast here. There we go. Again, you guys across the western zones here, you're in here because where the dew points are going to be, where this rain's going to be, you might have temperatures briefly get below freezing. So in those western zones, you might see a light glazing. Maybe some of the bridges and overpass get a little icy. Thus, you stay in the ice storm warning. They're not going to take an ice storm warning and bust it up. Well, this is your specific category. This is your specific category. They've discussed it over the years, but they've never done it. So you western areas are going to be not going to be as impacted. I don't expect like Rome to lose your power or Dalton to lose your power. I don't expect that unless something really crazy kind of happens. So especially tomorrow when the big warm surge comes up. There's a big warm surge as the low comes in out of Alabama. And temperatures in the western part will stay will warm up into the 40s, maybe even middle upper 40s, like up toward Blue Ridge, for example, because it's going around the periphery of the wedge. Now, the eastern zones, where that wedge traditionally sets up, it goes up against those mountains, and it works its way down basically where we see where the outline is, where that warning's at. And it's in those zones where the icing will be the most intense and the hardest, because that's where the dry air is coming in. But it can only go so far. The biggest problems I see as a meteorologist, and when I see other meteorologists have happened, I've seen wedges. I mean, I think we've gotten a lot better because the model data today compared to like 20 years ago is a whole lot better. I'll give you an example. We would say maybe a wedge we thought was going to come to here. and it would come all the way down to here, something like that. So that is the forecast challenges when you're dealing with a wedge. But the thing is, I know folks, right now it's playing the waiting game. It's like, well, we've heard nothing about ice storm for a week. All week we've heard ice storm, ice storm, ice storm, ice storm, whatever. And, well, here it is. We finally got here, and people have been here pretty much all day, have been waiting to find out, hey, are we going to get this or not? So we're kind of in a wait mode. We're waiting for things. We're starting to get the precipitation approaching the state, and we're going to have that go on down. So we're going to have that going on there. It's now 4:30, by the way. Welcome aboard here to the North Georgia Majestic Weather Station. And this next half hour, by the way, is brought to you by Family Tax Prep. They are your fast, friendly, family-focused tax service. Taxes are coming up. You guys got to do that. Do your taxes. Yeah, use the discount code MAGIC. You get a $30 off on your taxes. So it's a good thing to have there. I'll put their link in there in the chat here in a minute. So anyway, we're waiting for this to come. We got a couple of surges that are going to come at us. One where the rain is coming in tonight. That's this. And then we got to see what happens with this low as this kicks on in, as we're expecting that round of severe weather for tomorrow. So we're going to get the initial icing, which is going to pick up toward dawn, get a little bit of a break there, and then it's going to pick up again going toward noon and into the early afternoon hours before the front clears on through. Now, the thing that's most concerning to me, outside of just the icing that we're going to have and the power outages we're going to have to some degree, the level to be determined, is what happens going into Monday morning. The cold air, it's going to be windy, and that's a good thing because wind obviously helps dry things out. But we're going to have a lot of heavy rain. We're going to have runoff. We're going to have ponding on bridges and overpasses. Welcome aboard, Kimberly. And we're going to have a lot of black ice. I think we're going to have a lot of black ice around North Georgia going into Monday morning. So obviously a lot of school districts, if they have, I'm sure a lot of them have already canceled. They've already done so. Are going to be canceled going into your Monday. And that'll be continued to be, it may even go into Tuesday, depending on how the roads are doing and just how cold we get Tuesday night. Because if we get as cold as what some of the miles were hitting like a couple days ago, if we're talking, 2022 levels, when we get down in the single digits and maybe even some below zero temperatures, schools will close then. Of course, back in the day when I was a kid, they were like, suck it up, Buttercup, go put on an extra jacket and go stand at the bus stop. That's just how it was back then. So, we'll have to wait and see what goes on next. One thing's for certain, the whole week's going to be very, very cold. So one thing I got to get my wife to do, I haven't done it just yet, is to make sure we put the salt down. If you got any salt out there, by the way, guys, if you do, don't wait until after it starts raining to put it down. You put it down before the salt comes in, and you darn sure don't put it down after the ice has already gone on there. You do it before. That's number one. Number two, make sure you keep the pets away from that area because that salty stuff can really kind of burn their paws a little bit. I heard somebody mention that about the paws and stuff. So yeah, make sure you do that as well. So just a little couple of safety tape bits there because I still got to do our own thing. And even though we bought a generator today, we've been so busy today, I haven't set that thing up. So at some point, the wife's going to be working on that, getting our generator we bought to get going. Now, if I do lose power going into the early week and we get the generator work, I will bring it. I will bring this back up. The question is, I don't know if Comcast, if they keep a signal going through their line or not, if the power is down. I don't know if they got, I think they're not tied into the power grid. It's completely different. So as long as there's a signal still going through and I can plug in my modem, I should be able to keep broadcasting. So at least, I know eventually I probably need to get Skynet and everything, or the Starlink in and get that in there, but not just yet. Anyway, let's go and get in here. Let's go do some stuff here. And let's go take a look at the latest radar and stuff as we're watching all that green mass. By the way, when you see that, this is the water vapor imagery. When you see this green, that's high water content, okay? The brighter the greener is, the more liquid you're seeing in the atmosphere. It's a mid-level water vapor imagery that we're looking at right there. So again, we're kind of looking here at the big picture. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in here and take a look around and look at some temperatures. Do a little bit of scanning, as we like to say in with the lingo here. I guess that's not really a technical term, but okay. Anyway, you can see here where we've got the heavier rains. It's a cold rain down here too. Welcome aboard, Eddie. I mean, it's 53 degrees, down 47 in Baton Rouge right now. 34, it's 36 in Jackson. What a lousy day. 36 in rain there. But you go into northern Mississippi. One thing that's interesting, look how it's changed. See, it's changed over to blue. That's indication that the freezing rain has changed, or whatever the mix there has changed over to snow. And it's doing down here as well. That's one thing that I think is slightly different than what we were seeing in the models overhead. Now, again, we're still not getting snow here, just so I'm clear about that. The profile does not support that. But it is getting into places a little bit further south, like the original GFS was showing, where the European was kind of keeping it all mixed. Again, I'm looking at these temperatures. They're just so brutally cold. Check out these, man. It is 9 in Oklahoma, 13 up there in Fayetteville. You got 7 up in St. Louis. It's actually come up to 20 in Nashville now. They've been in the teens all day. Going up toward Cookeville's 25, 27. You see it's 30 there in Chattanooga. We're getting some precipitation going into Chattanooga now. So getting some rain nearby. South Pittsburgh, I'm very familiar. I love that drive between St. Pittsburgh going down toward Huntsville. That's a beautiful drive. 34 cold rain there in northeast Alabama right now. So we're starting to get a little precipitation here across northeast Georgia. Looking at the temperatures out there, these continue to fall a little bit. It's down to 38 there over there in Commerce. Toccoa's at 39. Gainesville's at 41. And like I mentioned earlier, and for those who are just joining us here, we're watching not only the temperature, but we're watching the dew points. And they're sitting there in the teens. It's dropped to 16 here in Gainesville. So air is very dry. So what you look at the temperature, which is 41, and 16. I wish this thing had wet bulb on it. That would be very nice if it did. I'm sure I could find it on my phone. I'll probably do that in a minute. Where you take the temperature and you take the dew point and you determine the wet bulb. And what the wet bulb is what the temperature would cool down to be 100% saturated. And those wet bulbs are forecasted to be below 32 degrees. They're forecasted to kind of be 26, 27, 28, kind of in that range. Those temperatures at 26, 27, 28, those are what I like to call the optimal freezing rain range. That's pretty good. And with ground temperatures that are cold and fairly chilly, we're going to see them drop off very rapidly. All right, so let me go put this back on temperature. So we'll keep checking back on these temperatures. We'll see how they're doing, especially now that we're starting to get some precipitation coming in. Like I said, this initial precipitation probably will be evaporating before it's to the ground. The cloud deck's probably still too high, and it'll work its way down, and it'll start precipitating and getting that column air more saturated. So the cloud deck will begin to lower. The temperature will begin to lower, and then we'll see the freezing fit start to happen. Yes, ma'am.
Somebody wanted to know what the cream color is. It's not on the legend.
The cream color? Oh, that's just different states.
It shows
the cream?
Georgia.
No, that's just no.
Okay.
That's just nothing there.
Right,
Somebody was asking about that. Thank you for those new subscribers, by the way. She was asking about the severe weather stuff. I had posted the outlook. North Georgia does not have any thunderstorm threat up there. It's vacant, but all the thunderstorms are down to the south. So we're going to see thunderstorms in the state tomorrow, coming on in here. So there it is right there. So let me go back over here real quick. I'll just kind of move this around a little bit. So we're talking down here towards south, the Florida Panhandle, southern Alabama, and southwest Georgia. And there's a tornado risk down here, by the way. But what I found was interesting, which is how close we got thunderstorms coming into areas that are going to get iced. There's a general thunderstorm threat here in Lawrenceville, Athens, Atlanta. Again, like I said, it would not have shocked me because we got a squall line that's going to move through the area that we get a little thunder thrown in here tomorrow afternoon, 3-ish, 4-ish, I guess, when that squall line moves on through here with the heavier precipitation. And Joseph Barron, welcome aboard, Joseph. Again, some of these areas across northeast Georgia may stay below freezing the whole duration. Once the squall line goes by, it'll be like a couple hour window there before the real Arctic air sweeps in behind it. And when it does, it'll drop like a rock, and then we're going to be dealing with ice all over the place. So in some instances, in some ways, the icing could be worse as far from a ground perspective Monday morning compared to what we're going to see Sunday morning. I mean, it's very, very conceivable that the icing could be worse because the temperatures are going to be cold, so bloody cold. So anyway, that's what we're looking at down there. We're watching that. So I'll go back over to the other radar here. And for those who haven't seen the warnings and stuff, there's we've got these are all ice store warnings here. That's what the purple is. This lighter purple color, that's your winter weather advisories around the periphery. That's your buffer zone, just in case something happens a little bit more than you expect. You've got some of this down here. This is some gusty winds. That's your wind advisories down there across southern Alabama, southwest Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle. And then of course the pink is your winter storm warnings up there. So, but we're not dealing with winter storm warnings. We're dealing with an ice storm warning across all of North Georgia. There are different levels. The western zones are not going to get as much ice. And let me see if the new model is completed on that. Let me double check this. Yeah, I think it is. Let me go over the state of Georgia. I'll pull this up over here. And we'll just take a look at the latest icing here. See if it's changed much. I doubt it. Let me pull this up. There we go. Yeah, not much, and it still looks bad. It's like, why are you making that sound? Because I didn't like what I saw. I didn't like it. Hold on one second. Let me pull this up for you. Okay, here we go. So this is the latest high resolution model run just came in here. This goes up till 8 o'clock. And so we're looking at 0.65 in DeKalb County. Lawrenceville, 0.78. Gainesville, 0.77. Anything above 0.50, you're looking at very destructive power outages all over the place. So Canton, 0.66. Getting over to Cobb, showing 0.5. So there's basically taking that wedge of working all the way back here to the west. 0.64 up near Toccoa. So these are here about a third down in here. Those local cities down there over toward, I'm having a brain fart, Hartwell, and down toward Commerce. So that's only goes up until 8 o'clock. There could be more going on beyond that. So I don't like the trend I'm seeing on the high resolution as far as the amount of moisture coming in here with the wedge building in place. Let's take a look at the temperatures I want to see what the temperatures are at that time. Let's take a look at that. And the current temperatures at 8 o'clock in the morning. All right. Okay. 30s, 29. That's not too, that's borderline. God, I hate that. Because if the temperatures are sitting down 25, 26, 27, your roads are really going to get bad. 30 to me is kind of the borderline. So, but all the trees and stuff, they're definitely going to ice up like crazy. Very badly with that stuff. But the road conditions, because the temperatures are not sitting at, upper 20s, 26, 27, 28 in that zone, the roads may not be quite as bad. I'm trying to be optimistic. I'm just trying to be devil's advocate. Yes, my dear.
Amber Boone and Scott Brown said 5 hours ago, they said, I would love an invite, please.
An invite? Oh, everybody wants to know how to get on the page. All right, let me do this for you. Is that on Facebook?
Yeah.
Yes, on Facebook. Yeah. Okay, I'll make this real simple I'll make this real easy for everybody. So this is what I'm going to do here. For those who don't know, here's the thing. You know what's so aggravating when you're doing a social media thing? Okay, when you're doing a social media thing, a lot of people are following a place, but they're not exactly. They interact. They get a lot of good stuff on there, but they're not followers. Like my stats last time I checked it was 79% of the people who follow my stuff, interact with my stuff on a regular basis, are not followers. That's just that's just the nature of how Facebook is. So, with that said, what I'm going to do right here, if you go into the chat there on Facebook, I just put the link in there. Just go to the page. If you go to the main Facebook page, you'll see right at the top where the banner and everything is. It'll say follow or follower. If it says follow, it means you're not a follower of the page. So just click that button and you're a follower. It's free. It don't cost you nothing. I'm not asking for you to be a subscriber.
It says subscribe.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Okay, so on YouTube they use the term subscriber, and on Facebook they call it follower. But on Facebook they have also subscribers. But subscribers is a paid thing. All right. Now I do have a subscriber, so I got about 135 of you subscribers out there who pay $1.99 a month to help support the channel, and they get the subscriber service gets a little specials. They get special weather briefings, and they're going to get behind the scenes looks of the entire build out process. So if anybody wants to be a subscriber on Facebook, you can do that. I'm more than happy to join our family there, and it also allows me to give that smaller group a little more attention. It's easier to manage, 150, a few hundred folks than it is to manage when we're coming up on 60,000 folks. So it's a way for me to be hired as your personal weatherman. That's the way I look at it. If you want to be a subscriber, you can hire me as your own weatherman for 16 cents a day. So good way to look at that. So anyway, got that out of the way. Little digression there for you. All right. So like I said, before you guys go, again, make sure you guys hit that like button. Make sure you guys hit that on YouTube as well as over on Facebook. You got to do that to keep that algorithm happy. So I know a lot of folks are going to be coming in and out and kind of watching to see what's going on. And we'll be going on and off all night long. And I'm sure as we get into the evening hours, as folks are laying in bed or getting stuff, we'll see a nice spike up in our viewership at that time. So
Somebody asked about Chattooga and Walker.
that's up in Northwest Georgia right now. So
They asked how it was.
how Chattooga and Walker counties are doing. Well, let's up that way. Oh, and by the way, just to show that, Georgia's got a lot of counties. I know where a lot of them are, but I did print me out a little map there with all the names. Like, Georgia's got a lot of them, and I got a general idea where a lot of them are, but occasionally I forget where certain ones are. But I don't know where those counties are. They're up there in Northwest Georgia. So if you go up there in Northwest Georgia right now, up there into those counties, you see a little bit of this pink in here. It's 30 degrees up there in Cleveland right now. It's 34 down in Dalton. So we're getting the radar is detecting what's identifying as a little bit of a freezing rain going on up there right now, or maybe a little sleet falling. Again, you got some dry air in the mid levels. Whenever you get precipitation that's falling, you can get a little sleet initially, especially when the precipitation is just starting in an area. So we're getting a little bit of that going up across Northwest Georgia right now as we speak. And it's because of this and because of the early onset. You guys here in the Western Zone, if you're going to get any of your icing, it's probably going to be early, with its early onset with the precipitation coming on in. It shouldn't last very long because its temperatures are forecast to come up. In fact, what's expected with your temperatures overnight is for it to kind of come up and then go back to, and come up overnight. So that's what we're seeing there on that front. So let me do this for you real quick. I think I can do it. I think I can go in there and do that. I think. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can do this. I think I can do it. No, it does. I can't add it in there. Used to be able to do that. Facebook used to be able to allow you to put like pictures and stuff like into the chat. It doesn't allow you to do that anymore, which kind of stinks. I was going to try to throw in the forecast numbers in there for later, but that's okay. What I do need to do real quick, if you guys will bear with me for a second, I've got to open up. I got to render. I got to re-render my forecast because I rendered it without the overlay on it. And I really wanted to make sure I had the forecast for you guys. If you bear with me for a second, I'm just going to pull that up and if I can get it to come up. That's the thing. I love that. Go back home. There we are. Let's see here. Go to your apps. There it goes. All right, let's go to Adobe. Yeah, I make, for those who don't know, all my graphics that I make that you guys see on my daily forecast and all my products and stuff, those are all they're all made by me. I did buy some little things here and there, but overall they're made by me. I make them, I put them together, and then I put them all out there for everybody. So that's why I'm looking forward to actually getting a weather computer, because that'll probably save me about 2-3 hours a day just in producing the graphics alone. Would be a big help there. So anyway, thank you for those new subscribers that are pulling out there. Let me pull out while I'm waiting for the thing to open up, to pop up behind me. It did. Hold on one second. Yeah, because what happened before I came on air, I lost everything. I think I inadvertently saved my back screen and I couldn't find my stuff, so I had to restart my computer. And so I had to hurry up and get everything back up again because of that. So oops, so it's here recent. So I'm gonna re-render my while we're doing this. I'm doing this live, man. This is awesome. Look at this. I'm doing this live on the fly here. So I'm actually going to re-render my 7-day forecast here, make sure it's actually there for you guys. Actually, it's got the wrong background anyway, so let's change that over here. Saturday, Sunday, okay. Let's change this back over to where is my downtown graphic? Don't tell me I lost it. Oh, there it is. Like I said, I'm looking forward to actually having that weather computer so I can actually do this quicker for you guys. It'll be a lot faster. So anyway, let me pull this back out here while that's getting ready to chew. Let me go back to the interact mode here. I'm going to pull this back out. All right. Yeah, it's dropped to 29 degrees over there in Florence. Look at that. You see the heavier precipitation. And that'll happen, by the way. Well, sometimes happen is you get to heavy precipitation, it can cool that column of air and bring the cold air down to the surface. So even if it's milder or below it, if the precipitation is heavy enough, depending on what's going on in the entire column, it can cool it down enough to do it. That's what I'm kind of seeing there across northern Mississippi right now with that little blue flickering over there. Let me go ahead and get this 7-day rendered here for us. And there we go. Show renders here. I guess this one here. I'll know in about 2 seconds. And it is going. Yes, thank you. All right. That'll be ready in a second, and I can pull it up. All right. So anyway, we're looking at the temperatures. We're watching look at these temperatures over here in northwest Georgia, northeast Georgia. You got 39. There's a 37. You got 37 back over here. You got 37 over here in Greenville. 34. So you got some temperatures here freezing here, continuing to fall off. Let's check those dew points again. And I'm gonna be checking this a lot, guys. I'll be checking this pretty religiously to check to see what those dew points are doing. And yeah, they're still holding on the teens in there. That's really so. Again, you can see these dew points sitting here in the teens. I'll be watching. I need to watch what Atlanta does here. They're sitting at 23 right now, and see if that drops any further. We're only coming up on 5 o'clock, so these will be updated here very shortly when the 5 o'clock obs come in here in a second, and we'll see if that makes any kind of change there or not. Let me go back to temperature here. There we go. And drop off. So, ready. Let's go check out some of these cameras out. Now, for those who don't know, we're going to be watching the cameras religiously. I think what happened here is I had these cameras last night. I was checking them. They were looking pretty good when we did our update last night. Sky Valley and Blairsville, I think they decided to take their cameras down or disable them so they don't get iced up. Blairsville and Sky Valley are both in an area that's probably was looking at some heavy icing, and they deactivated those cameras. So unfortunately, I do not have those, and I did not have time to go back and look, see what else is going on. One thing I'm noticing here in Brasstown Bald, that's good to see. That's why I keep going back here to check the cameras. You notice that looks like the cloud deck's starting to lower. Okay, now Brasstown Bald is about 4,700 feet, and eventually what will happen here, we'll have no view of there at all. Not just because it's getting dark, but because the cloud deck's going to be getting lower. All right, so there is Helen, Georgia here. They're at 40 degrees right there in Helen, up that way. Thank you there, new subscriber. Here's Blairsville. And there's another business there in Blairsville. I forget the name of that business there on the quad. They got their own camera that's not part of the Resort Cam network. So I can go over here and start their camera, and we can look at Blairsville a little bit. It looks like a little breaks of some sun in there. That's interesting. There. Here's Lake Chatuge, which I hate seeing that lake getting down so low, but I clearly see the cloud deck starting to lower a little bit. That's why I'm going back and checking these cameras, just so I can take a look at the sky conditions a little bit. But definitely seeing the cloud deck starting to lower just a bit there. Of course, Sky Valley's down. Lake Lanier is still pretty elevated there. Those are mid-level clouds. So again, kind of watching those cloud decks as they work down. Dalton, see if they got any rain up there. Oh, I got to reset that one. I'm sorry. If you do not reset a camera, if you don't have it on refresh, it'll just buffer. So you got to hit the refresh on there to kind of see what's going on there. So I can keep that in refresh. Just want to see if it's any rain there in Dalton yet. It doesn't appear to be just yet. Don't see any there. That's a railway station camera there. Of course, we got Athens. This will update here in a second. There it goes. Again, the cloud deck very, very high up there. And we got Dahlonega. See that start? You still see those mountains in the difference, so you know the cloud deck's still pretty high. All right, thank you. And I don't know what's going on with the Fox cameras. That's really crazy. I was using them all day yesterday, and all their cameras are not working. That's good. It's interesting. Don't know why. I'll come back and check on them later. But Fox has got a few of them there. Now, I mentioned this earlier. We'll go ahead and talk about this again. One of the things we're going to be watching here tonight are the road temperatures. The road temperatures. That's going to be a big factor, especially come tomorrow morning. As I show you, those temperatures showing around 30 degrees. If they get down in the 20s, that's going to be that's a big deal. So let me go to interactive mode here on this. So what we're going to be watching here on the road temperatures, I'm going to pull back out. See all these little dots? These are all the different stations across North Georgia. Those are all the sensors in the road. All right. So we'll get this one here near Gainesville. We'll go to this one right here. So Gainesville, right now the temperature right there in the road is sitting pretty warm. Obviously the sun's still up. And the one thing about road temperatures, they absorb, and even when it's cloudy, they're absorbing radiation from the sun. So they'll warm back up. They're sitting at 50 degrees. All right. Now, the air temperature here is sitting right around 40. Looks like around 40, 41 degrees. And the dew point is down here in the teens. So when this temperature starts to fall, obviously the road temperature is going to fall with it, especially when it starts to precipitate. So we'll go watch. It'll be interesting to see a little bit later tonight, this evening, when the rain starts to fall and stuff, what the sensors do on the roads. And we also have the DOT cams right now. I got 85 kind of pulled up because that's where the prime icing zone is supposed to take place. So I got 85 pulled up to look at what goes on there a little bit later tonight. So, boy, yeah, trying to manage all these slides in your head, boy, it's not as easy as it looks. I'll tell you that. There's the big picture, though. That is our big picture. Let me close this down. And I got my 7 days actually ready to go. I'm going to go studio mode here for a second. Bear with me for a second. I'm going to show my 7-day forecast here. That's the banner. Where's my booth? That's it. There we go. So, this is the 7-day forecast. I wanted to put that up for you real quick here. That's coming out of Gainesville. Again, you're looking at temperatures there. The problem we're going to have with the forecast temperatures are going to be Mondays and Tuesdays. So I'm doing a little bit below guidance on these. I think Tuesday mornings especially could be widespread single digits across the air just based off some of the expectation with the snowpack and the icing and stuff. And then we got another cold shot coming down at the end, although that Saturday system looked like we may have some clouds with that one, so maybe not quite as cold going to Saturday as it originally looked like. But that's plenty cold. I mean, the normal high and low is supposed to be like, 52 and 34 across the area, and we way below that. All week long we're below that. So, I mean, that's the climate outlook here is showing us here from the 29th to the 2nd going into next week. Yeah, we're running 20 degrees below normal here for the entire week. So it's going to be really, really crazy out there. Hey, no problem, Jess. I appreciate you guys checking us out. And hey, again, you guys can invite anybody here you like here to the channel. Now, I always tell folks this all the time. You know, it's very tough. I took my share of heat rounds all week. I'll tell you that. You know, hype boy, whatever, fake news, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. I get that kind of traffic. I basically ban those people. Glenn Burns is a colleague. I consider him a friend. You know, he's got a huge Facebook page, 400 something thousand followers. And he told me right out the gate, he says that one of the things that he told me to just make sure I do is just police your folks. Don't let it get crazy. Because he's had times where it got so out of hand, he has to shut it down for a little while. And so what I'm trying to do is that if I get some belligerent people out there who basically think they're smarter than somebody's been doing the weather for as long as I have, or, you know, their own meteorologists, some folks I say, go start your own weather page, man, go do it. But one thing I do tell everybody out there, you go with who you feel best with, who you have the most trust with, and who you have the most comfort with. If David Chanley's your guy, then watch David. If Glenn Burns is your guy, go watch Glenn. If Ryan Hall's your guy, go watch him on YouTube. Go with whoever you feel is your most comfortable with. I'm just the new kid on the block trying to launch something at 55 years old after 30 years in the military. You know, I wish I had been able to start this like I told the wife. I said, man, I wish I could have started this like maybe 5 years sooner. That would have been nice. Just to have a little more time to try to do this. So, but we'll see where we are in a year. We'll see how things work out in a year, and if we're able to get this thing going, and you know, we're having some great success. Like I'm going to be able to buy a lot of my equipment here going into February and March, and the app service going. So we're going to be in good shape from that. And then we got to get ready to buy the big stuff. The set design is like $12,000. The weather computer is like another 15 grand. That gets expensive. So that hardware stuff's expensive. But once we get there, we'll get there. It's just got to be patient, which is not my forte, if you haven't guessed. Wife gets a little aggravated at me for that, but that's okay. Anyway, all right, we got Calhoun in the house. Again, Colleen, you're on the west side of this. You guys, anybody on there on the west side, you're probably looking at some of your initial icing taking place as that precipitation is starting to increase in that area. Again, kind of looking at, let me zoom in here a little bit closer. Look at these temperatures here across northwest Alabama. They really jumped to 30 and 29. And we're starting to see more of this precipitation start to increase here across northwest Georgia now. We're at 34, 39 in Calhoun right now. So we got this precipitation really starting to increase. There's a little trough line they're analyzing right there. So the moisture might be running into that, starting to get this a little bit to form. So what's starting to see it start to come up. Now, here's the thing. This is a composite radar. Okay, it shows everything going on in the atmosphere from all the different radar sites, and it kind of puts it all together into a big snapshot image. If we go look at the radar itself, okay, I'm going to go over to Radar Mega here. I'll pull out, switch over to the Atlanta radar here. Not really seeing a whole lot. We got to use the Huntsville radar. So yeah, some of this is probably hitting the ground here. I mean, this is looking pretty. There's some decent returns in here. Let's check out this camera here in Chattanooga. It's 31 degrees there. It's raining. Yeah, it's raining in Chattanooga. So it's 31 degrees in rain, and that's below freezing. So you're probably getting a light glazing of the trees in that area, most likely. Some of the, the metal on bridges and overpasses, especially that are probably getting a little icing in there at that temperature. The dew point is 30.9. So it really can't drop too much more. See, you see this right here? It's the humidity's at 98.6%. So the air mass is just went up a little bit. It's pretty much saturated. So 31 degrees is as low as it can go unless the dew point drops. And in Chattanooga, there's no wedge to come in to drop that dew point down any lower to allow the temperature to drop any lower. So that's probably about as cold as it gets. It might get down to about 30. That's about it if the precipitation gets heavy enough. But that's about it. So you got these temperatures that are going to be right just below the freezing mark, especially going from Chattanooga down to Lafayette, Summerville, Rome, all the areas up here, Dalton, Chatsworth. Again, everybody here across northwest Georgia, as this precipitation start to increase in this area, and you're starting to see it start to fill in here on the regular radar here a little bit. We might see a brief period of icing here initially with this initial thrust of precipitation. All right, so let's look at this camera up here in Adairsville. It's 45 degrees there, 31 up there. So that's a good shot. I got to remember this one. I can really watch the trees good on that shot up there in Adairsville if they get any icing up there initially. Here's the Cartersville camera. It's 44.9 there, but see the dew point's at 24.8. And the clouds are very high. Okay, so the cloud deck's got to come down a bit. See a little bit of that breeze out there. A little bit windy out there a little bit. So the coating of the ice, that's probably the biggest question that I've been getting here, has been the icing question and its impact and how that impacts everything. So, the power line issue is the big key thing, is how much you get in a specific location. And where the northeastern zones, especially, and we're talking about the county like Habersham and Hall and Banks and Stevens and Franklin and Jackson and Barrow, and maybe getting into Dawson and Forsyth, in Gwinnett, and Lumpkin and White, those counties all up in that area. Those areas are where the wedge typically and traditionally is the strongest, and that's where the icing is expected to be the worst. So if we get anything above a half inch, you're looking at some major problems. You get over an inch, and these lines are going to come down all over the place. So half inch is the marker there. All right. Now let me look over here. I want to see if the new model runs in yet or not. I'm just double checking here. I know it's chewing. It's about halfway through, so we got a little bit more time. I'm waiting on the 21Z high resolution, because the high resolution model was trending toward a higher precipitation across northeast Georgia, especially heading toward morning. So I wanted to see on this next run, which will be coming here in about another 15 minutes or so, to see what that icing is going to turn into there. So this is kind of an hour by hour thing to kind of see what the trend is. Now, one thing's for certain on this map here is that this precipitation is clearly, the intensity is starting to pick up. It's filling out more. And this is what's now coming into Alabama. So this stuff will be, and it's moving at a pretty decent clip too. So at only a little over 5 o'clock, this is going to be picking up as it continues to enter into the state. As you can see there clearly, but a lot of this is just falling up into the Chattanooga area. It hasn't really got down in northwest Georgia yet, but that's coming here shortly. Again, I'll remind everybody, this is the 5 o'clock hour. Make sure you give us a like, and make sure you give us a subscribe on YouTube. It's very important to keep the algorithms on both Facebook and YouTube active, and that's how y'all got to participate. So make sure that you give me a comment. Make sure you give me a thumbs up. Make sure you're a follower and a subscriber. You keep those algorithms enjoyed. And I know a lot of folks are going to be coming in and out. We're going to be broadcasting for a while. As long as this algorithm will let me go. Facebook will let you do 10 hours and YouTube lets you do 12. So I'll have to restart the Facebook one up again once it shuts down. So right now we start at 3 o'clock. We can go till 3 o'clock in the morning on the current live broadcast. All right, so it's very important for you guys to do that so that when you guys come back, somebody else can take y'all's place. All right, yes, dear.
What's your best bet on White, Georgia, Bartow County? What the roads are like at 7?
Tomorrow morning.
It says 7 a.m. It's going to be driving tomorrow.
Bartow is over in the western areas. I don't think it'll be too bad. I mean, that's western county. So the question we have, my wife's being a little bit of a admin person for me on some of these questions. So she's talking about Bartow County up here, which is up where Daresville is and Cartersville and Bartow County. Again, the western zones, I'm not expecting a whole lot there. I'm not saying you're not going to see any icing. What I am saying is that it shouldn't be that bad, and the temperatures overnight should start to creep up toward dawn. At least that's the expectation there is for that area. So the minor icing may be this evening, but tomorrow morning may not be a little bit better as the wedge kind of builds in there. So, but I will tell you this much: if you're in Bartow County, anywhere in the ice zones, check with your folks. If the emergency managers are telling y'all stay home, don't get on the roads, don't get on the roads. Okay, don't do it. Stay home. We're going to have people who are going to get on the roads. We're going to have accidents. We're going to have fender benders. We're going to have them. And unfortunately, and this is the unfortunate thing, you're probably going to have somebody be stupid enough and die because they went out on the roads when they shouldn't have been doing it because the roads were too icy and they were dangerous. It never fails. Just like in a hurricane, you get people that don't want to evacuate. They want to do them. They don't listen to what they're being told to do administratively, and they get in trouble and something happens. And unfortunately, this is not worth losing your life over for sure. But Bartow County, anybody here on the western sides, we're talking from Dade down to Gordon, Bartow, Paulding, Douglas, Carroll, Harrison, Polk, Floyd, Chattooga, Walker, anywhere along that western zone. Your guys are looking at your best, as this precipitation is coming in now, is probably your best opportunity for any kind of icing that's going to take in here. Now, hopefully it doesn't get too bad, stays less than a quarter inch, and you're not getting any bad power disruptions. I'm not anticipating anything bad over in that part of the state. However, over on the other side of the state, different ball of wax there, different circumstance over there, because the cold air wedge will be sitting up there very badly. Yes, dear.
Chatsworth.
Yeah, same thing. I just said that. That's south. Yep, Chatsworth. That's up. Yep.
And Blue Ridge.
Blue Ridge is probably going to see their temperatures spike tomorrow. God, I think Blue Ridge might see their temperatures going to the upper 40s tomorrow. Again, it kind of, as the warm air goes around the mountains, again, around that ridge of the wedge that's going to be in place, we're going to see that kind of happen up in that area. Anyway, let me go into here real quick. Let's take a look here. I want to look at some temperatures here. I haven't looked at these in a hot minute, so give me 1 second here. I'm looking at dew points here. And the dew points are coming up in Atlanta, it would appear. Still holding at 19 in Gainesville, 16. So I'm going back and I'm looking at the dew points here to see how they've changed that much. They're not really dropping off here. They're kind of holding their own. What happens with wedges, by the way, here's something. Let me show you this real quick, guys. When it comes to the wedges typically start to move at night and not so much during the day because daytime heating. It's at night, they typically tend to move a little more. And so let me show you this real quick. So what I'm looking at right now is the dew points here across North Georgia. And again, because it's the wet bulb and it's the temperature of these things that are going to dictate what the temperatures are going to go to. It's critical to watch because there's a big difference in the freezing element when the temperature is at 30 degrees for roads as compared to, say, 27, 28 degrees. 2 or 3 degrees difference can make a big difference. Now, you're going to get icing in the trees regardless at 30 degrees, 31 degrees. That's going to happen. Power lines, that kind of thing. But the road conditions typically go down really a lot faster when we get temperatures down into the upper 20s. Yes, dear.
Thompson Mill and Spout Springs right here at 7 a.m. in the morning.
I wouldn't be doing no. Somebody asking about my back door. No. That's in fact what the model's recently showing. This was in Brazelton. I'm in Northeast Georgia. Is showing it when the icing will be really picking up at that time, and it should be pretty lousy at that. But let me go back here. What I'm pointing at here. I'm gonna go back here a little bit. I'm gonna go back. Going back to the obs here. These are 50 every 30 minutes. Okay, so the moisture's come up, but the dew points that I'm looking over in the Carolinas, not really dropping off that much. They're just kind of holding their own there a little bit. So they're dropping off a little bit. You kind of you see what I'm looking over here, guys. Once you look over here, pay attention to what's going up over here. So I'm looking over to South Carolina to see what those dew points are doing. So I'm gonna back it up till next morning. You see, it's 15, 17, still pretty dry, but not really dropping off that much. They dropped a little bit. It's 13, 12, 13, 14, 12. And then that's yesterday. Sorry about that. Went back too far. That was yesterday. But yeah, look how the dew points were yesterday at this time. Was in the upper 40s, right? So as we go on through this run, look, the front came through. There's the cold front. That was yesterday. See, the cold front came through, and the air got real dry behind it, and it's pretty much stayed there for the most part. It did climb up this morning. Remember, we had a little precipitation. It came up this morning. And it climbed up into the 30s briefly and then the 40s. And then it just goes right back down. I think I went back way too far. I'm looking at the wrong day. My bad. Looking at the wrong day. Anyway, we're still sitting in the teens, so I'm going to watch that very closely. We're going to continue to track and monitor these dew points up in here. Let's see how Gainesville's still holding at 19. So that's important to watch. All right, let's go back over to the radar here. Now, one thing we'll be doing, if anybody gets anything out there as far as as far as Twitter's concerned, if you guys are if you guys get anything going on, let me know. I like to try to show this. I've sitting there looking at trying to see if there's any decent like snow pictures, snow here. Southern Hills, not sure where the heck that's at. But everybody and their mother's uncle's pointing it. Here's Smyrna, Tennessee, with 2 to 3 inches of snow there. Last few hours, that's real dry snow in that area too. So the gold, exactly 1 inch of a combined snow and sleet. That's in Nashville. So that's northeast Tennessee. Now, like I said, that's an old picture there. So anyway, we'll go back to Twitter and we'll keep checking back on there all night, just kind of see what's going on with there. Let me go back to the main radar here, and I'll back this up here again. Yeah, it's dropped to 30. Yeah, the temperature's dropping up here across Alabama. I noticed Huntsville's now dropped down to 30 degrees as the rain's moving into that area. So. Yeah, I got to tell the wife we're going to need to get outside here soon. I'm going to tell her to, because I didn't get a chance to do it. Hey, Julia, at some point here in the next couple hours, you need to put some of that salt down on the driveway and that way. So
I didn't hear about our area. Somebody just asked about Oakwood. How much do you expect us to get some ice?
Yes, someone's asking about Oakwood, Gainesville, anywhere up in that northeast corridor, going over toward Jefferson. That I expect some significant icing there. I'm waiting for a new model run to come in here. Let me see if it's in it. Toccoa is definitely in there. Absolutely. Yep. So I'm waiting for this new model run here. So let me double check and see if it's come in all the way. Not quite. I got a few more minutes on that. It's about 13 hours in on an 18-hour run. So I want it to go all the way through before I show it to everybody. It don't look too good, but I will show you that here in a second. So what I'm concerned about, just for folks who may be tuning in here for the first time, is the model trend on the hourlies has been going up on the precipitation, which is not a good thing. Got to watch the temperature profile too. So the last hour's temperature profile was kind of holding everybody around 30, which from icing standpoint, as far as roads, maybe not quite bad. For me, through the years, when it comes to real bad icing on the roads, it's 27, 28, 29 degrees. 30, 31, you're just below freezing. It's because you got a little bit there. But the ground temperatures are pretty cool anyway. They're sitting in, I think the ground temperatures for the most part are sitting in the middle upper 30s anyway. So it's not going to take much to cool them down. But we'll see what happens as we get toward dawn. And we'll check those road thermometers here as we go through the evening hours tonight. As the precipitation is starting to pick up now. All right, we're starting to get there a little bit. But check out Birmingham, though. Birmingham's sitting at 50 degrees there. They're definitely in the warm sector. But Huntsville's sitting up there at 30. Pretty chilly there. Thank you, Barb W. Thank you for joining us. And you get a little bit of snow there across extreme northwest Alabama. That's probably the one area I think is a little bit of a surprise with this, at least so far. I don't know how long it'll stay like that. Is the snow line here, at least it appears right up here, is a little bit further, definitely further south, because the European was basically taking everything in here and keeping it pretty much all ice. It was not showing snow in there at all. And we're getting snow in there. I think it just shows the how cold that air mass is and how thick it is. So you look here across northwest portions of Alabama, you got 28, 29 across Mississippi, 30 in Florence, 31 in Decatur. Sherry Berry, 79. Welcome aboard, Sherry. Okay, come on, you slow piece of junk. I'm using a lot of bandwidth, to say the least. I'm so grateful I got this new chair. My old chair fell apart. At least the arm just kind of fell off. So I've actually got this gaming chair. It was one of the first, what I would call pieces of furniture for the actual set that I got here, and it was definitely a big plus there. So and there you see it kind of flourishing back to the orange, back to the pink again. Not that unusual to see that. And again, the algorithm's looking through the sky, and it's just basically a snow, sleet, freezing rain kind of mix into that location. And it stayed snow a lot longer than I thought it would, for sure, absolutely. But the precipitation here across northwest Georgia is really starting to pick up right now. Now, if you are new here to the channel, I need you all to do me a couple favors. You're over on YouTube. Make sure you, obviously, you guys are subscribing over there. That keeps the YouTube algorithm very happy. I'm very grateful for that. You guys keep doing that over there. And if you're watching over on Facebook, you got to do the similar thing. Keep doing the shares of it. I haven't done a little check on that here lately. You got to play cheerleader when you're doing this. That's one thing I learned last year when I was doing this thing. So right now we're doing great on our reactions. We had 739 likes over there on Facebook, 59 shares, and we've had 439 comments. So thank you very much. You guys stay engaged. Keep that thing going. So that when folks overturn, what I think I know what's going to happen here tonight as we continue to broadcast, as it starts to precipitate and rain, our numbers will probably start to steadily go up here for tonight. And we'll get it going. Oh, please don't call me Ryan Hall has the y'all bot. Greg's got the yes dear. Don't get me started on the guy. For those who've watched me over on my Weather Nerds channel, I refer to Ryan Hall, the YouTuber, as the Godfather. I call him that because he was the first guy to successfully take a weather YouTube channel and really make it a big deal. And now he's kind of a corporation. The guy's got like a handful of handlers and people who work for him and everything else. And I met him recently at a weather conference. I'll hold my opinion to myself on him, and I won't say anything on that. But he deserves all the success in the world he's done.
That was so funny. You got the yes dear.
The yes dear. You like that? My wife thought that was funny. Anyway, so, but you know, it's just me, myself, and I here, and my wife who's helping to support us here tonight as we get this going. So, oh, well, thank you there. I appreciate you sharing my link over there. I appreciate you guys coming on board. Like I said, I'm so grateful to now finally find a good audience on YouTube. I may close my Weather Nerds channel down eventually. I don't know. I do like doing the national discussions over there. But this clearly has now become my primary YouTube channel, the North Georgia one. Before it was kind of a passive thing because I only had a few hundred people on there. YouTube only had about 300, at the beginning of the week had like 379 people, I think. Subscribers, that was it. That's all on there. And it's done that on its own. I didn't advertise, didn't do anything. So I'm very grateful for all you guys on YouTube. And of course, here on Facebook, which is our main hub. Our main hub here is on Facebook. And Facebook right now has been going bonkers today. We're currently sitting at, we just went over 58,000 followers on Facebook. So you guys out there on Facebook, make sure you get that main Facebook page there. And go in there and give that thing a little love. And I'll put that link over here in the chat here again if you haven't seen it. Thank you, Frog. Just surprise. Frog! So I appreciate that. So over there on Facebook, I just put my main Facebook page on there. Again, a lot of folks don't know they're not following the page. They think they are. Oh, I follow you all the time. And then, but you go to the main page and you're not going to see it. So if you go to the main page link, I just put in the comments section. If it says follower, you're good to go. If it says follow, just press that button and you're a follower and it's free. So it doesn't cost you anything. So, all right, got Dana Walker watching from Toccoa here tonight. Hey, Dana, good to see you up there in Stevens County. Yeah, you guys are in prime bad zone up there. Really not looking good. All right, so let me look at the, turn that down a little bit, honey. Yeah, that's a little bit of feedback loop there. All right.
People want to know about the wind.
The wind. I tell you what. Hold on there. Give me a few seconds on the wind, guys. And when this new data comes in, I'll bring up the wind data too. We're going to show the reflectivity and we'll show the wind. Right now, I got 2 more hours to process. It'll be about another 5 minutes, and we'll show all that together as part of the high resolution model there. The high resolution model only goes about 18 hours. Yep, that is very true. Tom is right. Here's the thing. The reason why bridges and over, we always talk about that so much in the weather lingo here. And it's interesting. It looks like the analysis machine here is putting a stationary front in here. Interesting that they got that in there. I don't see why they did that, but anyway. The reason why those areas tend to freeze first is because it's got air underneath it and over it. So it cools those areas quicker and faster, especially metal areas and stuff like that. So bridges and overpasses will always be the first things that kind of freeze, and then the roads will come secondary. Wherever those temperatures are, oops, sorry, didn't mean to hit the microphone there. Wherever those temperatures are, that'll dictate exactly how bad of an icing we're talking about. That's why I'm really going to be paying attention to the high resolution model here, hour by hour, to see what the projected temperature is going to be for those locations, because it makes all the difference. Again, I've seen it time and time again. The icing problem at 30, 31 is not the same at 27, 28, and 29. It's just, it's a big, big difference. And so I got to watch that closely here with the temperature profile. But we're definitely seeing a lot more precipitation here start to increase here across Georgia. Again, a lot of this is probably not in the ground. If you are like, for example, up in Dahlonega or up there, you might see a little sleet start to come here a little bit. Coming out, the air is still pretty dry, and the dew points are pretty dry, so the lower levels are like a desert a little bit. So it's going to take a little while for that precipitation to come down. The big thing is this, what's coming out right now is just kind of saturated. This stuff back over here. Hey, Tammy J, good to see you. All this heavier precipitation that's coming up this way, that'll eventually make its way into our area. That's what we're going to watch as it crosses Alabama and moves up into that building wedge here through the overnight hours. Again, now that the sun's getting ready to set, again, that's typically when the old wedge likes to start moving again at nighttime. And let me go. I'm going to go pull up the southeastern zone here. Hold on a second. Let's look at the southeast here. Oh man, look at this 914 -2. Good Lord, that air's dry up there. All right, so let me show you what I'm talking about up here. This is some Arctic air dry. Good Lord. Go up here. Here we go. Up here in the Carolinas here, dew point -2, 9. I mean, just really bone dry air. So some of that's going to work its way down here for tonight as that precipitation works in. I'll go back over. So let me see if that is actually here now. I've been waiting for it. Yep, you guys getting a preview there. Let's see here. It's done. All right, good. All right. So this is the latest and greatest high resolution 21Z model run. Again, you can kind of see here within its next hour and a half, we're already starting that icing up across northeast Georgia. So some of that precip that's moving up that way right now will start to ice up at that time. And it'll increase throughout the night. Like a little gap there, and really gets heavy and then pulls on out. All right, so let's check out, see what the icing is doing on here. I just want to see a comparison here. So let's look at the winter. That's still about the same. Hasn't really changed. So what that's showing here again is over the threshold here we're talking is anything above a half inch is going to cause us a lot of power disruptions. And that we're seeing. You still got this little bit getting there, getting all the way into Cobb County and stuff in here. The heavier is up here to the north. Again, this only goes through 9 o'clock. This is only, we are expecting the icing to take place to handle a little bit longer as well. But it all really depends on what that radar is doing at the time. I'd like to caution this a little bit. The high resolution model is a projection based off what's a snapshot going on of the atmosphere at a specific motion and time. And it kind of extrapolates what's going to happen over the next 18 hours. All right. So it can change from run to run. That's why I always refer to something like this as a nowcast type event. Okay. Because it can change from hour to hour. So, and then we got to watch exactly where the icing is going to go. Everybody's icing situation is not going to be the same. Just like when you watch the rainfall and you look at the rainfall amounts, they're all different, right? So one location will have more rain than another location, which means your icing in one location is going to be different than another. So not everybody's going to have the same level of icing that we're currently seeing out there in some locations. So it'll all greatly vary there a little bit. So, in fact, let me get this ready real quick. I'm going to leave you right there for 1 second. Let me move this map over. I want to look at here. I'm going to pull up the high resolution zoom in here a little bit better so you guys can see this. So bear with me for 1 second. And This is the close-in one. Here we go. Oh yeah. Okay, this looks a little bit better. All right. So here I can look at this a little bit better when I zoom in close. All right. So let's go back over to here. Here. Okay. All right. So what I'm seeing here through 10 o'clock. This is dark. This is all probably 1 inch up in here. All right. So we're talking about Raven County, coming back through White, Lumpkin, and kind of into Dawson there. Then you got 3/4 inch there in Canton. You got near almost a 1/2 inch over here getting into toward Cobb County. You got a 1/2 inch there into Lawrenceville, 3/4 inch there in Gainesville. Winder looking at 0.64. Covington near 0.48, and you got Toccoa here showing 3/4 inch. Again, remember, anything above 1/2 inch, and we're talking a lot of problems here. All right. So again, and it looks like this will be kicking up as we head toward dawn and going out. So you're either going to lose your power before you get up in the morning, if this is projecting correctly, or sometime early in the morning when you're getting ready. Obviously, a lot of folks are just going to be staying inside tomorrow. They're going to stay off the roads. They're going to be looking to see what's going on, and it's going like, it's just plain old rain. Yeah, it's rain. It's freezing on everything. That's what I got. The worst event for me to cover. I love covering hurricanes. I love covering severe weather. I love covering snow events, but I hate absolutely 10 times over freezing rain. Can't stand it. Maybe it's because I've covered a few of those in the freezing rain and froze my butt off as a meteorologist and a broadcaster. That's probably why I've done that a couple of times. Yes, I remember the van. My wife's talking about, I worked at CBS 46 when we first moved here. And we would go out chasing in that van. That was my job. It was part of my job. So whenever there was weather going on, and that was the last, I think that was the last freezing and rain event I can remember. I've deployed a couple of times, actually 5 times. So I missed some winters, but I do remember in December of 2005 covering 29 degrees and freezing rain up in Gainesville, and everything was just covered in ice. It was just really, really bad. So, and I remember just taking my sweet time coming home because the roads were so icy. They were really bad. And I was like, please don't wreck the van. Please don't wreck the van. But we did okay. We survived. All right, coming up on 5:30, I want to check out some of these. I want to go in here a little bit closer. I want to look at some of these temperatures here. These will update as we go along. So Gainesville was at 41. They're at 40, 41, 39, 30. It'll be interesting to see if Dalton's temperature drops anymore. They're at 34 right now. Okay, and let's see what the dew point's doing up that way. I'm pretty sure they're pretty saturated with the rain falling in the area. Let's take a look here. So they're at 28. So they're getting pretty close to saturation. So that means that the temperature probably can only drop maybe another degree, maybe 33, 32 degrees right in that area based off that temperature. But the dew point here, Blairsville, 17, 16, 15. It's dropped to 17 now in Gainesville. That was sitting at 19 last hour. So that's dropped. That's what I'm watching, guys. See that? This was at 19. Now it's dropped to 17. So the air's dropped out. This has dropped to 15. All right, so we're getting indications of that drier, cool air coming in here is starting to fall. So at the same time, it's a timing issue. You got the cooler, dry air coming in at the surface from the east, or coming in here with that cold air damming, and then you got the precipitation running right over the top of it, coming out from the west. So it's a little bumper car little thing going on there with these two kind of marrying up there and bringing in the potential ice there. Yes, my dear. Roswell, yes. I mean, I just showed that the icing even getting into Metro Atlanta becoming a problem there. And thank you, Tim Lewis. Tim Lewis just joined us. Thank you. Again, you look at somebody was asking about Roswell, Georgia, and again, go back over here to the map here again. You see here, Roswell sitting up somewhere here in North Fulton. Right there, you see 0.40, 0.48 there in those temperatures. That's going to be the big thing. The thing here, folks, if you do not have to be on the roads tomorrow, do not get on them, please. No need for you if you got freezing rain going on any of your locations. Yes, the western zones are not looking too bad. You guys up here where it's not showing the icing and stuff, again, the best opportunity for you to get any kind of icing is going to be this evening, and the temperatures should come up. But as long as this big old giant wedge is in place, and that's where this is, This big old giant cold wedge in here is in place. This is where the icing is going to be the worst, going even into Atlanta itself. So, but we got to watch the temperature profile very closely to see how bad that icing is going to be. And where does the heavier rain set up when it moves on in? This is clearly, this becomes an hour by hour type event. Okay, I'll move back over here. So I'm going to pull back out and... What's that, Jules?
People keep saying the wind.
Oh, the wind. Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you. Sorry. ADD boy, gotta keep me happy. Gotta talk about the wind. Yeah, let's go take a look at the wind. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me look at the wind. Hold on 1 second. Let me look at the wind here. I want to look at wind gusts here, see what they're doing going on in here. Yeah, oof, yeah. Yep, we got some winds in there. Yeah, let's talk a little bit the winds coming up here a little bit here for tonight. So let's look at the close to end here. Let's go back here. Again, we're looking at the winds here. This is, I did notice the winds were coming up earlier. Let me show this out. Again, this is at 6 o'clock tonight. It's going about 6 o'clock right about now. So there we go. And you see in 32, there's 26, 27, 30. These are wind gusts, by the way, not sustained, just gusts. 20. So what I'm looking at, I want to see what the winds are tomorrow morning. It does look like it diminishes. That's good. I mean, this is not bad. It's good. It's heavier up here, but where the icing is the bad, those winds don't look too terrible, and that's a big deal because I don't want a lot of gusty wind. Although the winds I think will come up a little bit later in the day, but at least initially, there's 20, 23, 19. I don't know. It's enough wind. The wind action is important because if we get a lot of glazing on those trees and ice and stuff, and the wind starts blowing that stuff around, even if it's getting up there a little bit, like the winds are forecasted 15 to 25. You get those wind gusts up to 25 miles an hour, shaking that ice in those trees, it's going to break those branches right off, and it's going to obviously snap some power lines and cause some problems. So that's why the winds are important. So thank you for the folks for reminding me to put the wind thing out there. I did post about that a few times. Thank you, Tyler. Tyler, for those who don't watching over there on YouTube, Tyler is my unofficial mascot, and he is my unofficial cheerleader for the channel. So he is doing his job over there to tell you guys to please subscribe to the channel and to continue to like and do all the stuff over there. I have no idea why. Maybe it's because I don't have it open all the way. It's just not showing it. I don't know why. Typically, and this is the first time I've done a live event with this on this channel, not on my Weather Nerds channel. I could usually tell what folks were doing as far as their likes and follows and all that stuff, and it's not providing me that data, so I'm not exactly sure why. So I can't look at that stuff. I can look at Facebook's, but I can't see what other folks are doing here. So, whoop, sorry about that. Get that back up. Don't turn that down. All right, let's go back with the tap here. All right, so. Yeah, so you guys keep doing, obviously y'all's we've got 304 viewers over there on YouTube, so we're doing very well over there. So you guys keep doing what you're doing. I can't see your stats. I would love to be able to tell you your stats, but it's something I'll work on for the next broadcast. Next time we have to do this. Hopefully we're doing this not for winter weather, because not unless it's a snowstorm. But give me a snowstorm, I'll be okay with that. But right now there's no imminent snowstorm coming at us, no matter what the GFS was showing yesterday's 12Z. I mentioned this earlier, folks. For folks that didn't hear, the American GFS for next weekend was basically burying Atlanta like 2 feet of snow. That's not there anymore. But I did notice that the social media trolls were posting that stuff out there, and I was like, there ain't no way in hell I'm posting that. I get accused enough for people telling me being clickbait. I damn sure we're going to post that. That's ridiculous. But anyway, let's get back over here. Right now on Facebook, we got about 120 folks out there, which is pretty standard, really, to be honest with you, because the nature of YouTube and Facebook are a little bit different. So you typically get more viewership over on YouTube than you do on Facebook because of the audience turnover, which is there. So again, but Facebook, you guys are doing really good. I see all stats. We are currently up to 789 likes, 493 comments, 66 shares. So if you're on the page, if you just came on board here, please make sure you give us a like. Make sure you're a follower on our page. Give me a comment. Let me know where you're kind of coming through. My wife's kind of going through the deck right now. She's kind of my scanner on there because I can't do everything. I want to look at everybody's stuff at the same time. So she's she's kind of working through that a little bit. Yes, dear.
Dew points are still low in northeast Georgia.
Yes, they are.
So what does that mean?
What that means is that the air is drier, and it means that the wet bulb is falling. So when the dew points are dry and the wet bulb falls, that means you're more likely to, when it does start raining, to cool your temperature down below 32 degrees. So the lower the dew point, the more likely it is for you to get temperatures down below 32 degrees. That's why that's a big deal.
How about
All right.
Peachtree City all the way across?
Peachtree City, I don't think so. I think you're too far south. Peachtree City, I think you guys you're on the periphery of the watches, mornings and stuff. You're there on the edge, but if you get anything down that way, I'd be really surprised. I know the Weather Service has you guys down there in the coverage area a little bit, but I don't think you're going to get anything too bad there. If you look at the temperatures going on down there, and but we'll go on down there and take a look at that. Oh, Duncan's already gotten mad at me. Somebody at Facebook's already got mad at me for talking Facebook and YouTube instead of the weather. I'm being fussed at already. Oh my God. Oh, I'm getting fussed at. Hey, I can't. There's no way I can satisfy everybody. It is what it is. Let's get back over to the weather tap here.
Don't take a 5-minute break, Greg.
No, I'm not going to take a break. I'm keep going.
I'm being facetious.
Okay. I'm going to take a break. Anyway. Yeah, it's dropped to 36 now up there near Cornelia. It's dropped to 36. So that precipitation's coming in. I've seen that wedge start to move now. Let's see, 35. So I'll be watching these temperatures up here in the Carolinas too. So I'll be watching these up here. And it's dropped to 33. Remember I said that wet bulb there, and it was very close to 32. So we're getting very close to freezing up here in the Dalton area. So you see it's 30 degrees up there in Chattanooga. They're getting some freezing rain up that way. And we're at 33 down in Dalton right now. So getting some, with that rain falling in there, that'll be that getting very close to getting some freezing rain. Like I said, anywhere here on the west, but it's 44 down in Rome right there. 43 down there in Dallas. 45 in Cartersville. So everybody's temperatures down here. Peachtree City, you're down here at 46 degrees. So you're a long way from freezing. So that wedge really have to build all the way down into there to become a problem down that way. Calhoun is up, but Calhoun's at 39 degrees right now. They could see some. That's possible.
Maybe.
I mean, they could see a little bit of icing, but nothing major. I'm not expecting anything major on the western part of that area. So, go back over to. So anybody in this area over here on the western part of this eye is going to be lighter, and it's going to be probably this evening will be your best window. Now, right now, let's see what hour are we getting ready to do right now. We are currently at. Let me double check something here. We are at 21Z, so we're about 3 hours till the complete model run comes in. The complete model runs are 0Z and 12Z. Okay, and that's when all the big data gets in there instead of extrapolations. The ones in between, the 6Z and the 18Z, are kind of intermediate model runs between the two. The 0Z and 12Z got all the great data. Everything's kind of into those ones. So as we get toward the 8, 9 o'clock hour tonight, we'll be paying a real close attention to those, to the 0Z data runs coming in on the NAM, the HRR, the rapid response one, and we'll look at all of those to kind of take a look and see how they're behaving, how they're progressing as far as precipitation and or the particular icing that may happen in those areas. Now, what we're watching right now is, again, this heavier precipitation now coming across Alabama and coming out of Mississippi. So here's this heavier precipitation here, making its way across and it's kind of moving up in this direction. At the same time, we got that wedge starting to build in. You see the temperatures have dropped off there a little bit. It's been a little slower than what I was expecting. For example, I thought Gainesville by 5 o'clock would be somewhere around 36, and we're only at 40. So hasn't really dropped off yet, but it's 36 just up the road, not too far away. So I was off by about 25 miles, so no soup for me. But it's working its way in. Winder's at 39. So again, these three are the trifecta of the whole Thank you for the star there. I appreciate that. The trifecta right there of those temperatures in that area there, northeast metro Atlanta. I kind of watch those religiously when it comes to seeing the progression of the wedge moving in. But the heavy precipitation will be moving in here for tonight, and that's when things will get interesting. And then there's another round coming in toward dawn. And then we get a little bit of a break before the main action comes in. And then we got to watch the potential for severe weather, believe it or not. For those who don't know this, let me make sure they have not updated this real quick, because sometimes they update it when I wasn't looking. So I want to make sure nope, this hasn't changed. So areas that Peachtree City, you guys are watching down there, Peachtree City, you guys are under marginal risk for severe weather tomorrow. Tomorrow, yeah. Peachtree City, Griffin, LaGrange, Barnville, going down to Macon, South Metro Atlanta here, and even up here, which is interesting. See Lawrenceville, which is going to get ice and wedge, because hear rumbles of thunder tomorrow. Athens could get a little thunder tomorrow. So again, we're getting to severe. Most of the severe weather will be down to the south, but this is a pretty good squall line that's going to come through tomorrow. And again, areas that are going to get ice, you might hear a little thunder. It's interesting because the temperature profile across Georgia tomorrow is going to be somewhere like 50 degrees in some respects. I mean, real big spread of temperatures here. And I can show you that real quick. Let me go back here to the model here. Let me go back to this. Hold on. Let me get back to this real quick. And I'm going to switch over to the temperature profile here. And I'm going to go to the 18Z, which goes out longer. So hold on 1 second. See that cold air looking in there? Look at these temperatures. I mean, well into the set. Columbus shoots up into 70 degrees here. Oops, get over there. Look at those. Hey, thank you, Richard. Welcome on board. I mean, just look at those temperatures. Just unreal. Zach. Hey, Zach. 77 down in Albany, but 31 up there in Gainesville. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So that's why we're going to have the War Admiral. I think it says War Admiral. Hey, good to see you, War Admiral. But I mean, the 80 down here near the tip of Georgia. So that's 50 degrees right there. So we're literally going to have these extremes across the state by almost 50 degrees. But this goes on by, and then the bottom drops out, and that's why it's going to be so cold going into Monday morning. So very, very cold. And then you got to look at the air temperature of the wind chills. That's going to be pretty bad. Look at see all these are all below zero wind chills. Look at this. It's huge. Coming into the state, you got wind chill there tomorrow morning in Blairsville, 11, 16 there in Canton, 17 down in Atlanta, 18 down at Peachtree City, 22 there in Gainesville. Just really cold. It even gets even colder there. 9 o'clock, it's showing 9, 15, 19, 16, 17, 11. Just bitterly cold. That's the wind chill going into Monday morning. So it's going to be quite bad in those areas. Jake just joined us. Hey, Jake, welcome aboard. Whoops. Don't want to keep doing that. Doggone it. All right. Go back over with a tap here. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to take my first little boys break. So if y'all could bear with me for a second, I'm going to pull this radar back out here for a second. And I'm going to mute my microphone because I don't want to be rude. But I'm not going anywhere. Just going to get this full out so you guys can see the whole picture here. There we go. And just give me 1 second. I will be right back. And we're going to be staying here a long time. All right. Be right back. Hey guys, how many guys get fussed at by their wife for not eating? Give me some food. I'm like, I'm eating it. I'll get to it eventually. How y'all doing out there? Hey, we're coming up on 6 o'clock here real soon. We are starting to get the precipitation moving on through. And things are going to really pick up tonight, guys. Things are going to really get a little bit dicey, a bit icy. As we see these temperatures back here. See, like I got 30 degrees up here. 36. I'm going to really watch these closely. See how they dropped to 36 there. I know these. There's 37. It's dropped another degree there. And over toward Winder. So it's we're starting to see the 30s really start to increase there across northeast Georgia. And the dew points being as low as they are with that heavier precipitation moving in here tonight, that's going to cool that column of air down quite a bit. So, yes, dear.
There's a lady, her daughter's in Cleveland, Tennessee, is a nurse, and she has to work at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Do you know about Cleveland, Tennessee?
Yeah, they're going to warm up. There's, in fact, I expected Cleveland to warm up into the 40s sometime tomorrow. There's a warm surge coming up in that area, but it may be a little icy in the morning.
Okay.
So, anyway, trying to help everybody out there. Yeah, can't help everybody out here. We'll just got to do the best we can do. Hey, guys, how y'all doing? All right. Hello from Chatsworth. Diane Farley's one of my favorite folks. She's one of our big subscribers here, and I'm her favorite meteorologist. I'm going through a couple of these. Thank you, Lisa. Oops, excuse me. Sorry. Apologize. Thank you for the stars sent. Thank you very much. Again, for those who don't know about the Stars Party program that Facebook does, whenever y'all do a Stars donation, they're cents, so 20 cents, 99 cents, that kind of thing. Facebook kind of matches a little bit of it. What's that? I didn't see Jimmy. Jimmy Doyle, thank you. Oh, there's Jimmy. I had to go up a little bit more. Had to keep scrolling. And appreciate you guys checking us out there. But we're trying to do a good job here. I'm trying to build this channel. I tell you, if you had told me a year ago, or actually more than a year ago, last year we were covering. Remember, we had the 2 winter events last year. And my first page was just taken off. We had about 35,000 on that first page. I lost my first page to a hacker. I didn't know a lot of stuff that I know now when it comes to Facebook. And they were pretending to be a Facebook employee. They weren't. And basically disabled my whole page. Life was hell. Facebook was hell for a while. So I had to launch a second page. Launched a second page, did that for about 2 months. And then one of the Atlanta TV stations came after me because the naming of that original page, which had First Alert in it, was copyrighted. Didn't know that. So they blew up the Facebook lawyer, they blew that page up. So this is my third attempt to do what I'm trying to do here. I had gone to a weather conference last December. So now we're kind of hitting our stride. We're making earnings to put back into the channel to upgrade our equipment, to get everything going here properly. And hopefully be able to build you guys a good channel. Now, if everything goes as we hope to, as we get into severe weather season, you guys will have the opportunity to download a weather app, the North Georgia Majestic weather app. It's going to be backed by a company called Barron Services out of Huntsville. And they work with a digital meteorologist all across the country to provide this service. So it'll have forecasts. It'll have my little blogs on there. It'll eventually have a link to the 24-hour weather channel, which will be streamed on YouTube as well as on Roku and on Apple TV. So that's the end state goal. What do we get there by the end of the year? I'm hoping we will, especially with the success of this broadcast here tonight. So it's very important for you guys to make sure you give us a like and follow. I know our trend's doing pretty good there over on YouTube. We're still kind of holding pretty good there. Facebook's been kind of dwindling a little bit. So it's very important for you guys, before you guys go, please give us a like, subscribe. Like YouTube, you guys are doing great over there. And please make sure you leave your comments and stuff. I see Lula say it's raining in Lula right now. I'm going to be surprised to get a little sprinkles in there. Again, we got to watch this very, very, very closely. Let me go back to internet. Yes, dear.
Oh, this is near and dear to your heart. Brittany has a son going to Army basic training on Tuesday in Forest Park. What do you think about his travel?
When's he on Tuesday?
Oh, Tuesday.
He might be okay. He's that's the MEP station down at Fort Gillem. So, I actually went to that Fort Gillem, that MEP station there, and when I went to basic a long time ago, 1990, I had to go through that place. So hopefully he should be okay. I think the weather should be cleared up by then. It'll just be cold, and hopefully the icing won't be a problem down there. So Gainesville is dropped to 36. Okay, so no, I'm sorry, that's Commerce. I thought that was Gainesville. I wish Gainesville dropped to 36 because I had forecasted that earlier. But Cornelia is still at 36. 39, Winder's at 37. So we're starting to see those 30s start to really pull up in here. Let's see what the dew points are doing here. Look at this again. And for those who don't know, that's what we're watching here is 17, 19. And Atlanta's been holding at 23 for a while. They're not really moving on. This heavy precipitation down here is starting to develop down here toward Franklin. Seeing the darker colors coming in here. This heavy precipitation will start cooling the atmosphere down, and that's what we're watching tonight. Is the atmosphere start cooling down as that precipitation moves into that drier air. Boy, look at it! Wow! This is really dropping off now. Yeah, I told you once the sun set that dry air was going to start moving. Check that out. Dew point 9, 16. Yeah, now it's down to 12 here, so it's starting to move here. Yeah, dew point, that was not 9 before. I see 9 up there. So that now that the sun's setting down, we're getting late in the day. Hey, welcome aboard there, Saka. It's starting to work its way in. So it's like watching two cars heading toward each other. We got the precipitation on one end, we got the dry air on the other, and they're coming together, and they're gonna collide right over northeast Georgia, especially. And the result of that's going to be a freezing rain, headache, nightmare, pain in the butt, whatever kind of acronym you want to use to describe it, as this heavier precipitation is now about halfway through the state now. So it is coming up on 6 o'clock. So yeah, things I think here in the next few hours, especially once this heavier precipitation makes it across the state line and starts moving into that drier air that's moving in from the west. I mean, from the northwest, these dew points are really dropping off. Check this out, man. Wow. I knew it was getting close, but man, there's 8, 9, 9, 12, 7, 4, 2. I saw a -2 up there earlier, but this is starting to work its way down. This dry air is working its way down into northeast Georgia. And as that, obviously the precipitation is moving in from the west. So what's that? Hey, Tara. Oh, okay. Oh, the star donation. Thank you. I'll take a look at that here. Who is it? It's here. Cobb. Yeah, Cobb. Hey, listen, Angie, the last model deck we were looking at for Cobb was suggesting a half-inch of freezing rain near you. Now, the new model's chewing right now. We'll go look at that here in just a second. Well, heck, I guess I could do it right now. I got nothing else better to do. We're waiting on the upgrades as things go along. So let me pull that up for you real quick. I'll show you the map. I want to make sure I give you. I'm here to serve you guys. That's what I'm here for. So hold on one second. Oh, Diane, I know her. She's been and Tara. Yes, hold on. Let me get back here. All right, Jules, let's get back over here.
Justin Henderson?
No, don't remember that.
Okay.
All right.
He might be Army. Love your brother.
All right, let's go. All right, let's go over here. Let's go over here to the models here real quick. Again, I'm going to pull up. Let me go to the state view, actually. All right. States, and go to Georgia. And here we go. All right, so this is the last model run. To make sure this is the latest run here. Let me get shipped down to the state view. All right, here we go. All right. So this is the 19Z run. Make sure I got the latest on it. Doesn't look right. That's a little later. All right, that's 22. So we got to go back one. All right, this is the latest one. Make sure we have the right one on there. So over in Cobb County, what that's showing up right there is showing just under a half-inch of ice over there by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. To your north, up there in Bartow, showing 3/4 of an inch. 3/4 of an inch over near Gainesville. Half an inch there near Lawrenceville. Just over half inch there in Winder. 3/4 inch up near Toccoa. Just north of Commerce, you're looking at just over a half inch. Looks like right along that Interstate 20 corridor, showing about maybe it got a 1/4 inch in there. Again, it all depends on the strength of the wedge, how it moves in, how it progresses, and the precipitation, and where that all sets up. We're talking tens of miles tracking we're trying to do here on this. So that is very fine-tuned forecasting there. It's I say this all the time. We are in nowcast mode. We are now watching everything there. Hey Cheryl, welcome aboard there. Cheryl Brookover just joined us over on YouTube. All right, so we're doing some really amazing stuff here, and I am very grateful to be here with you guys tonight. It is a pleasure to be able to do this. I did 30 years in the military. I did 10 years on active duty. I did 5 years deployed away from my family. And part of the problem that I always had was that my TV career and my military career were never really compatible. When I first came here to Atlanta, I came to CBS at 46 before I became Atlanta News First. And it was a great job. Loved it. Was there for 2 years. Just absolutely loved it. I had a Weather Chase van, was on a lot. It was a great job. Then in 2007, I got deployed to Iraq. It's part of the surge. Came back, and everything about my job was gone. It was changed, and I was turned into somebody that was not on air as much. I was more of a managing role. They slid me into what they call a managing role, which turned out to be a bunch of BS. And they called it, huh? Yeah, don't say the name. But anyway, that caused me to get out of the get out for about 3 years. I did 3 years military, did a tour in Afghanistan, and then what happened there was 2011 happened. That was this tornado outbreak across the country. Hey, Jack, good to see you there, brother. And so because of 2011, I wasn't ready to throw in the towel. I almost went regular Army. And so I went to Columbus, Georgia, and worked there as a meteorologist, did 3 years there, and I was getting ready to move my family down, and I had the rug pulled out from under me again. Different news director, one who hired me left, new one comes in, different set of priorities, and I didn't get re-signed. And at that point, I said, I'm too old for this. I'm a lieutenant colonel. Let me just go play Army for the rest of as long as I can, and I did. And I retired, and then I came back here. I got a great retirement because of it. And it's getting on my tonsils. I can't eat that. So so now here I am. I mean, year into this thing, finally got my channel going great. You guys are awesome. Great watchers, great viewers. You appreciate what I'm trying to do here. And then, here comes David Chanley calling, who I've known over the years. Hey, Greg, can you come freelance and fill in weather at Fox? I said, yeah, sure, I can do that. I go down there. It wasn't a job interview. It was like, hey, you're interested in doing it? I said, yeah, I can do it. And I said, okay, here you go. Go ahead and do that. And I said, well, as long as you have any problem with me doing this, which they said they didn't. And here we are. I mean, I never thought I would be back doing Atlanta TV again and doing this at my age. Just shows that you can never start over. Let's put it that way. Never start over. Okay, enough about me. Let's get back into the weather here. I don't want to bore people to death. More, was that get the stars? Jonathan Morgan, thank you. I appreciate you guys with the stars. Again, the star program is a great thing that Facebook does here. It's a great way to support the channel, but it's also a great way to, they also contribute a little bit too as well. Again, every dime, every cent that I make I don't spend it. It doesn't come to me. I don't use it. I don't go fishing with it. I don't buy me a new car with it. I don't do any of that stuff. Every last penny goes back into this channel. To run this channel the way I want to run it, I got to generate $4,000 income a month just to cover all the data fees. That's the weather data fees. That's the streaming service fees. That's the app data fees. That's all the web services and all that stuff that we do. All that costs money. So that's what we're trying to work toward. So again, just know that I do not keep anything on this. So.
Livonia.
What's that?
Livonia.
Well, look it up. We just saw the temperature just dropped to 38 now in Gainesville. Gainesville just dropped to 38. So we're still about 6 degrees away from freezing. 36 up there near Cornelia. Blairsville's dropped to 38 now. So we're starting to see these temperatures drop here across the east, starting to see the 30s start to increase here. I'll really start paying attention when we drop below 35. When we drop below 35, look, it dropped to 32 now. They're up there in Dalton. Dalton dropped to 32. But look at the temperature in Rome. It's 48 degrees there. I always hate that stick because it always seems so warm. I don't know why it always seems warmer than everything else. Cartersville's at 45. So this is right.
Near Lake Hartwell.
Okay, yeah, that's a prime freezing zone. That's Livonia up there near Lake Hartwell. That is going to be a very hot and heavy icing event. Now let's go over here to Alabama here, guys. I'm gonna pull back out here a little bit here. Again, look at it's 31 up there in Huntsville, 32 there near Coleman. Look at that. See this boundary they've kind of pushed in here because of the temperature difference. Look at the difference, like 51, 32. You got this heavy rain here that's halfway through the state of Alabama now as of 6 o'clock. So that is going to continue to move off toward the east, and as that dry air is kind of moving into place. So we got to watch closely to see exactly how that's going to move on in. All right. So I'm just kind of thinking here as I'm looking at this. I'm just trying to separate the timing here. So it looks like this is going to be it's going to be really, really close as far as it looks like. I'm thinking 8, 9 o'clock. I think we're going to start seeing some icing here pretty soon here in the next couple hours. Just kind of looking at how things are progressing there. So let me go back over here real quick. Yeah, bear with me while I'm looking at some stuff here. I'm just looking at some stuff. And you're going to hear something here for a second. I got to.
Good Saturday morning, everybody.
Oh, go away. Nobody wants to hear you, dummy. In fact, I'll tell you what. I'll just mute that for a second. I'm looking at something here.
Good Saturday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Greg Majeski back with you here in the North Georgia Majestic Weather Studios with your Weather on the Go forecast here on your January 24th, 2026. Brought to you by our friends at Family Tax Prep. Fast, friendly, family focused. Use the discount code Majestic.
We've been married almost 30 years, so she's part of this too. She puts up with me, and everything goes on with this. So we do what we got to do anyway. So anyway, I got to I have to do a little housekeeping here as we're now in the 6 o'clock hour. This hour is brought to us by our business partner here, Family Tax Prep. Fast, friendly, family-focused tax services. If you use the discount code Majestic, you'll receive $30 off on this year's taxes. That's Family Tax Prep. They're our Weather on the Go sponsor, and we want to thank them for being a sponsor here on the channel. We got 3 advertiser sponsors here on our channel. And like I said, we're just kind of getting things going. And I want to thank them for coming on board and helping us out. And for that, go back over to the chat. I'm going to put their little link here in the chat description here for you. So if we're getting near tax time, tax season just around the corner, there's their Facebook page and their link to their Facebook site. So if you need help with your taxes, look them up. All right. All right. Housekeeping done. Let's move on. Moving on. I was in a movie. Can't remember the name of that movie. But, it dropped to 39 there in Ball Ground, too. So we're starting to see the temperature start to fall here now. 37 Winder. What's the dew? Let me look at the dew points again. I'm going to look at dew points. It's like, you're always looking at dew points. Yeah, because it's important. Believe me, it's important. Holding at 18. Kind of holding their own there. 9. Oof, that's just really dry. All right, turn that back off. We'll come back to that later. Let me see if the new model data is in. Bear with me for a second. I'll check on that. That's why I put the temperature back on. All right. So, hey, let me see here. We're up to 852 likes on Facebook. 572 comments. Y'all are rocking it over there. 72 shares. Thank you on Facebook. Y'all keep rocking it over there. And also over on YouTube, y'all keep doing great. Y'all keep rolling that subscriber count up. Maybe we'll get to 4,000 on the subscriber thing. That'd be pretty cool to hit that for this. Be pretty cool. That'd be like halfway to my first page. We did that in a week. Whew, amazing. Amazing stuff. All right, let's go look at, I want to look at the model data here. I want to look and see if the new data is here, if the 22Z is done yet here. No, we're about halfway through it. All right, we're about halfway through it right now. So we will see what it says here shortly. Oh, I'll be glad to get my new desk. This desk is just rickety. You bump it, it just moves all over the place. So anyway, here's our latest warnings. No changes on this. Again, everybody here across North Georgia is under that ice storm warning. Everybody knows that. That purple zone along the periphery, that's the winter weather advisories, just in case the icing gets a little bit further south than what's anticipated there. The western zones, y'all are going to see your icing probably this evening. We'll see how it works out there a little bit. Then the temperatures are slated to come up toward dawn. But everybody across the northeast zones up against those mountains, depending on how far east that wedge gets, those zones in here, this is where the heaviest icing is going to be. All right? That's what you got to look for. So as we go in for tonight, we're going to continue to watch these cameras and stuff here. It's getting a little late in the day there. Oh, look, yeah. Oh, they're down to 30 degrees now. Just saw that. Brasstown Bald is at 30, and now the cloud deck's completely dropped in there now. You can't even see anything. So probably got a little bit of freezing, glazing going up there on the mountain right now. Helen, 37 degrees in Helen right now. A little bit of that easterly breeze blowing in through there right now. So Helen's telling me I got to change that. I got to copy that thing over. Blairsville, looking a little looking good there. Let me go ahead and start that camera. That's one I'm going to have to start manually. For whatever reason, the resort cams took down 2 cameras yesterday. I think they did that because they didn't want them to get damaged. So there's Blairsville. So I had these 2 here. Sky Valley. Oh, Blairsville came back up. There it is, 39 degrees there. So Sky Valley's down. Brasstown Bald, you can't see jack. So the cloud deck is lowering there. And Helen's there. So we'll keep watching those. We got a couple other cameras we're watching as well. We got Lake Lanier. And this will update here in a second. Let me get this back on refresh. There it goes. And you see there, the cloud deck is starting to lower. And then once I lose the sunlight, I won't be able to tell what the cloud deck's doing. I'll just have to kind of extrapolate a little bit. We got UGA campus. Beautiful night there at Athens tonight. Looking pretty good as the clouds there. Cloudy day. Looking over toward Dahlonega at the UNG campus. Still see the mountains off in the distance there. Here at 611. Hiawassee getting a little rain. Yep, that one shocked me. Let's go up there and take a look at Hiawassee real quick. I'll go up on the radar real quick. We'll check on that. Let me get back up here to my weather tab. There we go. So let's go here to interactive mode here.
Say thank you to the Barnes family in Flowery Branch.
Okay.
Terry Barnes.
Terry Barnes, thank you. Appreciate it there. Flower Bunch. Yeah, we get some rains up there now. Up there in Hiawassee. You've seen a little bit of winter mix up there in Rabun County. Seen some of that rain moving on here. So we're getting reports of rain in there. Mineral Bluff might be getting some rain as well. Just that initial precipitation moving on through. We're watching the Blairsville temperature pretty good. They're at 38. Dalton's at 32. LJ's at 41 right now. Toccoa 37, Cornelia 36, Gainesville 38. So we got to watch this precipitation down here. This is coming up from the south. So this is some heavier stuff. So we got to track this. Now, the reason why we want to watch this looks like some moderate rain here. As this continues to move up to the north and east, as it runs in that dry air, it's going to force those temperatures to drop. So we're going to get these waves of precipitation that'll be rolling through the area. And as it does so, the temperatures are going to slowly drop off. So these typically depending on the sticks, some of them do it on a half hour, some of them do it every 5 minutes. They're all a little different. And I honestly, off the top of my head, couldn't tell you which ones are every few minutes and which ones aren't. What's good about the Gainesville stick, I'm glad they got it fixed. The thing was malfunctioning for a little while. And I was filling it at Fox, and it was going a little bit bonkers from the temperature there. Turn that back up there. Oops. I see the mute button's on. There it goes. Come on. Oh, well, first of all, grab the right remote, dummy. There you go. Right remote. So anyway, yeah, we're going to watch this precipitation down here south of town is really starting to pick up a little bit. So we're getting more yellow in there and green. So we'll watch the temperatures and see what it does into relationship to those that rain moving on in. Yeah, I need to. I tell you what I'll do, guys. I will do a posting here on. I'll do it on my phone. I'll do it here. It'll be easier to do this. What I'm going to do here is, let's see, post. I'll do it right here. tonight and Sunday. So I'm doing is I'm putting a little post out on Facebook. So if you guys have any pictures of any icing that takes place in your area, just go over to the main page there and you will see where I just posted this. Post your ice photos here tonight and Sunday, North Georgia. So that's what I'm putting right there right now. You'll be surprised how crazy that'll go. I did that for a little snow, a little thing. It goes absolutely crazy. It gets a lot of traction there. Hey, got Phyllis watching from Lawrenceville and Buford. Good to see you there, Phyllis.
Oh, Jonathan Morgan's asked about White Rydell. R-Y-D-A-L?
Don't know that.
White?
White County?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's in Rydell. Yeah, White County. That's prime zone, buddy. If you go with what the models were showing, that was where some of the heaviest icing on the models that we were seeing, and we're going to look at the new one here in just a little bit, was showing up in that area. It was basically Dawson, Lumpkin, White, Habersham, Rabun, kind of Northern Hall, over to Stevens. That's where the heaviest icing was showing there. I'm going to show you that here in a second once I get the full new model run in here up. Let me check and see how far in we are. It was about halfway through. Yeah, that is currently we're 10 hours into it, so we're not quite. Give me about another 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes at tops. That should be all in there. That usually goes pretty quick. Yeah, we're going to talk about that county. So that's Rydell's. I think Rydell's in White.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a city, I believe. So. Anyhow, just give me a few more minutes and we'll wait for that model to chew a little bit. Yeah, this stuff's moving pretty good, man. I'm really interested to see what this heavier precipitation does as it crosses the state line. And again, you're seeing the precipitation start to increase in intensity down here. What it does to the temperatures up in here. We got temperatures there in the middle upper 30s with dew points down in the teens. That's going to drop that wet bulb down quite a bit. There is a formula out there. I wish this thing plotted wet bulbs. That'd be nice if it did. That's something I gotta investigate for future use. The wet bulb is where what the temperature will be when it's completely 100% saturated. So you take the dew point and you take the temperature, and the wet bulb is what it is when it's saturated. So what we're going to be watching tonight is to see what that saturation point is. Is it going to be 30 degrees or is it going to be 28 degrees? And believe me, the amount of icing on the roadways especially goes up significantly when we're talking about a temperature of 27, 28 degrees as compared to 30, 31 degrees. It just makes a huge difference. So a few differences there can make all the difference in the world. So please, that's what we're going to be watching here. Again, folks, anywhere anywhere, especially across Northeast Georgia, coming in from Clayton, going over toward Jasper, and down toward Roswell, especially the prime northeast zones. If you do not go on the roads unless it's like an emergency or something, like you lost an arm or something, do not go on those roads tomorrow. They're going to be really, really bad, and we're going to really watch that tonight. One of the tools that we're kind of using to watch that is they do have they put this in after. Y'all remember Snowmageddon in 2014, right? Y'all remember that, right? That was a big thing. Back in 2014, in January 2014, where the roads turned to ice. It was so bitterly cold, and there was very light snow, and it just froze. It melted and froze on contact, became a big ice sheet. So what we have right now is we've got this network of sensors out all across Georgia to monitor the road conditions. So let me pull back out here a little bit. So you can see right there in the map, see all those dots? Those are all the different sensors in the roads indicating what the temperatures are in those locations. So we can go up here to up near Cornelia. The temperature has dropped to 36. What we got? Charlie Tracy. Thank you for the stars. Thank you. So what we're looking at right here is this is the sensor. So what you're going to look for, you look up here, this is the actual road temperature sensor. Now, even though it's been cloudy all day today, it's been cloudy, the roads still will absorb ultraviolet radiation coming through the clouds. All right, so that's why the road temperature is sitting at 50 degrees. Here at this particular sensor drop, it's sitting about 39, but the dew point sitting there at 15. So when it starts to rain, what we're going to do when we watch these sensors, they're going to start dropping off. Okay, and eventually this temperature, which is your air temperature, and your dew point, they're going to meet up. And wherever they meet up there is likely, you see that red line here? This is the freezing line right there. So if it starts getting down into those zones between 25 and 30 degrees, we're going to have some serious problems. That's when the icing on the roads become a real headache. Now, if it stays in this criteria, if it stays just here, just barely below that line, if it stays right in there to between 30 and 32, I think you're okay for the most part. But if it gets into this zone, then we're talking about some serious icing on the roads. We're still going to have that, by the way, come Monday, because with all this heavy rain that's expected to move through the area, and even though there's going to be windy, that should dry off a lot. We're going to have enough runoff, I think, from ponding on rivers, on bridges and overpass, and everything else. We're going to have black ice all over the place, I think, on Monday morning because of just how fast the temperatures drop off and how cold it gets on the wake of the storm moving on out of here. So we're going to come back and keep checking on those road conditions here as we go through the night. Let me go over here where it's been raining a little bit, up near the Dalton area here. Let's check out, see what the road temperatures are doing here. Colder, sitting there at 38, 39 degrees there. Air temperature sitting right at the freezing mark. So you see this over here. So this is colder. It's 39 degrees there. And you see the air temperature sitting right at freezing. But the dew point sitting down here in the 20s. So it could still drop a little more if the temperature drops a little bit more. So that's what we're watching over on the road conditions. And we do have the DOT cameras. We'll be watching these and monitoring these for tonight as well. Let's go back here to the main. I'm going to go shut this down. We'll come back to that in a minute. All right, let me go back over here to the radar, the main radar site here. Again, this is the main Doppler radar here. So this is really where the other radar is kind of a composite. This one kind of shows everything that's there. So let me get on the right one. That's the wrong one. I'm on the wrong shot here. There we go. So you can see where the steady rains are definitely running right along the border here. You got a little cluster of some rain down here to the south. The heavy rain here to the west. Okay, so if I go over here to the Birmingham radar, this is, I could tell by looking at the radar representation, this stuff is clearly falling as snow aloft. It's got a fuzzy look to it, but what's happening is that it's falling as snow and it's just melting as soon as it gets down. So it's falling as some snow, but it's just plain old cold rain out there right now. So, but the Georgia one, let's go back over here to this one. So we still got a little ways for this to kind of cross the interstate here. Who's that? Gene Scott. Thank you, Gene. Thank you for the stars. So, but we'll go back over to the composite. Again, I can look at some of these temperatures here. I'm going to check some of these. Rockdale's at 42 degrees. Let's check out some of these temperature sensors up here. So we got 43 there in Bartow County. That's the western zone. I'm not worried about them too much. 39 over there in Cherokee right now. Don't know if it's 28. That's up in Pickens County. That's showing 28 degrees. If that's true, I got a funny feeling that sensor might be a little cold, but we'll see about that. That's in Pickens County. I don't think it's that cold. I think that sensor's misreading that. Was that the one I just did? Yeah, that's what I just did there. Let's go to the one next to it. Let's try this one. Yeah, it's more like a 39. I think you can add 10 degrees to that temperature. I think it's off. Notice the winds are coming up, though. It's a little breezy up there in Pickens County. See the camera shaking a little bit? Definitely a bit windy. And seeing some sprinkles in the air. I'm not sure if I don't think that's snow, but that's a little sprinkles. 39.5 degrees, dew point 16. So that air is very dry. Let's go over here toward Cumming. Cumming's at 39 degrees here at the Chick-fil-A. Dew point at 20. Cumming at Silver Creek. Looks like they don't have a reporting station there on that one. Let's go here northern Hall County, northwest Hall County, 39 degrees, dew point sitting at 17. And then Raymond County up here in extreme northeast Georgia, they're at freezing, 32 degrees there, dew point at 19. So Raymond County High School is already at 32 degrees. So if we get any precipitation up that way real soon, it won't take long. It'll start icing up there. Raymond County is one of the areas that probably is going to see some of the heavier icing events coming out of Raymond County and going up this way, going over toward Lumpkin County. Let's go back over here too. Go back to the weather tape here. While I got that up, I'm gonna go back over here and check the model data real quick. Okay, 22Z is all the way in. All right, we can go take a look at the latest high resolution model. All right, I'm gonna keep an eye on that time so I can remember the time. All right, let's see here. Let's look at the. Hey, this is one thing you can't do at a TV station. Just saying. All right, let's go here. Let me switch you over here real quick. Going to Model 2. Yeah. So going all the way out here, this is going out to 11 o'clock in the morning. All right, so let's highlight what this model's kicking out icing-wise. Noticing it's getting heavier here to the west now, but it's showing 3/4 inch there in Bartow, 3/4 inch there in Lawrenceville, 3/4 inch there in Gainesville, over 3/4 inch there into over there in Oconee. Look at all these half-inch rings here in Cobb County and South Fulton County. 3/4 inch up there in near Toccoa. So these are substantial. Again, anything over a half inch and we're running into problems. I just answered that question.
Should we worry about the wind?
Somebody's
like really worried about the wind.
All right, the wind right now is supposed to die down a little bit. I'll show you the wind here. The winds are up. The reason why folks are worried about the wind is because they're worried about the icing. It's right now the winds are up a little bit, but they should die down here overnight a little bit. And so let me do that real quick. I'll show you the wind. We'll look at the winds real quick. All right, we're looking at wind gusts. So yeah, that's so right now here at 10 o'clock at night, I was noticing that the cameras were shaking there over in Pickens County, and you see the winds up here are growing, wind gusts up to 35, 40 miles per hour. So there's some pretty good winds up in that area. You're seeing 30 over here near Gainesville a little bit. So, but as we go toward tomorrow morning when the icing is going to be at its worst, the winds do die down a bit here, especially in the eastern zones where it's going to be bad. So you notice by 7 o'clock in the morning, still got 20 mile per hour winds in here. That's a little nervous. 16 over here, and you still got some higher winds back here. The winds are going to be coming from this way, while the winds this way are coming from this way. So there'll be a little warm up out ahead as it's kind of going around the periphery of that cold air wedge. So definitely, there'll definitely be a little wind, and that will play a factor. If the trees get iced up good enough, you get a little bit of swing with just a little bit of wind. Yeah, you get some trees that could fall. They get branches that could snap and things like that. So that's something to keep a watchful eye on. But again, let's go back to the reflectivity. I want to show I didn't show the reflectivity on this one, so let's go ahead and show you this. Let me back this up here a little bit. Let me go back to the proper look here, the type. All right. So here's the latest grid. Watch it. Again, we're seeing that precipitation right now. This is at the 7 o'clock hour. So this is the next 30 minutes. Again, we saw up there in Raven County, they were up near 32 degrees. So we're getting a little bit of that freezing right there at 7 o'clock showing up on that model. And it picks up. See, it spread as we get toward 10 o'clock. So that's why as I was watching that, you get that moderate rain going up that way. And the dew points where they're sitting at, the temperature sitting in mid-upper 30s, I think we start seeing the temperature drop toward freezing as we head toward 10 o'clock. Now, you see that main rain, look at it, that's heavier rain coming into there by 5 o'clock. Thank you, Jim Bob, appreciate it. You see that heavier rain there at 6 o'clock. This is really good. That's some heavier precipitation. What do we call it, heavy rain, but heavy precipitation at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I see why it's showing so much of that stuff, showing the icing problem. Now, as we get to 11 o'clock, you notice over here we got this line of thunderstorms over here That line should be coming across our area, say about 2, 3 o'clock. But you still see the icing in here. That wedge is going to hold on there as long as it possibly can. It usually does. And what typically goes is the low will kind of rotate right around it. It'll kind of bounce off it and go down to south and kind of go around the periphery of that high a little bit. So, yeah, so the icing looks like that continues across a lot of northeast Georgia here going up to 11 o'clock. With some more heavy rains moving in for that. Hopefully the temperatures will come up a little bit. Let's look at the temperature profile here. That's the other part of this equation on this. So I'm going to look at the temperatures here. Let me back that up. So, all right. So you see the temperatures there. Toccoa to 10 o'clock. We got temperatures up here. We got 30, 32. Here's 32 over in Canton. 31 up in Blairsville. So again, I'm watching to see if we get more 20s in here or not. And they drop off. Yeah. See the 27, 29 degree threshold in there? 28, 29. That really is making a big deal here. Look at these back here though. 24, 23, 23. Wow. Some really cold temperatures there. This precip coming in here. So it does go in the upper 20s. Atlanta's right around 30. That I've seen that so many times. God knows I've covered enough of these over the years. And then we see that here comes that warm front coming in, but the temperatures don't budge. 11 o'clock, we're still holding below freezing here across a lot of the eastern zones here, quite a bit, even though they got that warm surge coming at us. All right, so let's look at this one. Let's go over to...
I have a question. Is elevation a factor?
Elevation, yes.
Yeah, Tara is in Union County. It's 33 degrees. How is...
Okay, it might be one of those situations where traditionally when we have like precipitation and things that are going on, the higher the elevation, obviously the temperature drops. But it might be one of those situations because the cold air is so shallow and we got warm air coming over the top, where the higher your elevation, the milder the temperature is. Keep in mind what the profile is that as you go up in altitude, the temperature comes up. So areas like Suches, for example, they're at 3,000 feet or so, may not have any icing at all because they're up higher. All right, so the elevation does play a factor there. There have been many a time where we've gotten ice storms and the higher elevations didn't get anything because they were warmer. All right. Let's look here. I'm looking at the other model here. I want to look at a couple of these other. This is the other high resolution model. This is the 18Z there. This is also showing temperatures in the upper 20s in that zone. Yeah, very similar. All right. So we're going to keep looking at the high resolution model there. We got about two more hours before the 0Z starts chewing, because we're on 22 right now. So we got 2 more hours, and then the 0Z runs comes in. The 0Z will be the full complement of every bit of data that's available. Okay, the full data runs are 0Z and 12Z. 12 hours. There's a couple of intermediate ones called 6Z and 18Z, and Z means Zulu time, by the way. That's just a local time reference. Okay, everybody uses Zulu time. So that's what we're waiting to see. That's what we're waiting to see, a couple more hours to see what happens with that. So watching the temperatures, that's the big thing. We got about 30 more minutes till the hourlies kind of update a little bit. So we'll see what those temperatures are doing at that time. Ooh, all right. That's what makes it. Yeah, okay, Aaron. I see that. Such as... Oh, the winter of 2010, 11. That was a bad winter. That was the 2010, 2011 was the one that brought snow on Christmas Day, around Christmas Day. And then they had that big snow event that dropped a whole lot of heavy, like 7-8 inches of snow in a lot of places. And it stayed really cold for the rest of the week. So the snow didn't melt at all for like a week. So schools were like out for like a week across Georgia. That 2011, 2012, look at it. Tornado warning. No, there's nothing on the tornado warning. It's 0. Yeah. So right now, as far as the severe weather, there is a tornado element with this severe weather element, but not going to impact North Georgia for tomorrow. So let me show you that here. This is for tomorrow. Again, you see that down here, because of how warm it's going to be down to the south, they do have a slight risk for severe weather down there. Nothing other. Got general thunderstorm threat there today, day 2. And there is a slight tornado risk with this. That's down here in the Brown area. So from Montgomery over to Albany, Dothan, down across the Florida Panhandle. It's a squall line, so there could be a spin up along that area. Nothing in our area up this way per se, but the wind threat gets a little bit closer here up across areas just south of Metro Atlanta. Peachtree City, Griffin, Locust Grove, Hoganville, LaGrange. Could be some gusty winds with this. I still wouldn't shock me to hear some thunder across even parts of North Georgia because we're looking at a squall line that's going to be coming along here and kind of bumping into the wedge a little bit. So if you hear a rumble of thunder, just, hey, the weatherman said it might thunder. Yeah, you might. That's all you're going to get. The severe weather should stay south of Metro Atlanta, but the real meat and potatoes of this is going to be along the Gulf Coast. So that's what we'll be watching there tomorrow afternoon with the severe weather stuff. Let me go back here. Oh, yeah. So anyhow, let me go back over here. Gotta go back to, help I get this thing back open again. Hello. Dummy. Get that back over here. All right, so watching the one I'm watching right now, guys, is I'm watching the heavier precipitation that's getting removed to the city of Atlanta. You see that right in here? You see this yellows and a little bit more moderate little rain coming in here. So as this continues to move across the metro area and starts moving into these northeastern zones, I want to watch very closely and very carefully the temperatures there in Gainesville, over toward Winder, and heading up toward Jefferson and Lawrenceville. I want to see what those temperatures to see how they behave. Now, one thing's gonna happen for sure on this. When that happens, when that precipitation gets over there, you're gonna notice the dew point's probably gonna come up. So right now the dew point's sitting at 18 in Lawrenceville, 19 there, 21 in Lawrenceville, 21 there. So it's gonna come up a little bit, but the temperature should come down. So as the wet bulb meets, which is probably in the still above freezing, I would suspect, just by a little bit. But you'll see those wet bulbs start to climb up a little bit. So let me turn that back off. Just going to watch those temperatures. That's kind of a teaser rain too, because the real rain's still back here. It's about 2/3 of the way across the state of Alabama, and that's when things will get real interesting. We're not that far away. I mean, I think we're probably another hour or so, maybe, before having that stuff starting to cross into the state of Georgia. A good little cluster of some decent moderate rain to come on through. That's really going to start playing havoc on those temperatures and watching them go down. I tell you, watching and tracking a wedge, I will tell you, all the times I think back to my first job at the Weather Channel, and trying to track that wedge, and it was like watching a football game, trying to drive all the way down the field to the goal line, and just trying to track that thing and trying to anticipate how the temperatures are going to react once the precipitation gets into that drier air. It's very nuisance, to say the least. Just a little bit. Oh, yeah. Now, I will say this much. You notice some of that yellow in there because of the dry air that's in there. I would not be shocked a little bit to see if there's a little sleet with this, especially when it moves up into this area up here. It would not shock me at all if we get little reports of a little bit of sleet mixed in with that as that moves into the area. So, yeah, some sleet possibilities are definitely going to be there. So, just got to watch that. Again, we're coming up on 6:38. Again, I appreciate you guys checking us out. A little housekeeping here. If you're over on Facebook, make sure you give us a like if you can. We're up to 904 likes. Share, give me a comment if you can. My wife's kind of monitoring the chat there for us there. And if you're not a follower, please follow the page. Right now on Facebook, we're getting very close. We're closing in on 60,000. Here very quickly, because I went ahead and left the advertising dollars up. I said, what the heck? We're coming up on 59,000. We're at 58,711. which would be good. We get to 60, we're going to be 60% to the 100,000 goal, which would be really nice to get to. And over on the YouTube side, we're knocking on the door to 3,700. So if you haven't subscribed yet over on YouTube, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you can. You got to keep the algorithm beasts on both Facebook and YouTube fed. If you don't feed them, they don't support you. It's just the way it is. We're not quite big enough to drive the train to ourselves yet on our own. So we need you guys to help us out. Thank you, D. Castle. I appreciate that. So you guys help us out and make those comments. Again, this is y'all's channel too. Ain't my channel. I want the success of this channel, of whether we're able to build a 24-hour channel the way I envision doing it, really depends on y'all guys. Okay, so if y'all want it, you gotta want it, gotta grab it, man. So help me out if you can. I do appreciate it. All right. So let's go back to the big picture here. Again, we're looking at these waves of moisture. This is the water vapor imagery here. So again, we got this initial surge, and there's a little bit of a gap here, and then we're waiting to see. This is the big boy here, this upper low. It's driving all this Pacific moisture across Mexico and into this very cold Arctic air that's in place here. This is a very big system. Again, I want to show this outlet. If you again, we're talking half the country is under the influence on this thing. So you look at the big picture all the way from Maine all the way down into New Mexico. Just I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's been a long time since I've seen that many winter storm warnings covering that much of the country. Just absolutely amazing. Yeah, I did see some of the northwest zones look like it was a bit windy over there. And but I don't anticipate that wind being a problem because I don't see you guys getting substantial icing over that way. Nad Just, ooh, I love some of the names on YouTube. They got some good names here. But again, you see that the icing problems here across the Carolinas, Georgia, East Tennessee down into extreme northwestern portion of Alabama, into Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas. Getting all that. So we got the icing, we got the winter storm warnings, we got snow on here, we got a little bit of everything on this one here as this comes on through. And then once that big low pulls out, then we got to worry about that severe weather component that'll be there going into tomorrow afternoon early during prime heating with the big clash of air masses here, especially across Alabama and Georgia. So Diane Martin, appreciate you. Chris Mundy says, this reminds me of listening years ago to WGGA or WSBAM. Radio hoping for updates. It does. It's a little old school. It's definitely a little old school. I'm definitely old school. That's for sure. And I enjoy doing this. I really do. It's a really great thing to be able to interact with you guys. I'll be honest with you. There's some things that I had something on this program called the Chat Ninja. I lost that ability. What that program did, it allowed me to bring up y'all's chats on the lower third there. And Google Chrome stopped supporting it, so I lost it. So I haven't got a replacement for it yet. So hopefully in the future, when we do these simulcasts, that I can pull up y'all's comments on the bottom lower there, the bottom of the screen, of the big screen, so we can interact a little bit better. So that is on my to-do list. I haven't been able to identify a replacement for it yet. Esther saying, is the ice coming for sure? Esther, depends on where you're at, Esther. I will tell you that if you're in the Northeast, I'll say if you're in the Northeast parts of Georgia, again, if you're in that area, I'm pretty confident you're going to see it there. My only question was always the western zones. The western areas were always the areas that I was most concerned about. And I want to go back to the state view here. So I'm going to do this again because I know we get turnover. We get a lot of turnover. All right. So again, the areas here where the prime wedge zones is. Everybody who's lived up here knows that if you're into this zone up in here, that area in there, that is the areas I'm very confident you're going to get your icing. The western zones right up against the state line, I don't know if you're going to get that much. I really don't. Maybe glicing, maybe just a little bit there. But at the same time, I can't ignore what the high resolution model keeps kicking out here as far as the icing is concerned. So the icing, I'm going to pull that up real quick for y'all. Go back to that again. We got the new models just chewing on this right now. So We'll get that back here in a little bit. So hopefully you guys know where you guys are located here. So let me go back to the model data here and go back to 2. So if you got a little map, I did post this. I did post this yesterday. If you scroll down on the Facebook map, there's the state of Georgia, all the different counties. If you're not exactly sure where you're located, kind of pull that up there. It'll kind of help you out a little bit. I know most of these counties, but sometimes I forget where certain ones are. So I just want to make sure I'm talking about the right places. But again, you see the areas up here because of the warming that's going to be taking place. You get a little icing up there, right there. I think a lot of that's what's going on right now this evening. I think this will be this evening. And then you got heavier icing up in here. Hey, Michelle, good to have you. Thank you for following. But all these icing levels are substantial. They're above a ½ inch. And anything above a ½ inch is going to cause problems. And we're going to have icing. It's going to look real pretty on some of these trees and stuff, but you're going to get some power lines down. And if we have surges of moisture, like I'm seeing this darker field up here in the mountains up here, especially from Raven over to Habersham, White, Lumpkin, and Dawson, and those areas, even getting into extreme portions of eastern Pickens County, if we start bunching over an inch, you're going to be knocking down stuff all over the place. So again, the icing is going to be a problem. It just depends on your exact location. Yes, Julia.
This is something I'd like to know too. Trinket said, how long does it take for ice to accumulate on power lines?
Very quickly. Especially power line. Most of the power lines are metal. You know, there's strands that cover fire. They don't take very long at all. The power lines and the bridges and overpasses, because they're surrounded by air all around it, they tend to ice up the first and the quickest. Okay, the roads come later. Roads take a little bit. The problem with the roads is, to me, what is the optimal temperature for that freezing on the roads? If it's 30, 31, it's borderline. I don't think it's going to be that bad except for the bridges and overpasses. But if you start getting down to 27, 28, 29 degrees, 27, 28 especially, then the roads, it doesn't matter, especially those black asphalt roads, they're gonna sit there and iced up. Hey, welcome aboard there, Rooster. Thank you. You guys on YouTube are tearing it up, man. Keep it going. Especially, I mean, I gotta tell you, I did YouTube for 2 years, and I'll tell you right now, you don't feed that beast over there, man, it'll drop you like a bad habit. It will not bring anybody else over, no matter what your rotation is. So thank you over there. Somebody was asking about contributing money on YouTube. Not yet. I just got this one fired up. It's not that old. I mean, I really started getting some attention. We'll start a membership stuff on YouTube later. You can become a subscriber if you wish over on the Facebook side. It's $1.99 a month, and we got about 150 of you folks over there if you want to do that. So if you do want to do something on YouTube, if you want to become a subscriber over on the Facebook side, you can do that over there. Yes, Julia?
Isabel said, in Athens, is the ice coming in the middle of the night like Brazelton?
Toward dawn. It's looking that way. Yeah, look here, guys. Here, you're talking about Athens here. Let me back this up a little bit. And again, you're looking here at just after midnight. We're getting icing in this area. That's when that heavier band comes over the state line. We're getting over that time period. So by the time we get this going here, as we head toward dawn, you're getting towards some heavy icing. By about that 7 o'clock in the morning, it's about a ½ inch in that area. So. And then it continues into the morning hours. Obviously a lot of church services are gone. Hey, we just passed 3701 on Facebook, 3702. You guys are kicking butt. I love it. Love y'all. I love it. You get a little bit of that social media buzz when you start seeing your hard work. You know, I don't think you guys realize something. It's not a paycheck for me. I don't get paid from this.
That's true.
I don't get paid. And even though I am earning money, obviously, with the advertisement, I don't keep it.
If that were true, he would stop and eat and take breaks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My wife's being the real garden
You
here.
don't eat the whole day. You don't take breaks.
Well, I'm a little busy right now. You guys see what I got to put up with here? Truth Shalster, how you doing? The Quiet Gamer over here on YouTube says the channels like yours are way better than mainstream weather broadcasts. Yeah, because it's a lot more fun. You know, you got to be one thing. Obviously, when I'm at Fox 5, when you got to be serious, we're going to be serious all the time, and I'm taking this serious. I take this very serious. So those who've been watching all week, but at the same time, you can have a little fun. It's okay to have a little fun with it. You can nip just a little bit. I mean, you be serious, but it's okay to have a little fun with it too. Nothing wrong with that. Imperial Eagle on YouTube says she runs a strict home. Well, she tries to. She tries to control. She can't control me very much. That's all right. It's all right. So, all right, we got Philip just subscribed from Cleveland, Georgia. Good to see you.
Colonel Majeski.
Oh yeah, my wife will sit there whenever I get too bossy, she'll start calling me Lieutenant Colonel Majeski. Obviously, I'm retired now, so I'm not a colonel anymore. I'm retired. So anyway, let's get back into weather here. Let's go into the models here. I want to go back into. We did the model data. I want to go back into the radar here. So let me get this back up. Bear with me for a second. All right. Yeah, we're watching that moderate rain here kind of come through Atlanta right now. So and thank you, Christina Wood, just subscribe. Thank you, Christina. Again, YouTube, I'll let you know that program does not acknowledge everybody. I've never figured out why. I don't know if it's because you're subscribing from a device or you're on a computer. I don't know. Or you're on TV. I don't know why it doesn't do it for all of them, but it doesn't do it for everybody. So anybody that subscribes and it alerts me, I always like to say thank you. All right. So anyway, I'm going to watch very closely how the temperatures behave to this, looks like light to moderate rain here, kind of coming through the Atlanta area right now. These temperatures down here in the 40s, but it's going to be moving into an area where temperatures here in the 30s. We got 38 in Gainesville right now. Over near Jefferson, north of Jefferson, it's 38 degrees there. Winder's at 37. Athens is at 40. Lawrenceville is at 40. Cornelia is at 36. Toccoa is at 37. Hartwell over there near is at 37. Albertson's at 38. So we're watching all that area. It's up in here. We're watching all this up in here to see what this rain does when it gets up in this area. You see a little more. See a little more of that pink color starting to come in here a little bit more. So as that starts to threaten up, we're going to see things begin to. It's coming up on 7 o'clock. So a little of this stuff was going to get going here. As we were getting closer to 8 o'clock. And it really picks up here as we go into the overnight hours. So I'm going to take, that is Laura Doring. Thank you, Laura. I'm eating my food cold. I was in the Army. I've had cold MREs my whole life. I'm good. You guys in the military, you know what I'm talking about, right? It's like, yeah, give me a cold MRE. I'm good to go. Anyway, let's go over here to, I love when somebody subscribes and unsubscribes. It's kind of funny watching that. Anyway, all right. Let's pull back out here. No, it's not 212 degrees up there in Dalton. I suspect what happened there is the sensor's gone down. Probably because it's got a little ice on it. See this over here? See how it says 212? That's the probably the number for that particular stick. I think it probably went down because of some icing in that area. So it's warm back over here in Alabama. Got this layer sitting up in here. LJ's dropped to 37. But I know the Dalton was at 32 a little while ago, so I suspect they're probably still at 32. Hey, Julie, you really need to go outside and put some of that salt down. Just scatter it on the porch. Go out our front porch and scatter it on the porch. Just on the concrete, on the porch, on the cars. Yep, at the porch.
Especially the tires I have.
Yes.
Black ice and hurt myself.
Please put that salt down now before the rain starts. So, those who don't know, if you got something we should have done earlier, but I've been working all day and I just didn't have a chance to do it. If you got any salt, if you bought it, put it out now. If you haven't done so already, and if it hasn't started precipitating, you don't want to put it down after it's already frozen and iced up. So if you have any salt to prevent them from freezing up, please put that salt down now. Be careful with the pets walking on that stuff later because it can burn their pads a little bit. So go ahead and do that at this time. I really recommend you do it now if you haven't done so already. Don't wait until after it's iced up. Put it down before the rain starts falling, okay? And get it there. That should keep the concrete from freezing up on you. All right, so we're not going to see the temperatures really drop below freezing for a lot of areas until we get to later in the night, 10, 11, midnight. That's going to be the window where we're going to see the icing take place. Now, I know a lot of folks go, hey, you're doing this coverage, and I have done this before. We did, I did Helene's coverage for hurricane, and then Mitch, was it Mitch? Michael. No, not Michael. What was the M storm? I can't even remember the M storm, but 2 years ago. And we ended up doing, I did 12, 13 hours coverage on both those storms. So it's tough, it's long, but I'm okay to do it. And I will sleep tomorrow because especially if I lose power, I'm gonna have nothing else to do but to curl up into a nice warm bed and try to wait and see when the power comes back on. Now we do have a generator, which is still got to get worked on to get serviceable, but if we lose power, which I suspect where I'm in Braselton, by the way. If you want to know, I'll give you an idea what part of the state I live in here. I am. I'll get my bearings here. We're kind of right up in there. So I'm right there where all the counties kind of measured together. Our neighborhoods in our neighborhood, all of the Jackson, Barrow, Gwinnett, and Hall all meet. There's actually a marker in the neighborhood that shows where that's at. So. Anyway, getting the steadier rains here coming through the downtown area. So obviously getting some wet roads down into Atlanta right now. I wish that I don't know why these were working yesterday just fine, and I'm not sure why. Oh, they got them working again. Thank you. They were down yesterday. So these are the Atlanta cameras here. Hold on one second. Let me get. So. 39 Braselton. There they go. Big Mac. Yeah, that's fine. So there's downtown Atlanta right now. So one thing that's good about checking the Atlanta skyline is you can get an idea what the cloud deck is doing, especially since it's night. So if the cloud deck gets really low, obviously the skyscrapers get into the clouds. So and there's several cameras here that we can kind of look at here. There's the Midtown camera there. Oops, hold on a second. If I get this thing to move down. There we go. There's the Midtown camera there. There's the Center for Disease Control. Over towards Six Flags. And there's the airport right now. So the airport looks a little wet. So we see a little bit, the runways are wet down there. So we know that rain is hitting the ground. It's coming on through. So that's why I got these cameras all set up so I can go in there and take a look and see what's going on out there. And it's raining up on the north side. So you see the camera's got a little wet there up at the King Queen building there on North Metro Atlanta. So so we know that rain is hitting the ground. It's not just, Virga, it's actual rain. So see, and the cloud deck's lower in there at Lake Lanier too. So starting to notice that. We'll be checking back on that as we go along here for tonight. Let's go back here. All right, let's see here. Go back to. All right, there we go. So the main cloud. Here's the thing, guys. Let me pull this back a little bit more. All right. So here's the main precipitation line here, getting ready to cross the state line here. It's moving at a pretty good clip here. So the real nice steadier rain is going to be moving on in here. And as the dew points start to fall, we'll see that evaporational cooling take place across northeast Georgia. And I'm waiting to see here in the next couple of hours to see what the temperatures do and how quickly they drop down below freezing. And that's important because the faster it drops down to freezing, the longer the duration of that icing. The slower it takes for it to get below freezing, obviously, the shorter the duration of the icing. So that's why the temperature profile is so critical, and we got to watch that here for this evening. Now, we are coming up on 7 o'clock right now, and I do want to go ahead and throw out here to one of our sponsors here on the station. That is Circle Y Pipelines out of Dawsonville, Georgia. They're a construction company. They're actually was one of the first advertisers here on our channel. They do the advertising for our daily forecast program. And so I will say this, if you ever have a construction project and you get somebody piping issues in your area, give those guys a ring. They're a locally owned business, been doing it for 20 plus years. They're in Dawsonville, and look them up. They're CircleYpipelines.com. That's their web address. Check them out there, and I do appreciate that. They've been advertised for us for 6 months. They're advertising right through March. So thank you to those guys. All right, we got our house cleaning done. And as we're also doing that at the top of the hour, again, you're over on Facebook. Please make sure you give us a like and over here a follow. Make sure you like the broadcast. Give us a follow. Tell me where you're watching from. We got my beautiful wife Julia watching the stream there, watching that going, and I'm watching everything over here on the YouTube side. Make sure that if you're watching over on the YouTube side, that you give us a subscribe. You guys are doing an outstanding job. Yes. Yeah, I know. She's been a long time subscriber. Diana. She don't know you've been here from the beginning, Diane. Hey, John Whitmer just gave us some stars. So anyway, the YouTube guys, you guys are doing really good because we're holding our audience steady, very, very steady right there. Facebook's kind of dropped off a little bit, but I expect that to come up as we go deeper into the night hours. So we got Jessica watching from Dallas.
John Whitmire.
Yep, I just mentioned him. I did.
Oh, I work with the Whitmires in Vicksburg, Mississippi.
Oh, did you?
They own the Dairy Queen.
We got Amanda watching from Dahlonega. Hey, Dahlonega. Hope you guys are batting down the hatches. You guys can see some of this more serious icing up that way. And we got Heather Lewis here in Brazelton, right near us. I like you guys, so I'm just kind of checking out. We want to make sure we thank you guys for watching the broadcast here for tonight. Without your support, we couldn't build this channel and make it a reality. I'm telling you, folks, you guys are going to be for a real surprise if I'm able to pull this stuff off. It's going to be a live 24-hour channel with the forecasts on there and different 7-day forecasts. We're going to have community events on there. I've got a couple of partners that I've talked to provide additional content with their own advertising. I'm going to let them advertise on their own channel for their own money. That I won't keep. It's for them. And it'll really be a true community 24-hour channel. Beyond an app, you'll have it on your phone. It'll be also tied to a weather app that you guys can do. There'll be a YouTube channel, Roku channel, and an Apple TV. At least those are the three we're looking at right now. Yes, dear.
Shannon says, "Is there a link to your YouTube?"
Oh, you want to look at the link to the YouTube? Yeah. Hold on one second. I'll put it in the chat here for you. Stand by here for 1 second. I'll send that over to you here. Let me go to the main page and I will look that up for you. Hold on 1 second. I got to change channels here. I got to switch over from my switch account to go to this one. All right. So, oops. Can we go to the main page? YouTube channel. All right, here we go. I'm going to put this in the Facebook following. Like I said, I know when we're doing these long form followings, people like to watch from their TV, obviously, and YouTube's like the fastest growing thing out there. So I want to go ahead and put this out on there. So there is. I just put that in the Facebook link. If you're on Facebook, if you prefer to watch on YouTube, so you can watch it like from your Sony TV or something like that. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Go to that channel link. I just put it in there, and you go hit the subscribe button like Kelly Couch just did. So I appreciate you guys checking it out. The Facebook will always be our hub for regular content and all the updates right now because it's our biggest audience. But I do suspect, given time and enough effort, like Mike Stevens just joined us, the YouTube channel will also be up there with it. So we'll see how it gets going there. All right. So anyway, let's get back over here to, I'm going to go back here and look at the model data here, see if what we're at on the latest run. So just bear with me for a second. Yeah, that's why I was telling you to get outside. It's starting to rain. So I was telling the wife that if you haven't done your ice, if you have not put down your salt, do it now before the rain guy gets in there all the way. Just get some salt down on the ground, so it'll prevent the icing from happening. That rain kind of dissolves with the salt, and it brings the freezing threshold down, and so it doesn't ice up on you. You don't want to go out the door in the morning and slip on your butt. So if you do have that, you did buy a grab of salt. If you do have some of that salt, make sure you put it down now. and have that ready to go. All right, a couple things I am noticing. Yeah, temperatures just updated and they are dropping. Okay, yeah, that's very important. Breaking news, I just noticed it. I just noticed the change. There we go. All right, we're starting to see some changes in here. Whoops, didn't mean to drop in that close. Sorry about that. But Blairsville's dropped to 35. Cornelia's dropped to 35. So those two we're only 3 degrees from freezing in those two locations. I suspect once some of this rain comes out, Lawrenceville's at 39. We've got some of this rain coming in here now. These temperatures over here are going to start to drop. Again, we got to watch very closely the dew points here. We're starting to get into game mode. I'm starting to get that sense, that feel. We got to watch that things are starting to change. So dew point still sitting here at 18, 19, 19, 11. Look at this very dry air up here across north parts of the Carolinas. 25 in Blairsville. So we're getting the air is getting more and more saturated as more and more moisture comes over this drier air at the surface. That cold Arctic dry air, that's what it is. And as evaporational cooling takes place with the precipitation, the temperatures are going to continue to fall. So we're at 7 o'clock. So a lot of those updated there on the 7 o'clock advisory. So what we'll have to do, let me go back over to the temperature here. I swear it's like watching a football game. I really am. Just kind of watching these temperatures here. So we're going to continue to watch those temperatures across that area. Now, Dalton, I don't know what. I think your stick may have iced up or something. It was showing 32 degrees earlier. I don't know what happened, but it's doing an error code right now. It's not 212 degrees in Dalton unless a nuclear bomb went off that I didn't know of. So just so you know, it's like, why is it 212 degrees up here in Dalton? That's because I think your stick went down. So apologize for that. I don't have control of that thing. So, again, the steadier rain is getting ready to cross the state line. Okay? So you're seeing the real steadier stuff here starting to come on in. We got some earlier activity here kind of increasing across the area, and that's going to be moving on in here. It's not overly heavy. The heavier stuff is kind of slated more toward dawn. At least that's what the models are showing there. So as the 23Z runs kind of chewing right now, we'll look at that new update here in just a few minutes. But there's some more updates. I see Atlanta temperatures have dropped off here a little bit. Yeah, they dropped to 41. That dropped to 40. Yep, that rain is definitely cooling these temperatures off. Atlanta was sitting around 43, 44 degrees. They've dropped to 42, 41, and 40 respectively because of that rain moving on through. So evaporational cooling will start taking that down a little at a time. And as long as that drier air, that easterly dry wind keeps blowing in from the east, it'll continue to cool accordingly until we get to saturation point. So we'll see what happens here in the next hour, what happens to Lawrenceville, Winder, and Gainesville as far as the temperature. Although this rain shield here might just pass just to the south of Gainesville. They had a little bit of sprinkles there, but not looking too bad. Let me pull back out here again. All righty. Let me back over to, didn't mean to do that. All right. Boy, they got some heavier rain going on down here too. Look at all this heavy rain down here along the Gulf Coast. Wow. I got to watch this. That's a lot of heavy rain down here. And if this stuff starts moving northward, it's going to, I think it's going to ride that boundary right there. And if that heavier rain, and I think that might be what that, when we were looking at the models earlier, it was showing us some heavier rain coming in toward dawn. That might be it right there. So as that heavier precipitation works its way northward and moves into that wedge, that's when that'll become a problem. Again, appreciate you guys checking us out here on the North Georgia Majestic Weather. Again, we are doing wall-to-wall coverage. We're now 4 hours plus into our coverage here. And hold on one second, guys. I'm going to put the mic mute on. My wife wants me to take a look at the salting real quick. Stand by for a second. Hold on one second. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go take a pee break real quick. Hold on. Good excuses to go to the bathroom. Hold on one second. All right, I'm back. All right, she did a good job. She did a good. My wife gets a grade A for putting down that salt, and I did the bathroom thing, so I'm good. Yes, I'm 55 years old, and I go to the bathroom at least 2 or 3 times a night, so that's how it goes. Anyway, appreciate you guys checking us out. Now, I want to tell you guys one thing. This is our first big event, live coverage thing. When we relaunched this channel back in June, it takes 3 months before you can do a live event. Then once we got to be able to do a live event, there was absolutely no weather going on. Didn't have a landfalling hurricane, didn't have anything going on. Had a couple of minor live things we did, but we haven't been able to do that. This is the first one where we're able to simulcast on both YouTube and Facebook at the same time, which is really great, and allows us to kind of get a measure on participation y'all's here on the channel. So again, the goal here for the channel is to try to get to 100,000 so we can get that big sponsor. You know, I'm looking for that reliable heating air, that Beaver Toyota, that big dealer that spends millions of dollars on their advertising every year. And I'm saying, hey, I want this little bitty piece of it. And really, in their grand scheme of spending money is really low, but they're going to get really good return on their investment. So you guys watching and doing our coverage here tonight does play a role in that, because I can go back from the statistics that show and say, we had X amount of people, X amount of hours, X amount of stuff, and be able to show them, you know, exactly the need and the desire that's there. When I went to the weather conference back in December of 2023, when I first decided to do a local channel here, I did a little bit of research, and I found out that from social media standpoint, Atlanta media does a very poor job at it. They really, the only person who had a really big presence was Glenn Burns, and he had been there for years, and he's retired now. And as far as the current active crew out there, they're woefully underdone. They're really small. So there was an opportunity there. So I think we got an opportunity here if we can just grab it and make this thing kind of a reality here. All right. Now let's go back into here. And thank you, Car Guy Ned. Hey, Car Guy Ned. Good to see you. I wish I did that on YouTube. That would be a lot more fun. I'm just zooming in here a little closer to Georgia. You guys watch that radar here so you can get an idea of where you're living and stuff here. So yeah, we're going to try to make a run here tonight to see if we can get to 4,000 on YouTube. So for all you guys on YouTube, there's currently 293 of y'all out there. I don't think all of y'all are subscribers just yet, but if you're not, help us out and join the family. It'd be nice to have you. Facebook right now, we're coming up on, we're about 1,200 away from 60,000. I think we may hit that because I am advertising. I do have a little ad running on that. That does help us out. So those would be good milestones. Hit 4,060. That'd be pretty good. Got to set goals, you know. Got to do it. Chris Wadden says, I like this channel. Well, great. Thank you, Chris Wade. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. We got Tacoa Temp Butterbean over there on YouTube. And Tyler's telling everybody to hit that like button. Georgia Bulldogs 990 is icing on Oconee County, Georgia right now. Was playing basketball with my daughter. It started icing. Oh, you may have had some sleet. I bet you had some sleet there. All right, so there's different types of precipitation on that. Let's review that again. All right, because I think it's very important to kind of show this. Let me show this once again to everybody. All right, let me go over to here. Hold on one second. All right, so what typically happens when you start getting some rain to move into an area that's got some dry air at the surface, that dry air will turn over to sleet. All right, so you get a little bit of this stuff where it's falling as snow. It goes as rain, and then it comes back over to sleet because that air is so dry. It's real thing. It kind of cools it down really fast, and you get sleet. So when you get this initial rain to come in, like coming into Lawrenceville and Snellville right now, and Atlanta, you probably getting a little sleet mixed in with it. Probably a little bouncing off you a little bit. You know, a little bit of sleet in there for good measure. But what's going to happen is that's going to go away, and eventually it's just going to be plain old rain coming on in here. And it'll freeze on the surface of everything because the surface temperatures will be down to freezing. Then on top of that, because the bridges and overpasses go, and then the power lines will start to go, those things start to glaze up and freeze up first. Not so much the roads, but the bridges and overpasses because the air is going underneath them and above them, and on the power lines. Those will start to glaze up as soon as the temperature gets below 32. The roads become a problem when the temperatures get down kind of into that 27, 28 degree range. See, my wife made me this nice. It's great food, but it leaves a little stuff into my tonsils, man, making me cough. Don't like that. Anyway. But anyway, that's what we're looking at here for tonight. So let me go back here to the model data. I want to see if the 23Z is done yet. It should be getting close. Almost. We're about 8 more away. So not seeing anything major changes there just yet. But I think that what I'm beginning to see here, and looking at the radar, let me go back over here to the radar. Okay, is we're getting this initial stuff that's coming in now. This stuff's going to move on in. It's going to cool the temperature, get it down toward the freezing mark, and then as we head toward dawn, toward the dawn area, some of this heavier stuff down here is going to start working its way in, and this right here will be where that icing headache becomes a real problem. That's at least looking at how things are evolving, looking at the model data and looking at what I'm seeing with the radar representation, is we're going to see this initial stuff come in here, cool the temperatures, get them down toward the freezing mark, light freezing rain for the most part to start across the area. Again, the western zones, I'm really not been worried about, y'all. I know why the Weather Service did what they did. They have all that in there. I understand it. But I'm not really worried about the western zone that much. It's really the prime wedge zones that are my main concern. The problem is you just don't know for sure where that wedge zone is going to set up. I understand the safety zone, but right now my gut tells me everything. All those counties right up against the Alabama line, I am not really worried about. Here for Tryon down here south, right in this zone, especially there from Interstate 20 north. I'm just not seeing it being a problem for you guys. Now, the further east you go into that wedge, different ball game here. What we got to watch tonight with the dew points drop and the temperature drop is to see exactly where that wedge zone sets up, because the precipitation plays a part in that, identifying exactly where that wedge and that cold air sets up. All right, so that's the big thing here. Oh my God, H Buck 1290 over on YouTube just said that. Said that the Ball Ground Waffle House is closed. We're all doomed. Yeah, if Waffle House is closed, we're all going to die. Murray County got a viewer there on YouTube saying this temperature is 32 degrees with the wind chill 31. Well, I mean, not much wind up there for you guys right now. So it says for all 4 Atlanta weather stations, people are scaring me. Well, I'm sorry they're scaring you. I'm trying not to scare you. Don't worry about it too much. Like I said, the big thing, if you're in your home and you're prepared and you're ready to go, just hope that the icing's not bad to where it causes such severe damage to the power infrastructure that it's out for days. I remember we had an event not too long ago. It was one event where we were out power almost 3 to 4 days out of that. So the problem with the power grid problem this time is that we don't have a lot of neighboring states who can come in and help us other than Florida, because everybody else, Carolinas, Tennessee, heading over to Alabama, Mississippi, they're going to be dealing with their own problems. So it's going to be up to the individual power crews to get them. Now, all the power crews are staged. They're all ready to go. Today, a lot of the trucks went out there and they put a lot of the little gravel down on the ground, the little salt there. They got to get everything prepared. I know, like a road down here in Brazelton, it always freezes the ice up terribly bad. They put stuff out on that road to keep it going. So the good news on this was that businesses and the state governments, we saw this coming 4 days ago, 5 days ago. We knew it was a very big synoptic event where it made it pretty easy to forecast, to be brutally honest with you. I mean, I know there were fluctuations on the amounts. I know the European was going crazy with 2 inches, and the GFS was going crazy with 2 inches, and it's over an inch. It really didn't really matter because we know anything above a half inch anyway was going to cause problems. So the good news is the businesses were prepared. They were swamping in extra material, extra stuff into the stores to help the rush of people getting stuff. And I think for the most part, that was handled pretty well. And then the state governments are obviously, they're also into position and stuff. And, church services declared. This wasn't like a last minute thing that kind of surprised everybody. We knew it was coming. So that's the good news. It's almost like basically like a hurricane. If you got good forecasting, you got a few days out, you were able to prepare and react and get everybody into position to react to it. So that's the good news here. All right. We'll go back over to YouTube here. The Facebook. Lula's saying they're at 36 degrees there. And we got Michael listening from Union County. Good morning, Michael. After evening, Michael. Albus, I will tell you there in Decatur, at least looking at the last run we had, it was still showing about a half inch of ice down that way. We're going to look at the new model data here in just a second. I am just waiting for it to come on in here. It's still chewing. We're currently at, looks like we are at, got 5 more hours to go. Almost there. Almost there. So make sure you guys keep up the good work over on YouTube. Y'all got us rolling right along. We're about 240 away from 4,000. That'd be a nice little thing to hit tonight. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please help us out. Give us a like over there as well. Leave me a comment if you can. Y'all stay active on the comment and feed that YouTube algorithm. And you guys over on Facebook got to do the same. We're kind of steady holding at about 120 or so there on Facebook from the initial go through. But I know people are going to be coming and going. And that's the thing you guys got to understand here. The majority of the people that come on the YouTube channel and on Facebook come and go. The only way we can maintain audience is for y'all to do what y'all got to do. And I got to say that every few minutes or I lose my audience. It's one of the bad things to do in social media. I'll be glad once eventually the channel will get big enough where I won't have to do that anymore. But until we get there, I'm going to need y'all's help. So please do that if you can. All right. Anyway, let's go into, let's look at the big picture here. I want to look at the satellite picture. I haven't looked at this in a hot minute. So here is, let me make sure this is updating. Yeah, it looks like it is. Looks like it's doing just right. All right, so this is the water vapor imagery here. And this thing's starting to excite. This is the main low pressure system, upper level low. It's driving all this Pacific moisture into this very cold dome of cold Arctic air. That's here across the country. So this warm, relatively milder air is running over the top of that colder air. All right. So when it does that, the cold air, it's got to drop it. Okay. It's participating. It's got to go out. And what we've been seeing here is an area that's huge, covering half the country. One of the biggest areas I've ever seen as far as the watches and warnings. I mean, just absolutely bonkers, blow mind how big this thing is. And because of how cold the air mass is on this thing, the snow ratios are very high. So this thing's going to be remembered for the snow. It's going to be remembered for the ice. It's going to be remembered for the frigid cold temperatures. There's going to be a lot of areas this week are going to have below zero temperatures down in the continental United States that don't normally see it. Very far south. Good day, Paul. Good to see you, man. Welcome aboard. I mean, to see the size of this thing is just, it really gets you to appreciate the scale of the storm. It's not a superstorm. It's not like that big low. Y'all remember that back in '93? I'm sure a lot of my viewers here are older, so like me. And we had this big low that developed. We had a driving jet stream in here that was doing like that. We had this big low. Cold Arctic air came in behind it, and it was a big low. It just blew up and went this way, and dumped the blizzard air across North Georgia. That's not what this is. This low, that we're tracking, it's relatively, mild for really by low pressure standards. But because we're getting so much of this overrunning effect of the mild air and the cold air playing bumper cars with each other, it's just massive. It's huge. So it's just the circumstance of the synoptic. When we say synoptic, we mean big. There's two things in weather. Synoptic is big and meso is small. Mesoscale, synoptic scale. So this is a huge synoptic event. That's why I said forecasting this thing was actually easier than forecasting that little weak system we had to deal with a week ago that brought the snow down to South Georgia. That was a pain in the butt. This one was a little more straightforward. The only thing that was different on this one was, okay, where's that line setting up? Where's that baroclinic zone setting up, north or south, as far as where the snow's going to fall, where's the cold air going to fall? where the ice was going to be. And that was about it. Just wondering where the battle zone was going to set up and how that was going to set in place. So that's what we're tracking here for tonight. And then, of course, when it became clear we were going to be dealing with a wedge, and that became pretty clear about 2 days into this thing, I was like, okay, well, we're in trouble there. Hey, got Stephanie watching from Rome. You guys over in Rome, not looking too bad. And we got Robert here in Cedartown. And Michelle was letting us know that the Publix in Dahlonega closed at 4 o'clock today. Well, they closed early. All right. Coming to 1/7. Let me go see if this model's about done. I'm kind of waiting to see what this thing's got to say here. Done. There it goes. Yep. 725. Right on the money. All right, so let's go over here. Let's go back over to the model day. This is the freezing rain run. We'll do this we're going to look at freezing rain, we're going to look at temperature, and we're going to look at the radar, okay? We're going to start with freezing rain first. All right? So we get that light freezing rain with what's kind of coming through now. Hold on 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. One thing about talking a lot, you get a lot of drainage going. It's not a cold. I just get a lot of sinus going when I've been talking a lot. So, but look at the timestamp there. We're at 3 o'clock in the morning, and then it looks like as we head toward early morning, it really picks up the numbers there. So, oh God, I don't like that. They're trending upward here, at least up around the Gainesville area. So this was kind of like 0.50, now it's something like 0.35. This really hasn't changed much. This is near 3/4 inch, half inch there into Lawrenceville, 1 inch near Gainesville, half inch there, and you got a 1 inch over here, and there's clearly 1 inch is all up in here. So what's happening here is you got the mountains there, and the moisture's running into those mountains at an angle. All right, so when that happens, we call that orographic lift. The mountains act like an additional sponge mechanism, and it lifts that precipitation, causing it to lift a little more. So as a result of the angle of which this precipitation is coming at it, we're getting a little additional orographic lift in there. That's why that's favoring those zones. So we're talking about, again, Rabun, Habersham, White, Lumpkin, Dawson. That still has been pretty consistent on these runs that we've been doing here all night. Northern Hall County, with the heavier rain that's coming in there. And that is that stuff down in the south. I'm pretty convinced of that. So let's look at the let's look at the temperature profile here. I got that on my tonsil. I cannot get rid of it. I got the world's biggest damn tonsils. I don't know why my parents didn't get rid of them when I was a kid. Ugh. I get a little something on, drives me crazy. All right, let's get back to work. All right, Tuesday, here we go. All right, so let's go back here to the temperature profile. Again, I'm watching this live with you guys, so. All right, so yeah, this is concerning to me. See this? All right, so you got 27, 27, 28, 29, 29. So anywhere we're getting these temperatures down in the upper 20s, we're going to have very bad icing on the roads on top of everything else that's going on. All right, so let's see what this goes on here. Drops to 26. Wow, 27. All right, now what that's telling me there too, as I'm looking at that tells me that the air that's coming in from the northeast might be a little bit drier because the wet bulb is dropping, so the temperature is dropping with it. So again, these tend to underestimate the wedges a little bit. And at 7 o'clock, we're at 27 in Gainesville, 29 in Lawrenceville, 30 down in Atlanta. This is very textbook. I see this all the time. 29 down here to the south here around Covington. And then we hold it. It just doesn't move. It just sits there till 10 o'clock. It's still sitting there at 20s, near 30 degrees. It definitely move. Here comes the boundary down here to the south. Let me show the wider perspective here. Again, you can see the difference in the temperatures across South and North Georgia. 29 there in Gainesville, and looking at 71 there in South Georgia. This is unreal. So that's got a hold right now. From now up until it shows a prolonged period of it staying below 32 degrees with the rain still falling. All right. Now you do get a little help from the solar, the wind, a little bit, but not a lot because the sun angle is still pretty low this time of year. All right, let's go look at the radar representation here. Hold on one second. Let me get that up for you. And go to the type. Here we go. All right. Oof. Yeah, look at that. That's what I was afraid of seeing. Boy, that wedge is not going to let up. It's not going to let up. So you got heavy rain coming in here. Again, this is going at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's that heavier rain. You see it kind of coming out of there. And some heavy precipitation there going toward 5 o'clock. And moves on out. We get a little bit of a break here between 8 o'clock, just a little, and then it picks up again going toward 10, 11 as the rest of that front comes into that area and more heavy precipitation runs back into that northern zones again. So that wedge is going to really hold. It's going to hold tight. And here's that squall line back here to the west. Let me pull it back out here to the wider perspective here, so you got to see that. So a lot of icing. Let's go back on the radar here. So what I'm seeing here, based off that data, and what I'm seeing on the big picture, is we've got a surge of moisture coming along this boundary, and it's a lot of this stuff down here that's got to work its way in that direction. So as that moves up, that's when and as these little waves of rain continue to fall, evaporational cooling will continue to bring the temperature down. Butterbean says she's going to the local Waffle House to see if it's open. Anyway, bring me an omelet, will you? We got Sugar Hill in the house. We got Diane Martin over there on YouTube. Good to see you there. All right. All right, you're real nice, Jules. All right. We got temperature updates here for you guys. Again, continuing to see the temperatures fall. Again, we're gonna highlight these right now. Again, as that precipitation falls, it's cooling the atmosphere down, okay? So we got 34 now in Blairsville. Cornelia is checking in at 34. Toccoa's at 36. Still waiting on Gainesville. Probably won't report till the top of the hour, so we won't know them until later, as will Lawrenceville. But looks like we're seeing a little bit of wintry mix up there in Rabun County. At least that's what the models, what the radar's saying up this way. It wouldn't shock me to see a little bit of that. Now, unfortunately, it's obviously nighttime, and with this coming on in, so a lot of the cameras that I would love to be able to use regularly, I would love to be able to use these. I'm probably not going to be able to. Like Rabun County, to see if anything. It's 30 degrees up there. I don't know. That might be a little snow. What do you think? Yeah, that might be right. Yeah, that don't look like rain. Hey there, Mary Lee York. Hey, Mary Lee, welcome aboard. Thank you for subscribing over there on YouTube. But yeah, looks like that might be a little bit of snow up there in Rabun County. Just a little bit. Little spritz, but it's 30.4 degrees. Dew point is 22. It won't stay for snow for long. If you see a little snow, it ain't gonna last. Going up here toward Northwest Hall County's at 37.4 degrees, 37.6. Again, I'm checking some of these temperatures out. 36 degrees there in Dawsonville. That wouldn't shock me. 38 degrees there in Cumming. So I'm checking some of these temperatures out. 36 degrees over there in Cherokee Fire Station. There's 30. Other Dawsonville stick there. It's got 36 degrees. Let's check out this one. 38 there in Dawsonville. Dawsonville's got several of them around there. So that's continuing that trend of coming down with those temperatures. Now, this initial rain that's coming in is not very heavy. Let me switch over to this one. That's why on this radar you're not seeing it very well. It's pretty light. So not real fuzzy too. When you see the fuzzy representation, that's because it's probably falling. Hey, Matt S, thank you for subscribing there on YouTube. It's probably because it's falling as snow initially and transitioning over to rain. But it definitely has a fuzzy nature to the radar signature. That's usually a pretty good indication of it falling as snow aloft. Let's see what Rockdale's doing here. They're at 40 there. It's dropped off there at Stockbridge. All right. So go back to the other radar because the composite radar at least shows all the different levels a little bit better. Go back over to this one. See, I'm interested to see what the 8 o'clock temperature's got to say. Anyway, I appreciate you guys checking us out as we're at, we just had Tyler Hutton just joined us there on YouTube. Again, I appreciate you guys. I know a lot of you folks over on the YouTube side, this channel, believe it or not, we started posting on it, and there's Jen. Hey, Jen. We started posting on this channel back in March, and we really weren't getting a lot of traction. Believe it or not, back on Monday, Georgia Boy Off-Road Adventures. Hey, good to have you on board. The channel only had about 380 or so back on Monday of this week. That's all we had. And I'd been posting daily, the regular updates and stuff. But obviously when the winter weather got going and the right people started watching and started sharing, the algorithm, YouTube, finally picked up on that and started sharing it, and it's been going up ever since. So I do appreciate you guys like Simpernack coming on board here and helping to get the YouTube channel going. Now, for you guys on Facebook, again, the YouTube channel will be where the streaming will be, where the 24-hour channel is going to be. So I'll just put that over there for you guys too, to make sure you can subscribe over on the YouTube channel too, and be a follower over there too. All right, but don't worry, the Facebook's still going to be the hub because that's our big audience there. Facebook right now is coming up on let's see here, coming up on 59,000. So doing pretty good. Hopefully we'll get to 60 and 4,000. I'll be glad. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be glad when it's big and self-sufficient. I don't even have to play the hey, please like my page, sir. I'll be glad when I don't have to say that anymore because it'll be self-sustaining at that point, you know. So anyway,
Don't wish away that 3-year-old child.
I'm not wishing away nothing, my bride. The peanut gallery always has to chime in at some point, huh? How many of you guys out there got the peanut gallery? I'm sure you all do, but we love them. You know, we do what we got to do. I couldn't have done my diploma without my wife, so she's a good girl. Hey there, Angie Hutton. Good to have you on board, Angie. Hey, you guys on Facebook, you're almost up to 1,000 likes over there. So if you can do me a Facebook and please give me a like over there, if you haven't done it, please do so. We've got 82 shares of the broadcast tonight, but you would think with the bigger audience on Facebook, we would have more traction over there, but we're actually getting more traction on YouTube tonight, which is, again, I'm learning. You learn as you go along on the numbers. It'll be interesting to see what the final numbers are when this thing's over with. So anyhow, let's get back to the models. Let's get back over here to the bigger picture here. I'm going to pull back out here. Again, I'm going to pull all the way out here just to show you the scope and size of this dang system. Look at all that snow. Wow. Amazing. Hey, Frido 10 just joined us. So we've got a lot. Look at this. Look at this snowfield. My God, this is huge. Eric Holbrook. Look at the sheer size. I can't even go all the way around a circle. It's so fast. Of this. Look at these temperatures of 4, 5. I mean, you got to understand something. To get the snow at that temperature, because the air is so dry, is really something to see. It really is. And that's why the snowfall toll ratios are so doggone high. Like 1 foot to 2 foot range, depending on the tracker where this low goes, in that area. Now, this is the initial surge of moisture coming in now. We got 2 surges coming at us. All right. So we got 1 surge and we got the next surge coming in for tomorrow. So again, we got a long night ahead of us here as we watch this. And you guys are just rocking and rolling on YouTube. You guys rock. I tell you. Yeah. It's a crying shame Facebook don't do the same thing. They really should. I wish they would. But you guys are rocking it over on YouTube, and I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And yeah, we got a star connect there on Facebook. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I didn't see it post, but I heard the chime. Sometimes it misses it. Yeah, we all wish we had a. Christy Daniel says it's 30 degrees with a wind chill of 19. She says it's kind of windy out there and such as. Yeah, you guys might see a little icing there, but it might be a situation where it rains and then the temperatures come up there and such as, because like as we were mentioning, because of the higher elevation and what should be milder air aloft, the temperature should come up there. I'm expecting the northwest section to really warm up decently tomorrow, out ahead of that low as it goes by the area. Towns County. Oh, boy, you guys are not in a, let's see, make sure I got, yeah, you guys are right there next to Raven. I don't think it's going to be that bad because it depends on the mountains, on how that stuff works through there. You guys will get a little bit, but I think all the heavy icing is going to be to your all south on the other side of those mountains, because that's where it show right here. So as I'm zooming in closer here, here's Towns County. For those who didn't see, here's Towns right here. Okay, so it's all the uplifting is here. So all the icing should be south of those mountains. So I don't think you're going to see as much up that way. I'm not going to say you're not going to see any, but I think the heavy icing was going to be south of there. The mountains may protect you just a little bit. Hey, good morning or good afternoon there, or evening. What the hell day is it? Good evening there, Woodstock. Woodstock, you guys are, again, Canton is looking a little icy. I see we're getting some new folks on here, so I need to go back over to the model data real quick. So let's do that. Like I said, I'm seeing a little surge in activity going on, so I need to adjust accordingly. That's why you got to pay attention to the dynamics of what's going on here because of the turnover and everything. So let's go back over to the model data here. And I do want to show the icing once again here. This is the last run. The 0Z run is chewing right now. So let me switch this over. You go like freezing rain here. And this is the last total here for the duration. This comes up until noon. Okay? This is taking you up till noon on Sunday. All right, so over here, Cherokee County, over near Woodstock, showing 0.66. Down here in Cobb County, 1/3 of an inch. 1/2 inch in Lawrenceville, 1 inch over there in Gainesville. This is all 1 inch up in here, 1 inch near Toccoa. Again, you guys up there in Towns, you're on the other side of those mountains, so I don't think the icing will be as bad on your side. The mountains will protect you a little bit. So that's what we're seeing right there. See that? Again, the precipitation is coming up this way. We're going to get a little bit of orographic lifting there because of the angle of attack of the moisture coming from the south. That's why we're getting those higher totals in that area. A little orographic lifting. That's the moisture being lifted up, and as it's lifted, it squeezes it out a little more. It's like taking a rag and squeezing it a little more. So as the air rushes into those mountains, it little extra kicks a little moisture out of the air. All right, let's go over here to Twitter. I haven't done this in a little bit. Let's go over here to. I want to go over here to Twitter real quick. I want to see if there's been any icing stuff out here recently. So icing. Let's see. Ice storm today. Let's see, I'm just seeing if there's any icing photos out there. That's fake. Come on. Idiots are posting that stuff here. Let's look at a little icing here. This is that's 124. I'm not sure where that's at though. Oh, Texas, Tyler, Texas. A little icing on there. And here's the power crews lined up like Asheville, North Carolina. Look at all those power crews there. Look at them. They're all ready to go. They're ready to jump in here if we get a chance. There's the model run there, kind of showing where the heaviest icing is. You think there's a warm surge in there? Pretty much. Here's the cold air damming. Here's a little warm surge on that side. And this was something the Weather Service put out 40 minutes ago. So the Weather Service, they're circling the southern part. High uncertainty regarding wedge erosion, extent of northward push of warm, moist air. Yeah. So what they're saying there is that where that severe weather risk is down here on the southern part may not happen at all if the wedge doesn't retreat out fast. Because what happens is that thunderstorms wedges tend to be the kryptonite of thunderstorms. How many times have you seen severe weather come in from the east, run into a wedge, and they fall right apart? That's what it's saying there. So that severe weather marginal risk there across the southwest portion of metro Atlanta may not be a big deal. We'll have to wait and see on that one. But here's the thing. Weather Service doesn't put this product out. The Storm Prediction Center in Oklahoma puts that out. So so they're saying, okay, this is what they're putting out, but we're just saying wedge could have a play in that. There's the icing across there. Now here's somebody putting, see, they're putting, oh, it's cool. This guy was putting down some salt on an elderly person's ramp. That's cool to see. I like that. That's good to see that. See that glazing taking place? Not sure where that's at. That was 18 minutes ago. It doesn't say where it's at. Sometimes these people, when they post their stuff, they don't even show where it's at. Come on. Get with it. Anyway, so we're still under that icing problem here. Again, I suspect the western zones are not going to be that bad here at all. Just a light glazing. But where that prime wedge is setting up, that's going to be where we're going to see a lot of stuff. Interesting, going over here to the radar. It's turning a little more snowy up there in Raven County, at least briefly. See a little more blue up there. Let's go take a look at that camera. Let me look at that camera real quick, see if it's it says 29.6 degrees. I can't see any snow falling in front of the lens. Nothing there. Can't. Well, maybe a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Let me show you here. Can't tell if that's rain or if I can't tell the little snow. That's, oh, there's a flake. I saw a flake. Kind of reminds me. It's another flake. Yeah, that might be a little snow. Just a little bit. But again, not expecting any accumulation for that guy. If you're seeing any snow up there in Raven County, don't worry. It ain't going to stick around long. We're more worried about the ice as you get down toward Tallulah Falls and down toward Toccoa. All right, back over here. I saw a little blue lighting up there. So, oh, here we go. Cornelia just dropped to 33. We're at not quite 8 o'clock, and we're almost to freezing there in Cornelia. A little evaporation cool. We're at 34 in Blairsville. Surprised the Gainesville one hasn't changed that much. Commerce is sitting at 37. Winder's still holding at 37. Let's look at the dew points here again. Again, we're going to keep looking back at these. Dew points, 21 there, so it's come up a little bit, 16, but still very low over here in South Carolina, 10, 12, 11. We'll see if any of this kind of moves into this air as this moisture moves on in.
Take the cup.
No, I'm still eating it.
You're not. You're not. All right. I'm going to take that cup in a few minutes.
All right, yes, dear. my wife, yes, dear. That's the two words you say to prevent a fight, right? Yes, dear. Now we're fighting. She's been real supportive. I got a good one. I could count myself lucky. We got Butterbean says it's sleeting up in Toccoa. Now that doesn't shock me. We mentioned that earlier, that dry air, when this initial precipitation starts, you might get a little sleet outside, little pellets, little things just bouncing off you there a little bit. Let me go back over to the temperature here. There we go. So watching these temperatures, I swear it's like waiting for paint to dry. Let me go over here to the next thing here. I want to check something here. I want to look over here. I'm looking at the big picture here. Hold on one second. I'm looking at the dew points up the line here. See what they've been doing. Kind of holding their own, really. Oh, thank you. Oh, you're gonna put it in that? Thank you. They're just kind of holding their own. The dew points, they're kind of steady right now. So as the low gets closer to the Julie, you're shaking my desk, girl.
Sorry. All right, I'm done.
Next buy I'm going to do for the end of the month is to buy my new desk because this thing is really rickety. It's not very good desk. It's small. It was my wife's little office desk, and it's not big enough for this monitor and everything I got to put on here. So I need a bigger desk. I'm going to buy a bigger gaming desk platform that actually allows it to go up and down. So like if I'm in severe weather mode, because I have a green wall over here, it's not operational right now because it's the wrong color, and I got the wrong camera for it. So when we get the new camera, I can actually get up and go to the wall and do some stuff for you guys as well. Ringgold is reporting sleet and ice there in Ringgold. Yeah, that wasn't shocked. It's across the northwest section. So we're getting a little bit of that as well. You guys keep those. Blue Ridge is reporting 32.9 degrees up there. Let's go check some of these cameras out. I haven't done that in a hot minute. Let's do this a little bit. I'm going to go back over to, it's 29 degrees over there in, out there in Rabun County. So let me shut this down. And let's check out some of these sticks out here. Let's check out the temperatures here. So 42 over in Bartow. That's pretty warm. A little rain falling there. Jasper's at 36. 37 down at Waseca. I always mispronounce that one. 37 there. 37 up in Pickens County. Notice the wind. It's shaking there a little bit. See the camera shaking in the wind? A little breezy. Yeah, that part of the state was definitely looking at some windy conditions. So the question tomorrow morning is that we're going to have the wind around when we got ice on the trees. I think the winds will back off a little bit, but yeah, we'll have some wind around tomorrow. I got 37 there. That's one we just did. Here, we'll go to this next one. That stick's not working. It's not 26 there. You wish. I did that one already. Can we hear this? Dawsonville's at 36. 35 in Dawsonville on the other side of town. Let's go over here. 37 in Dawsonville. Let's try Cumming real quick. Let's see what Cumming looks like. 38 there. All right, so no real big change in those temperatures just yet in that area. Not yet, anyway. So let me go back over here to Radar and back to the weather tab here. I'm going to pull back. I want to look at the wider. We're waiting on this heavier rain, which is just now starting to cross the state line. Just starting to come on in. So we're just starting to line up here where the steadier rain is just now starting to come across. So as the steadier rain works its way across into this drier air, those temperatures that are sitting at 34, 33, 34, they will drop below freezing. It won't take much. They're almost there right now, and the dew points are still relatively low. So that'll still be a thing. All right, I got a little cup. See, a little cup to finish my food, finish my cold hamburger helper. All right, we should be getting a temperature update here in about the next few minutes, so we'll get an idea where that's going. And then this next model run will take a little bit longer because it's the 0Z run. 0Z run's got all the data. It also goes out for 48 hours. So we'll be once the 0Z runs on the high resolution, we'll be able to take it out for the duration of the entire event and see what the latest is going on that. Hey, Renee, thanks for the 20 stars. I thank you. I appreciate that. Stephanie says it's 35 degrees in Amicola Falls outside of Dahlonega. I love Amicola Falls. I love that area. All right. I'm going through here real quick. Yeah, we're going to see. It looks like the way it's looking right now, guys, is it appears that we'll have some light icing overnight. But it may not do anything to power. It looks like the timing on this will be heading toward dawn when the heaviest precipitation, at least according to the models, and we'll compare it again on the 0Z, is when the heavier rains will come in. So your power loss, you may make it through the night without any kind of power outage. That's the good news. Bad news is that it's going to be cold enough in the morning hours with heavy precipitation moving in, whereas that's when the power may start going out. So we may be able to make it through the night tonight without any issues. Now, I do not plan on broadcasting all night. I will stay late as we're watching on this. Might leave it up because this can only broadcast until on Facebook. I can't remember if it's 8 or 10 hours. I'll have to shut Facebook down and bring it back up. YouTube, I know, is 12. So we started at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So we can only go about 3 o'clock in the morning and then have to change out again. But this looks like we may be able to make it through the night without, that was my major concern about when was the heavier precipitation going to arrive in here. All right. And one thing's for sure, we're seeing more and more of this heavier precipitation back off to the west. And we're seeing this heavier stuff down here to the south working along this boundary. We'll see how far north that gets. But it's definitely riding along that boundary right there. And I wish the Dalton stick hadn't gone down. That's terrible. Again, appreciate you guys checking us out as we're coming up on the 8 o'clock hour. We have been going here for almost 5 hours now, coming up on the 5-hour mark, about halfway through the 12-hour marathon I was expecting to do today. If you are over on the YouTube side, you guys have been doing outstanding. We've been able to hold audience very well over there. And it's because you guys have been actively engaged in the chat. You guys have been doing good on the thumbs up. You know what? If I had half a brain, I probably could see the thumbs up on the app instead of getting it from where I normally get it. So let me take a look here and see how we're doing over here. It's like brain dead, dummy. Let me switch over here. More than one way to skin a cat, right? So. But it's very important you all stay engaged. So if you guys have not done a subscribe yet on the channel, please do so. I would appreciate it. And if you leave a comment, keep doing the stuff over there. I'm looking over here now. I can see it. Let's see here. We are currently at 643 likes. All right, there you go. See, I can see it over here now. There you go. Normally it's in the chat thing, but it's not showing up over there. Thank you. Keep that thing going. Feed that algorithm beast. Now, you guys over on Facebook, keep doing the same thing. Y'all keep doing the likes. Y'all keep doing the stars, all that stuff. Blake Phillips is saying Hiawassee is ice on the patio and furniture. So we're getting reports of some light freezing rain up across Hiawassee from some of that rain that moved through earlier. So I will say this much. Hiawassee, you're on the other side of the mountain chain there. I'm not expecting the heavy icing up your way. That you'll see some, but I don't think it'll be as heavy as the other side of those mountains. So it looks like we'll be all right there. Dalton is at I don't know their temperature. They were at 32 earlier, but their sticks went down here earlier tonight. So I don't know what their temperature's doing right now. So we shall see. We're getting some mix up here. So look at some of these temperatures up here. Got 30 up in Cleveland, up in Tennessee. Again, Dalton's out. Calhoun's at 43. Ball Ground's 38. 37 in Ellijay. We got 34 up in Blairsville. Gainesville's dropped to 36 now. There's Gainesville's update. They've dropped to 30. They were at 38. They dropped to 36. So 39 in Lawrenceville. That's hold. Winder's still holding at 37. 36 over near Hartwell, and 34 up in Toccoa, 33 in Cornelia. So all of these areas, and that's the areas I'm watching very religiously, is going up through here. I'm watching that section because that's where the heaviest ice forecasting was supposed to be in those zones. So I'm watching those temperatures very closely there. It'll be interesting to see as we go through the night and into the morning hours where that wedge extent stops. So that's something we just will not know until we see where the air gets saturated with the dew point and the wet bulb, okay? That's something we got to watch very, very closely. Somebody's asking, how long does it take for freezing rain to cause damage? Ethan, I will tell you this. It really will depend on how fast that precipitation falls. The temperature being below 32 degrees for starters. And, optimally, I'll tell you, freezing rain really picks up at like 30-degree temperature and below. Okay, so if it's a heavy precipitation and you got temperature down to 30 degrees, it can gather and ice up there very quickly. So it's really going to depend on the rate of the precipitation falling and the current air temperature at that time. All right, so right now, the models are suggesting a heavier burst of rain. We got some general rains coming in here for tonight, and then a heavier rains coming in toward morning. And then there's a couple of rounds in the morning with the temperatures there in the 20s, upper 20s in that area. So let me go back to the last model run here. And I want to show you back here. Let me go back over here again. Right now, the 0Z is just starting here. Let me see how far the 0Z is in right now. It's just barely getting going. So let me go back here. So look at the temperature profile here. And so as we take this up to we'll take this up to midnight here. So look where we're at midnight here. A lot of this purple in here. Hey, Mountain Man 73, good to see you. You see 28, 29, 28. So that's still 4 hours away. It's possible. We'll see. It really kind of depends on where the precipitation is, what kind of vaporizational cooling we got going on at the time. But you got temperatures there in the 20s. And it stays there all night. And then toward morning, it drops. It looks like it's as cold as 26 there in Gainesville. Upper 20s is really good optimal freezing. If we get the heavy precipitation in that time, and it looked like between about 5 and 8 o'clock, we had some pretty heavy rains moving in here. So areas right up in here, we're going to be looking at some pretty significant icing at that time, at 8 o'clock in the morning. But here's the thing. It doesn't look like that wedge is going to give up. I mean, you see the warmer air coming in from the south. Let me switch to this camera view here. So you kind of see the whole view. And you see that, again, this is the low back here. Here's the wedge in place. All these areas up here still below 32 degrees at noon. It's not going above freezing. So anything that precipitating, any more additional rain that the low is dragging with it is going to continue to cause freezing conditions or icing on the power lines and bridges and overpasses as long as it's staying at 30 degrees or below. Now, that low is going to get close enough. There's going to be enough mixing, just enough, that should bring the temperature up briefly above freezing, but not long. But at least we'll stop the damage. The problem will be on the back side of this thing because it will drop off very quickly, and I expect black ice to be a huge problem come Monday morning. So right now the 0Z's chewing. That's a very important run because we won't get another long-range run until 6 hours from now. All right, so we'll see. This will be the last real big long-range run of the short-range model. I guess I could say that. And we'll see what happens with it, okay? So, yeah, not a drop of rain in Coweta County. You guys are okay. Y'all going to get rain. It's coming. Y'all get some rain in Coweta eventually. It's coming. Y'all might get some thunderstorms down there. This is the outlook here on the severe weather side of this storm. So Coweta County, y'all down here, y'all could look at some wind damage threat there potentially. And go back to the categorical here. So you got a marginal risk. Question is, how much of that wedge weakens any kind of storms? I know the Gulf Coast is going to get hit pretty good. They're going to have some squall line down here. There could be some tornadoes down here potentially with some of that squall activity across southern Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, and southwest Georgia. I don't think it'll get quite up to this way. They got the marginal pading up into the metro area, but it really depends on how that wedge establishes itself because wedge are thunderstorm killers. They eat them for lunch. They really do. Really, really do. All right. So right now, as far as the forecast, this is what I got going on now. I only take Gainesville up to about 33 now. And the team is get down to 25 or 26. I saw 26 on the model. Right. Then Monday's going to be really cold. The temperatures Monday and Tuesday are the ones that are questioning the most. And it's really going to be dependent on the aftermath of this storm. Because after the storm goes by, we're going to have very healthy snowpack just to our north. We're going to have ice up in the trees all over the place. And we're going to have a true Arctic air mass that's not going to modify, that's coming into place. So anytime I've seen that happen in the past, it's usually meant forecast lows get busted because you didn't get cold enough. That's what happens there. So that's what we'll be watching going in toward those 2 days. I do suspect because of the heavy black ice presence, I suspect will be on all the major roads going into Monday, that a lot of muddy schools will be closed. Tuesday potentially could be closed if the thermometer gets as cold as it possibly could get, as was hitting with earlier runs showing single digits and below zero temperatures, because a lot of school districts are not going to worry about having their kids waiting out at the school bus stop, even if mom and dad has them in the car. They're just not going to do it. So we'll see what happens. But we're cold all week. Now, for those who were paying attention yesterday, the GFS model was kicking out this big winter storm in North Georgia. I wanted to show it earlier, but it was already gone. And it was kicking out like 30 inches of snow in Rome, 2 feet in downtown Atlanta. It's not there anymore. It was some energy that was coming down. The European buried it in the Gulf. The Europeans finally come around and buried it in the Gulf. Hey, Dalton came back up. All right. I see Dalton's at 32. And it looks like Blue Ridge has dropped another degree. So, yeah, we're getting our 8 o'clock temperatures in here. So here we go. Let's go look at that. We got 32 degrees there. We got 33 degrees there in Blue Ridge. We got 33 there in Cornelia. We got 34 in Toccoa. 36 there in Gainesville. It's dropped to 35 over there in Jefferson. Lawrenceville's dropped to 36 now. So again, that precipitation gets a little wet. Evaporational cooling starts cooling it down. So these little waves of little rains, they don't really amount to a whole lot, but they're doing a big job. They are cooling the atmosphere down. All right. Now let's take a look at the dew points for these areas. See if they've changed much. What typically happens is the dew point should come up as the temperature drops. Okay. But with a wedge situation, there's constant dry air filtering in. So what happens, and thank you, George Cummings, what happens is that the temperature falls, but the dew point holds steady, doesn't move all that much. All right, so let's take a look at the dew point here. And come up a little bit. It was 19 in Gainesville. It's at 21. So it's 20, 19, 21. Kind of holding their own a little bit. But again, we're expecting some of this dry air overnight, 10, 9, 12, to work its way in here across Georgia. So as the wedge is established and builds overnight, that precipitation going over that dry air, it's going to continue to take that wet bulb, that dew point and wet bulb temperature down below freezing into the 20s to around 30 degrees for a lot of locations, especially northeast Georgia. Like I said, you guys in West Georgia, Northwest looks like up there toward areas up there toward the extreme Northwest section, Dade and Walker and Catoosa might get a little freezing rain that's going on there right now. They'll know that it's 28 degrees in Chattanooga. They're getting some freezing up there right now, a little bit. So that's going to continue here for a little bit. In fact, let's go take a look here. I'll go back to the camera up here. I want to see what I can see up here in 31.7 degrees. Yeah, it's raining good there. Let's show you this camera here. This is Chattanooga. Yeah, see how low that cloud deck is now? It's just saturated air. It is 31 degrees. It is raining. But 31 degrees, you'll get icing in the trees typically at 31. Power lines a little bit. Anything that's elevated or off the ground temperatures typically don't go that bad at 31. Okay. Once you get below 30 and you're in the 20s, that's when you have the problem. So I don't expect the roads up Chattanooga to be too big of a problem, except for maybe the bridges and overpasses, so watch out for those. But the regular roads should not be that bad. Now, the western zones, I don't think it's going to be that bad for you guys. We're talking going from Fort Oglethorpe, Lafayette, Somerville, Rome, Cedartown, Bremen, Carrollton, all the way down, and even down from Dalton, Carrollton, Asheville, Cartersville. This is where the zone gets a little dicey, depending on how far to the east that wedge gets in place. I'm going to need a new beverage here in a minute. All right. So that's where we're at. So again, it's going to be the folks up here in the Northeast. It's really Cleveland, Dahlonega, Cornelia, Toccoa, maybe Clayton a little bit, getting down toward Royston, Commerce, Jefferson, Athens, Lawrenceville, Johns Creek, the north side of Atlanta, getting over toward Canton and Woodstock a little bit, coming. That's the zones that we're going to watch to see what the temperatures do with the precipitation, especially when the steadier stuff comes in. A lot of this right here, all this stuff here is just very light stuff, not very heavy, because I'm using the regular radar here, and all this is doing is just evaporational cooling the atmosphere down, cooling it down. That's all it's doing, not really amounting to a lot of decent rain yet. And even if it is freezing, it wouldn't be that much. Thank you for the star donation. Thank you. I appreciate that. And you guys, if anybody out there, and it's Guillermo Perez, thank you. Oh, hey, that's one of our sponsor people out there. So hey, it's just after 8 o'clock. I haven't done the sponsor on that yet. So hey, let's do that, man. We gotta do the right thing here. So goats. Okay, I gotta tell you, I really love the YouTube names. The YouTube names are so much fun. Goats having fun. That's what that last subscriber was there. That's tell you something. So anyway, bear with me for 1 second here, as I want to put this in here for you guys. down in the Facebook. So this hour right now I've been going through this, and it just happens to be your turn. This hour right now is brought to you by our friends at Peach State Diesel and Gas in Cleveland. If you guys are living up there in Cleveland, Georgia, up there, anywhere around Cleveland, if you got an automotive repair that needs help, go see Peach State Diesel and Gas, and just mention Majestic Weather, and you'll get a 10% discount. So I will put their little link to their Facebook page down in their comment section there, and you can check that out. So again, that is one of our advertised sponsors there. So thank you very much. Got to get money somehow, right? Got to build a mountain. Anyway, let's go back to the wider perspective here. Let's go back to, hold on a second, like this one here. I got to fix this real quick. Just bear with me real quick. Got to change this back to temperature. All right. Go back to temperature. There we go. All right, so we're getting close. We're getting some air. The only 32-degree temperature we have out there, which we have for a while, was up in Dalton. But we know some of the, like Raymond County's at 28. We know some of the individual areas are around 32 based off what some of you folks have given us, as showed us that we're getting a little bit of stuff out there. I got Dewey Seymour says it's sleeting at Lake Hartwell, and I suspect we'll continue to see some sleet. My guess is this right in here, by the way. This little yellow in here. This is probably a little sleet in here. Probably a little sleet moving through that area. So that is that. But I'm really watching this steadier rain here kind of right up that boundary. Let me see what the latest model data is doing. Bear with me for a second. Let me see what's going on over here. Thank you for the star donation. I appreciate it. Well, this one's long. I think this is long enough. Let me see here. Not quite 18 hours yet. Got 4 more to go. We got a few more minutes on this, and I'll have the next... it won't be the entire 48, but I'll at least get you to the next 18 hours. So, hey, got another one. Boy, you guys rolling in there. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. All righty. So let's look here at... Got sleeting in Blairsville. Yeah, I get sleet reports all over the place. That's weird that Facebook does that. Some of the stars puck up. They show up in the comment section. Sometimes they're just pop-ups. So I can't acknowledge everybody on all of it. So anyway, if you do a star donation, again, I appreciate it. Big thumbs up. Big thank you for you guys. And I know YouTube, I had some folks asking me about donations and stuff over on the YouTube side. That's not set up over there yet because I just got the YouTube stuff active with Streamlabs. So it's not all set up yet. It was set up on my old channel, my Weather Nerds channel. It's not set up over here yet, but we'll get that done here in probably the next month. We got to get the monetization turned on and some other stuff. Once that's active, we'll be able to do that. Humidity is only 62% here in Dawsonville. Not seeing anything here yet. Don't be scared. There's no reason to be scared. You're going to be all right. Look, it's going to be a big nuisance more than anything else. The big thing is if we get bad icing and the power is knocked out. If you're scared of not having your favorite TV show, I can understand that. You're going to be all right. Trust me. You're going to be all right. This is the problem is it's just going to be a bit of a nuisance for people, okay? And we want people to be safe. So just stay in your house, a little bit of cabin fever. I do suspect that we'll have a surge in births come September and October. People get bored, those 2 months are the most active births in the United States, September and October. Might be a reason for that. But the bad thing is this is not going to clear out that fast. This isn't like this is a hit and run event like last weekend where we had the snowfall. You had it for a few hours and it was gone by the afternoon. Nothing like that. All right. So this is going to take a couple of days to try to clear on out, and hopefully the power crews can get in and do what they got to do. Now, the big problem with all of this has to do with the weight of that ice. If it starts icing up bad on those power lines, it really is a big problem. So when you see the power line issue here, 1/10 of an inch, not bad. It's the glazing, roads get a little thick, not a big problem. 1/4 inch, okay, we start having some problems there, tree limbs, stuff like that. But once we get above a 1/2 inch, and go up to an inch, then we got problems. And you're looking at power lines coming down, trees coming down, a lot of problems. And then on top of that, if we got any kind of wind at all, we're going to have a little bit, looks like a little bit of wind, at least especially with the east wind blowing here from the wedge, maybe 20, 25 miles an hour. That could cause the trees to sway a little bit. They got extra weight on them, and boom, they come down and you lose power. So that's the big concern there for tomorrow morning, is that the heavier precipitation arrives toward dawn, and then things get a little hectic at that time. All right. And what I will have to do here, based off what I'm seeing here tonight, I may have to decide to, maybe go till midnight and then come back up, get a little sleep and then come back up. I might end up doing that because I got to decide when I want to come down when I think that things will get the worst. I want to make sure that I'm up and operational and not like, falling asleep on you guys. I don't want to be doing that. That's one advantage when you got tag team. You could sit there and hand off to somebody and get a little nap, come back in, and just keep on going. Did that during several hurricanes down in Florida. So one of those things. Let's see. The ice and trees is what's scary. Yeah, it sure is. Just a little bit. You're okay. I got a little rain in Lilburn right now. Let me check over here to the Facebook here. You guys at Facebook, let's see, we're up to 1,071 likes, 85 shares. Outstanding. 13 clips have been made, really. 833 comments. Y'all doing really good. And over on YouTube, we've had 672 likes over there so far. So, again, very important is because of the turnover on the YouTube and Facebook platforms at this time of night. Please make sure you give us a like or a follow. Okay. Now, you guys over on Facebook, if you're not exactly sure if you are a member or follower on this page, because believe it or not, 79%, I think that was the last number I saw, 79% of the people who interact on my page are not followers. They probably think they are, but they're not. So I'm putting over here in the chat there just a link to the main Facebook page. All right. If you go over to there and just look at the top, it'll say follow or follower. If it says your follower, then you're already following, you're okay. But if it just says follow, just click that button and you're a follower. You're okay. Subscribers, same thing. You guys got to do the same thing. Now, one thing I got to remember, you guys are on YouTube, and boy, YouTube, I got a message on this on my email. They like to remind you of this and everything else. You guys have got to hit that notification bell on your YouTube, or they ain't gonna see nothing. So please make sure you hit that when you subscribe. Make sure that notification bell is turned on so you guys get that update. That's one thing that buried and hurt my my previous channel. So don't want to have the same problem on this one. All right, boy, like I said, starting to see a little more pink up there across northeast Georgia. Hold on a second. Starting to see a little more pink showing up here up near Blairsville. It's 32 degrees. Osborne, Clayton. Krista Duncan, welcome aboard. And we got another surge of moisture coming in from the south. So here we got to watch this group here. Bob Mallet, thank you. Thank you, Bob. You see this surge of moisture here from the south. So here's another surge coming in. We're going to see the same thing happen like we did on the last one we've been tracking. It's going to come across the area. It's going to drop the temperature down a little bit, and then we got to monitor the dew point. So what we're going to do is, as this comes up through Metro Atlanta, and I'm sure we're getting some steady rains down through there. So let's go here to the Fox cameras here, see if they're still up. These were going down a lot, but there they are. That's the King and Queen building there in Atlanta. And let's go back down to let's go down to downtown here. Here's the airport. Let me go back up to the top. And thank you, Arnold. You guys are doing great over there on YouTube. Thank you, guys. Almost the top. Almost. There we go. There's Midtown. So, look, one of the reasons why I like to look at the Atlanta downtown skyline, I kind of get an idea what the clouds are doing. Obviously, it looks like the cloud decks are lowering, but not super low, not like we saw earlier in Chattanooga. So the cloud deck still got to work its way down just a little bit. but we are getting a little bit of rain there. Here's the other Midtown shot. Let me get back up here a little bit. I'm going to kind of scroll through here a little bit. A little dark on that shot, but oh well. I'll turn the iris down. But anyways, it's a little bit of light rain moving through Atlanta right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch and see what that rain does as it moves northward. So checking out some of it's Helen's dropped to 33 degrees. I want to check some of these cameras here. Brasstown Bald, they're up there in the mountains. They're at 23 degrees. So anything that falls up there at Brasstown Bald, it's icing up. It'll be interesting to see what that camera looks like in the morning, if we can even see it. So Helen is at 33 on the resort cameras there. See the wind blowing there a little bit. So Helen's very close to freezing. Let's look at a little wet there in Blairsville right now. Let me go ahead and start that camera. The Blairsville camera went down for some reason. I have no idea why that resort camera went down. So I'm using a business camera here. And you see the wet roads there, a little rain falling up there in Blairsville. Lake Chattooga's at 36 degrees there in Hiawassee, so about 4 degrees off there. Sky Valley's at 28. Now, they may have a little snow falling up that way, at least initially right now. But that's that golf course. Can't see that very well. Lake Lanier. Yeah, look at those clouds. They're really starting to come down now. The cloud deck's lowering. So that means the atmosphere is getting more and more saturated as that precipitation waves continue to ride into the area. Dalton, let's see here. It's been, I can't really see much there. It was seeing if we could see any raining there. This is the Athens campus, UGA. It's dark. Really can't see much there. Nothing going on there. This is the Dahlonega camera once it comes up. Come on. Come on, Dahlonega. This is the WeatherStream network here. Sometimes you got to give it a little kick. And I'll try it manually do it, see if this works. Sometimes you got to give it a little kick. There it goes. And that cloud, yeah, same thing. I'm seeing the cloud deck. You can always tell how the cloud deck's doing by seeing the reflection of the lights coming off the clouds. You get an idea that the cloud deck is starting to lower as that precipitation's coming on in there. So the cloud deck's getting lower there in Dahlonega. So the other thing we got to watch here is the road sensors. This is going to be critical, especially when the steadier rains come in here. This was implemented, for those who don't know, obviously y'all remember 2014, Snowmageddon. We did not have a road sensor network at that time. We do now. And this was put in the aftermath of that. So they put all this in, they tied it into the Weather Service. So it tracks the road temperatures, it tracks the air temperature and the dew point. Okay? So that little red line there is your freezing line. That's what you're more concerned about. So we could check some of these road conditions up here across North Georgia and see how they're behaving. So that air temperature there is sitting at 34. Kind of weird. How old is that? Not exactly sure. You know what? Let's do this. Let me make sure it doesn't need a refresh, because that might be old data. So hold on one second. Let me make sure it might need a refresh. So hold on. There we go. That's better. That's South Atlanta. That's going to say I look like old data. So let's look up here. So again, the blue line is your temperature of the road. The red line is not. So this is up here in North Georgia. It's getting close to freezing there. It's at 31 degrees at that location near Blue Ridge Drive. That's over in Blue Ridge. So it's getting there. This one's over at US 76 at State Road 11. That's also sitting at 31 degrees, and the road temperature is sitting at 35. It ain't going to take much to bring these down, folks. Not much at all. Let's go down here toward State Road 60. You can see the air temperature there is sitting at 36, looks like, 36 degrees, road temperature 37. But here's the kicker. Here's the real kicker. You watch the temperature down, the dew point down here. So eventually these two are going to sync up. They're going to get there together. Let's look over here toward I-95. That one's at 35 degrees there. Air temperature 35. Road temperature is sitting at 41. And we'll go a little closer here to Georgia 400 State Road 20. That should be that's closer to Metro Atlanta. That should be warmer there, but it's 30. Looks like 37 degrees, and the road temperature is 41. All right. How about up here? Let's take a Raven County up here in northeast Georgia here. Now, air temperature there is below freezing. See, there's at 29. Road temperature is at 36, but the air temperature is now below freezing there. And let's check out some of these far eastern zones here. 35 there at Franklin Way Station. And over near the state line, Lake Hartwell, also sitting at 35 degrees. So this is a great tool. It's a great tool to have. And you'll be interested to see what these things light up here as we go into tomorrow, especially in the morning with that heavier precipitation moving in. So I got to remind myself to refresh that. Thank you for the new subscribers, by the way. You guys are rolling it on YouTube, man. We're only 145 away from 4,000. That would be an awesome accomplishment to do that. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do so. I do post on that thing every Monday through Friday with your forecast, your weekend forecast. And now that we have this live capability on here, we will simulcast everything on YouTube and on the Facebook page for any weather event, whether it be winter storm, whether it be a hurricane coming in, making landfall somewhere close to the southeast, whether it's a severe weather event with severe weather season coming up, which, by the way, I want to tell everybody that come March 1st, this channel will have its own weather app. I'm signing a partnership deal with a company called Barron Services out of Huntsville, Alabama, and they're going to provide us with a weather app that I will have control of. We'll have some information on it. Eventually, the 24-hour Weather Channel link will be on there whenever we get that launched. But I decided I did not want to wait to the 24-hour channel first. I just said I can support the YouTube the weather app. So let's go ahead and get the weather app. So weather app's coming. It'll be free. It'll be on Apple and on Android. Although the Android one, from what I'm being told, might take a little longer. The process is a little longer than on Apple. So it'll be free. It'll be on the Apple. It'll be on the App Store, and you guys will be able to get it. We're right now targeting March 1st for that. Let me go back here to the model data here. I'm checking the 0Z run. 0Z run's the last big one that's coming in. That's the 18Z run here. All right, so we got this one in. Let me get this one up real quick before I bring it up for you guys. All right, we got the freezing rain run. So here we go. Let's go take a look at the 0Z run that's just come in the next 18 hours. And we're going to watch this closely, see if there's been any significant changes. I doubt it. But you see the icing taking place here starting at 10 o'clock, and we're starting to see that already. And it really picks up here across the area here as we go toward dawn. Not really substantial. Nothing really substantial here. The only thing that looks a little different here is that it's dropped off the icing over here west of Atlanta. And it did drop off a little, the icing here in Lawrenceville. It's still showing very heavy icing up across these counties up here from Rabun, Habersham, White, Lumpkin, Dawson, Northern Hall County, coming into Barrow County. Very heavy up there. But that's the only change I see. It's really going to be dependent on the temperature profile and where the rain band sets up. Like I said, we're definitely in what we call nowcast mode. One thing's been very consistent, has not changed on any of these runs, is this area in here really getting some severe icing up in this area. So we're talking about areas there. We're talking Gainesville, Dahlonega, Cleveland, Clarksville, Cornelia, Lula, Toccoa, Helen. Those areas up in there look like they're going to be maybe getting into Clayton a little bit. Toccoa, that whole area up there looks like they're going to get hit with some extremely heavy ice in those areas. So you guys could be without power in those zones, especially for days. Now, the big thing is to make sure, I don't want to see that kind of icing get into Atlanta, because if the big metropolitan Atlanta gets spared any major icing with a power outage on it, that means that all the assets can be streamed up into northeast Georgia. But if Metro Atlanta gets hit very hard and suburbs, obviously that kind of spreads the resources out a little bit. So we don't want Metro Atlanta to get impacted that hard, so that the area that we know for sure is going to get hard can get the assets they need to go in there. Let's look at the temperature profile here. I want to look at a couple things here. I'll back this up to where we are right now. We're caught up on 9 o'clock, so let's look at the temperatures here. Let me switch over to that real quick. Yeah, that's about right, actually. Pretty close. So it's still taking us down to the 20s, 27. There's 26 again at 4 o'clock. So it's still going over the 20s for a lot of that area there. And holds us in the around 30, 31. There's the thing going by here. So this is still chewing on through. So you see what's going to happen here. All right. So the precipitation is going to end sometime tomorrow evening. It's going to warm up like 10 o'clock at night to above freezing. Briefly. It's like a 4-hour window, and it's going to just crash right behind it. That's why I'm so worried about the black ice problem on Monday. Is just that this thing's moving the warm up is going to be so brief, and the icing is going to be so fast on the drop bomb behind this thing with all that cold air coming in. So this is still chewing the 48-hour loop on this. Let me take this all the way out here. Yeah, this is out 33 hours right now. So I got 15 more hours on this one. And this is 4 o'clock in the morning. Temperatures will go right back down below freezing and into probably some teens out there in 20s going into Monday morning. And then we have to deal with the wind chills too. The winds will be kicking up too. Look at these wind chills. 7, 13, 10, 10, 10, 11. Back over in Alabama, that's at 2 o'clock in the morning. So it's still got a couple more hours to chew on that. But yeah, wait till this model's completely through and you can see what the cold temperatures are going to be on the backside of this. That's why you don't want to be without power, because it's going to be so cold back behind this thing. You'd be like, I'm going to be dressing in layers to make everything going. So I'm really hoping we don't lose power here. I really don't. I really hope not. So let me go back here to, let's look at the winds. I know people have been asking a lot about the winds. And for tomorrow morning when that heavier precipitation is moving on in here, you got steady easterly winds here. These are gusts, 10 to 22, 25 miles per hour here. It's heavier winds on the other side of the mountains, which is where most of the wind action has been tonight so far. But in that heavy icing zone, there's moderate wind there. And then here's that squall line. You see with the heavier rain, you see, let me pull back out here. Let me go back out to this one here. So, there's heavy winds along that squall line. See it push, there's the cold front. You see it moving right on through. Push that wedge right out of the way. And then we're going to turn windy back behind it. Look at the winds. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's why, look at these winds up in the mountains, man. They're busting 40 mile per hour wind gusts here. Yeah, 35, 33. It's going to be really windy behind this system. And that wind's going to have a real bite to it. There is a cold weather alert or a cold weather advisory out for most of North Georgia here. The Weather Service has put out. So just know that the wind chills are going to be very bitter and very cold going into Monday morning. But right now we're playing wait and see on this thing. Waiting to see how those temperatures behave, which is what I'm really kind of watching here. Let me go back to my interactive mode here. Stand by. Yeah, we're coming up on 9 o'clock. So we'll see what these temperatures look like at 9 o'clock. I suspect we're going to see maybe, Blairsville getting down to 32, Cornelia down to 32. I think Gainesville will be probably 35, 34. We'll see. We got this precipitation coming up that way. So as this precipitation moves northward, again, additional evaporational cooling should bring down Lawrenceville, Gainesville, and Commerce, all three of those locations. But you guys in the west, again, to the west of Interstate 75, I just don't see this being a problem for you guys. I really don't. I know we got the ice storm warning up for everybody to that zone. I understand that. As you can see right there. Let me pull up. Let me go the state run here. Hold on. So there it is right there. So I just think the impact here for these extreme western counties is going to be very negligible. I don't think it's going to be too bad. Up toward the north, up near Dalton, up near Dade, Walker, Catoosa. I think you guys are seeing a little icing up there now because the Gainesville, the Chattanooga temperature is 28. So that's what's showing from the stick up there. And let me see what the stick up here is still showing. UT, 32 degrees, sitting right at 32. 100% saturation. That is what you're talking about. Let me check the dew points here real quick. Let me go back over here. Do. And kind of holding their own. That's dew point. They're not moving. They're kind of stuck. So that's good. That's good to see that. I'm not seeing that really kind of moving in here, which is good. But that boy, look at these dew points. That much brown on the map, man. That's single-digit dew points all over the place. That's how dry that area is. That's just amazing to see. Unbelievable. If you got flaky skin, you're gonna know why, because we're gonna have this air all week around. So get some of that hand lotion and moisturizer. You're gonna need it this week for sure. All right. Watching you guys. You guys are doing really good out there on the chat there on YouTube. Y'all doing an outstanding job. Thank you guys. And you guys are doing great work on Facebook too. We're up to 1,100 likes on Facebook. Way to go, guys. Awesome. 91 shares out there. I do appreciate it. Make sure you guys give us a follow. I think we should be getting close to 60,000. Let me see how close we are. We should be getting real close. I'm pretty sure all right, we're getting ready to crack 59,000. We're like 56 away from there. So we're real close to cracking 59,000. I don't know if we'll get to 60 by the end of the broadcast, but we'll see. I think we'll get close. YouTube, you guys are closing in on 4,000. I do appreciate you guys' help. Ooh, y'all be nice out there on the chat, though. Y'all be nice on the chat. All right. Banks County. You're asking about Banks County. Anita, you guys are right there in where that heaviest showing of freezing rain is going to be, man. I think Banks, again, everybody up there, Banks, Franklin, Stevens, Habersham, White, Lumpkin, Dawson, maybe parts of Forsyth, that whole corridor there, it still looks like to me is where the heaviest band's going to just it's the angle at which the moisture's coming up, the orientation of the mountains, and a little bit of orographic lifting and the cooling that's taking place with the wedge. It looks like those areas are going to be the tough spot. Marietta, I will tell you this much, Bryce, is that the trend here across the Cobb earlier when we first started broadcasting was showing like a half inch of ice. It has been backing off that total a little bit here as the new runs have come in. So maybe this wedge will not be as strong to get over to your area because it was flirting with it earlier. So when you look at, let me go back over here real quick. Just got to pull this back up. So let me look at the dew points here. I mean, you guys are sitting at 25 there right now, and your temperature is what is it here? Sorry, my eyes are getting tired. My apologies. You're sitting at 40, so your wet bulb's nowhere near getting below freezing right now. So the drier air or the wedge would have to build into your area to bring that down, or get some good heavy rains to drop that temperature a little bit. All right, so right now your wet bulb's probably about 37, 38 degrees. So it would need to come up a little more than that. So we'll see what happens. Like I wouldn't call Cobb a prime wedge zone. It really kind of comes into the traditionally when I'm looking at this stuff is, I'm drawing a line kind of right through here, coming to the northwest perimeter and kind of going back out like this. That's typically the line where the wedge likes to set up most. It can blow past and go in if it's strong enough. And that's the big thing. Hey, Somerville, good to see you. Again, Somerville, you guys are not looking too bad there right now. I think you're looking pretty good. I tell you, I'm looking forward to the day when I can. Hold on one second. Can you guys hold on one second? Stand by for a minute. my wife decides she wants to do some cleaning in my office while I'm doing a broadcast. I'm like, no, no, don't do it. It's my junk. Leave it alone. Oh, man. You know, you get to a certain point. This is, we're coming up on 6 hours. You get a little loopy in the head a little bit. Then again, I'm naturally loopy to begin with, but get a little tired here. Chillin'. What are we doing on? Let me check. I didn't check the YouTube link here in a while, so let me do that. Let me check that here real quick. And YouTube. All right, we're almost at 700 likes on YouTube. All right, so help us out there. No, we did pass. We're at 712. So thank you, YouTube. You guys doing a good job over there. Keep it rolling. Again, for those who don't know, when it comes to doing social media broadcast stuff, if you don't feed the algorithms on Facebook and YouTube, they will abandon you. And when I mean abandon you, it's because people typically watch 7, 8, 9 minutes typically, and then they leave, and then somebody else has got to replace them. But if the algorithm's not fed and not given its like, it shares, it subscribes, it follows, if you don't get any of that stuff, they don't replace the audience. So I don't make the rules. I didn't write the algorithm, but that's the game you got to play. I almost quit doing this, April of last year, because I didn't figure that out until later. So you just kind of learn to play the game. And that's how it goes. Let me see. I want to check one thing here. Let's see. I'm waiting for the full HRR, which is not fully in last time I looked. So hold on one second. I think it's fully in now. Oops. I think it's fully in. Hold on. Let me double check here. Hold on. Yep. It's about 4 short. So let me show you this temperature profile again. I want to show you that. Let's go back over the temperature here. And what I want to show you is just look what these temperatures do. They really struggle on going into Monday. So again, we're going to briefly go up a little bit. Look at it. As we go into 6, 7 o'clock, we're going to see temperatures there like Gainesville goes up to 37 degrees at 10 o'clock at night. That'll be their high temperature, 37. We'll see if it gets that hot. That's if the wedge retreats out that fast or not. But then as we go, hey, Tammy, good to see you. Thank you. Then as we go to in the morning, it's 25, 27, 27, 26. It's showing 30. And it drops 29, 30. And this is at noon. It's still holding at 30 degrees. 31, 30. And at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So these temperatures up here across North Georgia are just not going to budge much at all. Look at Blair. Look at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 23 degrees here in Blairsville. Very cold. It's going to be a brutal day on Monday. Not only going to have to deal with that, you got to deal with the wind chill. I mean, look at this. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, wind chill is 9 in Blairsville, 15 in Canton, 16 in Gainesville. These gray areas up here. Those are below zero wind chills, by the way. You see those gray areas. So, as you can see, folks, Monday's going to be cold. It's going to be icy. We're not going to get rid of a whole lot of ice because it's going to be so cold. And but I'm just really hoping that we don't get a major icing event. I'm really praying. I know that one's. I'm very convinced, very locked into those counties up across northeast Georgia, but I don't want to get the icing down into Atlanta. I really don't. If we keep Atlanta clear and keep the power crews from having to go into those big population centers, the areas north can get help quickly. So that's what we're crossing our fingers here and hoping that don't happen. Keep it way out of the major urban centers, and then all the power crews can go in where they need to go. Let's go back to the radar. I want to take a look at the wider perspective. We're kind of waiting for this heavier precip to move on in here. It's dropped to 39 there in DeKalb now, but I'm going to pull back out here. Yeah, this is that heavier stuff down here. That's working its way northward. This is the stuff I think the miles we're hitting on here. It's this stuff here. It's up near Montgomery. It's moving in this direction. And that's when this heavier precipitation is going to arrive toward dawn, I think. So we're going to see where it's at come midnight. And that midnight, that's when I will determine what I will be doing as broadcasting at that time. I will either keep going if I think it's going to be a big issue coming in early, or I will shut down, get a little sleep, and then come back up early, like 5 in the morning or something like that. Get a few hours sleep and then come back up and keep going. So, but we're going to wait and see by how this thing is going and what the models continue to show. So thank you guys on YouTube for keeping that thing going over there. And it's just amazing the number of likes you guys have done on Facebook. Outstanding. Mark Feather. Appreciate it. I really thought our audience would come up a little bit more on Facebook as we got into the evening hours here, but it really hasn't. It's kind of flatlined here, probably because there's just nothing significant going on right now. I think that'll change come tomorrow morning. I think everybody's going to be wanting to see what's going on there. So I think it may be one of those things where I think our YouTube audience may, even though it's the smaller audience as far as number of subscribers, may top what we did on Facebook. Well, it'll be interesting to see. So I'll definitely have to compare the two do some post analysis, shall we say? All right. Let's go ahead and pull this out. I want to show the scope of this thing again. Hey, Mickey, good to see you. God bless, it's so cold. 2 in Oklahoma, 7, 10, 2, 2. What is it, 9? Oh, it's snow up in here. It is so cold. 19 in Dallas. I'm sure my buddy is working out there as well. Yeah, this is definitely that is the player. That is the watch for the heavy precipitation. And we got to see how the temperatures go overnight, because I think we're going to basically have minor icing after midnight. Minor. And then as we get to, thank you, Aaron. Thank you. You guys keep it going. You're knocking up on 3,900. You're knocking close. Keep it going. The wedge is dividing the green. Hold on a second. I got to blow my nose real quick. Stand by. I'm going to be gross. I'm going to mute my mic. Hold on. One side effect of talking for long periods of time. Get a lot of sinus in your sinuses. Keep it rolling. All right, so that's what I'm thinking of, what I'm seeing right here now. It'll be interesting to see how much of this heavier precipitation down here holds together. Again, what you're seeing up here, where you're noticing this precipitation that's got like a hole in it, it's because the air is dry at the bottom. Again, it's working its way down. Okay, so the precipitation is moving into that drier air. It shrivels it up. Okay, it's going to take a while to saturate and work its way down to the atmosphere. Eventually, it will get there. So all these little surges that are coming through right now are cooling down the atmosphere, and then this heavier, more moderate rain stuff, and it'll be this stuff down here that'll do the significant icing portion, which the models were hinting at toward the morning hours, 6, 7, 8 o'clock period in there. So the sun hasn't really come up yet, hasn't had any real icing, but it'll ice up very quickly depending on what those temperatures are. And if those temperatures in the morning are sitting there at 27, 28 degrees, as that heavier precipitation is moving into that field, it will ice up very, very quickly, very fast. Will not take long at all. Now, the only positive thing for the roads will be is that even though it's cold and the temperature's down in the 20s, you still get a little bit of solar radiation or ultraviolet radiation to make its way down to the road, to the asphalt. That can still warm it, even if it's 27, 28 degrees. It could still do a little bit of that, a little bit. But if it gets down, if you're in the lower, if you had temperatures like these back here, like if the temperatures were like it is back here in Arkansas, where it's in the teens, low teens, no, it won't. That sun won't overcome that. That's a little too much. But upper 20s, it still can a little bit. All right, I'm waiting to see what the 9 o'clock. We're getting close to 9 o'clock now, so I'll be interested to see what these temperatures do up here, up across the entire zone. So we'll see what the temperatures do. It did come up a degree there in Dalton because the precipitation stopped. They're at 33 degrees there now. LJ sitting at 37. Canton's at 37. Gainesville's 36. Jefferson's 34. Toccoa's at 34. So we're only within a degree or two of the freezing line. And as it cools down and that heavier precipitation works its way up from the south, that's when things are going to get crazy. I play for all the wind. I'll tell you, they got them all stationed. They're all over the place. They are all ready and manned and ready to go in and get that power on very quickly. So if we can keep the major icing out of the metro Atlanta area, and I'm talking about Gwinnett and DeKalb and Forsyth, and the southern counties would be okay. Northern Fulton County, Forsyth, getting into if we can keep it out of those areas, that'll be a good thing. Because again, those northern areas where I think the icing is going to be the worst, the crews can get up there quicker if they don't have to deal with all the heavy population centers that they'll concentrate on. Honestly, all right. So let's go ahead and take a look here at. I want to look at the satellite picture. I've not looked at the water vapor here in a hot minute, so let's take a look at this. It's making good progress. It's moving right along. This is our storm system right there. That's the one that's moving along. Look at all this moisture. You got some pretty good moisture content here. Whenever you see green on a water vapor imagery right there, you got pretty decent water. You got a pretty good moisture in there. So again, that's a little bit of moisture, little Pacific moisture kind of over the running of it with that upper level low kind of driving into that big dome of cold air. I mean, that's like a big 500-pound girl. Got this big cold Arctic air sitting there, and that it's kind of bumping right into it. That's what's setting off all that precipitation there. Like I said, not an overly strong low by any stretch of the imagination. All right, hold on one second. I got to go to the bathroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back, and I also got to give me a new drink. So I'll be right back. Give me about 60 seconds. I'll be right back. Stand by, guys. All righty, I'm back, guys. We're getting ready to start hour 6 here real soon. Hour 6 of the broadcast. And as we get going in here, let's go back to the radar. That's the thing everybody wants to see is the radar. How you guys doing tonight? You guys having a good night? Again, I appreciate you guys staying with us. Our Facebook audience is really dropping off. You guys got to get us, got to get those likes going, man. That Facebook audience is dropping badly. So please get that to like and get those comments going over there on Facebook. This is a good test for me, though. This is a good thing to kind of see which platforms do better as far as the live coverage. Looks like YouTube is definitely a good one to go. So we'll see how this works out, what those numbers say when we're done. You're welcome there, Ken. Appreciate it. The ice is Matt is reporting icing in Blue Ridge. That's not to be expected. Although I don't think it's going to stay too bad there for you guys because the warm sector is going to come up that way in Blue Ridge. I've been nursing this food for like 4 hours. All right. So again, here's the warnings. Again, the warm sector is coming up this way. So you get some warmer air out of that low, and that's why I think these western areas are not going to be seeing that bad. But obviously, with that wedge in place here, different set of cars, and we're waiting for the moisture in the lower atmosphere to cool the lower levels. And I know like some of the models earlier were like trying to bring it down earlier in the day, like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. That obviously never materialized. And it never cooled off as quickly as they thought it was going to be. I thought we'd be down like 36, 37 at 5 o'clock, and it wasn't there in Gainesville, for example. So let me take a look here. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Should be seeing the 9 o'clock temperatures popping here a little bit. Have not popped in there yet. It's always like waiting for it to pop in. So you get some steadier rains here coming across from Powder Springs down to Douglasville. Sorry, there still may be a little sleet mixed in with it, by the way. Just a little bit. Covington's sitting at 39. We've got 37 up there in Monroe. Athens is sitting at 36. Boy, it's like we're getting so close. Catoosa gonna get wrecked. Not really. Catoosa may not get that bad. I mean, they're getting a little mixed up there now. It's 30 up in Chattanooga right now, at least at the official up there. There's a little mixing going on up in here, but I don't have any other stations up to report other than Dalton, which is at 33. So if I was going to extrapolate, they're hugging right around 31, 32 degrees up that way. I mean, the 33 are playing rain over in Alabama there in Huntsville. But looks like this is starting to fill in a little bit. Yeah, we should have these temperatures should be updating here within the next 10 minutes. So that's the hourlies coming in. Hey, Douglasville, good to see you there. Penny Diaz, good to see you. Paulding County, you guys are on the west part. I don't think it's going to be bad over in Paulding, Josh. I really don't. On Facebook now and YouTube and Barking Dogs. Gainesville, are we think we're in danger of down trees tonight? I don't think so. I don't think it'll be tonight. It's leaning more toward tomorrow morning, I'm thinking. That's when the heavier precipitation comes in here. What I'm waiting to see is what these temperatures are doing here, at least over the next 3 hours. And then I'm watching the progress of this heavier stuff down here to the south. This is the heavier precipitation here. This is a good surge, some heavier, steadier rain here. That's coming up through Alabama. I've been tracking that for the last couple hours coming out of the Gulf. And it's progress. So we're tracking that heavier precipitation. We're monitoring the temperatures. And when do they line up? Does the heavy rain, right now it looks like, it does appear that this heavy rain is going to come in right around the time that the temperature should be cooling down into the upper 20s, 26, 27, 28 degrees there across that northeast wedge prime zones across the northeast Georgia. And the icing at that temperature, if the rainfall is heavy, and this looks like pretty decent heavy rains here, the icing would happen very quickly. Okay, it wouldn't just be a steady, moderate thing like we're seeing right now. What you're getting right now is nothing more than a light glazing on a lot of stuff right now across the area. Hey, thank you there, Pickens County. Good to see you there. That's Male Davenport. I know I'm going to have some days that you said we're going to have like 2-3 inches of ice. I was like, oh, look, I didn't say anything. I'm just relaying what the models were showing. Don't shoot the messenger. My job is to interpret data, not sit there and blow it off. All the models were kind of hinting at some higher moisture content on this, even the European initially. So. And again, when you're talking about icing, anything above a half inch and you got problems. That's all it takes. So as we're coming up on the 9 o'clock hour where these temperatures should start to update here shortly, again, just to remind everybody to please make sure you give us a follow over on Facebook if you can. And on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button. Help me keep the algorithms happy because I've been doing a poor job of the algorithm on Facebook. I'm kind of holding a little bit there. So you guys got to leave the comments and do anything else. Calhoun, you guys are on the west side of this. I don't think it's going to be bad there at all there in Calhoun. I really don't. I think you guys will be all right. You're anywhere from Calhoun over to the Alabama state line. Those western counties to the west of Interstate 75. I think you're okay. I don't see any indications that the wedge is going to make it that far west. And even if you got any kind of icing, it'll be minimal. I don't think it'll be that much. I think everything's going to be over in our prime zones right there, as I like to call it, the prime wedge zones. Still waiting for the new things to come out there. I see Hiawassee reporting at 28.9. Light sleet and freezing rain up in Hiawassee. Yeah, it's not really showing up very well on the composite, but I don't doubt you're getting a little bit there. Hey, YouTube, I only need 12 more people. Can you go and help me get me to 3,900? Come on. Keep that thing going. Those temperatures, these temperatures always are a little slow coming in here. It's just like sometimes like 5 minutes after. Yeah, this is the surge. Yep, that's the one. I think it's gonna be tomorrow morning. Let me see what the dew point's doing again. Have not looked at that in a hot minute. Yeah, 19. I hate seeing these dew points. See, these are dropped off again. These were sitting in the 20s a little while ago. They dropped back to 19, 18. That's it. So as the drier air tries to work its way in, as the flow goes from the high pressure to the north and the low pressure to the south, the evaporation cooler try to bring the temperature down. We'll try to bring the dew point up, but the dry air will keep trying to come in there and knock it back down. So it's like I said, it's truly a battle of wits, you know. Just waiting to see if these temperatures update here. All right, Gainesville dropped to 35. Cornelia did drop to 32. All right, let's see that. Lawrenceville dropped to 35. All right, so we're getting really close now. So Lawrenceville's dropped to 35. We're only 3 away now from the icing. At 35 there in Gainesville, 32 in Cornelia, 33 in Blairsville. All right, so the new temperatures came in there. 34 over in Winder. It dropped to 38 degrees there in Decatur. So at PDK. So things are definitely, and we got precipitation to get ready to move back into this dry slot again. So see that precipitation moving up this way. So these areas right in here, 9 o'clock, yeah, it was hitting around 10, 11 o'clock when it was showing to get to 32. With this next surge of moisture moving in there, we may see it drop down, getting close to 32 degrees. I see Conyers. What's reporting? Conyers is at 39. Covington's at 37. Monroe's at 37. Hey, thank you, Kathy. I appreciate it. Kathy Culver on your YouTube channel. Appreciate it. Rabun County. You guys are sitting there freezing right now. I think the southern part of Rabun County might need to be watched. The area that I'm really most concerned about for icing, and thank you, campers. I'm going to go back over here real quick. So the area that I'm most concerned about for icing is kind of coming right through here into this side of the mountains and up through there. So right into that zone is where I'm most concerned about the orographic lifting a little bit and the squeezing out of the as a sponge on getting that icing in those zones. That's my real concern. Those counties, again, I'm really concerned about. Southern Rabun, Habersham, Stevens, White, Lumpkin, Dawson, Northern Hall, Banks, Franklin, maybe getting over toward Hart. But that zone right through there is the area that I'm most concerned about with the icing. Now, the next model run should be chewing now, the 01. Let me check a look and see that real quick. Let's take a look at this. See where we're at here. Yeah, we're just starting on this one. We're only about 5 hours in. Got a little ways to chew on that one. So let me put this back over the freezing rain here. Back to freezing rain. All right, so we got a few more minutes. We probably got about another 10 minutes or so. Thank you, James JB Barkus. Thank you. Appreciate it. You guys are really lighting it up on YouTube tonight. I really do thank you very much. All you guys, Douglasville and Pickens County and Walton County, all you guys, Alpharetta. You guys are lighting up YouTube very well tonight. I do appreciate it. And you guys on Facebook doing the good stuff. Noonan and Raven County and Murray County in the house and Blairsville. All y'all doing great stuff. Brazelton, Noonan, Carnesville, Paulding. Really appreciate you guys checking out the broadcast tonight. Our first real significant live event here. Like I said, it's going to look, I'm telling you folks, next year, the look's going to be a whole lot different. It's not going to just be the talking head, the box, and everything else. It'll be a set. It'll be an intergraph. There'll be a TV monitor over here where we're kind of highlighting interactive stuff. There'll be the green wall over here. A little bit of stuff. There'll be a different, the shot camera angles will be a little bit different. It'll be a set behind me that's a little more professionally looking. Although I kind of like my set a little bit, but I do want to do something that's kind of a look at what North Georgia is, as far as, you know, the not so urban, but kind of a little more of the rustic mountain kind of thing, and then you know, but still take care of the urban areas too. You know, I don't want to ignore Atlanta completely, but my main focus has always been up in North Georgia, because it's always been my feel that a lot of the communities up there felt like the TV stations in Atlanta were ignoring them a little bit. So at least based off the feedback I've been getting from a lot of folks that's been the case. So we'll keep working it, we'll keep driving it, and we'll see what we can do with it. Because I think we just broke. Actually, I think Facebook just did. Let me see here. I think it just did. Oh, we're like real close. We're like 5. Yeah, so it looks like Facebook right now is getting ready to crash 59,000, and YouTube's getting ready to pass 3,900. So we're doing really good, man. Really good. Before I know it, I'll be the top social media dog in North Georgia, and those big sponsors, they'll have to pony up some money. At least that's the hope, anyway. Anyway, let's pull it back out here. I want to look at the wider perspective again here on the heavier rain to the south. I was staying in so I can keep a look at the temperatures. And pull it back out here. Yeah, it looks like the heavier rain here, as you're tracking it right along this edge here, kind of right about there. So it's getting just north of Montgomery and then kind of coming back down here. So that is so this is going to continue to move up in our direction, moving up toward that wedge as we head toward dawn. It's 9 o'clock right now, so it's still moving at a pretty good clip. That may be a little bit earlier than dawn. I don't know. We'll see what the 01 says when it's all in here. See if there's any change in the timing. So again, what those high resolution models do is it's a snapshot in time. It takes a look at the current radar picture, and it extrapolates based off that data, everything it's getting, and extrapolate where it's going to be over a 18-hour period. That's what the short high-resolution models do. Now, every 6 hours, it'll extrapolate beyond that, a 48-hour window. But it's the intermediate, those little short ones every hour that goes out 18 hours to get an idea what the trends are, what the forecasting trends are for that snapshot in that moment in time. So just like a radar image can change from minute to minute to hour to hour, so can the high resolution model. It'll still do the trends, but what if the radar from 1 hour to the next is getting heavier rain than what the earlier snapshot was showing? That means everything after that's going to change again. So that's why we watch this model run hour to hour to see what the forecast trends are doing. Oh, look at that. I only need one more YouTuber, and we're at 3,900. All right. I got down to the last 100 to get to 4,000. It took me 2.5 years to get to 8,500 on my previous channel, and we're going to get to almost the halfway point in 1 week. How about that, Doug? How about that for you? worked on that national channel for like 2 years, and it was going nowhere. And this channel got it going. Give me one winter event here in North Georgia, and we got it going in 1 week. So that's awesome. Here we go. Hey, you got Greater Gwinnett in the area. Good to see you there. That's Hell Lifer. I guess that's what that is there. Well, yeah, I know about the southern areas there, Metro Atlanta, Meriwether, Upson, and Troop, and then you guys are kind of stuck between the two TV station markets there. Yeah, I live up here in North Georgia, so that's been kind of my focus. I don't ignore the South suburb. Whenever I do my forecast, by the way, when you see it on Facebook, I do a regional forecast that covers everything down toward LaGrange. So from LaGrange over toward Griffin, over toward Meriwether, that whole area, and north. I do try to cover that. And there we go. We just hit 3,900. YouTube, give yourself a round of applause. Thank you very much. But I am impressed about one thing here. Look at this radar. This is some pretty decent heavy rain in here. That'll be very interesting to see if this all gets dried up by the wedge, or do we hold some pretty heavy rains coming into that area as we go in toward the early morning hours. Now, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. We're still going to be on here for, at minimum, at least another 2 hours and 50 minutes, so I'm not going anywhere until midnight. And thank you, Mr. Fish fan. So I will be interested to see what that says there. Let me go back to the model here and we'll see where we're at. I'm just waiting for this thing to chew. Oh, where are we at now? We are at 5 o'clock in the morning, so we're not quite there yet. So that's where we're looking at. One thing I definitely need, here I am, the meteorologist, I got my stuff. The one thing I definitely want to buy for my own operation here is my own weather station. I do not have my own weather station. I got a little rain gauge in there, but I mean a nice, good quality weather station that I can incorporate the data into OBS. So I got to do a little research. OBS is the software I use to stream here. So I need to incorporate how to bring, I'm sure it'll be like a screen grab from my desktop that plugs into my computer and goes from there. So I'll have to do a little research there, but I definitely need to get a new, I've got to move this back, my bad. I get a nice weather station for my own operations here. And I definitely need to get somebody in my hometown area, Braselton, to be a video sponsor. Now, one of the things I'm hoping to do here, guys, is try to get an expansion of the number of cameras available here across North Georgia. I did have an idea to kind of target the wineries, but then I thought about it. Well, the wineries are fine for the day shots, but you darn sure can't see squat at night. I like to get Jasper doesn't have a camera, for example. Ellijay does not have a camera, for example. Clayton doesn't have one. So try to target the cities that don't have cameras and see if we get a business that's willing to put up the money to be a sponsor for that camera. And then because I'll tell you one thing, the cameras that have the views, that they definitely drive my viewership. I can tell the difference just by the numbers. I mean, because I use the Blairsville camera, because I use the Dahlonega camera, it does make a difference at least on the Facebook side. I haven't looked at the YouTube yet because we just kind of got that going. All right, here I'm waiting on this thing to get loaded. It's like waiting for paint to dry. We're at 10 hours. We got 8 more to go. Yep, got 8 more to go. Let me look at the radar here itself. I want to look at this rain here on the regular radar. I want to see how it looks down here. Yeah, that's a whole lot heavier. No doubt about that. Yeah, this is good, solid, moderate to occasional heavy rain here on that. That's surging up toward the north. So that's what I got to track. Not quite as heavy up in here to the north, but that. Hey, Penny Kunis, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. See, that's definitely the heavier rain there. And the rains that are coming, this is mostly light stuff, so it's not really amounting to much. That's one bad thing about the composite radar is that you think it'll overexpose what you think what's precipitating outside. So, but it doesn't on the heavy stuff. That's what's showing up clearly down there. And even the radar is supporting that. So we got to watch that massive steadier rain coming to the north. It'll be interesting to see what the 10 o'clock temperatures show. I bet we're going to be very close to that freezing mark. But it does need a little help with the precipitation. But I can tell you one thing. One thing I can definitely see is the influence of the wedge pulling in here, because that this precipitation, it is coming in this area and it is drying up. You could just see it's trying to go in there, and it's like bumping into a force field a little bit. But you notice it's dropped to 32 over here. It's 32 just over the state line, 31 there. We got 32 up in Cornelia. I suspect Toccoa and I'm not sure what that one is. Not sure what city that is there. Let me look that one up. We can zoom in real close. That is Cannon? Nah, Carnesville? Maybe Carnesville. I guess they consider that the Carnesville stick. But yeah, those will probably drop soon. These drop to 32. We'll see more of these drop to 32 here pretty soon. Okay. Shonda Snow is saying she's lived in North Georgia and seen some ice in the trees. Yeah, the thing is, some of this stuff is the trees get going in this area. You're gonna get some coasting on some of the trees. It's very, very possible that you'll see a little bit of that. I'd see the west side of Atlanta's dropped off to 38 and 39 because of that rain moving through there. So let's look here at some of the, I want to look around at some of the sticks here and looking around at some of the temperatures. So let's take a look here at some of the live shots here. Let's look at Helen. Helen's down to 32 degrees. So the roads look dry there. Helen hasn't gotten any rain yet because the air has been dry. The moisture has been moving up that way. And I really hope Helen does not get a heavy icing there. If it does, like one of the models were showing there in Helen, a lot of those Christmas decorations are going to get messed up very badly. I know they leave them up for the month of January, but those decorations could get messed up pretty good. Blairsville doesn't have a stick, but we could take a look at their road conditions here. A little damp, but not looking bad there right now. Lake Chatuge, Hiawatha's at 33 degrees. Sky Valley is at 26, and with light snow showing up there. At least it says light snow. It looks like rain to me, but it's hard to see because that's a golf course and you can't really see it very well. But very cold there in Sky Valley. That's up there, the one ski place up there in extreme northeast Georgia. Lake Lanier doesn't have a town. There's Dalton. And we'll see what UGA is looking like here. I'm also looking at the sky conditions when I do this. I don't know why sometimes I got to kick this thing in the pants to get the image to load. It is what it is. I think it's because a lot of people are using the camera, so there it goes. Yeah, not looking too bad. Those clouds are still a little elevated there in Athens. Here's Dahlonega. Same thing. I gotta give the camera a little kick. There we go. Cloud deck's definitely lower there in Dahlonega, though. You can see the difference between the two cameras. Dahlonega, the cloud deck is definitely lower, and you can see a little bit of sprinkles that are going on the camera lens. Just happened right there. So clouds are definitely falling there a little bit. Let's go take a look at the road. I haven't looked at the road tips in a little bit. So let's take a look at these. I'd like to take a look at the road temperatures and see how they're being. We can also get the air temperatures too at some locations. So we're going to focus here on the northeast zones. Oh, I got to do a refresh real quick. My bad. I almost forgot. Got to do a refresh. I'll make sure the data is good. All right. So there we go. That's Georgia 400 at State Road 20. That's showing 36 degrees there, and the road temperature is looking good. That's sitting at 40, so not bad there. There's Georgia 400 at State Road 60. That's going into Dahlonega, showing 35 there with the air temperature of 36. Well, the road temperature 36. Here is 985 at 53. That's getting close to freezing. That's getting really close there. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, they can hear you. I can hear you. So the temperature there is at 30. It's like 33 degrees, 34. Pretty close. Very close there. So let's go up to up the road a little bit. That's right at that their temperature there is right at freezing, and the road temperature there is at 37. That's up US 411. I guarantee this one up in Tacoma is probably very cold. Yeah, that's below freezing there. They're at 28 there, but the road temperature still hasn't dropped off. That probably won't do it until the precipitation starts to fall. But right now, that Raven County stick is looking pretty ominous there. Let's go up going up the interstate here, up 85 at Lake Hartwell, 35 degrees there, and looks like 37 on the road temperature. 34 there at the way station. Hey, welcome aboard, Finet and Finet, Infinite, and we got 30, 35, and 36 right in there. So pretty good. All right, let's get this off this here real quick. Let me pull back to the radar. All right, there we go. So we'll keep checking those sticks. We'll probably end up doing that in the morning. As it's beginning to look like, appear to me, that I probably will shut down by about midnight. Try to get a few hours sleep and then come back up, because it's looking like that heavier rain event will be coming in toward morning, and that's when the icing will be probably at its worst. Again, the shorter the window, the better, obviously, but at the same time, we don't know for sure how much precipitation we're going to get in there. Yep. And yeah, for some reason I don't know why my Blue Ridge camera. Where's my Blue Ridge camera? Did I not put that in here? I could have swore I did. I'll have to add it tomorrow. I guess I didn't add it in there. There's Sky Valley, Blairsville, Helen. I'll put Blue Ridge back in there tomorrow. Thank you for reminding me of that. For some reason I forgot to put that one in there. Obviously can't see Brasstown Bald right now because it's dark. But I guarantee you that their temperature up there was showing 28 degrees, so they're definitely icing up there as well. And I'm interested to see tomorrow to see if the severe weather guys change that outlook or not. Tomorrow they typically update this in the morning. So right now you got parts of Georgia here under that severe weather risk with that squall line coming through, showing a marginal for South Metro. I just don't know if that's going to happen or not. All really depend on the wedge, how strong that thing is. Go back over here. Oh, I dropped to 33. I'm not sure what stick that is. 33 there. 38, 38, 35. 34. So, all right, just bear with me guys. I gotta take. Wife's asking me for something real quick, so just hold on real quick. I'm gonna mute the microphone for a minute. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, guys. Duty calls. You know how it is. All right. Appreciate it. Hey, now we're coming up on 9:24. I've done the stat check here in a little bit. I need Facebook. I need you guys to get me some likes going over there, man. You guys have been, I need y'all to get that going over there. Somebody was asking about the dew points. I see someone on Dwayne is asking that. I'll show you that real quick. As the dew points have not really, they're still holding the teens up there across the northeast Georgia. And we're getting some heavier rains now coming in across northeast metro there now. I can almost guarantee you there's probably a little bit of sleet with that. Just a little bit. 21, 24, 22. What I need to research, I need to find me a site that in the future, maybe I could do this for the morning, see if I can find a site that's got the wet bulb temperature in there, because the wet bulb is what your temperature would be if the air is completely saturated. And on this particular program that I use here, it doesn't show that. Hey, thank you, Trip. Welcome aboard. Trip Chandler just joined us on YouTube. Thank you. Do appreciate that. So, yeah, this is pretty good rains here coming up in through Metro Atlanta. So, pretty good downpours coming near Sandy Springs, coming into the Roswell area, and heading up 85. So this if it continues to ride northward. And see, look at this. See some of the identified little peak there, just a little bit of peak there coming into the Gainesville. It's 35, 34. You got some pretty good rains coming in from the south. So that will probably air cool the temperature a little bit more in the next few minutes. Any kind of precipitation running into that dry air will keep knocking that temperature down. And thank you for that new subscriber. Appreciate that. And I bet I didn't even wait to even see. I bet we went by and I didn't even see it. Yeah, we did. There we go. Hey, look at that. We did. Hey, there's, oops, hold on a minute. Let's show everybody. There we go. We did just crack, this way, 59,000 there on Facebook. Hey, way to go, guys. Outstanding. Pretty good. Be pretty cool to get 60,000. I tell you, I would have never thought we would have gotten that 2 weeks ago. I would never thought that at all. But that things happen. Things happen. Yeah, this is picking up. I think we definitely got some sleet in there. No doubt about that. I think we got a little bit of sleet. Showing up this little heavy band coming up here across North Metro Atlanta. So this will have an impact on Lawrenceville and Gainesville and Jefferson, for that matter. If that continue up that way, that'll probably knock that temperature down a little bit more. So I suspect by the 10 o'clock hour, we will be probably seeing 34 or 33 in Gainesville, maybe 34 or 33 there in Lawrenceville. Probably good bet we're going to see that. So I don't know what the big channels do when they're doing their wall. I'm focusing here on Georgia. That's my bread and butter. That's where I'm. I would not want to be the guy trying to track this whole dang up thing. Look at all this. Look at the snow field. I mean, that just really just blows my mind when I see the size of that thing. Unreal. Look at that thing. Just unbelievable. Just a huge field. I mean, look at these temperatures. -6, -13, -2, 0, 12. This is this really cold air. Here's the high. Here's the high that's bringing us the cold air up here. They had it anchored a little bit further south, but sitting right up in there, and that's what's bringing the wedge down this way. So that's what's influencing it there. Thank you, Monica. So that is what's going on there. And Timothy Woodruff, thank you. Yeah, this stuff's starting to fill in pretty good. Yeah, that heavy rain coming in here, that's gonna make all the difference. Yeah, precipitation rate and heavy rain, that is a big player when it comes to a setup like this. Because, as I said, when you got that drier air at the surface trying to constantly move in there, and you got moisture trying to work its way down, it needs heavier amounts of precipitation rates to saturate that air and cool the column of air down. So that's what we're going to see, I think, as we head toward dawn. And the one thing I'll say that's positive thing on this is that I don't think we're going to get as prolonged period of icing as it would look like initially. That's the positive. The negative side on this is the fact that it may not matter as much if this heavier precipitation moves up and dumps a lot of rain very quickly. Because again, once we get temperatures down into the upper 20s, if they get into that 28, 29 degree threshold with a good rain coming in, it's going to coat everything very quickly, very fast. Again, we've been very cold here for a while. Ground temperatures are pretty low. We've been, we've had a lot of 20-degree mornings here the last few weeks. So that is a big player in this. All right. So what we're going to watch for, and I tell you, as far as what the rest of the next couple of weeks going to look like, the evolution of this thing will have a piece to play in this. Now, thank God we're not going to get another winter storm next week. Whew. The GFS was flirting with me for a while, man. I was going to commit Harry Carey, man. I was like, no, don't give me the
last one.
Oh, last cookie. My wife said I could have the last cookie. I was a good boy. I get to eat the last cookie. Yeah, good for there. Very good. Very good. All right. Well, one thing it looks like that's good. If you go to bed at night, I do not anticipate, if you got up early, only if you slept in, will you wake up with your power out. It does not appear, based off what I'm seeing right now, that if you went to bed right now or the next hour or so, that your power will be out in the morning. It may be sometime in the morning it goes out if the heavy rain moves in and we get good rates to accumulate going into, 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. Hey, Steve, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Steve Birch just joined us on YouTube. I appreciate that. What kind of cookie? Oh, cookie. It is a chocolate chip and M&M cookie. I think she got them from Publix. So Lulu says it's 33 degrees there. Walton County, you're kind of on the fringe of this ice. I'm waiting for the one. Let me see if the news run's done. Should be done now. Hold on. Let me take a look at this. This should be finished. Let me see what it's showing here. It's kind of pretty much the same. It keeps fluctuating back and forth. So let me show you the latest icing here. Let's look at the latest data. Let's look at this. Hold on a second. Get the right one. All right, here we go. All right. So watch. Let me back this up for you again. So that's 9. It's 10 o'clock coming up right now. So you get some of that rain coming in there. Maybe some light glazing. I think we've had reports of several light glazings already. So 1 o'clock in the morning, that don't look too bad. 2 o'clock picks up a little bit. 3 o'clock, again, still not that bad. 4 o'clock, then we start seeing a more widespread rain. That's when I think that wider rain comes into the area. And then you see it really start to pick up. 1/3 of an inch. And we're approaching a 1/2 inch. Now we're over a 1/2 inch there at Gainesville. And then again, we're still showing that hot zone right in there. Those same counties. That's not changed one bit. Looks like Cobb's back up to a 1/2 inch again. It was trending downward on last run or so. Still about a 1/2 inch there in Gwinnett, 1/2 inch there, almost an inch there in Gainesville, 3/4 inch up there. So this takes us up till 2 o'clock. So that's assuming that temperatures stay below freezing for any length of time. Let me see something here. So here's the precipitation here. There's 1 o'clock. See how heavy rain coming from the west. That's that precipitation coming in there. So it's gonna be close. We'll just watch it as that heavy rain comes on in from the west. That's that line that's gonna clear us all out. But man, I still think we're gonna have a black ice problem on Monday morning. Let's look at the winds. These are your wind gusts. I tell you, that northwest sector has stayed very windy there most of the time. So what you got? You got east wind blowing this way, and then you got the wet trying to break down a wedge from the other way. Still got winds there in the morning, 25, 20, 24. These are wind gusts. So if we get any kind of accumulating ice, could be a little bit of a problem, but it doesn't look too bad. I've seen worse. All right, let's look at the temperature profile. Let's look at the temperature. There we go. All right. So right now we're at 10 o'clock. So that's 10 o'clock temperature. Pretty close. It's pretty close to what we're seeing right now. Not too terribly off. So midnight temperature, you see these 28, 29, 31, 31, 31, 30. Again, we got that moisture moving up right now. You see the temperatures we dropped to, by 4 o'clock, we're 26, 28, 28, 28, 28, 29, 30 in Metro Atlanta, 29 in Canton, 26. You see where the mountains cut off there. See where Blairsville's protected there. They're at 33. Wedge not getting into them. In fact, they come up. They're almost at 36 by 6 o'clock. 37, they're warming up. But the wedge holds true right through 8 o'clock. And we start to erode the edges a little bit as the low starts to come in from the west by noon. 29, 30, 2 o'clock. That's as far as that goes. But wow, look how warm it is to the south. That's still just the tale of two seasons. So here's Heat Miser down here, and Snow Miser season up here, and this is kind of our battle zone. So you got a cold front. Here's our low. There's a cold front right there. And that's where the severe weather threat's going to be down in there as that's going by. That's where the tornado threat will be as well. So that's where we're at there. Yeah, at 8 o'clock temps, that's about right. Well, let me go back over the main temperature here. I try to compare the model to what the snapshot reality is and see how close they are. All right, Toccoa's dropped to 32. So you see the temperatures 31, 32, 32. That just went to 32. This was probably going to go to 32. We got some pretty good rains coming. This I guarantee this is sleet. I can almost guarantee this coming through Duluth right here is some sleet because it shows up as higher radar return there. This is heading pretty much right for me. I'm right about there. If you look right, let's get the right point here. I am right about there, around where that thing's pointing. So that's heading right up for me. So when that gets on top of me here in the next few minutes, I can stick my head out the door and see if it's actually sleeting or not. I think it looks like a little sleet going in there. 35, 34, 35, 34. So we're just got a few more degrees to go, folks. And then once it gets to 31, 32, then we can start doing that. The light icing can begin. And that's what I suspect as we get toward midnight. That's what probably will be happening. Again, appreciate you guys checking us out here on the channel at 9:38. We've been going on for 6 hours and 41 minutes here, kind of tracking this winter weather. Waiting to see if this icing is going to take hold and see what kind of damage or what kind of things it's going to do. It looks like to me that the areas up in the northwest Georgia or northeast Georgia mountains are going to be the prime area for the most icing. The question is, how kind of icing is we're going to get down to the metro area? If it could stay away from there or not be that bad down that way, so that it doesn't knock out power. Because the power crews are going to be needed up to the north, especially for Banks and Franklin and Stevens and Hamersham and White and Lumpkin and Dawson, based off, and maybe Forsyth, just based off what the model data is kicking out so far. And that's been very consistent. I got to give it credit for that. And that's been surging the moisture in that area, maybe getting up to 3/4 of an inch to an inch accumulation, which of course is very devastating. That would be more than enough to get that. And even down here, you kind of see the pink showing up there across Forsyth County. Yeah, I definitely want to watch. I definitely want to check that out. Go out my door and see if that's actually some sleet in there. When it gets a little bit closer. Ken Smith says the models stink, bro. I know what you mean, brother. I think sometimes with these models, it could be too much information or information overload. The one that's bothered me the most has been the American GFS. That thing is so flaky, goes crazy to it so much that, like yesterday showing the big, storm of the century, super blizzard, 3 feet of snow in Atlanta for next weekend. It's not there anymore. Don't have to worry about that. And it was never going to happen. I was like, it ain't on the European. I don't care. That's my motto. If I don't see it on the European model, I don't care what the GFS is saying. If it shows up on the European, then maybe I'll watch it on the GFS. But if I don't see it on the European first, don't care. The European model is the superior model to the American GFS. Now, I have heard, I was talking with somebody about this today, that they're trying to get AI involved to help improve the GSF's model's errors, which have been, I'll be honest with you, over the last couple of years, have been going up and been very bad. Personally, I think they should take that thing back to baseline and start over, or just build a new model completely. Because I think what they've done is they've coded on top of coding, on top of coding, on top of coding. It's been really crazy. Matthew Poor says there were like 40 power trucks in the Walmart parking lot in Dahlonega. So, yeah, a lot of these power crews and the local power crews like Jackson EMC, all this stuff, they got all their power crews ready to go. Hey, Cassie Winkles, thanks for the 99 stars sent. I appreciate that. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Again, I don't keep any of the money, folks. All the money goes back into the channel, and hopefully we can build this thing out properly. Yeah, this is not a fly-by-wire operation. I do have a business license in Braselton. I have a LLC here in the state of Georgia, and tax ID and the whole works. So trying to make it legit as possible as we try to get this thing moving and off the ground here. So anybody else reporting anything out there as far as any icing and stuff? Kind of looking through here. South Fulton, you guys are looking okay. 39 degrees in South Fulton. Not too bad there. Michael Seymour says Gainesville air temp 33.44 degrees. Yeah, we're getting awfully close. We'll see what the 10 o'clock advisory says. It wouldn't shock me if the Gainesville stick says 33 at the 10 o'clock hour. That's not gonna be a big issue there. That would not shock me in the least. Somebody here at 927, Brian Collins says there's a nice glaze of ice on his deck in Blairsville. Always forget where that's at. Let's see here. Let's look here. So we had bought a generator just in case the power went out, and my wife takes it out of the box and looks at the instructions. The instructions are crap. They don't identify what the pieces are or anything else like that. And I am definitely the most unmechanically inclined person on the planet. And yeah, it probably is easy to somebody who knows what they're doing, but we don't know what the hell we're doing. So we got a nice generator that probably won't be able to be put to good use unless I get somebody to come over here and put it together for us. Anyway, it is what it is. We We try and we learn, That's life. Yeah, that's definitely got to be some sleet in there. These temperatures are going to drop. They're going to drop. They're going to drop nice on this next one. Hey, if you're ever on the YouTube channel, if you haven't hit that subscribe button, please help us feed the YouTube beast if you can. The algorithm's got to be fed, and that basically means giving it a subscribe or make sure you hit the follow button. You guys have been very active on the comments section, and I do appreciate that. Same goes for Facebook. Yeah, Kingston right now, I think y'all gonna be fine. I don't even see that. It's gonna be close. And you're down there. It's gonna be close. Just have to watch it. My steps in the house are ice and Hiawassee. Yeah, I was noticing that earlier. Thank you for the new subscriber. The one thing I noticed here on the cameras, the Lake Chateau camera, this is Hiawassee. That's showing 33 there, but the lake tends to warm that up a degree or two. So if you get away from that lake just a little bit, I guarantee it's probably right around 30, 31 degrees. So if you got ice in Hiawassee, that's probably true. Sky Valley sitting at 26. It's reporting light snow, but it doesn't appear to be. Usually on this camera, if it's snowing, I can tell on the lens. That's probably light rain there. So, and Helen is sitting they're at 30. It says snow. There's not snowing in Helen. Let me refresh this camera. Make sure it's refreshing. I don't think that's refreshing. Hold on a second. Why'd you drop, Jules? Let me refresh this. That is refreshed. Yeah, all right. I was making sure it was refreshing. Yeah, you got to double check and make sure these cameras are refreshing or they'll buffer out. So, I mean, the roads are dry in Helen, and I need to change that location thing because I didn't copy that. Let me do this. Let's see here. Copy, paste duplicate, and take that out, and that. I got to put the right location. This is what happens when you double copy something and not change it right. So I'm just going to fix this quickly. There you go. Bammo! It's fixed. All right. But yeah, I thought that was what it says. 32 degrees and snow. I don't see no snow there. I see wind. I see wind. But yeah, it's getting awfully close to my place. Let's go back to the radar here. Getting awfully close. I'll go back to the. So I got some pretty good rains coming up through Gwinnett right now. Coming up through Swanee and Buford, and getting ready to come into Flowery Branch, Chestnut Mountain, and up near Brazelton here real shortly. So I'm assuming there might be a little sleet mixed in with that little pressure that's moving on through here, and we'll see what the temperatures do. What the temperatures do with Gainesville. I got a funny feeling it's up to 33. Which miles do you trust the most when into 24 hours? Well, we're not really in a model mode right now. The high resolution model, the rapid one, it's more of a extrapolation of the current snapshot. It's not really so much a model per se as is okay, here's what I'm seeing that it's doing right now, and this is my best estimate of what's going to happen in the next 24 hours. It's model data is a little different as far as like the GFS and European. It's a bigger snapshot. So when you're looking at these models, instead of looking at a grid that's say 12 miles or something like that, like on a global, it's down to like 3 kilometers. So it's really fine tuning it and really taking it sharp. So it's looking at that radar image. It's getting a real tight shot group there, and it's trying to extrapolate what's going to happen here over the next 24 hours. Now, if one of those dominoes don't fall, like you set of dominoes, you have a set of dominoes, and the further out in time, the dominoes start to space out a little bit, and eventually you're going to get a domino that doesn't fall. And then if that doesn't fall, everything after it, nothing. Covington, I don't know. I don't think Covington's icing should be a problem down that way. I think you might see a little bit, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to cause a problem. It looks like to me, based off the radar image here, that the heaviest precipitation does not work its way, and it's all down here to the south. You see this? You see this down here? It's moving up this way. It may not be till dawn, or 6, 7 o'clock in the morning before we get the heavier precipitation in here to finally get some icing that was going to cause a problem. Alan Hatcher, thank you, Alan. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming on board. I appreciate that. Again, you YouTubers, keep that algorithm happy. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting watch to see what goes on here. So I will say the precipitation's been a little slower getting in here, which is not a big surprise because when you got that dry air at the surface, and you really can't see it. If you really watch closely, you see the radar returns just like they look like they're drying up as they get into that drier Arctic air. It just takes time to saturate that air. But I think this heavier precipitation, and not to mention the fact that the main storm system, this is just moisture out ahead of it, is still back here in Texas. I mean, it's just now coming into Texas. Here's the low right here, just coming into West Texas. This is the one that's going to track this way. It's still got a long way to go too. But I mean, but I'm looking at the water vapor imagery. This is a pretty good moisture in here. At darker the green, the more moisture you got, and it's coming in our direction. So we'll see if it wins out. But look at the field of all the moisture overrunning, all this Pacific moisture, all this upper level moisture that has just basically just been driving up into this cold Arctic air. Just amazing. Hey, thanks, Sam. So we're about 10 minutes. We're gonna find out what the temperature's doing here real soon. Let me go back to the radar here. Yeah, waiting to see. Yeah, that's real. In about another 5 minutes, I should be able to look out my door and see if we're getting any sleet or not. So it's getting real close. Hold on one second. I'll go there and take a look right now, just for the hell of it. Hold on one second. I'm gonna take a look. I'm just gonna look. Showing 33 degrees here and it's sprinkling outside. So I got 33 degrees here in Brazelton, and we got sprinkling out there right now. So we're getting really close to freezing too, right near here. So and about 10, that's about right. It's still trending pretty correctly so far. I'm at 33 here. And when these other sticks update here at the top of the hour, I'm sure they're going to be in the same neighborhood. It will be a lot of 33-degree temperatures. It'll be just on the cusp of going to freezing. But you see what the radar is doing with it. It's sensing the temperatures are getting close because that's why you're seeing that pink and that showing up in there. Carrollton, I think you guys are fine. Y'all are going to look at it just plain rain there. You're too far west. Hey, Steve. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. Hey, if we can get 60 more subscribers, we can get 40,000. Wow. That would be really cool. So if you're out there on YouTube, make this part of your YouTube video. I do, by the way, not only do these live broadcasts we have if you live anywhere across North Georgia, we do a daily forecast I post in there, typically around 3 o'clock, Monday through Friday. So you get your weekend plan, everything else like that. And eventually when the 24-hour channel's going, it'll be streaming here as well. So good way to go ahead and get on board with that. So help us keep that thing going. And let's see here. Just like I said, we got about it's like waiting for paint to dry. Thank you, Kitty Cheshire. Kitty Cheshire. Appreciate it. We only got 57 more to go. That is so awesome. I tell you that's the fun part of this. I really like doing this and seeing the positive growth and seeing us finally. Think it'll freeze over Sunday night? Shane was asking. Oh, Shane, yes. The answer to that question is absolutely yes. I think we're going to have some really bad freezing problems here all across North Georgia with black ice. I think the thing is, this thing's going to move in so fast with the precipitation, and the temperature's going to drop off so quickly behind it. We're going to have wind. Now, the wind is a good thing. The wind will help dry things out. But if we get enough heavy rain that's anticipated in here as the low goes by, we get enough ponding on the bridges and overpasses, that is going to cause icing significance, big time Monday morning. So I've been saying since the get-go, I thought we'd have pretty bad black ice going in toward Monday morning. And then Tuesday morning, Monday's also going to be dealing with some very cold wind chills as well. I'll go ahead and pull this up real quick. Let's go ahead and pull this up. We'll look at the temperatures here. Switch over to the right one. Hold on. Got the right one. There we go. All right. So let me go I'm going to show you the apparent temperatures. These are wind chills, okay? You see the wind chills tonight are already sitting there in the 20s because it's a little windy outside. All right. But watch what happens as we go into Monday morning. So these are wind chills throughout the day going tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning's wind chills are all down in the teens. Ouch. That's terrible. 4 o'clock in the morning. Just absolutely cold, raw. If there's not a better day to stay inside and watch football, assuming we don't lose power, because you got the AFC and NFC championship game going on tomorrow, that's good things. But you see, we stay cold. There comes the front going by, but we stay wind chills in the 20s all the way up till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now let me back it up to the 0Z run here. That's the longer one. So watch what happens here. This goes by. These are the wind chills. Look what the wind chills do going into 7 o'clock in the morning. 11, 13, 14, and they're going to get even colder. 9 in Blairsville, 17 in Gainesville, 14 in Canton, 14 down in Atlanta. And you got wind chill. Look at these over here. These are wind chills below 0 in northern Alabama at 9 o'clock in the morning on Monday. I mean, it's there is a cold weather advisory up because of the wind chills that are going to be bad in this area. So definitely make sure you dress in layers. Everybody asks the question, why is wind chill such a big deal? That's just, you're just exaggerating the cold air. No, it's important because your body regulates its temperature. If the wind chill is very low, your body doesn't regulate its temperature very well. So it cuts, the wind cuts through you. If you're not dressed in layers, if you got exposed skin and stuff, the wind chill is very significant in that area. So it's very important to watch the wind chill, especially when it gets dangerous low like this. So it stays very, very cold air throughout the day. Now, and look at that 7 o'clock. You see these below 0 temperatures here, 4, 9, 8. The wind's going to linger a little bit into Monday night. Now, Tuesday morning, I think the winds are going to be damn near calm, and we're going to see some pretty good cold temperatures across the area. It's a question mark of how cold it's going to be, because right now, what I've got for a low temperature, I'm not sure why that's not playing. I think I got to I think it's me. Hold on 1 second. Oh. Let me see if that thing will go through. So you look at that 33.5. Gainesville might get a little bit higher than that at the low check. So showing that we're still going to maybe get up to 37. And then you see I got 12 on Tuesday. So it stays cold all week. So it stays very below normal all week. But that 12 o'clock, that 12 temperature on Tuesday could potentially be colder than that, depending on the circumstance of how this job pulls out. The amount of icing we get, the amount of snow up toward the north, the Arctic air coming down over it, how it modifies, how low the dew points are that morning. All those are variables. I think we're going to see widespread single digits. I think we're going to see temperatures on Tuesday morning similar to what we saw back there in December, right before Christmas, December 23rd of 2022. I think we'll see similar readings in that. All right, so the heavier rain now, it looks like it's getting up toward Alexander City, north of Montgomery, and getting closer and closer to crossing the state line here, at least the initial tongue of it getting in here. So you can kind of see here what looks like the initial push of the more steadier, heavier rains getting into the state. So it's getting ready to cross the state line here pretty close. But this stuff down here, this is the heavy stuff. I'm telling you, man, you get that kind of heavy rain there, like that falling over temperatures below 32 degrees, you're going to ice up very quickly. So I'm hoping that loses a little bit of its punch before it gets up this way. It is still heading in our general direction, so maybe it'll shift a little bit. That'd be nice. And there's our 12 o'clock temperature. I mean, our 10 o'clock temperature. Gainesville did drop to 33. I was going to say it's 33 outside my door, so figured we would do that. So we're really close to freezing now. Gainesville's at 33. Lawrenceville hasn't reported in yet. 36 in Monroe. 34 over in Jefferson. We got 32 in Cornelia. 32. We lose the Toccoa stick. That one goes down. Oh, no, Toccoa's at 32. Cornelia's at 32. There it is. And there's at 32. So here's our 32 degree temperatures. All right. So we're getting that. The icing's there. So now the temperatures are getting to that point. Let's look at the dew point real quick, because it gives us an idea how much lower the temperatures may go. And they're at 32, but the dew points are still sitting in the teens. So that means your wet bulb temperature is getting down into the 20s. Okay, that means when the air is completely saturated, that's when it's basically raining outside, right? So we're still looking at wet bulbs getting down into the upper 20s, 26, 27, 28 degrees into that area with that air staying that dry. So what I've been seeing here is we've been seeing the temperature drop. We've seen precipitation coming in here, but the dew points aren't changing that much. That's the wedge. That's that cold air damming making its influence felt there. All right. So, I mean, Gainesville's still at 22 and the temperature's at 33. So, we're dropping below. In Gainesville, the wedge capital of the Northeast is going to easily drop into the 20s as the steadier rain eventually pulls into the area tonight. So, the thing we're watching tonight is going to be rainfall amounts. How heavy does it rain? And how long is the duration of the freezing rain before the temperature begins to come up. So we're going to see this icing looks like it's going to take place, the more significant icing, as we head toward dawn and into the early morning hours tomorrow. So everybody needs to make sure they are not on the roads tomorrow. At least the good news is, it looks like to me, you're going to be able to go to sleep tonight and not have to worry about waking up with your power out. Unless you're a late sleeper. If you're a late sleeper, then maybe all bets are off at that point. But at least for the short term, I'd say at least for the next, say, 8 hours, it does not appear that the power will be knocked out in 8 hours. I think we're looking good there, at least up till 6 in the morning. So let me switch this back over to temperature. Appreciate everybody coming out. We're at 10 o'clock now, 10:02. We're at 7 hours of coverage here on the North Georgia Majestic weather. And again, I appreciate everybody checking out. If you're new here to the channel, just think of me as your own personal weatherman. You put me in your back pocket if you want. We are trying to grow a channel here to build a 24-hour weather channel, professional grade. I have made some upgrades, like this microphone's an upgrade. My monitor is an upgrade with earnings I've made here. I've got some pretty good earnings coming here in the next couple of months. We're going to continue the upgrades, new cameras, side monitors for my green wall over here, interactive monitor over here on this side for the set. We're going to continue to upgrade our stuff. And the data from our coverage here is going to be very crucial because it allows me to go into a potential big sponsor and put up the bigger dollars to be our big sponsor, whether it be an ergonomics or, Reliable Heating Air, a roofing company, car company, something like that, who would like to be our main sponsor. So they'll put up, it's big money for me, but in the grand scheme of their advertising dollars in Atlanta, it's chump change. It's very small, but it's enough to get me going because whatever they give me, all of it goes back into the channel and we can get the last pieces of equipment we need to make this thing work with a professional set, camera network. And because what I like to do is if I can get that right sponsor with the right money, we would get our Barren Weather computer. We would get 5 cameras, and we would get our set build with everything else. That would be my end state. So you guys are playing a role in this. Very important. The success and failure of this is going to be based off how good we can maintain our audience and maintain our brand and grow our brand. So the bigger we can make it, the better standing we have. So every time we add a new subscriber on YouTube, every time we add a new follower on Facebook, it just adds more fuel to the fire. Ultimately, what I want to make sure is that there's nobody on social media, and I mean including the main weather people down in Atlanta, bigger than me. I want to make sure I've got more people than any of the main chiefs down in Atlanta, including my colleague at the place I freelance, and any of the others. Now, the only person I won't catch right away, because it'll take a while, is Mr. Glenn Burns. Of course, everybody knows Glenn. I'm friends with Glenn. We talk weather all the time, and known him for years. We've met in conferences and stuff like that. And but he's got about 10, about what I've got about almost 60. He's got like 40 something thousand or 400 something thousand. So I'm a little ways away from him. So anyway, we're getting close, folks. Like I said, I just saw a temperature change there. I just saw a significant change there. Looks like Cornelia's dropped to 30. Here we go. Yep. Here we go. There's our 30-degree temperature. And you got 33 there too. Jefferson's dropped to 33. Gainesville's dropped to 33. Lawrenceville's dropped to 34. Getting that little rain thing moving through there. So it has definitely been a problem. Hey, thank you for the new subscribers. Oh, yeah. I forgot to mention that. I see somebody just signed up as a new subscriber. If you're on the Facebook side and you'd like to be a subscriber to the channel, again, it's $1.99 a month. That's 16 cents a day. I do a separate weather on the go. A separate weather report for subscribers routinely Monday through Friday. It's to give you guys a little specialized treatment. Also makes you me kind of your personal weatherman. I'm also going to give you behind the scenes looks of what we're doing here on the channel. Now, as far as YouTube's concerned, I don't have anything over there yet, guys, because I literally just got this thing turned over to the Streamlab part of this because I was on another YouTube channel. I just moved it over here and nothing to set up on it yet. So, like memberships and all that stuff, that's not done. Eventually we'll get that going. So what I'm trying to do is bring in as much different monetary capital that I can bring in from different sources to fund this thing, because what I'm trying to do is not a cheap endeavor, because just the data stuff alone for all the stuff and services and the apps and all that stuff, it's about $4,000 a month. Now, and you may say, wow, that's a lot. It's in the grand scheme of things when it comes to TV, it's very, very cheap. It really is. TV is a lot more expensive. And 4,000 is very doable based off what I've seen so far with our advertisers, Facebook earnings and stuff like that. I think it's very doable. But that it does include like the weather app we're going to bring on board here in about March 1st. March 1st is when we'll bring on a weather app. And then I go try to find a sponsor for that to cover the data fees, because that's like $750 a month for that thing. So I will cover that until we get it done. So anyway, we're doing really good. We only got to get about 42 more to get to 4,000 over there on YouTube. I think we're going to get very close to that tonight before we shut off tonight. That'll be a very nice accomplishment. And hats off to all my YouTubers out there watching on the channels. I know it's 10 o'clock at night. You're sitting there, you're waiting for this thing to get going. When's it going to happen? How's it going to happen? When's it going to get in here? It's like waiting for paint to dry. And right now we're at 59,100 over on the Facebook channel. So so we're gonna get we'll get pretty close to 60,000 here. Maybe not tonight. Hey, there goes Brandon Blackburn. Hey, Brandon. So we'll get pretty close to getting that 4,000 here this week and 60,000, and then hopefully things will settle down weather-wise, and then we can get ready for severe weather season. We're not done with winter weather yet. We're in a cold weather pattern, guys. And the only thing I will tell you is I know we got so I want to get a snow event. I predicted one ice event and one snow event. We're getting the ice event now. We just missed that other snow event, which was down in South Georgia. I was close, but we're steady. This is the cold pattern right here. This stays cold right through the 2nd, 29th to the 2nd. And so we're cold for the next 2 weeks. The only problem is we're cold here for the next 2 weeks, below normal temperatures. Hey, Christian, thank you. But we're dry. So we're cold, but we're dry. There's no moisture there, and it stays dry right for the next 2 weeks. So you can't exactly get snow if you don't have, thank you, Matthew, if you don't have any precipitation. Now, it's always subject to change, and I was hoping La Nina's death and the fact that we're seeing some influence here of the moisture coming in with this particular system would lead to additional systems, but it's not. The drought conditions will continue here because getting one good rain event every 2 weeks is definitely not good. Not good. And I hope we don't have a serious drought problem going into... Thank you, Ash in real life. My daughter's name's Ash. So thank you, Ash. All right, let's go back to the radar here. This is what we're kind of watching here. So, boy, but look, you can see what that dry air does to this stuff, boy. I mean, you see that cluster, and you see how it's just kind of falling apart there because it's running into that wedge air. It's really going to take that heavier stuff to the south to knock this thing back. The 0-2 is going right now. Thank you, Amanda Wilson. Thank you, Amanda. Only 32 to more. Hey, man, we got 280 people on Facebook. You think we can get 32 more out there? I think we can do it. Come on. Y'all can do that. Come on. Let's get to 4,000. No, I didn't say unsubscribe. I said you're supposed to subscribe. You're supposed to have the number go in the positive direction, not backward. It's all right. I'm jiving with y'all. Y'all fine. It's like, that guy's crazy. Oh, yeah, a little bit. Anybody to do what I'm trying to do at my age, I am nuts. All right, let's try to check this out here. Yeah, it definitely has that. Let me see here. Let's look. Oop. Where is the... Yeah, there it is. This one's not all the way in, but boy, yeah. I want to show you. This model's still chewing a little bit, but it does show enough to what's going on out there. Let me see here. This is really kind of like we're seeing right now. This is lining up pretty well as far as what I'm seeing as far as the image. Let me go over here to the model data here real quick. Okay. This is 11 o'clock, so it's about an hour there. Okay, you got light precipitation. See the light freezing rain. We know the temperature's getting there. Watch what happens with that heavier rain coming in out of Alabama. You kind of see it there at midnight. Watch what happens here as they go forward here. So it really starts picking up that precipitation there. And look how that darker that purple, the heavier the rainfall amounts by 2 o'clock in the morning. And it kind of lingers there. And what's interesting is how far to the west that wedge is making in here with the drier air and the precipitation that's cooling the air in there. Very interesting stuff. Let's see what again, this model's still chewing. It's not all the way through its loop yet. So let me get over to the winter part of it. Hold on a second. All right. 1 o'clock. So this is pretty light. Not too bad right there. 2 o'clock. And it starts picking up by 2 or 3 o'clock. That's when the heavier precipitation starts to come in. So it's still showing about not quite a quarter inch. We're getting toward a quarter inch by the time we get to 4 o'clock. And we pick up at 5. All right. Now we're getting to areas where we got a concern. All right. It's not totally in here yet. Let me see if it's got the next one in here yet. All right, so this is at 6 o'clock in the morning. Remember what I told you? I said the next until 8 hours. This is getting near a half inch, obviously. This is a third of an inch. This is a quarter inch. There's a third of an inch, almost a half inch there. Once we start getting between a quarter to a half, that's when we start getting some trees to break down. And once we get over a half inch and we start going to an inch, that's when we have problems. So we're just waiting for this to chew on in here a little bit. Come on. It's like waiting for paint to dry, I swear to God. There's 7. All right, 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch. Hard to see what the rest of it's going to do, because what the model trend's been on the last few of is like 7, 8, 9. There was some heavier rains that were coming in here around that time, and we'll see. We'll see about that. Gainesville air 33.44. Saw that. Wake up and crank the generators. Well, we bought a generator. Unfortunately, we're not mechanically inclined enough to put it together. We thought we could figure it out. I'm like, So we'll just have to have it ready for the next time. Oh, come on. Everybody's got their strengths. I'm a good weatherman. I'm just not a mechanic. Can't do it. Way to go, Tom. We only need 25 more YouTube subscribers. Get to 4,000. Tyler's been with me from the get-go. He knows how hard it was to get the other channel even up to this level. It took a long time, and we're going to do it in a week. And God bless every last one of y'all for coming on board. What do I see in Blairsville? Well, not much. This is Blairsville right here. You're on the other side of that mountain. These mountains in here are going to protect you guys a little bit. Now, you are seeing a little bit of glazing, a little icing out there right now. But I think y'all's temperatures are going to start to come up, because there's going to be some warmer air coming from that other direction. Oop. Going up through this way. So it looks like the temperatures are going to start coming up toward dawn. So I think Blairsville is okay. The mountains are protecting you guys a bit. All right. I love doing this. Love waiting for this thing to go. All right, we'll just come back to this when it's done chewing. We're not through it yet. I want to see what it looks like going up till noon. So I'll come back there in a minute. Let's go back to the weather tap here. Dry as hell in Canton. What are we in for? Well, Canton's kicking out 1/3 of an inch of ice by the time we get to 8 o'clock in the morning. That's what Canton's throwing. Thank you, subscriber. I missed it. I wasn't looking. I'm sorry. Brad Brown. Thank you, Brad. But Canton right now is at 35. Up there, just up there at Ball Ground, just up the road from y'all. So that's at 35, 33 in Gainesville. So Gainesville's looking at a 1/2 inch. That's not too far from where I'm at. I suspect by tomorrow morning we'll be having a 1/2 inch of coating ice on everything around us. It's when it gets over a 1/2 inch that we look at problems starting. If it stays at a 1/2 inch, I'm okay with that. And then we got to watch the temperature as far as the ground temperatures are concerned. And I'm interested to see. I have not checked on these in a little bit. Let me go back here and check the. We've been doing this all night. We've been checking the road temperatures to see how they're behaving. And I got to reset this, so give me a second here. So as I go look at the DOT cams here, I mean the network here of sensors. This was all put in post 2014 Snowmageddon. That's what made that. Thank you. We're only 16 away from getting to 4,000. Hit it, man. So somebody here, it says it's started in Gainesville near with mixed precipitation. Probably a little sleet mixed in there. I suspected there was a little sleet with that as it was going through. So now up here to the north, up here in Raven County, they're at 26 degrees, and the road temperature is sitting at about 35. So until it starts precipitating there, that road temperature is going to stay up a little bit, but it'll come back down real quick because the air temperature is below there. Now, as we work our way down to the south, you see a little dot that's up there, up 985 there, or US 411. It just dropped down to 29 there, and the road temperature's at 35. So that's getting really close there. If we get some precipitation there, that's getting really close. So those two right there, real easy will ice up. Mitchell Inslee, thank you. And as we go over to that location, that one's down to 32 is at Franklin Way Station. Franklin Way Station. Michaela, man. Thank you, Michaela. So that's almost down to freezing. So what I'm starting to see there is these different stations are starting to get their temperatures below freezing. Now this one up here at State Road 11 at Neal's Gap, that one is below freezing, as is the temperature. That's obviously up in the mountains. So, and it's been precipitating. Look at the dew point and the temperature. It is solid out right at 25 degrees. So that's icing up there on those mountain roads up there. Boy, y'all got it rolling, man. Look at that. Woo! Only got 9 more to go. Thanks, Duke. So let's check a couple more of these here. That one, US 4, Georgia 400, that is sitting right at 33 degrees, and the road temperature is 35, so that's real close there too. That's one we just did. This is on the other side of the mountain here. This should be okay. 46, that's sitting right at freezing too. So that's looking all right. Let's go down here toward Gainesville. Gainesville itself. I-95, that's, oh, wow. Yeah, I just fell to freezing. I'll tell you, I love this network. That was a great idea they did. After Snowmageddon, and they had no idea what the road temperatures were, they put this network in. Great thing to have. So the road temperature there in Gainesville has now dropped to 32 degrees air temperature. The air temperature has, and they're sitting here at, it's still sitting pretty high, actually. The road temperature is still pretty high. This is the interstate, though. This takes a little, you got to take into account the interstate, obviously the cars and the trucks, and they tend to heat up the road a little bit more. If you ever notice when you're driving on the interstate and you notice that your thermometer in your car is warmer than what the actual air temperature thing is, because the vehicles heat the roads. They heat the roads up. So that's a little bit. But we still got a gap there. Look, it's 32 degrees there, and the dew point's sitting there at 24. So upper 20s. Yeah. We get the right precipitation. This temperature here will drop like a rock if we get some steady precipitation in there. Look at that. Only got to get 6 more to go, YouTube. And my counter's gone up. When y'all do these things, man, I've got this thing down to a science. YouTube especially. You guys did the subscribes and stuff. The counter always goes up. Always does. That's how that algorithm works. All right. Let's look over at Facebook here. How's my Facebook crews doing here? All right. Rockmart saying it's 39 degrees there. Light drizzle and rain on. That's good. Got a few new subscribers out there. Way to go, guys. Thank you for subscribing. Dylan, Criswell, thank you for... I do appreciate the new subscribers. I didn't even look at the new numbers here. Let's see here. See how many new subscribers we picked up during this little this full endeavor here. Quite a few of y'all. Wow. Very nice. Thank you, guys. That's nice. We're over 154. That's about 20 new subscribers on the channel. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. What I want to do with that subscriber base, by the way, is if I can get the subscriber numbers on the Facebook page up to 350, which we're at 150 right now, that will cover the data costs on the weather app. So I don't have to worry about finding a sponsor. Eventually I'll get a sponsor for it, but at least initially I'll use that to cover the data fees on the Facebook app. So again, trying to get my pots of money here set up to run the operation here. 5 away. Yeah, we're almost there. We're 2 out. No, we just went over it. There we go. Outstanding. Thanks, guys. That's fun. I love doing that. That's a lot of fun when we get a chance to do that. Let's go back into the radar as we continue to watch those taps there. I appreciate you guys getting us over at 4th. That's amazing to me. What a run. What a run you guys have done. Very blessed. Thank you. Very, very humbled. All right, let me get back here to the... Thank you, Anna Turner. Let me go to... Where is it? Oh, here it is. And Benjamin Sawtell. Thank you, Benjamin. You guys make sure you guys, all you new subscribers, please make sure you hit that notification bell. The lesson I learned from my last channel was I didn't do that enough or tell people enough to do it. So YouTube never lets y'all know when I'm doing my forecast updates or we doing lives, stuff like that. So please make sure you hit that notification bell so that when I do my daily forecast updates or we're doing the live stuff, y'all get alerted because YouTube won't gonna let you know. See the temperatures here dropping. A couple things I want to point out here at 10:30. A couple things I've seen now, a little concerning as we're waiting on this precipitation. We dropped to 29 there at Cornelia. We've dropped to 30 down there in Toccoa, and it's left to 10. This is progressing about right. So I suspect Gainesville and over toward Jefferson will be the 32 here by the 11 o'clock hour. We're 36 in Decatur, 34 over there in Lawrenceville, 35 over in Monroe. Definitely classic wedge. 38 down at the airport. The airport's looking pretty good so far. 36 over there in Dallas. 37 over into your Cartersville. 36 in Kennesaw. So we're starting to see the temperatures drop into the 30s now down here in the metro Atlanta area. Robert Soul. Thank you, brother. So the steadier rains that we've been waiting on starting to approach the state line now from the southeast, right down here across southwest Atlanta. So it's just coming in toward near the LaGrange area. The real heavy stuff's kind of lingering behind it, but the steadier rains is right in here. And this is continuing to ride in this direction. All right. So as that moisture continues to feed up there, that'll continue to cool the air. We're already seeing up there. We're already getting below freezing temperatures starting to take place up there in the northeast Georgia mountains. So I'm going to be watching this closely here. Original plan was to stop at midnight, but depending on what I'm seeing with this radar stuff, I might stay on longer. Now, the longest I could stay on here on Facebook, I think, is 10 hours, and we're at 7 hours and 28 minutes. So what'll happen here is Facebook will drop off. I'll have to refire it. YouTube allows you to go for 12 hours, which means I can go to 3 o'clock in the morning on it. So both platforms are a little bit different. So appreciate you guys. Hey, thank you, World Down, Side Up. Thank you for just following us there. I appreciate that. And it's good to see all you guys here across North Georgia. This was the one thing I did not know on YouTube, whether the algorithm was going to be good enough to bring in the proper viewership in the area, because there's certain things you can't do from a advertising standpoint that you can do on Facebook, on YouTube. So to be able to do this organically is great. So I know you guys will be viewers that will come back and keep coming back because you're local. I think that makes a big difference. That's compared to trying to do a national program. It's just was a lot harder to try to do. So anyway, that's where we're at right now. And no, I'll do. There's no way we'll get to 5,000 in 3 hours. There's not that many people out there, especially this late at night. 300, we won't get 5,000 tonight, but maybe some other time. Pretty soon we'll get there. Not tonight though. We are getting close to 60,000 on the Facebook page. I'm advertising over there, so I put up some real money over there. We're at 59,131 over on the Facebook page, and yeah, we'll get to 60 probably maybe by tomorrow. We'll see. But I appreciate you guys checking us out. I'm honored. I'm blessed to be y'all's personal weatherman. To help try to watch the weather here across North Georgia, to give y'all some attention and not neglection, as they do at the Atlanta TV stations. Because the Atlanta TV stations, they're basically going, we're going to focus just on these guys right here. We're going to leave all these other people up here, and they can fend for themselves. So I've heard a lot of y'all's attention, a lot of y'all's feedback on Facebook and on YouTube, and you're very grateful to get that representation out there. And hopefully I can serve you guys well here for the next at least 5 years, and get going. You might say, well, why the next 5 years? Because my wife retires in 5 years, and we'll have to decide at that point what we want to do. So, but for the next 5 years, this is my baby. This is my project. This is my not really living, because all the money we earn here is going back to the channel. Now, eventually I wouldn't mind making some money. That would be nice to save a little money for retirement, or, get something for fun later. But for right now, every dime goes back to this channel, all of it. And the way Uncle Sam works, by the way, hey, thanks, Amanda. The way Uncle Sam works is that I can spend every last money on the business and have zero income for at least 2 years. So for 2 years, when I do my taxes, it'll be earned income zero, because I'm going to put every last dime on every piece of equipment to make this thing a fully functional and operational place. Eventually, hopefully, once we get the 24-hour channel up, we'll be able to get maybe get a salesperson on commission to could do the sales part of this because that's the part I don't like at all. not a fan of that. But I do like my advertisers. Big shout out to Circle Y Pipeline. They were our first advertiser. He put in six months worth of stuff. He's over in Dawsonville. If y'all have got construction projects, it's pipeline type stuff. That's them over in Dawsonville. We got a new tax person here on board for us. It looks like iStorm Morning Update just came out for Atlanta. Let me look and see what they did.
Warning, a special event has been updated.
All right, they just updated the warnings here. Let me look and see what they did. I just got that alert tone you heard was they made some changes. So let me see what they did. Let me see what the Weather Service did here. So let me pull that up real quick. Oh, I can't read with these. I'm actually a little nearsighted. Those aren't reading glasses, so let me take a look, see what the Weather Service, see if they changed anything. All right, let's see what they're saying. All right, let's take a look here. Yep, at 10:04. Yep, they just said that was the initial one. That was this morning. What'd they change? Here it is. 10:28. There it is. That's Greenville Spartanburg. Okay. 1 inches. Okay, that's Greenville. Never mind. I thought it was our office. Peachtree City. They've not changed anything. Okay. Looking at Dalton, that's still the same. Habersham. Okay, so the extreme northeast counties here, what they've changed: damaging icing expected, total slip accumulations up to 1 inch, and and of ice mainly between 1/2 and 3/4 of an inch. Locally higher amounts are possible, especially the South Carolina foothills, but this includes the Habersham area. This is up toward your northeastern counties that are in the Greenville Weather Office. So we're talking about Rabun, Habersham, Stevens, Franklin. I think that's the ones all up in there. Let's see. Yeah, Habersham, Stevens, Franklin, Hart, Elbert. Yeah, those counties that are up against the Georgia line, they belong to the Weather Service office in Greenville, South Carolina. Everybody else is out of the Weather Service office out of Peachtree City. So they just updated a couple things. Didn't look like it was major. Thank you, Southern Metal. Thank you for joining us. Actually, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Somebody unsubscribed. Somebody said I changed my mind. Actually, what it tends to happen is that people double click. They subscribe and then they actually unsubscribe. It was a metal place. Yep. All right, so I'm still waiting to see what we got. The steadier rains here increasing here across Atlanta now. These things are really starting to pick up here. So let me pull up the Atlanta skyline. I've not looked at that in about an hour or so. So let's take a look, see what that skyline does as far as the. All right, doesn't look bad. So I'm looking at the cloud deck. You know how Atlanta gets with the sky when the clouds get lower, the air is getting completely saturated. The skyscrapers end up getting in the clouds. It's not that bad yet. So that's why I was looking at that camera there. I can scroll through the other cameras here. Let me look. Like I said, I work for Fox part-time. I don't think they care. I'm using their cameras here. All right, let's see here. Let's go through here. There's the other midtown. But the cloud deck is clearly lowering. I can see that because I can see the reflection off there a little bit. But there's some light rain going through Atlanta right there. Excuse me. Here's Six Flags. There's the airport. Looks like everything's still moving there at the airport right now. The temperature there at the airport is above freezing. I think it's like 36 down there right now. So just a cold little light rainfall in there. And there you can see the rain there falling at the King Queen building up on the north side perimeter. So getting a little rainy up there, falling there in Atlanta. Let's go back to the radar here. Radar Omega. Oops, sorry, wrong one. Get back to where I was. One of these days I need to delete those ones I don't need. Need to do that. Appreciate you guys over on Facebook. Please make sure you give me a like before you leave out of here. George Walters is reporting on Facebook that beautiful sheen of ice over all my decks and vehicles. So, yeah, Hiawassee on the other side of the mountain. I really don't think you're all going to get the heaviest icing there. London's reporting nothing in Clayton right now. Somebody's watching from Plant City, Florida. Well, a lot better be down there than up here, that's for sure. Somebody said there's a thin layer of ice on our back deck in Sardis, our area near Gainesville. Yeah, y'all are sitting right near 33 degrees, so that's at the airport. So at the that you probably right near 32 there. That avoids the worst of the storm with much slower totals now. All right, well, yeah, it's been. I never really thought Atlanta was going to get the big amounts on this. I thought Atlanta, for the most part, was looking at a quarter inch. I thought the Gainesville area was like a half inch to 3/4 inch, and then that up against those mountains where that higher, because all the models were showing that. They were clearly showing that the higher amounts was going to be up there. And like, I need to see, we're pretty close. Let me see if the new model runs all the way in here yet. So bear with me here. There's the 2Z run. Is this all the way through here now? Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. Let me show you this. This is completely through. I didn't get to show you this earlier. So because the wedge holds on for a while, look what this thing's kicking out here as far as the icing. All right, so this is the last full run here. Thank you there, Little Miss. You see 1 inch there across Gainesville, 3/4 inch over there, and it's getting there. You got a half inch there in Gwinnett County, Lawrenceville. Still showing a third to a half inch down here in the metro area. South side, nothing, but everything is on the north side. You got a half inch over there in Canton. You got 3/4 inch up there, and this is all 1 inch plus up against those mountains. Just because it's just the angle of the moisture coming at us and the little bit of orographic lifting there with the mountains to as a little bit of an enhancer to the moisture. So still pretty decent there. So again, those same counties I've been calling out all night, I still think that that's going to be the areas that are going to see the most widespread outages. Okay, so again, when I'm talking about the outage of the cities here, the cities that I'm most concerned about for as far as power outages are concerned. So we're talking Clarksville, Toccoa, Cleveland, Cornelia, Dahlonega, Helen, Tiger, Clayton, maybe a little close. I don't think Mountain City. I think you're too far north. Lula, Gainesville, Maysville, Commerce, that whole area in there. Maybe getting over toward Dawsonville. So those are the cities that I'm most concerned about as far as the icing, based off the latest. And this is for the duration. This is not just for overnight. This is going through tomorrow morning as well. Because when I show you the whole model run here, let me go back to this model here. Let's show you let's look at the precipitation here. Well, that's a squall line and a half. That's your thunderstorms coming in here. All right. So, wow, that's just amazing. Basically what it's doing, it's holding on to the wedge. Watch what's going on here overnight. We got a surge of this moisture that's coming in toward 2 o'clock. This is the stuff that's coming in out of Alabama now. That's going to give us our initial icing. All right. Then it keeps going at 6. We get a little bit of a break there at 6. A little break till 9, 10. And then watch this heavier stuff come in from the west. And that wedge does not give up. I mean, look at it. It just buries it with some heavy sleet going in there. So the wedge is going to hold on. It looks like the wedge is going to try to hold on to those northeast sections there right up until the front's blasting through. All right, so it's going to hold up right into there. And let's look at the temperatures. Let's look at the temperatures. Back this up again. Let's take it. It's currently coming up on 11 o'clock, so let's put it right here. So 30, 30, 31. So get 33. So this is pretty close. I know we're a little colder up there in the northeast than what that's showing there, but we're in the ballpark. So it's as we go through 3 o'clock, it's coldest into the upper 20s. All right. Then you got that warm surge coming up, but those 20s don't look. I mean, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we're still holding at 30, 30, 32, 30, all this 28. You're still looking at all this area up in here. Still staying below freezing, that northeast section, with some heavy rains coming on in. Then we get up near freezing right at the end. We're going to briefly warm as the low goes by, and then just drop like a rock as we go into So I know we're going to have some people here. There are going to be some people that are going to be going, oh, we didn't get anything. Oh, it was fine. We didn't get they had ice cream warning. They freaked everybody out and nothing happened. We're going to get that. I know it's going to happen. It's nature of the beast, unfortunately. But there are going to be some people that's not going to be the case. There are going to be some people they're going to say, well, it wasn't for me. We get it pretty good. So that's just the ways of the world when you're doing weather. Personally, I would like to have seen a snowstorm. How about you? Would you guys like seeing the snow? I would love to have a nice little snowstorm. Not a fan of the ice. All right, go back over to the other chip. Homer, we're finally at 32 degrees, but no rain. All right. Canton's asking about the wet roads on Monday. We're going to depend about a few things. Here's the thing going on into Monday. We're going to have a heavy rain going on through as the front goes by. The temperatures are going to crash behind it. It's going to be windy behind it. It should dry some things up, but not everything. We're going to have runoff. There's going to be ponding and icing on bridges and overpasses especially. I suspect Monday morning we're going to have black ice all over the place. The severity level to be determined, but it's really going to be dependent on how much rain we get to fall as the main squall line moves through the area. So we'll see how that works out here as we go through the overnight. Yeah, thanks, Ken. I appreciate it. Yeah, hitting 4,000 on the YouTube channel was definitely great. It was awesome hitting that. And for you guys over on Facebook, I'll just go ahead and give this to you guys if you want to do it. Because really, what's interesting is that the audiences tend to be a little bit different for each platform. I'll tell you that the Facebook typically is female. It's 68-32 on that. And on YouTube, it's the exact opposite. Typically tends to be a lot more male than female for obvious reasons. Because we men, before YouTube came along, we would just sit there and we'd sit in our chair, watch TV, and we'd just be surfing, watching nothing. Click, click, click. I mean, YouTube was made for us. That's for sure. That's what we like to do. So I appreciate you guys checking us out. All right. Royston says, Rayton says Royston's dropped to 32 degrees now. Cornelia, temp is out of the house is 28 and dropping. So yeah, the real wedge is really getting into Cornelia right now. It's showing 29 at the stick. You're showing 28. So Ackworth's out to the west. I think you guys are okay there, Stacy. Loudsville and White County's at 28 degrees. Freezing rain coating everything. So we're getting coating. Here's the thing, guys. I mean, what I saw that is a lot of mist and haze. It's kind of coating everything. It's starting to freeze everything out. But until we get that main rain in here to kind of bring the wet bulb down to the stuff. So I'm going to pull up the dew point real quick. The air is dew point sitting at 22, 22, 24, 19 over in Toccoa, 21. The air is still relatively dry still. That's why this precipitation, as it keeps moving into that wedge, has been drying up a little bit. Thank you, Between the Gigs. I appreciate you. Let's go back over to current temperature. You're kind of going out to the wider perspective here, watching this heavier rain come up. Yeah, this stuff's going to continue here. I'm interested to see what it looks like by the time we get to the midnight hour. Carrie Von Erich. Well, thank you for the new subscriber there. Thank you very much. Imperial Eagle. I appreciate that. Toccoa just dropped to 27.8 degrees. Yeah, I don't doubt that. So the stage is set. All right. The stage here is now set. We have got right now, outside of Blairsville, because what I think is going to happen in Blairsville, I think your temperature is going to start coming up. You guys got a little bit of protection from the mountains there, so I'm not worried about Blairsville so much. But these other areas in here. Toccoa at 30, Cornelia at 29, Gainesville 33, Jefferson 33, Winders now down to 32, Lawrenceville at 34, 35 over at Athens, 33 over at Elberton. This whole area right here in the next couple hours is going to have the precipitation going there, and the coating is really going to be, it's going to be light, it's going to be gradual. Probably anywhere, definitely about a tenth of an inch, really coating everything up, getting things prepped. Once that ice is on there and we get the heavier precipitation to move on in there, that's when the coating will accelerate, all right? So that's what we're going to see as we head toward the dawn. Now, keep in mind here, guys, the most important thing here is when you look at the impact here of the power lines, what we're going to head for in this initial round is up to a tenth of an inch of glazing. That's sidewalks, bridges, especially when you get that temperature down in the upper 20s. That's what's going to happen there. Bridges, overpasses, the power lines, things like that. Those black asphalt roads, the ones that always seem to freeze up when it gets icy. That's what's going to happen there. Then as the heavier precipitation moves in, we'll go up to a quarter inch, and then we get to that half-inch rain. Once we start seeing indications that we've got a half-inch icing going on, especially in those counties that I've been telling y'all about all night, that's when we'll start seeing the major disruptions. Now, with that said, let me see something here. I want to check. Hold on one thing here. I want to check one thing. I turned this off earlier. So, I'm going to take you over to the radar here. Okay. All right. So here is this is the all the power outage here. So right now in Georgia, already, believe it or not, we've got 4,783 people without power. Alabama, not tracking much. They got 1939. Mississippi, they got 9,680. Louisiana, 67,000 without power there. Wow. They had a lot of icing on the north end of that. Tennessee, a couple thousand there. So right now, and we'll check back here in about an hour, see how it looks. 4,783 people are without power here in Georgia. So that's something to track. Now I could track it by the county. Let me do that real quick. See if it lights up any of the counties. I can see where the outages are. They're not enough to light up an individual county, so that happens. But when it's not high enough, it won't give me a county resolution just yet. So I'm going to keep this on the state. So we got almost 5,000 people without power here in the area. Whether that's called directly by the ice or not remains to be seen. Could be the grid just getting a little overtaxed a little bit. But we'll see what happens. We'll watch that closely here. Thank you. Is that magma? I guess that's what that is. Thank you. All right, let's go to, again, we're kind of watching the big system here. And well, it's a lot of moisture there, a lot of moisture. Again, I go back to the water vapor just to see how much moisture is in here. And this is a pretty dark green. We've got a lot of heavy rain here coming up this way. I don't know if it's really heavy, but it's definitely more moderate. Put it that way. And go back to... Oh, I'm getting loopy. Getting a little loopy. Now this is the stuff to watch. That's the stuff to watch. So it's interesting to see these temperatures up in Atlanta. What are the dew points doing up here again? Let me look at these one more time. I'm looking at these western zones here. What's the dew points doing over there? No, the wet bulbs are above 32. So I'm looking at Kennesaw's at 27. That's a little above freezing there. So it's going to need help from the precipitation to bring that down to 32. It'll need some heavier rain. Yeah, what am I doing to my damn jacket here? Oof. Oh, that's my keys. I was like, that's digging in my pocket. Who's we got there? Rachel. Hey, thank you, Rachel. Appreciate you coming on board. Amazing growth on the YouTube channel. I tell you, that was a big surprise. Absolute big surprise. I do streams and dang live streams for 7+ hours. This is impressive. Yeah. Yeah, we're coming up on 8 hours, man. I've done a couple of these. I did, like I said, during a couple of hurricanes, I did 12 hours straight of doing wall-to-wall coverage. So, not my first rodeo. I've done, when we were doing Hurricane Ivan coverage back in the day, did the same thing. So, this is one of those things. Yeah, so I think what we're going to see here, again, I'm watching these hourly tests. We've got 10 more minutes here until the top of the hour, and we'll get the new hourly observations to come in here. Ball grounds dropped to 32 degrees near Canton. Just noticed that. They're at 33. I think these will drop to 32. You already got 32 over in Jefferson. Winders dropped to 32 degrees. So we're seeing more 32-degree temperatures popping out there now. And we're just waiting for the precipitation to move in and get going. I can handle it. I'm retired Army. Well, I'm old. I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I'm not 35. Back when I was able to do this without even thinking. Dawsonville City Hall is reporting 31.5 degrees. You know what? I haven't done that in a hot minute, so let's go over and take a look at that. Hey, Brent, thank you. Let's go over and take a look at the some of these sticks out here and see what they're reporting as far as the temperatures are concerned. Let's take a look here. We'll dive into some of these. So we'll start in North Fulton right now. Alpharetta, 32.7 degrees. So that's in Alpharetta. Here's in Cumming, 32.8 degrees. Showing some rain there. Here's this one, 33.7. Cherokee County, 30.4 degrees at the golf course. Here's Hall County, 32 degrees here. So you see the growing theme here. There's 31 degrees there. This is all in Dawsonville. 33.4 there. 32. Yeah, we are all getting in. There's 32 there too. So we are all set. We're all set here. All right. So when I say we're all set, the table's set for the freezing to commence. Okay. The only thing we're waiting on now is said precipitation. So right now, all the North Metro, Gainesville, Cornelia's dropped to 28 now. Toccoa's at 28. Is now all sitting at below 32 degrees, 32. And as soon as the heavier rain hits, because of where the dew points are, they'll easily go down to at least 30. So the icing, which is already kind of starting with the glazing and stuff, is underway. It is now coming up on 11 o'clock. So we got these little initial light precipitation. The initial light glazing is starting. And you can expect that to continue through the overnight hours. And it looks like it'll be waves coming out here until the heavier precipitation that's working in from Alabama, which is down this way. You see it up there just passing north of Montgomery and coming up through Greenville and all that. When all that kind of works its way up across northwest Georgia, that's when the acceleration process of the stuff. So we're setting the initial glazing starting right now. The trees are going to get a nice little glaze. We got this little coating on the power lines and stuff, and then we're going to start seeing that the acceleration happen at that point. Best weather app. Are you talking about the Radar Omega? Yeah, that's the one I use for my main tracking program. Now we will have our own weather app here soon. Just for you guys to know, it will be free. The weather app right now, I'm looking to launch that by March 1st. I'm doing signing a contract with Barron Services out of Huntsville, Alabama. I've known them for years, worked with them for years, and they will be our weather vendor provider for our own weather app, which will be something I will manage. And then they'll also have the link to the 24-hour channel once we get that going as well. So it'll have little blogs and some other stuff on there. I think I cussed. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. So we'll have some other stuff on there, and That'll be something we'll launch on March 1st. So we'll have that going ready just in time for obviously severe weather season. So I wanted to make sure I had that out there for you guys before we started the spring severe weather season. So a little thing to look forward to. That's my Christmas present to you guys. All right. And thank you guys for subscribing. Y'all are being awesome over there. Appreciate it. And make sure you guys give me the likes over there on YouTube, man. Yeah, I mean, on Facebook, man. We're over 1,200 likes over on Facebook right now. 1,036 comments. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it, man. Over on Facebook. Yeah, we have 99 shares. We have good stuff over there on Facebook right now. Royston says they're at 31 degrees. Thank you. Yeah, this is kind of interesting watching this. DeKalb on the edge and Gwinnett, it keeps moving on my weather stations. I don't know what to believe. Ellie, I will tell. I favor Gwinnett. Gwinnett always seems to get underestimated on the icing. Always. I don't know why. To me, Gwinnett County is still part of the prime wedge zone as far as I'm concerned. I lived in Lawrenceville, saw it myself for a few years. Lawrenceville's at 34 degrees right now. And the dew point there, let's see what the dew point's doing here, is 27. So that's about 32. So you're sitting right at the cusp there. But Gwinnett always seems to be right at the edge. Obviously, what's interesting about Gwinnett County, since it's such a big county, is that what typically likes to happen is that you will get a lot of icing up in here, and then down toward the perimeter, nothing. Because it is a big county. So I could see that happening here again. We'll see. What's this? The guys that started it are from Alpharetta. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I was trying to see if I can get Radar Omega to partner up with me, and they won't even give me the time of day. So I don't know. I've asked to come by and see their facility. I've sent them emails. They pretty much told me not interested. I'm like, okay, whatever. I just don't know. I mean, I just think I'm just a kind of a fly-by guy, I guess. I don't know. But I will do my own stuff if they're not going to help me. So is what it is. All right. We're coming up on the 11 o'clock hour. We're going to get some new data updates to the hourlies updating on some of these weather sticks. So we'll get to see what the temperatures are doing. Hold on a second. I got to blow my nose. Ooh. There you go. I muted my microphone. I was nice that time. So we're going to get the 11 o'clock temperatures here shortly. And just kind of watching this stuff come up from the south. Hartsville-Jackson's at 37. Just a cold rain there. But these two temperatures at Cornelia, 28, and Toccoa. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. We'll see if this one over near Cannon drops to 31 or not. See if they drop off anymore. It's at 10:35, 10:30. 10:35, 9:53. That was an hour ago. So we'll see that one here. Winder was 10:35, 10:35, 10:35. These are all intermittents. 10:53. That one just updated. That's brand new. So 36 there in DeKalb. That one's not changed. That was at 10:30. So a lot of these will be popping in here in the next few minutes. Hey, Butterbean. Hey, Tyler, I think Butterbean's giving you a run as my personal cheerleader out there, man, on the YouTube side. I appreciate you guys. Oh, Facebook just dropped. Just dropped. So I got to start a new one. So, hey, YouTubers, you guys just hold on real quick. I'll be right. I got to get this. I got to restart this live here. It timed out at 8 hours, so let's get this thing going here. Give me 1 second here. I got to get this going again. Facebook's 8 hours. Facebook will drop you out after 8 hours. So I've got to stop, modify. Oops. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Copy. There it goes. Okay. And then check in. And I'll put a time on this, which is 11 p.m. And this is January the 24th into 25th, 2026. We are back up. There you go. And hold on one second. I don't know why, Facebook don't go longer than that. And there we go. Let's go ahead and start. Oops, sorry. Waiting for it. There we go, and go live. All right. Here we go. Back up on Facebook. We lost all our people, but we're back. All right. All right. Hey, Facebook, we're back up. Sorry about that. Facebook only allows you to do live for 8 hours, and then you got to launch a new program. It just only goes out for 8 hours, and then you got to come back up. So y'all coming back on here, just one of those things. At Facebook, you can only record for 8 hours. Now, YouTube, I can stay on with this until 3 in the morning. Sometimes it lets you go longer, but usually about 12 hours. So Facebook is 8 hours, and then you got to start it back up. So we're back up on Facebook. I see y'all coming back. There they are. They're coming back. Yeah, I told you, I warned y'all that it didn't go up that long. Yeah. And thank you, Sean Marley. Thank you over on YouTube. I don't like the GFS, man. I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, it does pretty good with wedges, and I think it's done decent with this one so far. But where I've been disappointed so far with really all the models with this thing so far is the inconsistency on knowing what the hell the icing is going to do. And I think part of that is because this is not, technically, even though this is a big storm system and it's impacting a lot of people, it's not an overly strong one. It really isn't. It isn't like the Superstorm of 93. We had a big low pressure system and all that stuff going on. But Dawsonville could see icing any time, and they're already down to freezing. Just watch that precipitation coming from the south there, Chris. J.S. Phillips. Hey, J.S. Phillips, good to see you. Let me go back over the radar here. Again, all these temperatures are just coming in. That is 9:56, still hasn't updated. That's 9:53, still hasn't updated. Usually it takes it a minute or two. All right. See, that one's still, that's at 11 o'clock. That one's updated. So, big thing is waiting for this heavier precipitation, which is just now reaching the Alabama line at 11 o'clock. We'll see how big of a progress. I'm guessing by 12 o'clock, what I'm guessing here is this is where the kind of the heavier precipitation is kind of coming in. Should be getting over Atlanta probably by, thank you, Josh Powers, probably by around midnight, I would suspect. Just looking at the speed at which it's moving. And we'll see if we get anything on there and stuff. So again, I appreciate you guys coming back here on the Facebook page here. Again, I appreciate you guys coming back. And you guys continue to support the channel as I had to restart this thing back up again because we can only do it for 8 hours. Please make sure you give us a like if you can. And oh God, we always get that one joker on there. Tim Wilson, love your you're guessing. Oh man, hey Tim, if you why don't you go find somebody else to go aggravate? You don't have to aggravate me. I've been doing this for 8 hours. Oh, I can remove them later. There's always one joker. Always one. Always one. It's always one. You can just go find somebody else to go play with, not me. Lesson I learned from Mr. Glenn Burns. You get people that go on there to aggravate you, they start posting crazy stuff, block them immediately. Don't let them hang out there. That's for sure. All right, so we're getting a lot of people that are coming back here on Facebook because we went down, we just came back up, and a lot of people come on here. So with that being said, let me reintroduce on what's going on currently. Let me paint the picture for you guys on what's going on right now. All right, so let me go back over here to the radar. What we're seeing right now is a lot of the temperatures here, and there's Gainesville just up there, or Lawrenceville just updated, Gainesville just updated. I've just dropped below the freezing mark. So look at the temperatures here. You got 28 up here in Cornelia. You got 28 up here in Toccoa. You got 31 in Gainesville now. You got 31 over here in Jefferson. You got 32 down in Lawrenceville, 32 in Winder. So the classic zones, you got 33 over there near Washington, 31 in Elberton. So all this area in here, let me tell you again, all of this area in here is now seeing temperatures below 32 degrees for the most part. All right. We're waiting on this precipitation. We're getting some light glazing going on at the moment, but the heavier precipitation has not moved in. We're still getting these little waves of rain. What's happening here is that the rain is moving into this drier air that's still there from the wedge, and they're kind of losing their muster. But it's starting, the air is getting more and more saturated because if you look at where the dew point is, I'm going to pull up the dew point. That's the measure of moisture in the air. All right. So as you look at the dew point, they're sitting in the 20s. So the dew point and the temperature are coming closer together. And once they become the same, the air mass is 100% saturated. So these look like the dew points will probably drop. The temperature dropped somewhere like 28, 29 degrees, 30, in that range there a little bit. And as the rain precipitates, it could drop it potentially a little bit more depending on how heavy the precipitation is when it's falling. All right, so what we're seeing right now is we got these little waves of light rain coming in there, but the heavier rains are getting closer to moving in from the west. You see this pretty good rain field here coming up the state line, coming all the way back here to southwest Alabama. All this is moving in this general direction up toward Atlanta. All right. So as we head into the early morning hours, we got another hour till midnight. I see the steadier precipitation moving into Atlanta here soon. Let me turn these dew points off because everybody's going to think those are temperatures. Hold on a second. So moving into Atlanta, and as it does so and moves into those areas that are already seeing at 31 to 32 degrees, we're going to start glazing and icing up the power lines and the bridges and overpasses. That's going to start probably a little after midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. That's going to continue as long as the steadier rains are moving across the area. So right now, it looks like the heaviest rains are going to be moving in toward as we get in the early morning hours. I'm waiting on the new model data here, and let me see how far along we are on the new run. And we're on the 3Z run right now, so we're only about we're about halfway through it. So as soon as it gets all the way through, or most of the way through, we'll take a look at that. One thing's for sure, there's still a little bit of a breeze out there. Those wind chills out there are getting nasty because the temperatures are dropping, and the wind chills are down into the teens out there right now. Very nasty. Let me take a look at the temperatures out there. There's the wedge there. That's the temperature change. Where's the? It doesn't have the stupid thing on there. I guess not. Oh well. So we're getting that the wedge is really starting to set in. The temperatures up in the Carolinas have dropped in the 20s already, over toward Greenville and Spartanburg and all that area up in there. So very cold air is really nudging its way in. And check those temperatures out. Wow. Going a little bit closer here. 27, 27, 25, 29, 28, 30, 28. And I think these will drop into the 20s too in this area. So we'll definitely see these areas here getting into the 20s, and that's a critical threshold. Once you get those temperatures to fall 28, 29 degrees, that's where the real freezing rain really becomes an issue, especially on the roads themselves. So we got to continue to watch the road temperatures once we get some steady precipitation on them. All right. Now I've been going back and checking this pretty routinely here. The road. Get that updating. So these sensors were installed after Snowmageddon in 2014. So we can go in here, we can check out some of these areas here in the northeast zones and see how the temperatures are doing. So Georgia 400 at State Road 20, the air temperature there is sitting right at 32 degrees, but the road temperature is sitting at about 37. So until it starts to rain and stuff in there, that road temperature is going to stay above that. So we're watching the road temperatures. Now, I-95 there and at State Road 53, the temperature there has dropped down to 30 degrees. So it's dropped to 30 there, but the road temperature is sitting at 36. And thank you for the stars. I appreciate that. Thank you there on Facebook. Over here, West Town, 33 degrees there at US 78 in Monroe. That's that. Our temperature's not too bad. These areas don't look, I'm not too concerned about these. There's 34 over there. Let's go up to the north, up here to the north here. 411 at Furniture Road. Look at that. Wow. The temperature's down to 27 there, and the road temperature is down to 34. So, again, once the precipitation starts, those road temperatures are going to fall with it once we get some steady roads in there. So we're right on the cusp here. Now up here toward the north, the road temperature is already sitting right at 32 degrees if they get some decent rains there. Temperature there is 25, right near 25 degrees there. And then these two right near the state line, you're looking at 30 degrees there. And this is off the interstate, so these always tend to be a little bit warmer. And that's also at 30 degrees. So once it starts to precipitate, the rain starts to fall, these areas where the air temperatures are sitting at freezing, the ground temperatures are going to come right down with it. So it won't take much. So all of these areas here, maybe you can get into these right through here. These roads are going to start freezing. All right, that's what I tell you, that was a great investment the state of Georgia did on getting that up from the Georgia DOT and incorporating that in with the Weather Service. That was a great pickup. They weren't going to let Snowmageddon 2 happen without everybody knowing what the road temperatures were doing on a particular day. That's what threw everybody off in 2014. Was that. Appreciate you guys checking us out. Make sure if you're watching over on Facebook, and there's a lot of y'all out there, we're trying to make a run at 60,000 followers here. And for those that don't know, we're trying to build a 24-hour weather channel here to serve all North Georgia. So right now we're at 59,200. And oh, dude, let me take a look at something. What model was that? And next weekend, hold on a second. I got to check something real quick. Y'all bear with me real quick. Somebody just sent me something I got to look at. I've got to look at this. It's got to be the GFS. I'm sure it is. Let's see here. Oh, was that the 18Z run? I bet that was 18Z run. Let's see. Is that back doing that again? No, it's not there. I wonder where that's at. He didn't. That must be an old one. Never mind. I thought that the Phantom Snowstorm for next weekend was back. I was like, no, tell me it's not. It's not there. I don't see it. I did not see it. For those who don't know, the GFS yesterday was kicking out. And that's the American forecast model. Was kicking out this killer coastal low on the Gulf that was throwing up all this stuff into the cold air in North Georgia, and it was dumping literally 1 to 2 feet of snow. I mean, absolutely like storm of the century 93 all over again. I was like, no. It actually had 30 inches of snow in Rome, and I went, no, I'm not posting that. I didn't believe it because for me, if I don't see it on the European, I don't believe it because the European model is better than the GFS by a large margin. So anyway, we're in the initial stages here of the icing taking place. This is what everybody's been waiting on. We're here right now. Power outages in Georgia right now, only about 3,500. Not too bad right now. Let's go on. Thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you. And thank you, AC Briggs. I appreciate the stars. Thank you very much. Again, those who do all the star donations, Facebook does give a little percentage back with it as well. And it all goes back to the channel. Okay. Fortunately, being a retired military person, I've got a good pension. I'm good to go. We're good to go. So every bit of earnings from this channel goes back to the channel. Everything as far as the equipment upgrades and eventually getting this thing to a 24-hour status will be all dependent on what y'all guys do. So every little cent, every dime helps. And I know I had a few folks asking on YouTube about can make donations and stuff over there. That's not set up over there to do that just yet. I just got it switched over to that, and I've got to go into Streamlabs and fix it all up. I have not done that. Rayet is reporting that it's 30 degrees in Royston now. Yep. Yeah, you're asking me, Brandy, the GFS model used to not be that bad. It really wasn't. I don't know what happened to the GFS model. Delilah, Gregory, thank you. I appreciate that. Meemaw, thank you. Appreciate it. Kendall's asking about thunderstorms. Not up in North Georgia, not area, but if you're on the south side of town, you're going to have to watch that closely. Let me show you that real quick. Again, there is a thunderstorm element as this line moves through us here for tomorrow. And you kind of see that there's green here across like Peachtree City, Griffin, Barnesville, Macon, LaGrange, all in that area there. The Weather Service here questions this. Now, the Storm Prediction Center in Oklahoma puts this out. Weather Service, they posted it but said, hold on, let's see what happens with the wedge, because what notoriously happens here is that these storms will move in and they run into that wedge and they die. Now, this action down here towards South Alabama, Florida Panhandle, Southwest Georgia, I think that stays pretty well. In fact, that's where the highest tornado risk is down this way. The squall line that we're expecting and the gusty winds that are along that boundary front could spin up some isolated tornadoes, but that's down there across South Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. I'm sure my buddy Chris Smith down there in Panhandle weather will be doing his wall-to-wall coverage tomorrow afternoon. Lucky guy. He gets to sleep in the night. But me, nope, I get to stay up and do this stuff because it's fun. So, but that's the severe part of it, guys. Toccoa. Hey, Toccoa's got to watch out for the icing up that way. Let me show you, since we got so many people back on here from Facebook, I do want to show you all the latest model data here. Let me look and see if it's got that's all in yet or not. So bear with me for 1 second. And we can see if this is all there. All right, we're only about 10 hours in. I guess I'll show what I got. Just let me see what I got here so far. So let me show you this real quick. Let me see what I got so far. This is about 2/3 of the way through. Let's see what it's showing here. Hold on. Oof. I'm getting tired. My eyeballs are hurting. All right, here we go. Let me get this over here again. Let's get this over here. All right, get this over to the close-up. There we go. And close that out. All right, here we go. So as you can see here, this is as of midnight. And this is, like I told you, all the temperatures there are down the freezing. So this is when the freezing is going to start. All right, right now, through 1 o'clock, very light. Less than 1/10 of an inch. We're talking about, hey, Yvette, thank you for joining us. And then it takes a jump at 3 o'clock. Look what happens here. This is when some of the heavier precipitation moves in. So we jump from 0.07. You go up till 3 o'clock. Then we're getting up to 1/4 inch. All right, so now we're getting into a 1/4 inch here across the area. That's when it could start some minor problems at that level. Then it goes up to, by 5 o'clock, we're up to 1/3 of an inch. 1/3 of an inch over a lot of locations here. 1/4 inch, 1/4 inch, 1/3 inch. And now we're getting close to a 1/2 inch. 1/4 inch down here in Atlanta. And 1/2 inch up in Gainesville as we get toward 7 o'clock in the morning. So everything will be glazed up here pretty good here on the northeast side. We got all the temperatures are down below freezing. We got precipitation moving on in here. And it looks like we're looking pretty good. So that's as far as that's gotten right now. Now, the way the previous models were going, it's 8 o'clock. It stays with the freezing rain all the way up till noon and stuff, and we start getting some higher levels. The big areas that look concerned to me is basically from Rabun County coming back down this way toward Dawson County, maybe getting into Forsyth, going in toward Hall County, and then kind of cutting back this way. All right, way back this way. All right, so that is the... turn that damn thing off. So we're still waiting on this thing to load up here. How many more hours? How many minutes we got left on this? Yeah, just ticked up a little bit more. So again, anything once you get above a 1/2 inch, that's when things start, power lines start going, things start happening. So it looks like if you were going to bed tonight, based off what we're seeing there, you're probably going to wake up okay with your power still being on. Where the power looks like it starts to fail or stuff starts to go, based off what we're seeing on the radar and the timing on everything on the cold air, especially those of you living in the northeast sections, that's what's going to be fine. Now, look, you notice here, you guys up here in the northwest, you're fine. These western counties here, you're good too. And then basically, if you're south of Interstate 20, you're fine too. It's that northeast corridor, and it's funneling through the mountains. That's what's going that way. That you got the issue there. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate it. Who'd I miss? There was a few other folks I missed on here that were doing some donations while I was talking. I can't see everybody. I won't back up that far. That's fine. Anyway, thank you, Terry. I appreciate it. Yeah, North Forsyth. Yeah, you're in there too. I mean, you're looking near a half inch there as well. Cherokee County already reported a tree on a power line down. There is some winds out there. There have been some winds out there all evening. In fact, look at the gusty winds here, especially on that side of town. Here at it's 11 o'clock. I mean, you're still looking at it's pretty windy over here. Look at this, 35, 39. This side, especially on this side of the mountains, has been very gusty. There's some winds over this side too, but not too bad. It's around about 25, 30 miles per hour. But boy, I tell you, it's been making it feel very cold. I mean, that air's got a real nasty, real bite to it. These are the apparent wind chills at the midnight hour. 17, 19, 19. It's just a nasty raw. I mean, God, if it's going to be this cold, why couldn't it be just snow? I mean, nobody likes ice. Nobody likes freezing rain. It's like the worst winter weather is. I hate that stuff. Absolutely hate it. Lula. Yeah, Lula's up in that zone. Lula's going to get there. No, there's no way there's snow in Dawsonville. You might see a little sleet mixed in there. Even if you did see a flake, it ain't sticking around. The atmosphere profile is way too warm for that. Way too warm. Let me go back here to the freezing rain here. I want to see if that's been updated real quick. One more look. And do a mark return here. Oh, we're almost to the end here. Oh, yeah. See, this is where it starts getting really hectic. You see this that dark pink in here? That's that 1 inch coming up through there. So everything from basically Raven County, Habersham, White, Lumpkin, Dawson, maybe getting into Pickens there a little bit. That's where the heaviest icing, where we might see that flirtation with 3/4 inch to an inch. Possibility up against those mountains. It's just the peripheral way this moisture is coming up and banging up to those mountains a little bit to give us a little more squeeze out of the atmosphere as far as the moisture is concerned. So that's what's going on there. Yeah, I would say. I mean, you're looking there at Pickens is on the edge here. You're going to get some. I mean, look, Canton to the south is showing a half inch just to your south. But the problem is, you're going to get some warmer air coming up here just to your north. So Pickens is kind of in between there. So thank you, Ashley. I appreciate it. Thank you for your stars. Here, Bob's reporting my deck has a small accumulation of ice in North Forsyth. Nothing on the sidewalks or driveway yet. Now, that'll come when the heavier precip gets there. Ball ground, you're near that half inch total, at least quoting on the model there. Good night, Georgia. Appreciate it. Yeah, I will determine what I'm going to do at the midnight hour. I will determine at that time whether I will bring it down for a few hours and come back up a little bit later, get a little sleep, come back up. We'll see. Again, appreciate you guys on the YouTube channel. Make sure you guys keep giving me those subscribes over on YouTube and Facebook. Keep doing that as followers, man. We're really making a nice run here tonight at 60,000. We're getting really close. We're about 759 away on Facebook. So keep going. Human and Civil Rights Coalition of Georgia says same small amounts of ice in the deck in Gainesville. So we're just getting that initial coasting, little coasting there a little bit. Look where Alpharetta is up here, 1/3 of an inch at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So again, everybody's going to get a little icing. It's just a question of how much icing are we going to get? How heavy is that precipitation going to be? Who's going to get that magical half-inch threshold to really start a lot of problems it has with power outages and stuff like that. That's what we're kind of watching here going into tomorrow morning. Because what's going to happen is that the wedge is going to hold on longer than typically is advertised. It's going to be the last thing to break down before the front and those line of squall lines kind of moves on through the area. So I'm kind of stalling here because I'm trying to get this model all the way through. It's almost done. Come on. I got 2 more hours left. But there, look at it. This is heavy stuff. There's Rabun County all the way back here to Dawson, northern Dawson. That's some very heavy stuff. We're talking Dahlonega, Helen, Cleveland. Man, you guys are looking pretty nasty there. So I'm really concerned about Helen because Helen still has all their stuff up now. It's 30 degrees in Helen there. Look at the roads there. They're wet, and they're raining there a little bit. So, and they're at 30 degrees. So icing is starting there in Helen, and you got all those Christmas decorations still up, which they keep up for January typically. And I hope that icing doesn't mess them up. That's my only concern about Helen with the ice storm going on here. Blairsville, let's take a look at the camera up here. Let me start that cam. This is what the Blairsville resort cam went down for some reason. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm having to use the other camera there that the one business has there. I forget that business name. But the roads there are a little damp as well, but not looking too bad there. Lake Chattooga up in Hiawassee, they're at 33. They're not getting snow. That little sticks lying. Sky Valley, they're at 25. They're getting a good freezing rain up that way too. If it was snowing there, I'd be able to see it because I've seen snow on this camera at night. So that's where kind of looking at the cameras there. Brasstown Ball's at 22 degrees, so you know they're getting all iced up there pretty good. So that's the cameras there. They did bring up the other camera there. But we'll see how things look in the morning. It's going to be very interesting to see how things going. Over toward the UGA campus here, and I got to kick this one in the butt. I don't know why this camera keeps giving me fits. I got to keep resetting it to come up. So the cloud deck's lowering there a little bit there in Athens. Athens is sitting at freezing now. And Dahlonega. See how Dahlonaga's looking there. Yeah, there we go. Can't see that camera anymore. I'm guessing we're getting our icing in Dahlonega now too. So Dahlonega is icing up now as well. So I want to go back over here to the model. Hey, thank you, Sullen Estes. Thank you. Everybody's sitting up on a Saturday night wondering what this ice storm is going to go. All right, so we're all the way through this model run. This takes us right up until 4 o'clock. All right, so up till 4 o'clock. So you're looking at, she's still like Paulding County. I mean, this is getting pretty far west here. A third of an inch going right through downtown. You got a third of an inch over there in Lawrenceville, half inch over in Canton, over half inch there in Gainesville, about a half inch there over toward Athens. Toccoa's got 1 inch, and then you got this icing corridor up there up against those mountains. Everything else about a quarter inch, not looking too bad. So overall, I would say the coverage area for this icing event is better than I would have liked. Thank God for that. But those that get that heavy stuff up there in those northeastern counties from Rabun, Habersham, White, Lumpkin, Dawson, Hall, Northern Hall, Banks, and over towards Stevens, those power outages are going to be substantial. The good news here is if Atlanta can minimize any kind of power losses and stuff, you guys that are going to get hit hard, those counties up in the northeast Georgia area, all the power crews can rush in there very quickly and get you back up. Now, where I'm at, I'm looking at where I'm located and what I'm seeing. I'm between a third of an inch to a half inch where I'm living. So it's going to be borderline on whether Brazelton and Houston and those areas in Meyer, Oakwood are going to see power disruptions or not. It's going to be very close. So, and this will happen throughout the day tomorrow. I do not think it'll happen tonight. If you go to bed tonight at coming up on midnight, your power should still be on in the morning. I think if the power is going to go out, it's going to be a little bit later in the morning when those temperatures are gone. Let's look at the temperature profile here. I want to show you a couple things here. We'll start with the air temperature here. Again, you got that low, which is actually tracking south of what the GFS was showing here. But look at the temperatures here. This is at 2 o'clock in the morning. You got Gainesville at 27. Got 29 there in Lawrenceville. Got 29 going over to Athens, 31 over there in town in Atlanta, drops to 30. So you got all the wedge there. Thank you, Jen. Welcome aboard. And you see all the 20s out there. So these upper 20s are prime optimal temperatures for freezing. So it's a question of how much precipitation are we going to get? All right. So it starts to warm up here as we go toward noon, but we're still below freezing for a lot of these eastern zones. You know, Lawrenceville is at 31, Gainesville's at 29, 30 over in Winder. And there's the low going by, and that's the south. Let me zoom out here a little bit. Let's take you from this front here. And you see that warm air, the wedge shrinks out. There's a little bit of this transition layer as the low's going by. See this right here? It's going to warm up briefly, ever so briefly, for like an hour or two, and then the bottom's going to drop out as this thing moves on through. So let's look at that, and I could take you back to the 0Z run and show you what I'm talking about here. So you see we're going to warm up here. They got this brief warm up as the wedge starts to clear on out, like Gainesville warms up to 37 briefly, but then the bottom just drops out here going into Monday morning. And then on top of that, you got these wind chills. Look at these. 11, 14, 13, 18 in Gainesville, 16 down in Atlanta. It's going to be so brutally cold on Monday. So the question I've been getting a lot here is we're going to have all this rain. We're going to have some icing out there. We'll get a little melt. What do I think on Monday morning? I think we're going to have black ice all over the place. I think bridges overpass. We're going to have the gusty winds will help dry things off, but I still think we're going to have black ice around. We're going to have that around on Monday. And then on Monday and Tuesday are going to be brutally cold because the profile across the southeast looks so cold. These are below zero wind chills here. Look at all that. And if you know the actual air temperature here, these are all below zero. This is all because of that snow and ice on the ground. Not supposed to see that kind of below zero temperatures in Tennessee and Arkansas. It's crazy. And if you go back even longer than that, I think this is out now. Let's see if the GFS is out long enough here. It's long enough here. So thank you very much on the star donation. Appreciate it. So this breaks on down. I'm going to Tuesday morning here. So GFS 11, 12, 10. Look at this below zero temperatures here. Look at this. That's below zero. Unreal. And then high temperatures on Monday or Tuesday, 30s. Lows Wednesday morning. Look at all those below zero temperatures up there in Kentucky. Jesus. Crazy. 20s, teens. Thursday morning, we got a colder front coming in here. Another cold front. And teens, like I said, the whole week is looking very cold. The whole week. This is the new model data just coming in now. That's why I'm looking at it. And there's the Friday morning. Every day this week looks really cold. Still in the 30s and 20s on Saturday. And look at this coming in on Saturday morning. Wow. Look at all this below zero temperatures. Unbelievable. The whole week there. Let me see if there's any. Gonna check one thing here. Just making sure that we don't have any winter precipitation with this. Doesn't appear to be. All we got is a little clipper system there, bring a little nose up to the mountains, and then this clears on out. So it's just plenty cold and just plain old cold. There's no winter there. Now what the GFS was kicking out yesterday was a huge winter storm. It was tracking a low along the Gulf, and it was just throwing up a big mess there across North Georgia. So that's not going to happen. So that's good. And the reason why it's not happening is because the cold air is so heavy and so heavy that below zero temperature, it's just so far south. It pushed all that energy well down in the Gulf. It just won't do it. So anyway, here's the GFS showing this thing clearing on out. We go to rain, and then we're just looking plain old cold here. All right, let's go back over the radar here. Let's do a quick update here on our conditions out there currently. And I appreciate you guys on YouTube. If you haven't given me a subscribe, I wouldn't mind getting 10 more. That'd be nice to get to 4,100. I always like round numbers. I'm a round number guy. So try to get us, let's see if we can make a run at 4,100. Let's go look at the radar real quick here. Oops, sorry about that. Get on the right one, dummy. Right one, there we go. Woo! All right, seeing a lot of this. Oh, it's dropped to 27 there. Wow. 27 up there in Cornelia. 28 up there in Toccoa. Ball grounds dropped to 31 now. Get the microphone here, sorry. Ball grounds dropped to 31. 32 in Lawrenceville, 32 in Winder. It's 11:15, 10:56. 35 there in Marietta. 36 up there in Cartersville. 34 in Dallas. So again, we're just kind of all we're waiting on right now is just the heavier precipitation. That's the only thing, only great ingredient. It's there. It's coming. It's coming. And the steadier rain is just now getting seen. It's just coming in here out there toward Franklin County. Right in here. This is the steadier rain. So it's just now getting into southwest Atlanta. So by the time we get to about midnight, I suspect it'll be coming into metro Atlanta itself. So yeah, I might need to stay on here maybe an extra hour until 1 o'clock. I want to see what this thing does here and see how that behaves going into the morning. As long as we got people who are interested in watching, I will do this a little while. We only got to get 6 more, and we're actually at 4,100 there. Yeah, well, yeah, icing pictures. I guess I should say icing pictures. I posted that on there. Yeah, this is the guys I will block. Yeah. So what happens is you get these people on the pages that they'll start insulting the meteorologists, and I just block them. So it's okay. It's all right. If I see them, I block them. That's something I've learned with Glenn Burns, was to make sure that I block people that take the fun out of it, and I will do that. No problem. Cleveland, you guys are all waiting on this precipitation. You guys, I'm worried about Cleveland especially because I think that's where some of the heavier, because of where those mountains and stuff are up against it, where you guys are at. That's one of the areas I'm really concerned about the icing up that way. I mean, you're 27 over in Cornelia. I got to believe Cleveland's probably near 27 or 28 degrees in that area too. And let me see what the Helen stick is here. Hold on, let's check out, see what Helen's looking like here, because whenever I pop up the Helen stick, it tells me the temperature. Helen is still showing 30 there, so I'd say at least 28 or 29 there in Cleveland right now. And thank you for that new subscriber. And but again, we're just waiting on the precipitation to get up there. What's happened so far is that the dry air has been in place, and it has basically been a bit of an inhibitor. It typically is, as the initial waves of moisture comes in. So as you can see on that Helen camera right there, things are getting lower and lower. The rain's getting better. The air is getting definitely more humid. We're getting things going here. So everything's getting down the grid here. All right. So let me see something here. Make sure this is updating. Yep. All right. Let's make sure that was set. 2 more. I can get 2 more. We can get 2 more. Let's go back over here to other tabs. So we're just waiting for that moisture. I would say probably it's going to be, and there we go. We just hit that 100. Thank you. Appreciate it. So I think it's going to be probably at least 2 more hours until that steadier rains kind of move into Cleveland, because of where the current rain is down this way, the more steadier rain, which is just kind of right there. Cleveland's, sitting up this way. So you're probably at least a couple more hours away for that steadier rain to come in. But as the steadier rain kind of comes in across metro Atlanta, that's where you're going to watch the dew points. and see for how we get to the saturation point here. I think we're got to be getting really close on a few of these. Let's take the dew point here. Yeah, see we're at 30, 30, 28, 28. The air's getting saturated. So as the air gets saturated, cloud deck lowers, rain gets lower, and then we just start our action. And then once it starts to precipitate outside, I'm sorry, I'm tired. That's when we watch to see how hard that rainfall is, because sometimes when the rain is heavy, if it's heavy enough, it can still drive the temperature down even further, slightly, a degree or two. So heavy precipitation, drier air. That area is across the northwest Georgia where it's still holding in the low 20s on the dew points. Concerning, because you're already sitting there. I still think we probably get the temperature 27, 28 degrees into those zones. We're already seeing 28 up there. So they're pretty much saturated up this way. 27, 28, 29. Cornelia dropped another degree. Dang gum. That's cold. Ball ground 31. So we got to watch this stuff. This is what I'm going to watch right here. I'm going to stay on this right here. Thank you for that new subscriber. And some of that coming up, maybe still be a little sleet mixed in. I doubt it, because the air's getting pretty juicy now, pretty raw. Yeah, Rome. I never. I mean, I know why they did what they did with the warnings up for the whole area. Anywhere on the west side, all those western counties, I don't think it's going to be too big. Rome's sitting at 34. It was so close, So look at what's going on here with the temperature wise here. 34 in Dallas right now, but look, it's 42 up in Rome right now, 39 up in Calhoun, 38 up here near Dalton. The temperatures have been coming up this way, so not a big deal. Mr. G Wi-Fi, thank you. So again, this is where the wedge is kind of pushing out the furthest. It's 34 out there, but yeah, I don't see Rome having any issues with this tonight. I really don't. I know you had the ice storm warning and everybody did all their stuff, but those folks who live in the western part of the state know darn good well that when we start talking cold air wedges, they don't get that far west. They just don't. They got the mountains in the way, man. Randolph Bryant. Hold on a second. Let me get this call real quick. I don't know who's... Hello? I don't know who that was. Anyway. I think someone was checking to see if I was actually here. All right, just kind of checking in. I'm checking through the comments here. Let me go over here to YouTube here a little bit. Fort Mountain is shut down already. No surprise there. Yeah, wouldn't I? I think only it stinks is we got all this tremendously cold air and no moisture for it. We got all this cold air coming at us. This one here, we're missing out on this one. We got all this cold air for the next week, and we have no moisture there. I was really thinking the subtropical would get going after seeing this, because we need the rain. I mean, we're getting rain out of this, and this is good, but the last rain event was 2 weeks ago. So we can't keep having these rain events that are that far apart, especially with our lakes continuing to drop. So, but if we're going to have this kind of cold weather, you'd like to at least marry it up with a little snow, at least once, But this heavy precip's just coming across now. Let's see here. And just starting in the state. We're still probably about an hour. I think we're about an hour away from. Look at all this heavy stuff coming back. This is the steady stream of moisture coming up right up the pike, and it's going to go right over that stuff. Where it all lines up in here, that's going to be the key. That's what we're going to watch. Go into the early morning hours and see what kind of icing we get outside. Now, fortunately, my wife went out and put some ice down, or put some salt down the road, so I not expecting any problems there. Dalton, Georgia here. Good to see you, Dalton. Someone was asking what weather program I was using. Several programs I use here for programming purposes. This program here is called Weather Tap. It's an annual subscription I use. I've used it for years. I just like their map look and stuff for temperature and cold fronts and stuff like that, and their composite radar. My severe weather tracking radar system I use is called Radar Omega. That's the other one. The weather service I use for my model data is called Weather Bell. That's the Joe Bastardi. You may know him from his days at AccuWeather. That was his company he started up there. So I use a couple other things I use here as well to kind of put this all together. But we just to see what the midnight temperatures do here up across these areas to see if we drop below 32 or not. That's why I'm kind of watching these temperatures up toward Gainesville and up toward Jefferson and up near Commerce, Winder, to see, okay, we're below 32. How far below 32 are we going to go? And I bring that up because the icing issue on roads really becomes a problem when we get down to 28, 29 degrees. You get 27, 28, 29. You get in there, you're all right. If you get 30, 31, you're not too bad. But you get down a little bit more. Thank you there for the 50 cents. Thank you. Thank you for the stars. Thank you. Then you're kind of flirting with it a little bit there. Sandra Edge, thank you. Yeah, that's Radar Omega and WeatherWise are direct competitors. I do use WeatherWise too. I use them as well. Banks County, you guys are up there in the area that could be the heaviest impact. For those who don't know, the areas that are the most concerned here are the northwest zones. We're talking about Lumpkin, White, Hambershan, Stevens, Northern Hall, parts of Dawson, maybe parts of Forsyth, Banks, Franklin. That whole area up there, just up there in the mountains, that's where it looks like the heaviest stuff was going to fall. And everybody else down to the south did not look that bad. Now, let me see here if I've got the new update here. Let me take a look here. Oops. Get my state up here. Hold on. All right. I got the winner up here. Let's see if the new one's coming in here yet. Nope, that's the fully up. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and show this for everybody here, so everybody can see the icing here. This is the midnight. We're coming up on midnight right now, so we can kind of show this. So here is the icing, and this looks pretty good from what I'm seeing here on the map here, as far as the initial icing. So watch what happens here. Watch that timestamp. There's 1 o'clock. It's not bad for the next 2 hours, at least what it's showing here, although it looks like that might be a little faster. And then it makes a jump there by 3. So between 2 and 3 o'clock, that's when that steadier rain starts to move up. All right, so, and then we get over a third. Now we're getting over a third, quarter inch. Once you get over a quarter inch to half inch, then you can start running into some problems with trees and stuff. And then by the time we get to 7 a.m., we're over a half inch in Gainesville. And I suspect we're going to have more half inches in there. And then it really spikes up. Look at that filling up there across these zones. These zones, even though it's not lighting up, these zones in here are all basically 1 inch of ice. And that is going to, that includes Helen and Dahlonega and going into Cleveland and into southern Raven County, up there into Tulalip Falls. All that area there going over to Toccoa. That area could see significant icing where it knocks out y'all's power for a long time. And it's borderline on what the impacts will be down here in Metro Atlanta. It looks like about a third of an inch down here. All right. So we'll see how this thing works out. What we got to work out right now is just play the waiting game and see how the precipitation field works up as it comes in from the south. As we see it kind of expanding through there. this thing move over here a little bit. Ooh. Sorry. And we got about 10 more minutes till the new hour comes in here. I need to go to the restroom real quick. If y'all don't mind for a quick second, I want to take a quick bathroom break. And thank you for the new stars. Who was that? Who was my star member there? I gave 10 there. Thank you for the stars. I mean, it's just how many stars we got at the end of this campaign. Hold on one second. I'm going to mute my microphone. I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Y'all don't go nowhere. Be right back. I'm back. Little caffeine pick me up. All right. Coming up on the 12 midnight hour, the hunting hour. What's interesting is that they've turned this back into a warm front as this moisture's kind of moving up here. I haven't analyzed this map. It's a pain in the butt. Look. Let me pull all the way back so you kind of see the scale of this mess. Oh my Lord! Wow. I mean, the high pressure system that's giving us the wedge. Here it is up here. Oh, sorry. Over here. Here it is. Sorry, right there. That's the high. So, as you can kind of see here, it is. This is what's driving the cold air down this way. So it's still in a good position. And I mean, look how cold it's in the teens. It's snowing up there, single digits up there. And so it's a very cold air up in the northeast. And you got this little, whatever the heck you want to call. I mean, I would hate to have to analyze that stuff. That's a mess. That's part of the reason why the forecasting for this was such a challenge, because the main low, or the low that's kind of driving the Pacific moisture that's coming into all this, it's not really a organized big low pressure system like the Superstorm in 93, something like that. It's an upper level feature, and it's sitting out now. It's kind of moving over here into Texas here. Here it is right there, and this is what's tracking toward us. Got another little disturbance coming behind it, and then you got these just continuation of these dinkum cold air masses keep flying down in here. But we got it. You see this dark green? This is a good source of moisture. This is what's getting ready to come over North Georgia. It shows up very nicely on the water vapor imagery. So whenever you see the green, that's high water content. So that's what's going to bring us that's what's going to be bringing in the heavier rains there as that moves up from the south. Bounds dropped to 36. And it looks like the steadier rains are getting ready to move into metro Atlanta here very, very shortly. That's about midnight. It's getting pretty close. For the most part, I think for the next couple hours, it's going to be generally light. It doesn't look like it's going to be overly heavy until those brighter yellows get their way up into the north. Now, just keep in mind that the thing about this moisture down here, the temperatures are sitting in the 40s and 50s, all right? So a temperature at 40 or 50 degrees can hold more moisture than the temperatures up here in the 20s and 30s. Right? Substantially so. So as that moisture rides up and runs into that colder air, it's going to get rid of it real quick. So it can definitely cause the precipitation to come up a little bit. Not a lot, mind you, but a little bit. So we're getting almost to midnight. I'm just waiting for these midnight temperatures. I just want to see if we see any significant changes there. 27, 27, 29, 29, 27. Here we go. Look at that here. Participation. Yeah, that's my word for the day. The model is the worst case. Brazelton down to 31. Yeah, that would not shock me. Let me see something. Hold on. Well, my little stick says 30. So I've got one of those. I got one of those systems. My HVAC system has a sensor on the outside, and gives me the outside temperature from the sensor out there. So it's 30 degrees in Brazelton at my house. So needless to say, once we start getting the steadier rains to move on in here, we're going to start icing up pretty good. And it's just a question, how much precipitation are we going to get? That's the $1 million question. Boy, homie going to sleep his butt off on Sunday. I'll tell you that. If I lose power, I'm just going to curl up in my bed. I'm going to get underneath my blanket and just sleep my butt off. See here. Yep. 282. All right, then. But I appreciate everybody checking. I do appreciate you guys here on YouTube, and I appreciate you guys here on Facebook, and you guys all watching our coverage here, kind of waiting to see what happens. I know it's kind of tough, especially in an event like this. It's one thing when you got severe weather coming, but winter weather is kind of a different beast because you're waiting for certain dominoes to fall. Dave Farrell says 30 degrees in Flowery Branch with light rain, so that's going to get the icing going. Winder with very light freezing drizzle. Grass has a glaze. Looks like a very light icing high on the tops of the pines. Yeah, that's probably going to go up. Again, we're waiting. The moisture's working down to the lower levels. So what we're going to watch is the stuff to see how it ices up as we go when that heavier rain moves on in here. Looking at some stuff. Yeah, I don't know if Gilmer's going to get a whole lot there. I see someone was asking about Gilmer. They're LJ sitting at 34. I just that's the wrong side of the mountains, and the flow's coming up from the southwest there now. So I don't think that they're going to get too much there in LJ as far as icing. Don't think so. Just not in the right area. All right, there's the new temperature update. Just saw it, and there's the magic number. There we go, 29. 29 in Gainesville just came in there. That one hasn't updated yet. So, and that one hasn't updated yet either. So, Gainesville's dropped to 29. So that's our magical number. So at Gainesville at 29, with that precipitation coming up there, all the bridges and overpasses are going to start icing up, and it may even drop another degree. Let me see if the dew point is 100% or not. Let's see here. Let's see what the dew point's doing here. Nope, it could still drop some more. So see, the dew point's 22. And the temperature is 29. So I said it again. Boy, I'm getting tired. If it precipitates there, it could drop another degree or two. I think probably down to about 27. So you see, it's 22. That's the dew point. That's the amount of moisture in the air, and that's the air temperature. So we could still drop a couple more degrees there in Gainesville. So 27 looks pretty reasonable. If we get to 27, it's icing all over the place. Everything's going to ice up. Let's take a look at the temperatures on the roads now. I've not looked at it in about an hour. So let's look at the road temperatures here. All right, so let's go over here. Let me shut this down. And I got it on my interact mode. Hold on a second. Interact. There we go. All right, let's go. Let's start seeing some of these road conditions here across northeast Georgia. All right, so let's start Gainesville. We saw that going 29 right there. So, yeah, and their sensors showing the same thing. Road temperature is not bad right now. Shows 35, 36 degrees. So, the only thing that's going to help bring that road temperature down is if it starts raining, and the air temperature drops a little more. So that's off the interstate, obviously. That's a little helpful there. All right, let's go over here. Also below freezing there as well. That's at State Road 115 and 185, and the interstate temperature is at 35 degrees. So these are all optimal. This is all waiting. Wow, that's down to 27. That's almost 35, 36 degrees there. It's getting up to the state line here. And that's also down into the 20s. Let's check 95 on the or most part of that. There's US 411. That US 411 is getting right near the freezing mark. So, and that's also getting below freezing. So a lot of these roads now are starting to see. There's Georgia 400 at State Road 60. That's near Dahlonega. That's getting down there freezing too. So we're gonna start seeing some icing on the roads here real soon. All we're waiting on now is just the regular precipitation to get in there, precipitation to get in there and cause problems. So we're really close there now. And ain't snowing there. I know that the sensor's showing there. The wet roads. I'm watching Helen's temperature to see if it drops any further than 30 degrees. See if it goes to 28 or 29. Lake Chattooga is sitting at 33. They're not going to move much anymore. And Sky Valley, they're at 23. Wow. It's cold up there. Well, it's an icy mess up there. There's no snow up there. That's all freezing rain. Freezing rain at 23 degrees. Yikes, that's terrible. So there's our quad cameras there. There you see the rain there falling up there in Blairsville a little bit. Hey, Wayne Looper. Hey, good to see you. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Joy James is reporting 31 in Canton. Hey, David Jackson, thank you for joining us. What we got here? Go Georgia Dogs. Yeah, that's my Georgia Bogs. Diane Harvey. Diane's the report. What is it? Says my deck is solid ice from more freezing rain coming down. So everything's starting to freeze up out there. And the question is how much. If it ices up and the power don't go out, I'm okay with that. I can sit in my house, wait for it to pass. I just don't want it to get to a point where it starts knocking the power off. And right now, looking at the dang on radar, we're getting close to be able to watch this stuff and see what happens. We'll go over here to Interact. There we go. Let's say it says East Cobb's reporting 32 degrees there. Thank you from Herbo Hammer. And I don't know about Cherokee County. Canton, Ball Ground in Cherokee County's at 31. And they're seeing some wintry mix up there. There's 31 right there in Cherokee County. So it's dropped to freezing there too. So the wedge is pushed that far east. Down in the metro area, Lawrenceville's dropped to 31. DeKalb's at 34. This is usually the cutoff place. Hartsville Jackson's at 36. West Atlanta's at 36. 35 Marietta, 34 in Kennesaw. But I'm going to take a ballpark guess here that their dew points are probably right near there, right a bet. 29. They might drop another degree, but not below 32 the way that's looking. Lawrenceville could drop another degree, it looks like. But this is the steadier rain here coming now into Metro Atlanta. So here's the steadier stuff. This is the stuff we've been waiting on at midnight, just coming into Atlanta. I wasn't off by too much. So as this thing comes in from the southwest with the steadier rains, we'll see what it looks like as it gets across the city, which is moving at a pretty good clip. So The icing's really going to start picking up here within the next 30 minutes, I would say, moving in toward Gwinnett County. And get a little bit of icing here. I want to look out my door real quick. Hold on. They're all ice. So I got a nice glaze on all my front porch plants up in the front yard. So they got an ice coating on them right now. So everything's starting to ice up a little bit, but not bad yet. Hold on a second. I don't want to be doing my gross here. All right, there we go. All righty. See, Christian Canary says, nice glaze here in Jefferson, Houston. Dogs went sliding on the deck. Precipitation seems steady for out there. It's not really, it's more of a drizzle out there right now, at least in Brazelton it is. I got this going over me right now. And it just seems like a very light mist. Not very heavy at all. So the steady rains are down here, just coming into Metro Atlanta, the southwest perimeter here. So it's got to move up 85. That's about 60 miles, and it's moving about 45. So about an hour or so. And it's moving at a pretty good clip, but the steadier rains are coming up at us. So the real icing is going to start here, going here across the northeast side. Now we get to see, yeah, that window's looking about right. That's doing pretty good. 12 to 6 o'clock. That really is. Thank you for the new subscriber, by the way. Appreciate that. And we got Infinity in Brazelton. Good to see you here as well. Thank you very much. This ain't no winter wonderland. This is Iceland, man. It is not. I do not like this stuff at all. The new European model should be coming here shortly. I want to take a look and see what it looks like on the 0Z run. Since I'm up this late, I might as well wait and see it. Let's see if it started coming in yet. Man, look at those temperatures. Wow. Just can't believe how much of the country is seeing temperatures in the single digits. It's unreal. Unbelievable. You see this, so much of the country that below 20 degrees. This is so difficult to do because you see the warm side in here. See this little warm surge up in here? Here's the wedge coming in this way. And you got this cold air going out. I can see why trying to draw a surface map for something like this is just really odd because it's just not a traditional setup that you would see. I'll go back over here to the weather tab. Here we go. I see Canton's dropped to 30, or ball ground. That's close enough to y'all. 30 degrees there, so that'll start some icing there too. So Canton's there. Canton was showing about a half inch over there, so the wedge is pushed that far east with the dry air. I don't know if we'll get into Kennesaw or not. That might be as far west as it goes. Gainesville's at 29. So we're just waiting for the precipitation here to move in across Metro Atlanta, and we'll see what happens at that point. Let's go over to YouTube. Gilmer County. Where's Gilmer? I always forget where Gilmer's at. Yeah, Gilmer, I think you guys just have a steady rain up there. I think y'all warm up there. I really do. Up there, heading up toward Fannin. I don't think you're going to have too much of a problem. Now, Towns County, different story. Again, the mountain range protects y'all a little bit. Temp was 29 in Towns County, then went up to 30 degrees about 15 minutes ago at 2150. Yeah, and it'll probably go up some more. Yeah, I'm in Brazelton. That's where I live. I'm right there in Mulberry Park subdivision. Yeah, Dalton, Georgia. Yeah, you guys ain't gonna worry about anything there. And I don't know about Bowman. Where's Bowman at? I always forget where that's at. I always forget. Yeah, you guys in the West Zones, you don't have to worry about it. You're good. It's a big neighborhood, Julie. Bowman, Georgia. Oh, there you are. You're way over there to the east. Yeah, I mean that's in that wedge zone. You guys are going to get some icing there, Bowman. Yeah, you're just going to wait till you're in the upper 20s over there near Bowman, and you're gonna get some icing. It's a question of how much, depending on where this precipitation line lines up and where the heaviest precipitation going to fall. What's got us concerned with this heavy up area up in here is predominantly because of the mountains. Because the angle at what this is coming in is kind of sliding and it's bumping into those mountains, and it's giving a little lift and it's squeezing the air out a little bit. So the models have been continuously falling a higher icing total up this way to 3/4 inch to an inch, which would basically knock out power for like Dahlonega and going into Helen and going over to the Little Falls and area there, Claremont and areas all up in that area. So that's the main concern up there with this precipitation. But once it starts to fall, once it starts to glaze, the rainfall amounts will dictate how much we get in there. Again, you see all that's what's coming at us. And when it starts, it's going to be several hours of rain, it looks like. I don't see a break for this for a while. So look at all this. This goes all the way back down here. This is nonstop. It's moving. It's generally moving in the right direction. Right up that way. So once that rain starts falling steadily, it looks like it'll start lightly and then get maybe gradually a little bit heavier. Once that starts, you got a few hours of this, and then we'll see what kind of icing we get going underway here. Will it stay light? Will it stay under 1/4 inch? It'd be nice if it did, but I think some parts of those hot zones I've been telling you about, they dropped to 26 up there now. Wow, I just noticed that. Up there in Cornelius dropped to 26 now. Eesh, that's cold. That is raw. Snow. The stick there in near Commerce is reported minus SN. That's snow. I think it's Kate and the Drizzle. It's thinking it's snow. I don't see any snow with this. And thank you for the stars. I appreciate you. Helen, it's gonna be kind of a all day thing for you guys up there. The temperature doesn't break out of there all day, even when the main squall line comes through. Calhoun, you guys are good. I'm not worried about you. I'm not worried about you guys. I am not worried about y'all unless something really changes. Let me see here. I'm looking. Let me see if the new data is in here. New one should be about finished. Yeah, it's coming in. Let's take a look. I'm looking at the new 4Z is running right now. Let's take a look. So I can pull you over here. This is still loading, but I'll show you what we got so far. All right. So This is 1 o'clock in the morning. This is 2. I think this is a little underdone based off what I'm seeing on the radar signature. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you for joining us on YouTube. And then you see the jump here between 2 and 3. I think this might be an hour off. Just looking at the radar, I think it's a little slow. Just a little, not by much. But you see the icing kind of come up there. There's the jump again here again, going toward 4. There at 5 o'clock. So you got a 1/4 inch, 1/3 of an inch, 1/3 of an inch, 1/3 of an inch, 1/4 inch all up in here. So 1/4 inch we can survive with. Okay, it's when, how much heavier do we get after that? So let's take a look here. 6 o'clock. Now Gainesville's getting close to a 1/2 inch. Atlanta's sitting at 0.5, 0.4. Lawrenceville sitting at 0.42. Gainesville starts coming over a 1/2 inch, as does Toccoa. So you're looking at this takes us right up to 9 o'clock, and it looks like it's going to last long. So here you see all the 1/2 inch in here. This is all good so far, but there's a surge in activity up over here, which I'm still waiting for this to come up because I'm waiting for this thing to completely load. We still got how many hours left on this thing? We only got 10 hours. It's got 8 more hours left. So give me a second while we wait on this to come on through, because the temperature profile suggests that the wedge holds on for those northeastern vents almost entirely up until when the front comes through. And as a result of that, the icing is going to stay persistent for most of the day. Now, as far as outages, let me see here what Georgia reported here outage-wise. Georgia is only showing 610 outages right now. So no major problems. It was up to 4,000 earlier. Wherever those outages were, they got them back up. There's only 610 outages right now in Georgia, so we're pretty good. Mississippi's got about 18,000. I'll show you what I'm looking at, guys, so you can look at this. So Tennessee's got 3,600 out, 2,500 out of Alabama, 3,000 on Arkansas. Louisiana's the worst one at 70,000 right now. So, but the steadier rain's now moving into Metro Atlanta right now on the radar. So anything I can see this. One thing I will say that is clearly falling at snow aloft. That's for sure, because you see how fuzzy that picture looks. That tells you it's falling as snow and it's just turning into rain because it's warmer down below it, and it's warm all the way down to the surface. So wherever that cloud deck is, it's definitely, this looks like snow on the radar. Unfortunately, not going to come in as snow. What a crying shame. So there's that horseshoe. Thank you, Carla. So it looks like coming into East Point right now, Forest Park. Let's see the camera here. They're at 35 degrees here in Rockdale County. So see the breeze there a little bit. $30, $31. Still 34 down there in Decatur, or PDK, I should say. Hartsville Jackson's at 36. Yeah, the black ice I'm most concerned about, guys, is on Monday morning. Monday morning is when I'm really the most concerned about the black ice being a problem. That will be the problem. So let me go over here while y'all are looking. Let me pull this out a little bit real quick so you guys can see that a little bit better. Watch that heavier rain work its way up. All right, let me look over here real quick. I'll go to European model. That's just starting. Damn. It's just starting. Rats. I can't believe the European's still favoring that northern look. I'm kind of surprised at that. And that's in... Anyway, all right, let me go back over here. I'm still waiting on this model here. The European model's just coming in. I'm just kind of waiting to see what it's going to show here for the week. Next 7 days, all I'm worried about. Let me get this thing over to the right thing. Thursday morning, we're cold. again, I appreciate you guys checking us out here on. It's been a real long broadcast. We've been on for 9 hours now, 9 hours and 18 minutes here on everything. Been going for a long time here, and I definitely cannot go past 3 o'clock. I just want to see what this initial. Since the range is coming into Atlanta now and getting ready to come into those northeast zones, I'm staying up because I want to see what the temperature does and what that rain does, and see what we're getting report wise as far as the icing out there. And if we get the icing to become a problem, we got a little wind out there, not a ton. It's definitely it's windier. The thing is, where it's the windiest the most, the icing's not a problem. It's the windiest up in here. So icing's not going to be a problem there across the western, northwestern zones. We got a little bit of wind on this side, but it's not overly bad. So, but if we get if we do get a heavy coating of ice on stuff, that changes everything. Now, once the coating starts and the precipitation starts, if the rain is steady and heavy for a little while, a moderate rain or just a moderate rain for a while, it'll ice up very quickly. It will not take long at all. So, right now, everything is just kind of watch and see right now. I see Brian Cost is asking about Dacula, which is down near Hamilton Mill, not too far from us. I'd say Dacula right now, at least of a third of an inch, maybe half. We'll see. All depends. I didn't say Dacula. I said Dacula. I know how to say it. didn't say it the first time I lived here. Yeah, Commerce, I think y'all are sitting at 36 degrees right now. So here's Commerce, or down there, right. Oh, well, I'm sorry, Covington. Commerce, you're up here. I'm thinking Commerce. You're still waiting on the precip. I'm thinking Covington. My brain. I'm just tired, guys. I'm sorry. So Commerce, it's coming your way, and you got temperature at 30 degrees there, so you're fine. Calhoun, you're good. You ain't gonna worry about it. Ackworth, you're on the west side too. I'm not worried about you too much. It's borderline. You might see a little glazing there. So official Cooley Chell. Woodstock, Cherokee. Cherokee was still showing about a half inch. I'm waiting for this full model to come through here, guys. I'm going to show you here in just 1 second. Bear with me here as I'm waiting for this last bit of this last frozen model to come on in here. It's almost done. Got 3 more hours to go on it. I want to show the whole thing, so just bear with me. It should be another 5 minutes, about 5 more minutes, and this model will be done. It keeps showing the same thing. It's gone up a little bit here in the Cobb County area. So just because I think this is going to be a long duration event here for the icing. It looks like it's going to hold on, especially those northwest zones. God, those mountains are going to get blasted again. Aye. So anyhow, let me go back over here real quick. I'm checking a couple things. Bear with me, guys. All righty here. Let me look here too. Just kind of looking here a little quick. I don't know how much my phone's going to hold on here. So anyway, if you're on Facebook, again, if you'd like to continue to be part of our process to build this 24-hour channel, you can do the subscriber service. We do a daily weather report. The weather report is basically something I do for subscribers Monday through Friday. I'm also going to show you all behind the scenes stuff that's going on here. YouTube, I do not have anything set up there for you guys just yet. That'll be coming soon since I just moved it over there literally 2 days ago. So as I'm going to be detaching all the live and all the stuff from my old channel over to the new one and bring everything over there. It's 26 degrees. Wow. 29. Let me go back to the map here. Seeing if the last of this is all through here. Let's see. Come on. Damn, it's slow. Waiting for the last two is like waiting for... Come on. It's almost 25 after. It's supposed to be finished. I'm supposed to be all the way done by 25 after. Come on. Thank you for the stars. We love stars. Stacy, thank you. I don't know how many stars we got out of this broadcast, out of the 2, but I'm sure it was quite a bit. It's definitely it's a neat program. I really kind of like they do it that way. Yeah. Big plus there. Thank you. Yeah, so, see, that just dropped them down to 30 now. And I dropped was that 30? Oh, I think it was 30 last time. All right. I really want to see what these temperatures do when it starts raining in those areas. We're so close. Heard reports of loss of power over in Cornelia. Might want to get those generators working. I don't think it's heavy enough for anything in there. And the last time, I don't want to spread false information out there. But what I'm seeing on my radar Omega, did I close that by accident? I guess I did. Didn't mean to. I guess I dropped that by accident. Didn't mean to. Oh, now I got to line it back up again. Hold on. Let me do this real quick, guys. I closed this by mistake. That's my Pac-Man theme. All right. So, I mean, right now, there's only 663 power outages here in the state of Georgia. This was as of 12/16, just a few minutes ago. So I don't think we got any major power disruptions just yet. The heavier rain has not moved in yet, and the glazing we got right now is not enough to disrupt the power grid. So I'm not worried about that just yet. Now that will change a little bit, obviously, once this rain starts to move in here, especially this rain down here across east central Alabama starts moving up this way as it's now coming into the city. And so it's possible we could get some disruptions then. Go back to the tap. Yeah, it's about halfway through Metro Atlanta right now. Let's go look at the Atlanta cameras real quick. Let's take a look and see how they're looking. And there's the King and Queen building. You see it kind of wet and rainy. Traffic's moving okay, so we don't got any problems there with that. And let's go down. Thank you for the stars. There's the Atlanta airport, which they're at 36 degrees, so no problem there to worry about. It looks like they're quiet here for the moment. That's Six Flags. And yeah, notice one thing I'm noticing here on the Atlanta skyline is the clouds are clearly lowering. They're getting lower and lower and lower, and you can tell by looking at it's raining a little bit, light rain, and starting to see that cloud deck definitely start to lower there a little bit. And you can see that down that camera as well. Downtown from the west and looking back toward Midtown. So cloud deck starting to, what I suspect is going to happen here soon is the cloud deck will lower so much that the top of the skyscrapers start to not being able to be seen. So we're getting near the saturation point here in the atmosphere. So Atlanta, the question is, does this get into icing into Atlanta or not? That's going to be kind of a key. I wouldn't be surprised if they're just a little short, but we'll see. Go back up here to. It's 30. Yeah, if it does anything in Atlanta, I think it's going to be north of there. I mean, it's 35, 34, but it's freezing up in Lawrenceville at 31, so not quite there. I've seen that a lot of times too. Let's go back to the model data, see if it's all in yet. I think it should be in. God, it's being slow. Ugh, 2 more to go. Whew. Wow, that's not good. Yeah, this looks like this icing in northeast Georgia is going to hang around all day long. And it ain't going to be good. It don't look good up there if that icing holds like the high res is showing. I'll go ahead and show you what we got here so far. It's still got 2 more hours to process, but let me show you what I got here. So we back this thing up. We're currently at, coming up on 1 o'clock. So just the initial going here. So, and it starts picking up. I still think this is a little bit slower because I think that what I'm seeing on the radar is a little faster than this. So you see it going on. 6 o'clock in the morning, we're approaching a half inch, and we're at a half inch by 7. And then we're going up above that, and it just keeps going. And then it really starts to spike there as the heavier rain comes down there. Look at this. 1 inch, 1 inch. This is this whole area in here. This would be all these counties in here. All of this would be pretty catastrophic right there. That whole area right there would be. Now your borderline down here in Atlanta, you're looking at close to a half inch there. So that would be pretty heavy right there. Let's look at the simulated radar here. And that's what I'm seeing. I've been seeing that here repeatedly here on the last few model runs. Here's that rain coming in right now. So this is 1 o'clock. Still think it's a little slow, just a little, because I think it's further north than that by 2 o'clock. Still another hour. I don't know. It's close. And you see it just kind of pick up here at 3 o'clock. All the freezing rain in here. Continues at 7 o'clock in the morning. It fizzled at 8 o'clock. It backs off a little bit. So it's just low risk drizzle, fizzle. Not a whole lot there. And then the heavier stuff walks out for the way. The wedge is holding on in here. 1 o'clock. And look at this ice. It gets this tremendous amount of icing coming here in Hall County, all the northeast zones. As this is the thunderstorm line. This is the thunderstorms going down into the panhandle. And some heavy rains move into this. And it just holds on. And it finally pushes out of the way late by 4 o'clock. But it ices up badly before it gives way. That's icing on everything. Then that goes thawing through. There's the end of the run. So it goes all the way through there. Here's the wider look on this. So you can kind of see, again, there's a squall line. You see the thunderstorms there coming out there. Again, I wouldn't be surprised with some of this icing. You got freezing rain and thunder. That would not surprise me at all as that moves on through. Now let's look at the temperature profile on this. Let's watch the temperature starting at the midnight hour, which is what we're just past. So let me go look at that. And this is pretty close. It's pretty looks like pretty much what we got. And we're actually a little bit colder than what we're seeing there. So does drop Gainesville to 26 by 4 o'clock. And that would be really intense icing all over the place. Let me get back over here to the right one. There you go. See that a little bit better. And again, you see the temperature is 30. It does not move. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we got 29 degrees still and 30 degrees. You got ice all over the place. Then we get up to 32 by 4 o'clock. At that point, we kind of go on. That's it. And right, so like I said, we're going to have a very mini brief warm up here between the front and that low going on by because the wedge is stuck there. And but it looks like we're going to be icing all day. All day tomorrow looks like an all day ice thing. Now, as far as the winds are going to look at, let's look at the wind gusts here. You got to get all that icing going on here. And we go into the afternoon hours. The front comes on through. There's the front. They don't look all that bad. The winds start to die off there a little bit. Before this is the initial front, and then there's another one behind this one, and then that's what's going to be bringing in the real cold air. So we got two of them coming on through. So that is what we're seeing out there right now. Thank you, Bobby Griffin. Thank you for coming on board. Up All Night with Greg. I should launch a new show on that. What do y'all think? Yeah, I see parts of Northeast Georgia is going to be looking at the icing up there. Pretty bad. Fayetteville, you're down south. You're okay. You're south of town. I don't expect Fayetteville to be too much of a problem down there south of Metro Atlanta. You're looking all right. Yeah, thank you for the stars. Always like the stars. That's Christian Perez. Thank you. Greetings from Ball Ground. Hey, thank you, Stephen. I appreciate it. You're sitting at 29 degrees right now. Yeah, let me get my radar back open here. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting to see that the rain to get up in my own backyard here, and I want to see what it does. I want to see how heavy that precipitation is when it gets up my way, and it doesn't have to go too much further because it's moving at a pretty good clip. So I'm right about here, and you see it ain't got to go too much longer. It's through me, so it's moving at a pretty good clip. It's already spread across most of Metro Atlanta, and then we got good steady rain. I mean, this rain looks pretty steady. Let me back up here a little bit, just a little bit. And you have good, steady, solid, moderate rain here. Looks like kind of coming up in here. Yeah, I appreciate everybody out there. This has been a long day. Going off from the initial stuff this morning and what we're doing on right now, I will just take tomorrow off and do nothing. I don't think I'll post a darn thing tomorrow. Just take it off. What do you think? Do I have I earned a day off, guys? I think I have. I think I might just stay away from posting anything tomorrow and come back at it on Monday. I don't know. I'm a weather geek. I won't completely cut it off. Walton County, I don't know. I don't know it's going to be too bad. Y'all's temperature's got to drop some more there in Walton. I mean, your Covington there is, Morgan's sitting at 33. What's the dew point over there, just for wanting to know? You might get a little bit of icing. You're at 24. Yeah, you probably get a little bit there. I mean, you're just borderline on the dew point. But you're at 33 and you're at 20. Well, dew point's 24. So yeah, you could probably drop another degree to get down to 31. The Quiet Gamer says no days off. Well, I actually worked. It's kind of funny you mentioned that. I was supposed to take a plane flight today to go to Houston, Texas, to attend the American Meteorological Broadcast Convention. I was supposed to be being there to get my continuing education credits for my SEAL because I had stopped broadcasting in 2016. I turned it back on when I went back over to Fox, and I had to get my continuing education credits. And I had to cancel my flight and cancel all my stuff, and because I'm staying here for this, and because it looked like it was going to be a really big deal. This doesn't look like it's going to turn out to be as devastating or catastrophic as it looked early in the week. Early in the week, it looked like this thing was going to be like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. This is knockout power for millions. I don't think we're there on this. It's going to knock out power for some. There's going to be some counties that are going to get, especially those areas up there and to the north that may get knocked out for a little while. But at least the metro Atlanta area is going to be spared, which I think as far as major disruption, because if the power crews are not busy now in metro Atlanta, they can go up into these areas here to the north that are going to need it, like Dahlonega, Cleveland. Thank you there, Jason Weaver. Appreciate it. Heading up toward Clarksville, Tallulah Falls, Cornelia, Gainesville, Jefferson, all these areas here where I think the heaviest ice, especially up along those mountains, up there, Dahlonega over to Helen and over toward Tallulah Falls, that whole area in there, that whole corridor looks like that's going to be just ice city right through there. At least that's what the models are indicating, that 1 inch icing. So that's going to keep that pretty bad in those areas. So that is how it's going there. So we're coming up on 12:37. Gainesville's at 29. They're at 29, 31. I'm seeing if Atlanta changes anything at all. This is at the 12 o'clock, 36. Let me see if the stick, I think the stick does, let me check, hold on, let me do this. Just thought of something. Let me try something here. All right, let's see. I'm looking at the stick here. So I'm looking at the live stick down at Hartsville Jackson. Just kind of see what their Hartsville Jackson gust to 21. Not showing any rain on the stick there yet. Not officially. Whatever it is still showing pretty. Must be pretty light. And let's see. Let's look at Gainesville here. Gainesville holding. Gainesville's at 28 now. Are they showing 28 there? That was last hour. So Gainesville's actually dropped to 28. They got gusts of 30. Light freezing rain there right now. And Blairsville's sitting at 32. They're okay. I'm not worried about Blairsville too much. Hey, thank you, Andrew Woolland. Thank you for subscribing. So, yeah, Gainesville's dropped another degree. They're at 28. They'll update on the next update there. Let me see. Let me look at my temperature one more time. Hold on. All right. Okay. Sorry about that. I'll blow my nose a little bit. I'm showing 29 here at my house in Brazelton. So I'm at 29. They're at 28 at Gainesville. I got this rain coming up. We're going to start coating everything here pretty good here. Might be a little sleet mixed in with this a little bit still. See that little yellow there? Right there. Could be a little bit of sleet mixed in with that potentially. But the darker green's definitely showing up. See, my smart sensor in Jefferson says 30.7. Canton Airport is at 29 now, dew point 27. So we're almost completely saturated. Thank you, Daniel Walters. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, I'm going to go out the door as soon as the rain reaches me, dude. I don't go completely on the radar. I'm using the composite, but this also is not the best way. This is such a light. Again, you weather nerds know what I'm talking about here. Look at this radar signature. Look how fuzzy that looks. I mean, this is all falling as snow. This is all snow aloft. No doubt about that. That's a clearly snow signature on that radar. But it's just melting because there's a big warm layer down below where the cloud deck is at. So now if you get down here, this is rain. This looks more rainy here, but this initial stuff up this way, that's clearly looking more like snow. But it's racing up at a pretty good clip. Should be getting to Gwinnett here pretty soon. I want to see what the precipitation is doing. I love y'all. Y'all are awesome. Why can't I super chat? Oh, I have not. You guys over on YouTube, I just moved all of this over from my old Weather Nerd stuff. It's not set up yet. I do appreciate you guys wanting to do donations and super chat and all that stuff. I love it to death, and I will get it up and organized. I just did not get the chance to get it set up yet. I worked yesterday just to get everything moved over to be able to simulcast. So, we'll have it ready for next time, and I appreciate y'all wanting to contribute and help our product. But the next live shot we have, I promise you, I will have it up and operational for you guys. I got to go into I got to go into the settings and I got to get it all set up. It's not set up yet. But the stars program over on Facebook, you guys keep giving the stars over there, like Christian Perez just did. I appreciate you guys doing that. And Facebook does, at least they give a percentage back on however stars we get. So I'm okay with that. That's not a bad thing. But thank you guys over there. I do appreciate that. All snow? The Google weather tells you you're going to get all snow. Well, when's that going to happen? Please let me know. Hey, Wendy, let me know when the snow comes. Actually, I've been waiting on the European. Jennifer Williams. Thank you, Jennifer. I'm waiting on the European model here to see if it has any chance of snow showing up anywhere on the model here. It's just chewing right now. It's only, 72. So right now, it's for the next 75 hours, nothing but cold. Not showing anything. I wish that Arctic air wasn't so damn heavy. God, if it was a little bit closer, we probably could have gotten something out of that little disturbance we were tracking maybe for next weekend. I don't think it would have dumped 30 inches of snow like the GFS was showing, but that would have been nice to get set up there. Jeremy Vinny. And thank you, Mark. Mark D. Hayes gave us a star there. I appreciate you. Again, we're going to build a good channel, guys. I'm telling you, this is going to look, when we do something like, if we have a winter event next year, and you're here now, and you're back with us next year, I want you to think about this look and everything else going on with this, and how much different it's going to look next year. I promise you it's going to look a lot different. You're going to have a weather app. You're going to have my weather updates. We're going to have the weather equipment. I'm going to have an interactive TV wall over here. I'll have my green wall over here, which is, it's there, but it's the wrong color. It's not right. It's, anyway, I don't have the right cameras for it either because it wasn't keying out. It wasn't keying me out right. But we'll have a nice little set behind here. We'll have the streaming, the app and on Roku and Apple TV and Android and all that. We'll have all that stuff set up. It'll be so much different next year. Very professional look. And then hopefully by next year as well, when we're in these situations, I will have freelance meteorologists that I will bring in remotely who will dial in, and we can do stuff, crosstalk, and I can, hey, I'm going to go take a break. You take it for a little bit. I can go away a little bit. So, I ain't 35. I ain't a kid like I used to be. So that's where I like to see us to go. I told the wife, I said, not this year, but next year we're supposed to go to Italy for our 30th anniversary. I said, yeah, I want to get this thing established so I can hand it off to somebody when I'm going on vacation and not have to worry about it. They can remote into the box. They can do a lot of stuff. Do you think Forsyth County gets any heavy ice? Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the icing on there, Christine. I'll show you what the current outlook is showing as far as what the ice was looking like on the last run here. I'll show that again for you. So give me a minute here. I gotta get the winner back up. Hold on, where'd it go? There it is. So let's look at the latest, greatest totals here for the whole duration. Here is the latest freezing rain look here. Oops. So let's get this back. Oops, sorry, one second. There you go. All right. So we know where Forsyth County is. Sitting right next to the hall. There's Forsyth right there. So you see there's a ½ inch over here. There's 1 inch over here. There's a ½ inch there. So parts of Forsyth might get a ½ inch. Now, if this turned out true, if this holds right, that would cause some problems in Forsyth County. Would cause some issues. You're seeing, almost a ½ inch down here toward Metro Atlanta. So we'll see. Hey, Mrs. Mauricio, thank you. Welcome on board. You are 4150. That's a nice number. Yeah, there ain't no snow. We got no snow in this forecast. There might be some flurries that come on the backside of this, but I tell you, this inch, over an inch here, all these counties in here with an inch, man, I tell you, that's gonna be very bad stuff. No, I will tell you this much. For this winter storm, they have been flying a lot of Hurricane Hunter aircraft out there. As low as it was coming in, they've done several missions. They did it last year too. Remember that big blizzard that dumped all the snow on the Gulf Coast? They had the Hurricane Hunters on there during winter missions, and that's something they started last year for the first time, and they're doing it again this year. So they don't necessarily are launching more balloons. They do sometimes, but the Hurricane Hunter aircraft coming in is something pretty cool. Not bad. Helen, I'm concerned about Helen getting very iced up there. I really am. Really concerned about Helen. There's the live look there. It's down 28 degrees there in Helen. So you saw it's going up there, and the roads are wet. All those, it's raining up there, and precipitation is gonna get higher, and the where that heaviest precipitation is in there would include the Helen area. So Helen could get iced up very badly, potentially. So you guys be safe up there in Helen. You're not too far from my house. Well, God knows we go up there enough times. So definitely be careful up there. And as far as where we're at, as far as the steady rains coming in, looking back here on the radar, hold on a second, go back to this one. You can see it moving in now. Look, see all the pink coming in there, coming into Gwinnett County. So you got Helens up here. I'm just kind of backing this off a little bit. So you probably up there in northeast, or where I'm at, I'm going to have it here in the next few minutes. But you're probably a good hour and a half, maybe about 2 o'clock before it kind of gets up that way. But the steadier rains are starting to stream in through across Metro Atlanta right now. And now the icing is going to pick up through Gwinnett County, northern Forsyth, coming into southern Hall County, Barrow County, Walton County here. Monroe's dropped to 32. We saw that coming. So, again, we're going to get that icing start to pick up now, starting now at this point, and going downhill. Now the question is, and I'm interested to wait and see what this moisture plume, once it gets over my location, to see how the rain is how steady is it, and that kind of thing. So overall, I doubt it's very much, just because when I look over at this radar here, it don't look that impressive. Now, the stuff back behind it over in Alabama, we've seen a lot of that yellow. That's different. That'll eventually work its way in. But this stuff here will just add to the glazing, keep it under 1/10 of an inch. And again, the big thing, guys, again, when you're watching about the power lines issue, again, get to 1/4 inch, we're disruptive. You get a 1/2 inch, now we got some problems. And you get 1 inch, we're talking about devastation. So that's what we're looking at there. All right. So right now, what we're kind of seeing right now is just a light glaze. We're in that 1/10 of an inch, trace to a glaze. That's what we're getting right now. Slick bridges, coated on windshields, things getting into that nature. Now, once this initial stuff comes up, we might start eaching up toward that 1/4 inch stuff. It won't take much, but we'll definitely see that here for tonight. Hey, again, if you go over there new on the YouTube channel, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And for you guys over on Facebook here that are watching, I do want to make sure, if you are if you like watching from your TV and that kind of thing, you don't like, a lot of folks watch from their phone, that kind of stuff. But if you don't, I'll put here's the YouTube link here in the chat. And for you guys over on Facebook, on YouTube, what I'll do is I will put the Facebook link over here, because you guys can get my regular Facebook postings, not just our live broadcasts and stuff. So there's the Facebook link over there on YouTube. So if you want to go over on Facebook and give me a follow there on the YouTube side, do that. And if you're watching over on Facebook, you can go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube. So there you go. You can support both platforms. Get that thing going. So. Yeah, I tell you, it's so interesting. When this thing came on, I had no idea. I mean, interest in the South, obviously, we're talking about ice storm or even snow or anything. I never thought it would take off the way it has. I mean, really, between the YouTube channel. Thank you, Jack, the El Ripper. Gotta love the YouTube names. I really do. But it's been very, very great to be able to do this and get this going, because it just speeds the process up, because I was thinking it was going to take a lot longer to get to certain levels that I needed to get to perhaps go to that big potential sponsor. Now that I'm going to have all the data from this big event over the last few days and the million, all the stuff that goes with it, it's just going to make selling this a little bit easier to get that big sponsorship, to put up the capital that we need to get the additional accessories to bring up our game. I've got some good money coming in here next couple of months that I've earned on Facebook and a few of our advertisers. So we're going to be upgrading. My cameras are terrible. They're Elgato's are cheap. I got to get rid of those. I need an extra light in here. We got the side monitors over here. I got a teleprompter I'm going to need so I can look forward when I'm at the green screen wall. A lot of the equipment stuff I need, I'm going to get here shortly. There's a TV that I want to buy that put over here. It's a draw on. You can do interactive TV stuff on it. That works with the Baron weather system computer that we want to get. The Baron system is the same computer that I use when I'm at Fox. It's one of the 2 computers they have there at Fox. So it's a good system to have. So hopefully we'll get there slowly but surely. And I will tell you this much. With us going into a neutral phase of the La Nina season, La Nina is about dead. It's really kind of officially, it is, in my mind, it is dead. So it's pretty much fizzled out quite a bit. So I'm not, with us going into a neutral phase there, I do think our severe weather season potentially could be fairly active. Usually in a neutral phase across the southern tier, once we get into March and April, we could be looking at a little more active severe weather. That's why I want to get my weather app out by March 1st. It's reading some of y'all's comments in the chats here. I appreciate it. That's the one thing I do love about the social media part of this is the fact that the interaction and stuff, which is really good. Cleveland, Allison, I will tell you, it could be devastating up your way. It could potentially be very bad in Cleveland, at least based off the last model day. I'm not saying that's an absolute going to happen, but I mean, just look at what the temperatures are up there in the 20s. You got a lot of precipitation coming up that way, and it could be pretty. It could be bad. We'll see. Let me go back to interactive mode here so I can drive the radar. Hold on. There we go. So obviously Cleveland's right here south of the Helen area. I'm worried about Cleveland, Helen, Dahlonega, Turner's Corner, Dawsonville maybe. Getting over into the falls over in Dawson, near Burt's Farm a little bit. Northern Hall County, Cornelia, Tulilla Falls, anywhere up in here where the temperatures are 26, 27 degrees, and we got a lot of moisture coming up that way. And it stays wedged all day tomorrow with a lot of heavy rain coming in. So, and then it's going to warm up, and then it's going to get out. So I'm not worried about LJ, not worried about Dalton. You guys are going to be in a warm up tomorrow. I expect y'all pretty decently in the 40s tomorrow. So I'm not worried about y'all. But Northeast Georgia especially looks like it could be a very bad ice storm. Probably could potentially be one of the worst you guys have seen in some time. Thankfully, it does not look like it's going to be that way for Metro Atlanta. I don't think Metro Atlanta is going to get a whole lot there. Those temperatures are sitting at 36, 34, 35, and they're about saturated. So I think it may just be short of the perimeter. I have seen a couple of these icing events historically that have come up just short of the perimeter. Wouldn't be the first time that's happened, and not the last. But Athens is at 31. Monroe, Covington's at 36, so you're looking okay there. Yeah, I think you can go to bed there, Jamie. Rome's okay. You're all right. And yes, all of this coming up at us is freezing rain. If the temperature's below 32 degrees and it's raining, it's freezing rain. Pretty simple. If you're in an area, the temperature's 29 like it is at my place, and this rain starts moving in, it's freezing rain. We're going to be freezing up everything outside, and it's dark. And before the sun comes up, we're going to have a good icing out there on the roads, bridges and overpasses. They did put a lot of grime out on the roads today, or at least around Braselton they did. So we'll see what the road conditions look like tomorrow morning. But I suspect they're going to be pretty bad there in the northeast section. Because I still think Gainesville could drop another. These sticks are getting ready to update here real shortly. Stedham running in at 50. Blairsville, you're on the side of that mountain. I think you're okay, Blairsville. All the major icing is on the other side of those mountains, so you're okay. You're going to get protection from the mountains there. I mean, you're still sitting at 32, but I don't think it's going to be too bad. Let's see, that's at 12:35. That's an hourly one. That's an hourly one. That's an hourly one. So we got a few more minutes here, and the 12 o'clock will come on in. Jasper. All right, Jasper. I don't think it's gonna be too bad. I mean, y'all are such a hard rate. Ball ground's at 29, and it really kind of depends on the moisture getting in there. I don't know how much y'all are sitting right on the edge of wedge territory, pushing off to the east. So, no, there's no snow with this. The temperature profile, when I look at the profile, which is the 3D look of the atmosphere, I don't see anything that supports any kind of snow. It's too warm above the surface. This is very shallow, cold Arctic air or dry air at the surface. And so all of this will be pretty much freezing rain. A little sleet that was thrown in before the atmosphere got all wet that we had earlier, but that was about it. Black ice. Hope not. Hope not. Oh, there we got the new temperature update. So, all right. So, DeKalb County. See, Atlanta's starting to flirt with it here. So, we got the PDK airport just dropped to 32. Gainesville just dropped to 27. Ooh, that's not good. Man, that's not bad. All this coming up this way. 28 over into Jefferson. We got 30 down near Winder. Lawrenceville hasn't checked in just yet, so the temperatures are just coming. Kennesaw dropped to 32 now, so we're floating with it. Again, remember we were looking at about a third of an inch of ice over there into Cobb County. So let's see. Hartsville Jackson's at 35 now, so I still don't think the airport will be bad. But they're watching it. Yeah, the black ice concern, I'll tell you guys, I'm really concerned about Monday morning. That's really the thing. If the heavy precipitation comes on through the runoff, the ponding on the roads and everything else, as quickly as this cold air is running in, the only saving possibility here is it's going to be windy. Of course, that's a nice drying agent. But I still think we're going to have a certain degree of black ice around the area on Monday. To what level and extent will depend on how this thing plays out. As far as, especially the icing and stuff. Thank you, Megatron125. Yeah, anybody over there on YouTube, if you want to come on over and join the YouTube subscriber party, come on board. Get on board and join us. And Facebook, we continue to roll over there as well. Is Hiawassee getting icy? You might get a little bit. I know there's been some icing up there right now, but nothing fancy. I'm not expecting it to be too bad up there because you're on the wrong side of the mountains. The mountains are your friend. Blairsville, same thing. That's going to help protect y'all a little bit. Toccoa reporting sleeting in Toccoa and sticking. All right, so we got a little bit of icy up there. Hey there, not even going to try to pronounce that, but hello, Sarah. How about I just call you Sarah? Thank you. Thank you for coming on board. I burped in the mic. I'm sorry, bro. I'm tired, and I should be shot. It's been a long day. I've been up since 6:15 this morning, and I've been up 19 hours, so I'm a little tired. I apologize for being a cruel guy, Paulding County. I don't know if y'all going to get that much there. I mean, you're 32 in Kennesaw right there. Dallas is at 34. I don't know if it's going to make it that far west to be significant for you guys. Dawsonville, Dawsonville going to get it. Yeah, Dawsonville looks cold. Gainesville's getting it. Cummings going to get something in there. It's just a question of Cleveland getting sleet now. I don't know. I don't look at the radar over there. You got some stuff coming up that way. Yeah, you had something that blew through Cleveland. It's already gone by, so you may have had some sleet earlier. Toccoa's getting some sleet now. That's kind of showing up there on the radar right there pretty well. There's that sleet total there. So getting that a little bit. And we should be getting a little bit of freezing rain, obviously, here in Lawrenceville. Still haven't reported their 12 o'clock position. So we got 33 over there in Dobbins. Kennesaw's at 32. West Atlanta's at 34, 35 at the airport, 36 over at Covington. Monroe's at 32, Winder's at 30. Still waiting for the Lawrenceville update. Running a little late. Not a shock there. Gainesville's at 27, and the precipitation's going to knock on their front door here real soon. You guys are being funny. You guys are being funny. Ball ground's at 29. So, again, all of this, I'm just staying up because I really want to see, now that the rain's pulling into these icy zones, what it starts to do. I want to see what it does here. Geo Girl for Life, how are you? Now, I'll tell you the latest I can stay streaming on the YouTube side of this is another Thomas Ivy is 3 o'clock. And that's probably as late as I can go without having to restart everything. It's kind of interesting. I can start Facebook really fast. YouTube takes me a few more steps with that to have to do. But I want to see what goes on here. And then we may come back on in the morning. I'll get some sleep. But right now I want to stay up and see what this initial surge of precipitation is doing. Franklin County, you're on my little list of watch out. Y'all might get some devastating ice up that way because the wedge holds in place into those northeast zones all day while heavy precipitation moves back in. So that is concerning. So Kennesaw's at 32, DeKalb's at 32. Did Lawrenceville come in finally? Lawrenceville dropped to 30. All right, so Lawrenceville went 31 to 30. So Winder's at 30. And the precipitation coming. Let's see what the dew points are looking at. Again, if the dew point, these are your temperatures, all right? Now, the dew point and the temperature are exactly the same. That means the air is completely saturated, all right? So I'm going to show you the dew point. And if you see it drop down, you're not completely saturated, but you're pretty close. Like Lawrenceville's 28 and 30. You're pretty much saturated, right? 96%, 92% humidity. Gainesville still could drop a degree, it looks like. Commerce still can maybe drop a degree. I think they're pretty much saturated at the two northern places. Toccoa's pretty matched there. But the dew points are falling off in Atlanta a little bit. So, like, PDK could still drop a degree, maybe 2. Atlanta's, Hartsville, I think they stay at 33. They're just above. So just kind of looking at those two temperatures there. Got a few more minutes, and I should be seeing some decent. See some of this initial rain coming out my door, and I'll go out there and check it out here shortly. Let's see how it's looking out. Y'all be good out there on the chat, man. I see y'all writing a bunch of crazy stuff there on YouTube. I know it's late. Y'all getting tired. I can't go in there and police y'all. So y'all police yourself a little bit. I tell you one thing. One thing I will not put up on this channel is all those makeshift weathermen out there, and there's a lot of them, and they're all guys, not the females. They'll argue with you. They'll tell you you're full of crap. They'll call you clickbait. I'll say you're gone. You're gone. You're gone. I'll just block them. I ain't got time for your crap. I'm trying to run trying to build a decent product here for you guys and a legitimate business, and I darn sure don't need that crap. So, gone. All right, I need to go to the bathroom one more time because I just drank this big old soda. So, let me go pee. Not yet. It's not heavy enough for that, Jules. Yeah, my wife was asking if I thought we were going to lose power tonight. No, I don't think it'll happen tonight. I think it'll be tomorrow. Oh, I do have Dr. Pepper, guys. I do Mr. Bibb too. I drink both of them, but I drink Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper most of the time. My wife was asking me some questions. Sorry, guys. So yeah, I was just checking the back porch. My grill's all just coated in ice, so it's just a glazing, obviously, of the ice out there. So now we're getting the more persistent rain to move on into the area now. Because what happens is this: when you got the ice out there, when you got the nice glaze, when it starts to rain and it falls on that glaze, and the temperatures are in it's going to freeze instantly. So it's going to start layering and caking on each other. And the heavier the precipitation, the quicker that process accelerates. So again, when looking at the radar here, I'm pulling all the way back here. You know, you got a few hours of this coming up at us. It doesn't look all that bad. This is real heavy stuff back here. I tell you, we're lucky we didn't get into this stuff back here in Mississippi. That would be pretty bad. But this is our first real round of decent rains, kind of moving across the area. It's not overly heavy. So let's see if the new model run is finished yet, or is this we got about another 15 minutes till the next run comes in. So I'm looking. This is the 5Z run here. Yeah, it's definitely picking up a little bit. It is going until 9 o'clock. So I'll show you what's going on in the model right now. Again, it's still picking up this rain and this icing picking up here a little bit. Let's see if these models are worth a damn or not. Let's go back over to here. All right, so this is through 9 o'clock, from now until 9 o'clock. So you see it now. We're a third of an inch all up in here. Here's a half inch, almost a half inch, half inch, half inch, half inch. So we're getting good icing in here. And again, once you get to a half inch, that's when you start running into your possible problems. And this only goes to 9 o'clock. The problem is, like I said, a lot of that northeast zone stays below freezing right through most of the day tomorrow. So this initial icing is going to continue. Now, the good news here, welcome aboard there, Lake Dogs 87. The good news here is that when we get daytime heating in there, you're still going to get some solar radiation come through that might help the roads just a little bit. Hey, little Mark, good to have you. Is that that'll help the roads out just a little bit. But the glazing in the trees and the power and the bridges and overpasses, that'll continue as long as that temperature remains below 32 and you got the good airflow there. So what I'm waiting on here, we got 9 more hours on this run. I'm waiting to see if there's any changes on this outlook here. We got a few more minutes on. I'm gonna come back to this. We'll come back to that radar here in a second. Sorry, it's loading up real quick. Give it a second. There we go. So it's just starting to move into my area here. Let me check out my door real quick. Hold on, guys. Steadier rain hasn't gotten to me just yet, but it is cold out there, man. But what is the wind chills doing out there, man? It's got to be really, really bad out there. Let me check something here. Looking at the RTMA, and apparent temperature, Yeah.
Warning, a special event has been updated.
I think it's over in South Carolina. The wind chill out in Gainesville is 21 right now. 19 over in Canton. It's like it is raw out there, man. It is brutal. Hey, not a problem. It's my pleasure to give y'all a good broadcast. We've been doing this a long time. We've been on for 10 hours and 14 minutes. So it's been a long day. Like I said, Sunday I'm probably going to just crash. Take it easy. And I appreciate you guys subscribing there. It's so weird, man. I did a Weather Nerds YouTube channel, and for it's going to be it's been 2.5 years. It would have been 3 years coming up on this October when I launched it for the first time. So a little over 2.5 years. And 2.5 years to get to 8,500 subscribers. Got to 5,000 in just over a year. And it really dropped off really slow the second year. And we're going to get over halfway there on this in 1 week here on the channel. So I finally found my audience here on YouTube. It's grateful to have it. And I'm glad to have you guys on YouTube as well as Facebook. Obviously, Facebook will always be our primary hub because that's our biggest follower mark right now. So Facebook right now, we're at 59,412. So we're coming up on 60,000 there. So between what we're building on here on YouTube as well as Facebook, I can go into some nice sponsor and hopefully be able to get some good stuff. Some snow in Clarksville. I find that hard to believe, man. I mean, it's in the 20s up there, I know, but I guarantee I would think it's more sleet than snow. Even if it is a little snow, it ain't gonna last long because it's gonna be playing. Hey, Mercy X6, good to see you. And so, yeah, hit that. Tyler, you're doing a good job over there, brother. Everybody's following your lead. Bonehead. Oh, I love YouTube. I love it. What about Northwest Georgia? Northwest Georgia, I'm not worried about. Not worried about Northwest Georgia. You guys are going to be in a warm side of this thing. Sorry about that. But y'all are going to warm up, and I think the temperatures will start to come up here toward dawn, so I'm not worried about you guys. It's where the cold air wedges. Look at all these 20s, man. 27, 26, 27, 28, 26. Thank you, Brandon. All these 20s. Athens has dropped to 29 now. 29 over here. So, again, all this precipitation running into these 20s in here. Jenny Saltwater, welcome aboard. All these 20s in here with this moisture coming in with temperatures in the 20s. That is really perfect ingredients for great icing. And let's look at Helen here again. Let's see what Helen's temperatures are doing right now. Still holding at 28 degrees. And nobody's on those roads. I guarantee you that is a big. That's a black asphalt. If you guys have ever been up to Helen, and I can say at this point at 28 degrees and that black asphalt, that's probably not a rain slick road. That's probably a sheet of ice at this point. At 28 degrees and that type asphalt they have going through that city, I guarantee you that is 100% ice going through there. I just really hope that Helen doesn't get the heavier ice as being advertised because it can really do damage to their Christmas decorations they haven't taken down yet. So I really hope that's not the case here. But I'm going to have a really good time going back and looking at the data. Obviously, Facebook's going to have 2 sets of data because we started our first 8 hours and then we started the second one now on there. So I'll have to interpret both the datas there and see how we did this. Let me look at some. I'm looking back here to still checking this new model data. It's not quite finished yet. We got about another 7 minutes till this is finished. That only goes up to 11 o'clock. Yep. Got a few more minutes to go. Let's see. Lake Chattooga, they're at 32. See how Blairsville's doing up there. Doesn't look too bad there right now. They're in Blairsville. Wet, but not bad. Blairsville's at 31, so still a little icy there. So what was Sky Valley's temperature at? They're at, hold on a second, 25. All right, Sky Valley's at 25. The resort cams, folks. I got another company I'm talking to as far as their cameras are concerned, but I'm not totally against partnering up with those guys. They have good cameras. There's 11. Right now, I just gotta wait a few more minutes. Just go back here. Lumpkin County has, I would think you guys have ice in Dahlonega. I can ice skate on my sidewalk, Deborah says over there on Facebook. Dalton, no, I never really thought, I'm going to be honest with you, I never really bought off the western parts of this zone. This was always a textbook wedge event. I didn't understand. There was a window here early this evening where it might get some icing in there, but I never understood why Dalton was, when the western counties were in this stuff. I don't think Dalton will have much of a way of icing. If you get anything, it's going to be a glaze. But I'm not worried about Dalton. Yeah, Clarksville has a little ice, and y'all going to get a lot more, especially with all this stuff coming in here. And look what's happening here on the radar feed now. Look what is happening there. Starting to see that pink area start to really expand out. See that? See all this pink there starting to come in here. So starting to transition over because of the temperatures being at 32 degrees or below. So it looks like we're getting some icing in Roswell. We're getting it in Holly Springs, Woodstock, Canton showing up into this. Going in toward Lawrenceville, obviously. Parts of northern DeKalb, Monroe. So starting to show that ice starting to pick up. And we got a lot more of this coming up behind us. This moisture is going to keep streaming. And it's a question of how hard is this rain actually, How heavy is that going to be? What kind of rain are we going to get with this? Because on the radar, it don't look that impressive. I mean, this stuff back here does. Let me go back over here. So, I mean, this stuff back here, but this stuff up here still looks pretty light to me. I mean, it's picking up intensity, but not that bad. Let's check out some of these temperatures here across north side of Atlanta. Check out the temperatures here. So we're at 29 degrees there in Alpharetta, with rain falling a little bit. Doesn't look too bad there. Let's go to Cumming here. 29 degrees here. You see the rain falling there. So we're icing stuff up here. Chick-fil-A, also at 29 degrees. So 29 degrees is a good icing temperature. That's going to do some stuff. 27 over there in Canton. Kennesaw, kind of holding at 32. Cartersville, 33. Thank you for the star donation. Thank you. 33.9 over there in Bartow. At Ayersville, they're at 34. You're going up there where it's just a cold rain. Let's go Pickens County. 28 degrees there in Jasper. 31 degrees on the other side there in Pickens County. And some rain there. Looks like they're good. Looks like a little shower there going there right now. And it's windy. So things are starting to ice up there a little bit. Thank you, Zach. That stick's not working. I know that's not right. Ain't no 20 degrees up there. Here's Dawsonville, 27.8, raining there. It looks like snow, but it's not snow. That's rain. Thank you on the stars request. Who's out there? Who did that? Bryson. Winder. Winder's looking the same as like here for us. You're looking pretty wet there. I'll get to Winder here just 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Checking out some of these northern sticks here. 28 degrees there in Northwest Hall. It's raining there. So, yeah, so we got icing now starting all over the place. Everything's going on. It's very light precipitation, but the steadier rains are moving in. Let me go back over here to rather tap here. Now, Winder right now is just seeing the rain coming in there. It's at 30 degrees. And let me see what their dew point is over there just for kicks and giggles here. 27. So you could still drop another degree there in Winder down to 29. I suspect once the rain getting in there, you may drop another degree. Even Gainesville might drop another degree, as well as up toward Jefferson. So, all right. So the icing's starting to kick in now. Now the question is, how much are we going to get? That's the big thing. Let me go back to my model day to see if this is all done. I keep going back and forth here. Almost. Yeah, it's still bringing in that heavy rain late. Wow. That is a mess. So here's the problem. I'm going to show you this. Going back over the model data, is that it's keeping the ice in the northeast zones all day with the heaviest rain coming in later in the afternoon. So if that holds true, we're going to have a lot of problems. Let me break this down for y'all, okay? So watch the timestamp. We're hitting here at, coming up on 2 o'clock. So we're just now starting to get the icing. You see that kind of showing up there. It's just kind of starting across the area. There's your 3. There's 4. There's 5. We're getting a 1/4 inch, 1/3 of an inch. There's 6 o'clock in the morning. We're getting closer to a 1/2 inch there. And now we're near a 1/2 inch in Gainesville, almost 1/2 inch in Canton. So we're starting to get the icing here as we head toward dawn. But those eastern zones, it kind of backs off a little bit. I'm really getting a whole lot of action there. And then it really picks up here by 2 in the afternoon. Looks like by 2 in the afternoon, it really starts to pick up. Look at that, 1:15. This is devastating. This would be very bad stuff. So here from Raven County, back toward Habersham and White, going over toward Lumpkin and Dawson, northern Forsyth, looking at a good chunk of Hall County, coming into Barrow County. Looks like over toward Jackson, maybe a little bit there. It really kind of depends on where the heavier rain lights up there, but it is quite a bit of heavy icing up into those counties. That would be devastating. Atlanta's sitting at about, 1/4 to 1/2. That's usually sporadic. Usually when this happens here, sporadic. Okay, but this stuff up here, that's widespread power outages, if that holds. So let's look at the temperature profile here. Let's go back. So far, the temperature's done pretty well with this. Hey, Heather. Let's go to temperatures here. All right, so this is your 2 o'clock temperature, 27, 29. All this looks pretty good. If we're a little bit colder. And you notice as we go toward dawn, all that rain's coming in, temperature stay below freezing. No difference there. It does drop Atlanta down to 30. All right. So we stay below freezing here right through 9, 10 o'clock. Thank you. And up until 1 o'clock, some heavier rain's coming. We're still 29 degrees in Gainesville, 30, 30, 30, 32, 30, 30, 29, 26 up there. We're still holding on to that very cold air. And then as the heavy rain goes by at 3 o'clock, we're still sitting here. We finally start to recover a little bit. So let's look at the radar. Let's look at Let's look at what the reflectivity is showing here as far as the apparent radar is going to look like. All right, so we got the heavier rain coming in. That's lining up pretty good there, what we're currently seeing on the radar. So it's greatly going to expand here. And thank you for those new subscribers, by the way. Thank you. So you see that it's pretty steady all night. Pretty heavy is that net. Then we get a little bit of a break. It settles down a little bit after 9. Some sporadic light drizzle rain. Then the heavier rain comes into that cold dome and ain't going nowhere. So 1, 2 o'clock, look at that heavy rain there. Gainesville up toward Winder, northern Gwinnett. That's that squall line with some heavy rain coming in across. Thank you, Melinda. And that comes on through and then ends. Look, it looks like that wedge never gives up. It just holds on right through the duration of the whole event. Then we wait for the bottom to drop out. So we're going to have some very cold temperatures. We're going to have severe icing in those areas. It's going to play havoc with forecasting lows Monday and Tuesday. I'll tell you that. That's going to be a mess. Thank you very much. Who we got out there with that? Shannon, thank you. Oh, Shannon Kane. Well, thank you. 500 cent. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. So, like I said, I know I've had folks over on YouTube asking about Super Chat and everything. I don't have that active. I will get that up. I promise you this is the first big live event with the setup, and I got to move everything from the old channel over to this one. So I will do that. Oh, you're watching Loved Ones in Woodstock. Well, Woodstock, I think they're going to get some icing. Again, going back to that, go back here to the icing here. But I don't think it's going to be overly bad. Let's take a look at this again. So, over in the Winder sitting over here. Canton is like up there, ball ground, half inch. It's gonna be close on how bad the icing gets in that area. It's not as devastating as the 1 inch, but they're gonna have some sporadic problems there in Winder. Yeah, anything above a half inch is definitely a problem. So all I can do is go on what the data's telling me here, and this right here obviously is a big thing. You get above half inch and we're dangerous. You get 1 inch plus, it's devastating. So a half inch, you're going to get widespread power outages, moderate damage to trees, and then the 1 inch, that's when we're talking real hectic problems. Thank you for that new subscriber. Appreciate it. Let's get back over to the other tab. There we go. It's icing up in Dahlonega. It's 26 degrees. Yeah, I don't doubt that for a second. And I'm sure they're icing up good there. And Dahlonega is one of my concern spots for sure. Stelville here. Windshield has early stages of icing. Hissing sleet in Canton. All right, that's telling you that heavier rain coming in there has got a little dry air still in the atmosphere. Interested to see what's going outside my door. I'm going to take a look now that this rain has worked its way up a little bit. Let me go take a look. Forsyth County's reporting ice on my deck. All right, thank you guys. Brian M. Appreciate you guys. We got a lot of late owls out there watching us tonight. I appreciate it. You all keep getting that subscribe button. Keep that thing rolling. Facebook, y'all keep doing the like thing. We're up to. Let's see here. We are up to. Let's see where we're up to here. On this new one, we're up to, 631 comments and 509 reactions. We had over 1,100 on the other one, so y'all doing real good. Hey, Drew in Hall County, good to see you there. Toccoa, man, you're on that prime ice zone, man. That's what we're kind of watching up there. And thank you, Tommy, for your stars. I appreciate that. Clarksville, y'all watch out for the major icing up that way. Towns County. I think the major icing stays just to your south, but it's going to be close. All right, let me go look out my door real quick. Y'all hold on real quick. There's nothing prettier than looking at your car covered in a glaze of ice. I got to admit, it does look pretty at first. But it is a little bit of sleet falling outside here in Brazelton as well. I can hear just a little bit, not a lot, but definitely a little sleet. Still pretty much on the light side, not very heavy. it's the heavier precipitation I'm most concerned about. Anything else with the serious icing will become a problem. So I don't think we're icing now. We got it going on, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to really cause us to be, icing up bad all over the place, to knock out power per se. Now right now, the currently right now let me go ahead, I'll go and pull you over this. Right now, the current outage in Georgia is only 950. So nothing too bad out there right now. Mississippi's got 34,000 without power, 67 over Louisiana. I will say the freezing rain event on this has not been as bad as I thought it was going to potentially be. I mean, for the whole thing, because I think a lot of it was the European, which is our preferred model for the most part, I think oversold the freezing rain a little bit, just a little bit. And it's so far. I mean, we still got the main storm system to deal with. It still has not pulled out of here yet. We still got this low. So we're not done yet. We've got to wait and see what happens with this bad boy here. So the low's right back here. It's tracking this way. So we got this nice healthy batch of moisture here. We got this other batch coming here behind here. So we still got that coming at us. But I mean, this thing is a massive storm as far as the scale and size of it. I'm going to pull back out here so you guys can see the whole scale. I know you see half the country being covered in snow. I mean, that's a huge, huge snowfield. I mean, just unreal all the way back here. And these temperatures are ungodly low. 3, 4, 5, 6. To get snow at those temperatures it's like next to impossible because its air is so doggone dry, but it's happening. And what happens here, because those temperatures are so cold, the snow ratios are very high. So where you might get a normal, 10 inches of snow with a certain degree of rain or precipitation, you'll end up getting 14 or 15 higher because the air is so dry and the temperature is so cold. So when the temperature is colder, the ratio for snow goes up, and it goes up big time. So still got a lot of ice back here, but we're still that main low, which is still back here a little bit. Hold on, let me move this over a little bit. Hold on. You're still waiting on this main low to kind of get moving. It's still sitting back here. So it's gonna continue to pull up some of this Gulf moisture in here. So I don't think we're done with the icing just yet. Just hasn't been so bad overall. Not enough to where it's disrupting the power grid. I'm not seeing a lot of power outages out there just yet. Thank you for the stars. 50 cents there from Kenny R. Dahl. Thank you. What do you got here? Oh, I hope it doesn't happen in Atlanta. I really don't want Atlanta to get any kind of serious icing down that way. I want it to stay out of the city because I think those northern counties especially that we've been highlighting are going to get it really bad. So if it could stay out of the perimeter and really kind of stay out of Gwinnett County for that matter, of any severe power disruptions, because we just don't, it'll be easier for the crews to get up there and attack those other areas that are going to get it real bad. The model doesn't say Canton stays below a quarter. I mean, that's all I can tell you. The model says that Canton sees a little more than that. And Canton's at 28, Ball Ground's at 28, so that's pretty much where Canton temperature's at. So, again, going back to that model, I'll show that again. I know we got people coming in and coming out, so I'm going to show it again. Let me go back here to... There it is. So Canton up there, but it's still kicking out. There's a half inch right there, 0.060. So, and that's the latest high resolution one. So I can't say that Canton's going to stay below a quarter because even down territory Atlanta, it's still lighting up this over Cobb County here, lighting up a third of an inch. So they keep insisting the temperature is going to come down in Atlanta. We'll see. I think it's going to need a little help from that precipitation to pick up to do it. So we shall see about that. But here comes the icing. Here comes the icing. The green on the model, that's well, that wasn't really green. That's green's just rain. If you see that on a model, it's green. It's rain. Yeah, the mountains are shielding Towns County. Yeah, the mountains are Blairsville, not worried about you. Blue Ridge, definitely not worried about you. The mountains are protecting you to some degree. You're not expected to get the heavy icing. It should be on the other side of those mountains. Not saying you won't see any, because you're going to a little bit, but nothing that's going to cause the headaches and the devastation that's going to be on the other side of those mountains. Like I said, Dahlonega, Cleveland, Helen, Tallulah Falls, Cornelia, Gainesville, that whole area, Dawsonville a little bit, that whole area in there, that's the zone I really concerned about as far as the icing is concerned, the heaviest icing. It all basically predicates that the wedge does not break down. It stays cold. It stays below in basically 30, 29 degrees for the duration of the entirety of the storm system going by. That's what's going. Yeah, Midtown's not looking bad because you're above freezing. You're it's 35 at the airport, 34 in West Coast, 32 up there in PDK. So you're probably sitting at 34 degrees downtown Atlanta. So at Midtown, you're probably okay right now. Just plain old cold rain. The pink is all freezing rain, my friend. That's not a model. That's a live radar right there. The pink is all freezing rain. And yeah, Toccoa is also in that heavy ice zone potentially at 27 degrees. And Cornelia's dropped to 25. Geez, that's cold. That's going to ice up pretty bad. Yeah, black ice will be a problem in the morning. We're going to have that, especially the areas that are down this way. We have not done a road check in a while. Let's do that. We have not done that in an hour, so let's go ahead and look at the road check real quick. Let's do a road check. For those who don't, y'all remember Snowmageddon, right? Y'all remember the Snowmageddon, that 2014? Thank you, Bryson. Thank you very much. Do I expect Winder gave scene we may get? Yeah, pretty decent amount. Winder's looking pretty decent. Could be over half inch. Could cause some power problems there. The heavier totals will be up to your north. Well, it's again when you're right at 32 degrees, Jason, there in Paulding County, it really will depend on a lot of things. Y'all probably need to drop a little bit more for the freezing rain to be a problem. You're kind of right on the cusp. All right, so let me go to the road temperature here. I got to shut this one down. Hold on a second. Hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. All right, so we're going to be looking again. All these sensors you see over here, all of these these road sensors were put in across North Georgia after Snowmageddon in 2014. The Georgia DOT put those in. The Weather Service has them so you can monitor the road temperature, the air temperature, and what the dew point is to see what the temperatures are on those roads. So we're going to be taking a look here. Now that we're getting some rain here coming in to areas like here. We'll start over here at Forsyth County here. And the air temperature, look at that. That's pretty good indication here. The rain's coming in. So temperature here is sitting at 27 degrees. We're just above freezing here on the road at 33 degrees. So let's check some of these. Look over here at Gainesville. And look at the dew point and the air temperature have almost checked in at 26 degrees here. Whoops, sorry, go down here. Wrong place. 26 degrees here. And the road temperature sitting just above freezing at 33. Give me a little more rain in there. That's going to drop down there easily. So let's check over here. Go up at 90, up 85. And there you go. Yeah, this is at 85 at State Road 15. And you got the temperature of the interstate sitting at 32 degrees. Now, it needs to come down another. The road freezing is really, for me, I've always said it's got to get to like 30 or below. So it's getting real close. And the temperature there is 27, and the dew point are not together, so that could still drop some more. Going further up the interstate here. Yeah, we're almost down to 25. That's road temperatures at 33. That's also sitting at 33. I'm just checking all these here. That's sitting at 34. That's at 34. So we're real close. You got a lot of roads that are really close to going below 32 degrees. So we're gonna the bridges and overpasses, they won't have to wait for the road temperatures to go. They'll start icing up first. They probably already are. So that's what's going on there. Let's check out Helen here again. Still showing 28 degrees. I keep checking. I still think that's all sheet of ice. That road is one big ice. Anybody want to go ice skating down the street there in Helen? Because that's what that looks like. One big giant ice ring. That's black asphalt. I know that's all just a sheen of ice on that road. Brasstown Bald, they're sitting at 21 degrees. Light intensity drizzle. It's all ice up there too. Well, it's going to be interesting tomorrow when the sun comes up. If we can once we can see Brasstown Bald, I can guarantee it's going to look like a big ice mess there. Blairsville's at 31 with some light rain there. Nope, you're good. Pickens County says 31 degrees there. Oh, you're behind the brining trucks? I got in behind one myself today. I did myself today. That was pretty interesting. Waselka, y'all need to watch out there too. Murrayville going to be ugly. DC Weather Tracker. Hey, good. No problem, buddy. LJ, I don't think it's going to be bad. I mean, you're sitting at freezing right now at 32. You guys might get a light dusting, light glazing there, but I'm not, the heaviest precipitation is down to your south. I also expect your temperature to come up a little bit. So I'm not worried about LJ so much. Houston, you're in my backyard. I think we're in the same boat. We could be looking at some serious going here. Not worried about Rome. Rome's out west. You're good to go. So, yes, the wedge is here. It's clearly here because we're in the 20s. No doubt about the wedge being here because it's here. Check out these temperatures, man. These are cold readings. Let me close this out. I got to close out the other one here. Our ice storm is here. It's not coming in with a big thunk. It's kind of like a crescendo. It's building. It's very slowly just building up, as the heavier rains kind of move on in here. But again, look at these temperatures here. We're at 30 degrees in Lawrenceville, 28 in Winder, 27 in Gainesville, 27 over in, again, anything, especially 27 or 28, you're going to get some very good freezing here on a lot of stuff. 26 over there, and I'm not sure where that is. Is that Cannon? I think it's Cannon. Toccoa's at 27, 25 over there in Cornelia. Just really bad stuff. And all the stations up there, they're all sitting at 28 degrees, so all pretty good icing taking place in that whole area. Let me check something here. I'm going to go in studio mode real quick. Let me do something. I'm going to check some cameras real quick. Stand by for a minute. Give me 1 second. Oh, the interstates are quiet. Ain't nobody on the roads. I guess I should go. Well, damn it. I guess I can go and show some of these. Let's go take a look. Let's look at some of these real quick. So let's do this. So this is right near Hamilton Mill. There ain't nobody on the interstate. I wonder why. Just checking some of these real quick. Let's go a little bit up the interstate a little bit more. There's Barrow. That's in Barrow County there. So one thing's for sure, ain't nobody's driving on the roads. They're staying away from that stuff. I don't blame them. I tell you, Georgia's DOT cameras, they're terrible. I love Florida's. Florida's great because you can get actual video and stream it. It's really when the hurricane was making landfall down there, we actually caught 2 tornadoes using the DOT cameras. I mean, it was amazing. They got great coverage down there, and they stream and they're live. Georgia's cameras are a joke. They're not very good. I mean, they got that nice big surplus and stuff here in the state of Georgia. They need to redo their entire DOT camera deck. Woodstock, frozen deck. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Yep, that's what we're looking at. Let me go back here to weather tab here. I think we're about saturated here. I don't think the temperature is going to drop much on what we're seeing right now. I don't believe so. Let me go back over here. And thank you, Jess G. I appreciate you. Anybody on YouTube, if you guys want to join our weather family, please hit that subscribe button over there. There's a lot of y'all over there right now. And I appreciate to be one of y'all's weather sources here across North Georgia. All right, so let's go over here and check this out. I want to show the dew point here. Oh, go weather here. Whoops. So there's your temperature. I'm gonna pull this up here. So boy, it could still drop. Like I could still see potentially Gainesville dropping a degree. Now looks like Jefferson is maxed out. Lawrenceville maybe drop a degree. Winder's pretty much maxed. And I think everybody else is pretty much saturated. So I don't see the temperature really dropping all that much. I think where we're at is where we're at. So, but the 20s is a good freezing rain temperature, especially upper 20s, mid to upper 20s. And when you got 25, 26, 27, 25, that's a really good icing temperature there. Let me pull back out here, kind of looking at the bigger picture of this rain field coming up that's coming in right now. Yeah, it's pretty good moderate rain in there. Let's see what the radar mega is looking like here. I want to look at something here. Again, still looks pretty light on this version of the radar because it's still got a very snow-licky look picture as far as above. Now, this looks over rain over here, but this stuff over here, look at the difference in the radar. If you look over here, it's a sharper edges. This looks like regular rain over here in Alabama. But this stuff over Georgia looks like it's snow aloft and it's just falling into rain. Now, as far as the rain totals, it ain't showing much. I mean, it's very, very extremely light. It's not even showing up on the total map there. So, not high level water event to say the least right now. Now, Georgia right now still showing 984 outages, so we're not getting any real major icing yet to cause any real power disruptions here right now, nor do I expect that right now. If the power outages start to happen, it's going to be toward morning after the sun's come up. So y'all folks going to bed here tonight, and I'm probably going to shut down here shortly. We'll be okay to get some sleep for tonight. Because I don't think we're going to see a lot of power disruptions tonight. I think that's going to be more toward tomorrow morning and throughout the day. Colbert checking in at 27. Loganville says that we're starting to freeze there. Barnesville. Where's Barnes? I always forget where Barnesville's at. I'm going to lose my cell phone here in a minute. My cell phone's about dead. No, Barnesville, you're too far south. No, you're fine. Barnesville, you're okay. I wasn't sure where that was at. You're down south. You're okay. You are good to go. Hey, Greenville, South Carolina. Good to see you. So Greenville said they got a little snow. And it's possible you get a little snow there initially. You guys are closer to the wedge up that way. The air might be a little bit thicker, but it's not going to stay that way. It'll eventually go to freezing rain for you guys. And it's a bit windy out there, too. Definitely a bit windy out there. We're 27 in Alpharetta. Yeah, let's go take a look at some of these sticks out here. I got sticks in Alpharetta. Let's check these out. So Alpharetta here, it is reporting 29 there on that stick with the rain falling. It's actually pretty steady rain, but that'll start icing up everything. Whoops, dang gummit, I did it again. I know better than that. What's wrong with me? I'm tired. I've been up for 21 hours. I'm going to go to bed here in a little bit. Let's check out some of these other temperatures. Canton, 28 degrees there. Cartersville, 32 over there, just plain rain. And 32 over there. So the further west you go, the warmer it is. Pickens County, 27, 28. 26 there at Cherokee. How about Hall County? 28 degrees there. Dew point 25. That can still drop a little bit more. See the rain falling there a little bit. There you go. I'll blow up a little bit for you. Interesting if that tree starts to glaze a little bit, but that is there. Oh, no, I'm not going to close it. I did it right this time. Oh. Silver City. Can't see what's going on with that one. So, and we got this one down here in town. 31 degrees in Rockdale. Rockdale's down to 31. So they're getting some icing there too. All righty. Let's take a look here. Let me go back over to the other radar here. Hold on a second. Oh, that one. This one. All right. Oh, airport dropped to 34. They were 35. I noticed I didn't miss that one earlier. Covington's at 32 now. Yeah, I noticed a little more blue up here across South Carolina a little bit. I see a little blue there in Greenville. So somebody was saying they had a little snow there. Talking Rock in. Yeah, y'all getting some ice there too. But the real story is going to be the icing that's going to... This is what I'm going to see happening here for tonight. So, because I'm going to shut down here in just a few more minutes. But I want to give you all an update on what I think is going to happen here tonight. So, you're going to have the icing that's going to continue all night, glazing, kind of get up on each other. I do not see it becoming problematic until a little bit later in the morning. Let me go back to that model here on the last icing run here. Let me see if the new one's here. And it's just started tuning. So, I'm going to go use the last one here. All right, so we go back over here. So looking here at the icing model, I want to show you this to everybody here. All right. And thank you for the stars. Love getting stars. All right, so what we're seeing is this icing that's taking place here with this initial icing. So as we get toward dawn till 7 o'clock, it's going to start building up in here. See, so by the time we get to 7 o'clock, if we're holding up, if this holds out true, and of course Gainesville's really cold, it's at 26 degrees. If we start seeing these half-inch totals in here, we're going to start, as we get toward dawn, we might see some sporadic power outages here. What I'm most concerned about is the fact that we stay below freezing in those northeast zones, and we keep adding ice on top of here when the heavy stuff comes on in, and we need to get a big spike. See that going up into 1 inch, and how dark that purple is? So it's all of these areas up in here, from Raymond County all the way back here to our Pickens County, Northern Forsyth, Hall County, and all up in this zone in here. Those counties in there, if we hold that wedge all day long and that heavier rain moves into there, that's when we're going to have problems with the real destructive stuff coming in the air. All right. So it is very possible this whole screw with that steady rain falling here from now up until 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, we may start seeing some sporadic outages here toward dawn. There is a bit of a wind out there. That'll be a factor as the glaze starts building up on these trees a little bit and becomes a problem. Because when you look at the severity level, right now we're kind of just doing it with a trace to a glaze at 1/10 of an inch. But once we start getting above 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch, then we're going to start looking at some outages and stuff like that. That's going to happen. All right. So that's going to do me for the broadcast for right now. I'm going to go ahead and shut down here. I've been going on now for 11 hours, and I'm going to shut down. I'm going to get a little sleep. Going to try to come back on about 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. See where we're at 7 o'clock. And we'll see what happens here as we go through the day. So again, I want to thank everybody on YouTube, all the guys who donated over here on Facebook, and